The way I did, you know, we weren't even in the conversation in that way. And the opportunity to do something, that's all anybody wants. Nobody wants a handout. But that opportunity can change your life.
Which is why Lopez is partnering with nonprofit Grameen and its CEO, Andrea Jung, to deliver a total of $14 billion to Latina entrepreneurs by 2030. Together with their male counterparts, Latina entrepreneurs make up one of the fastest growing groups of small business owners in the country, creating businesses at a rate 6 times faster than other racial or ethnic groups. But in spite of that, Latinos are 60% less likely than their white peers to get their loans approved by national banks.
Latina-owned businesses have grown 44% in the last 10 years. But Morgan, the capital that is going is paltry, and it's unacceptable. They just want to have an equal chance.
Why is giving someone the resources to start a business the way to close that gap, to make things a little bit more equitable?
Yeah, because we can just be the kind of you know, working in the kitchen, the valet parkers, all this stuff, like the traditional kind of things where people think of Latinos in these roles. And the point is that we want more than that. We have bigger dreams than that. And for me, even in my own business, I was like an artist who was like making billions of dollars for other people and not really even realizing it, just like happy to be in the room. And then started to realize, wait a minute, I can make my own perfume. I can do this in my own way.
Thanks to Morgan for that report. I can't wait to follow these stories. I'm sure we'll be reporting on it and giving updates on how these businesses have changed by this.
I know so many Latinos have a lot of great ideas, and $14 billion can make it happen. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Wednesday. See you here tomorrow.
This morning, hard-hit Puerto Rico and other islands in Fiona's path are desperately trying to recover after sustaining major devastation as the hurricane strengthens to a Category 4 storm.
The special master chosen by Donald Trump in the Mar-a-Lago seizure of documents appears skeptical of the former president's declassification claims, saying you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Caught on camera, a man wielding a hatchet goes off on patrons inside a fast food restaurant. He was arrested and later released with no bail.
Checks in the mail. One state is about to send each and every resident over $3,000.
3 infielders on the left side for Judge, and here's the 3-1. Drilled deep to left field. There it goes, number 60.
Just like that, Aaron Judge ties the Babe and is just 1 away from reaching Roger Maris's all-time New York Yankee home run milestone. It's Wednesday, September 21st. Early Today starts right now.
Good to be with you. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin this morning as Hurricane Fiona intensifies to a Category 4 storm as it slowly moves toward Bermuda. The storm whipping through Turks and Caicos with 115-mile-an-hour winds. Residents there were ordered to take shelter. According to local authorities in the Dominican Republic, 1 man died after a tree fell and hit him. The storm displaced more than 12,000 people there and blocked several highways. Officials say at least 4 international airports were closed.
In Puerto Rico, 80% of the island remains in the dark and 55% is still without water. HHS Secretary Javier Becerra declaring a public health emergency for the U.S. territory. FEMA has deployed 1 national and 4 regional incident management teams, plus 2 urban search and rescue teams, along with the hundreds of personnel already on the ground. Puerto Rico's governor is asking President Biden to declare Hurricane Fiona a major disaster, which would allow for more federal aid for recovery. Time now to bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who has the latest track on Fiona. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. And yeah, we're going to see Fiona moving well to the north and headed towards Bermuda Thursday into Friday. We do expect it to pass to the west, but we're certainly going to see some conditions there. So as we go throughout time here, we're looking at a Category 4 storm. It strengthened overnight as of the last advisory at 2 a.m. We saw that Category 4 winds at 130 miles per hour. It continues to move really slowly at 8 miles per hour. You can see that swirl, that well-defined eye right on on that last frame. So it's strengthening over these really warm waters, and it's going to continue to strengthen as we go throughout the next couple of days. We do have a tropical alert, tropical storm watch for Bermuda that will most likely be a warning in the next 24 hours or so. So as we go throughout time here, Category 4 storm over those really warm waters. It maintains its strength so Thursday into Friday as it passes by Bermuda, a Category 4 storm. And then look what happens even further to the north, still a Category 3 storm late Friday into the weekend. It will enter Atlantic Canada as a very strong storm. It's going to be a historic storm there. We'll talk more about that. Also watching some other systems in the tropics. We'll talk about that too in just a few minutes.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. And now to the annual high-stakes meeting of global leaders here in New York City. In just a few hours, President Biden will deliver his address to the United Nations General Assembly. He's expected to lay out his plans for American foreign policy with a major focus on the war still raging in Ukraine. NBC's Drew Petrimo joins us now from Washington, D.C. Drew, good morning. What can we expect to hear today?
Well, good morning. The White House says President Biden will detail how the president has restored American leadership around the world, showing how the U.S. has delivered on promises involving global health, climate, and emerging technologies. The president is also expected to announce investments to address global food insecurity worth more than $100 million. Including help to build agricultural systems in developing countries. But the major focus is expected to be on the war in Ukraine. President Biden is expected to offer a firm rebuke of Russia and continue to rally support for Ukraine among U.S. allies. This comes as Russia moves to formally annex 4 regions in eastern Ukraine. Russian-backed separatists are preparing to hold referendums on Friday. Secretary of State Antony Blinken calls these moves by Russia a sign of weakness.
The sham referenda, the potential mobilization of additional forces is a sign of strength. On the contrary, it's a sign of weakness. It's the sign of Russian failure.
The Assembly will hear from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who will deliver a pre-recorded address. This after leaders voted to allow an exception to the rule that everyone must speak in person. This morning, Russian President Vladimir Putin delivered a message to his nation. He announced a partial military mobilization in Russia, putting the country and its economy on a wartime footing. He even threatened a possible nuclear response if Ukraine tries to reclaim annexed territories. Now, Putin will not be addressing the United Nations, but you can expect a lot of talk about Putin's pronouncements today during that meeting today in New York.
Strong reactions, I'm sure, to come. All right, Drew, thank you.
Now to the special master overseeing the Mar-a-Lago probe, who held his first meeting with lawyers for Donald Trump and the DOJ. During the hearing, the federal judge appointed to review the documents seized by the FBI appeared skeptical about Mr. Trump's claim that he had declassified them. Attorneys for Mr. Trump have argued that they didn't want to disclose the information yet because it could be part of an eventual defense. The judge says unless Mr. Trump's lawyers can show that those 100 sensitive documents are not classified, he will treat them like they are. He told the Trump team, quote, "You can't have your cake and eat it." In a separate filing, Mr. Trump's lawyers called this case a document storage dispute that spiraled out of control.
The sheriff in Texas has opened a criminal investigation into Florida Governor Ron DeSantis over his decision to fly around 50 migrants from Texas to Martha's Vineyard a week ago. Some of the migrants are themselves suing the Republican governor, saying that they were lied to for political gain. Our Emily Akeda reports.
The battle over the border is building, with a new criminal investigation examining the flights that carried 48 migrants to Martha's Vineyard last week. The controversial move arranged by Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis. A Texas sheriff, Javier Salazar, a Democrat, says the migrants were lured in with false promises of work and assistance.
Our understanding is that a Venezuelan migrant was paid what we would call a bird dog fee to recruit approximately 50 migrants.
Some of the migrants now suing Florida officials.
None of them knew that they were going to be dropped off unceremoniously in Martha's Vineyard.
They were provided an ability to be in the most posh sanctuary jurisdiction.
DeSantis insists the migrants knew where the flights were going and signed consent forms, and that it puts the spotlight on President Biden's border policies, which Republicans blame for the record migrant surge.
If 50 was a burden on one of the richest places in our country, what about all these other communities that have been overrun with hundreds or thousands?
The Department of Homeland Security now confirming there have been more than 2 million illegal border crossings in just the last 11 months, smashing all previous records. While President Biden responding to unconfirmed rumors DeSantis may send a migrant flight to his home state.
He should come visit. We have a beautiful shoreline.
Though Governor DeSantis would not confirm another planned flight. Back to you.
All right, Emily, thank you.
At 2 p.m. Eastern today, the Federal Reserve is expected to announce another 3/4 point rate hike. It would be the third such increase in a row. At the same time, the Fed will also release its much anticipated quarterly forecast for inflation, the economy, and the future path of interest rates. And a half hour later, Chairman Jerome Powell will hold a news conference, and he will likely stress the Fed's commitment to fight inflation through continued interest rates.
At least 8 people were hurt in Chicago where a building partially collapsed following an explosion. Debris was scattered across the road just after 9 a.m. local time on Tuesday. Officials there working to determine the cause of the explosion. The building's owner said in a statement its managing company is cooperating with emergency services, and the well-being and safety of residents is its first concern.
Last night, Aaron Judge accomplished something only 5 men in baseball history have done before. This 9th-inning blast made Judge the 6th player ever to hit 60 home runs in a season. So he's now 1 homer shy of Roger Maris's American League record. Judge, who now leads all categories of the AL Triple Crown, kickstarted the Yankees' comeback in their win over the Pirates.
It'll be a fun fall in the Bronx. All right, let's get back to Michelle for more on today's weather. Hello again, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. And we are watching the tropics because after a very sluggish start, we are really ramping up the activity. We have Hurricane Fiona, of course, but we also have Tropical Storm Gaston. That developed yesterday. We do expect that to stay out to sea, but it's this guy here where we could see a tropical development. The National Hurricane Center did give it an Invest 98L. That's kind of a declaration that we're going to follow it. And we do expect it to become a tropical depression in the next couple of days. So as we go throughout time, a 90% chance. And looking at the models, we could see that it will be moving to the west. It won't turn like Fiona. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking pretty nice along the I-95 corridor, also in New England, temperatures in the 60s and 70s, and we're looking hot in the south, still holding on to summer. One more day, 97 degrees in Oklahoma City today, 100 in Dallas, 97 in San Antonio. All right, we're going to talk about some storms that are brewing in the Northeast today.
Okay, we'll check in with you in a bit. Thank you, Michelle. Fresh off its Emmy win, Saturday Night Live announced its first 3 hosts and musical guests to kick off their 48th season. Top Gun star Miles Teller will host the October 1st premiere with third-time musical guest Kendrick Lamar. The following week, Brendan Gleeson will host the October 8th show while Willow Smith performs. And coming from her She-Hulk appearance, Megan Thee Stallion will pull double duty as host and musical guest on October 15th.
That time of year again. A man with a hatchet goes on a rampage inside a New York City fast food restaurant, and it's all caught on camera. That's next.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time in the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Leading the news, growing outrage in New York after a man who was caught on camera wielding a hatchet inside a McDonald's was released without bail. Here's NBC's Stephen Romo.
Terrifying video going viral. It shows a man wielding a hatchet and confronting customers at a downtown Manhattan McDonald's. The situation escalating after a fight Friday night. The video starts in the middle of that fight between four men. 31-year-old Michael Palacios appears to throw a punch and then getting punched dozens of times by three guys. Before Palacios reaches into his backpack and pulls out that axe. He then smashes a nearby table and shatters a glass divider before confronting his attackers around the restaurant, appearing to hit one in the head while wielding that hatchet in his other hand, even getting in the face of a woman visibly shaken as he smashes the table she's sitting at and continues to yell. After 2 minutes, Palacios grabs a bike and exits the fast food chain, saying, according to police, victims did not report any injuries. Palacios was later found by officers and arrested on charges of criminal mischief, 3 counts of menacing, and 2 counts of criminal possession of a weapon. But he was soon released without needing to post bail because the offenses are misdemeanors covered by New York's 2019 bail reform law. Governor Kathy Hochul even addressing the incident, seeming to call out the DA, inquiring why Palacios was eligible for release.
They have the discretion to charge in a different way that would make them bail eligible. And certainly the way it was charged now had nothing to do with bail because they would have been treated the exact same way before any bail laws were made years and years ago.
The Manhattan DA's office did not return our request for comment, but it's not the first time the governor has been at odds with the DA. Just last month, after a man was caught on camera appearing to sucker punch someone else on the street, he was released without bail on supervised release. She says she stepped in to have him arrested since he was a repeat offender on parole for life.
That was a horrific situation on all fronts.
Advocates of the laws argue the vast majority of those released do not commit violent crimes while they await trial. 99%, according to data from the city comptroller. But New Yorkers dealing with increasing violent crime have questions of their own.
The axe in a bag, yes, that is, it's a bit extreme. But we see such things happen in New York City daily.
Peter Carey started Safe Walks about 1.5 years ago as crime started rising in the city.
It's a repeated cycle where organizations like ourselves are bearing, the weight and the responsibility of putting in the hard work to help within the public safety space while the city leadership is failing.
NBC's efforts to reach Palacios or his attorney were unsuccessful, but he did do an interview with ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
The most important thing is don't be afraid to defend yourself.
Where he says his actions were in self-defense.
My intention is not to put anyone in a hospital or dice anybody up. The reason why I pulled out the hatchet was because, okay, I'm going to get back at these guys, but I'm going to make sure that they don't jump me again.
All right, thanks to Stephen for that.
It's still to come. He is a rocket man, and he is landing on the South Lawn.
And as Southwest strikes a chord with passengers, ending this flight on a high note.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Harry Styles!
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
That was then, 1972. But this Friday, Sir Elton John is bringing his farewell tour to the White House. The concert will honor everyday heroes like teachers, nurses, LGBTQ+ advocates, and others.
Zaya Wade has the internet buzzing. The 15-year-old LGBTQ+ activist, who is the transgender daughter of Dwayne Wade and stepdaughter of Gabrielle Union, teased an upcoming project when she shared a new jewelry campaign with Tiffany & Company. It includes all gender bracelets meant to symbolize togetherness and inclusivity. She wrote in a post to fans, dreams become reality.
All right, what would you do if you boarded a flight and you were handed a ukulele? You'd be like, that's not mine, somebody else's bag. Well, that's what happened on the Southwest Airlines flight from Long Beach, California to Honolulu. The airline partnered with Guitar Center to give everyone a ukulele and learn how to play on that flight. So a lot of people were tweeting, though, that flight would be a nightmare, especially if you want to sleep, if you want to rest, listen to something else. Southwest responded by saying, don't worry, everyone put away their ukuleles after 20 minutes. But when everybody's headed to Hawaii, you're in island mode, island time. I'm sure they did the whole rendition of Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
Maybe. I hope they handed out some earplugs, too, as well. But you're right. There are certain flights that have a vibe. That one, Vegas, too. Very different. Still a vibe, though. All right. One country has tested out the 4-day work week, and now they're trying to make it permanent.
And why is one health panel advocating that every adult be screened for anxiety? Stay with us.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Wednesday. A cold front through the Great Lakes. Also, portions of the Ohio Valley will spark some storms today. 20 million people at risk. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail as well. The chance of a few tornadoes. So where you see the yellow, that's the likeliest spot. Portions of New York, Watertown, and Buffalo. Also in Ohio, Cleveland, and Columbus. Now, as we watch this cold front move to the east, we'll see those storms today. And then tomorrow, we'll see it moving further to the east. So then portions along the I-95 corridor could see some strong storms, especially in North Carolina. So the mid-Atlantic, the southeast are included too. Rainfall too, that's going to be a big concern. Heavy rainfall with any of these thunderstorms. So we could see 1 to 3 inches, but locally higher amounts in some spots, especially in New York and also southwestern Pennsylvania. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks for the heads up, Michelle.
Sure.
Revealing new poll with some eye-popping results over the student loan forgiveness program.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
In today's top stories, for the first time, anxiety screenings are being suggested for all U.S. adults under the age of 65. The U.S. Preventive Service Task Force is recommending that even without symptoms, anxiety screening for adults should be done in primary care. It wasn't specified how patients will be screened, though. Preliminary tools include questionnaires about symptoms like fears and worries that interfere with everyday activities. The public will have the chance to share their opinions on the recommendation by October 17th.
Well, today NASA will perform a key safety test on the Artemis 1 moon rocket. You may remember the previous attempt at a launch failed due to a hydrogen leak. The agency has since replaced 2 seals, and at 7 a.m. Eastern, they will run a cryogenic demonstration test to see if they can withstand the injection of super cold liquid nitrogen into the rocket's tanks. A successful test would bring NASA one step closer to a new launch attempt tentatively set for Monday.
We are nearing October when many eligible borrowers will be able to begin the application process to have student loans forgiven. A new NBC News survey shows just 43% of voters polled think it's a good idea, while 44% disagree. And when broken down by party, 78% of Democrats agree with it, as well as 34% of independents. 11% of Republicans feel the same. And among those who have loans, which is about 17% of people polled, 69% thinks it's a good idea, while 22% think it's a bad one.
Could a 4-day work week make a splash here in the U.S.? Because it's becoming quite a hit across the pond. 86% of companies surveyed at the halfway point of a 4-day work week trial say they want to keep the schedule after the trial ends. The study, which is being run by the group 4-Day Week, also found 95% of firms say that productivity has not faltered during the trial. Some companies, though, still want that 5th workday, saying it has been tricky to shift to a 4-day week.
The dog days are far from over, and Tinder wants to match you with Rover. In honor of National Dog Week, they are featuring adoptable dogs on the app. And they've partnered up with local shelters across the country and helping these pets find their forever homes. According to a survey by Honest Paws, 60% of people are more tempted to match with someone who has a dog.
Makes sense. Alaskans just received a big payday. The state's governor, Mike Dunleavy, made this announcement here.
This year's PFD of $3,284 is the biggest in state's history, and it couldn't come at a better time.
Nearly every resident pocketed over $3,000 from the state's investment fund that's seeded with money from the state's oil riches. So if someone has collected every check since it began back in 1982, that would amount to over $47,000. How about that?
Thanks for watching Early Today. Have a great one. Developing overnight, Hurricane Fiona has strengthened to a Category 4 storm after pounding multiple islands as it moves towards Bermuda. But it's what's behind Fiona that's getting more attention.
Donald Trump's selected special master lays down the law as he appears skeptical of Mr. Trump's declassification claims.
Our Ken Delanian takes us inside a $250 million case of fraud involving COVID relief money earmarked for hungry children, instead allegedly stolen.
CNBC's Steve Sedgwick on the Fed's expected 3/4 rate hike, but what if they go higher, as some are saying?
And the inside story on superstar Jennifer Lopez getting behind a $14 billion business plan. Find out who she's targeting. Early Today starts right now.
Good Wednesday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Developing overnight, Hurricane Fiona is now a Cat 4 storm, gaining power after whipping through Turks and Caicos as it moves north and is expected to brush by Bermuda later this week. Hard-hit Puerto Rico is reeling, with 80% of the island still in the dark and 55% without water. FEMA is sending hundreds more personnel to Puerto Rico, with many teams already on the ground. And the governor there is requesting President Biden declare a major disaster to free up more funds for recovery efforts. NBC's Dan Sheneman starts us off.
Hurricane Fiona hitting Turks and Caicos with the force of a Category 3 storm. Forecasters warn up to 8 inches of rain could soak the islands. Fiona has already damaged parts of the Caribbean. The storm reached hurricane strength before slamming into Puerto Rico Sunday. 2 feet of rain fell on the U.S. territory, and the storm's winds knocked out the power supply. This man said, "It was too much. I didn't expect this. A lot of people lost everything. One small town is cut off from the rest of the island. Major roads are blocked by debris.
Still no water and no power and no internet. We don't have a way of getting information because we don't have TV, radio, internet. Nothing works.
The storm smashed into the Dominican Republic on Monday. Heavy rains overwhelmed rivers. One man looked at what was left of his home and said, "It is a disaster. We lost everything here, and everything got wet." Fiona is still moving and gaining strength. Dan Sheneman, NBC News.
Okay, let's follow the track. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here with the latest on the storm. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. Yeah, it continues to pull away from the Turks and Caicos. It will spend some time over some really warm water, so we do expect Fiona to strengthen over the next couple of days, and then it has its eyes set on Bermuda. So here's the latest on Hurricane Fiona. Winds at 130 miles per hour. It still is moving painfully slow to the north at 8 miles per hour. We do expect it to pick up speed as it gets closer to Bermuda. We do have a tropical storm watch. That's in the yellow here for Bermuda. It will be a tropical storm warning, but that just means we do expect tropical storm conditions in the next 48 hours. Here's the track. That Category 4 storm, as it pulls away from the Turks and Caicos, will maintain its strength over those really warm waters. So by Thursday night into Friday, passing to the west of Bermuda as a Category 4 storm, continues to keep that strength, a Category 3 storm by late Friday, and then it enters Atlantic Canada. So we're looking at really a strong storm. That's going to be historical for that portion of the nation, and we're going to continue to watch that as we go throughout the next couple of days. Now, we do expect it to stay away from the East Coast. That's good news, but we will see some beach conditions, dangerous beach conditions with rough surf and also some rip currents. Back to you guys.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. The special master overseeing the Mar-a-Lago probe held his first meeting with lawyers for Donald Trump and the DOJ. During the hearing, the federal judge appointed to review the documents seized by the FBI appeared skeptical about Mr. Trump's claim that he had declassified them. Attorneys for Mr. Trump have argued that they did not want to disclose the information yet because it could be part of an eventual defense. The judge says unless Mr. Trump's lawyers can show that those 100 sensitive documents are not classified, he'll treat them like they are. He told the Trump team, quote, "You can't have your cake and eat it." In a separate filing, Mr. Trump's lawyers called this case a document storage dispute that spiraled out of control.
Now to the annual high-stakes meeting of global leaders here in New York City. In just a few hours, President Biden will deliver his address to the United Nations General Assembly. He is expected to lay out his plans for American foreign policy with a major focus on the war still raging in Ukraine. NBC's Drew Petrimo joins us now from Washington, D.C. And Drew, right now what we can expect to hear from him today.
Well, good morning, Francis. The White House says President Biden will detail how the country has worked to restore its global leadership, showing how the U.S. has delivered on promises involving global health, climate, and emerging technologies. The president is also expected to announce investments to address global food insecurity worth more than $100 million, including help to build agricultural systems in developing countries. But the major focus is expected to be on the war in Ukraine. President Biden is expected to offer a firm rebuke of Russia and continue to rally support for Ukraine among U.S. allies. This comes as Russia moves to formally annex 4 regions in eastern Ukraine. Russian-backed separatists are preparing to hold referendums on Friday. Secretary of State Antony Blinken calls these moves by Russia a sign of weakness.
The sham referenda, the potential mobilization of additional forces is a sign of strength. On the contrary, it's a sign of weakness. It's the sign of Russian failure.
The Assembly will hear from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who will deliver a pre-recorded address. This as leaders voted to allow an exception to the rule that everyone must speak in person. This morning, Russian President Vladimir Putin delivered a message to his nation. He announced a partial military mobilization in Russia, putting the country and its economy on wartime footing, and even threatened a possible nuclear response if Ukraine tries to reclaim annexed territories. Now, Putin will not be addressing the Assembly, but you can expect a lot of talk about his comments during the meeting today. Reporting in Washington, I'm Drew Petrimo. Back to you.
All right, Drew, thank you. We'll be watching closely as well to see if Biden has any message to Putin, veiled or very clear.
Yeah. And now to what the Justice Department is calling the biggest theft of COVID relief funds in the country. Dozens of people have been charged with scamming $250 million from a program that was meant to feed children. NBC's Ken Delanian has more in our Fleecing of America report.
Prosecutors called it a staggering fraud, the theft of nearly $250 million tax dollars intended to feed hungry children, instead being used to buy cars, houses, and jewelry.
The scheme that began with a simple idea in March of 2020 grew to become the largest pandemic fraud in the United States.
47 people now face charges, including conspiracy, wire fraud, money laundering, and bribery. The government alleging defendants connected to nonprofits and restaurants collected taxpayer money through federal nutrition programs.
Their goal was to make as much money for themselves as they could.
At the center of the indictments and appearing in court, Amy Bach, founder of the nonprofit Feeding Our Future. Prosecutors say she was overseeing a massive fraud scheme. They say her organization recruited others to set up federally funded meal sites during COVID, while oversight rules were relaxed. Soon, hundreds of sites in Minnesota were reporting giving out thousands of meals a day, but prosecutors say it was a fraud.
More than 125 million fake meals are at issue in this case.
Bach, whose organization the DOJ says received more than $18 million in administrative fees, pleaded not guilty. Kevin Chambers leads the Justice Department's COVID fraud enforcement efforts.
Does it make you mad?
It infuriates me.
And says this case stands out because the money was meant for children.
Where the money went instead were to purchases of hyper luxury vehicles, sports cars, real estate in Turkey and in Kenya, which I don't have to tell you has nothing to do with getting kids fed here in Minnesota.
So far, the federal government has clawed back $50 million. Prosecutors say their investigation is continuing, and there may be more charges to come.
Thanks to Ken for that report.
For the first time, anxiety screenings are being suggested for all U.S. adults under the age of 65. The U.S. Preventive Services Task Force is recommending that even without symptoms, anxiety screening for adults should be done in primary care. It wasn't specified how patients will be screened, though. Preliminary tools include a questionnaire, and the public will have the chance to share their opinions on the recommendation by October 17th.
The NTSB is recommending that all new vehicles come with systems that would limit functions if the car detects that the driver is impaired by alcohol. The chair of the NTSB said impairment detection technology could prevent tens of thousands of deaths caused by impaired driving and speeding annually. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration would have to accept the NTSB's guidance in order for the new cars to require this technology.
Okay, let's go back to Michelle for more on today's extreme weather as we track Fiona. Hi again, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. Yeah, after a sluggish start to the tropical season, we're really ramping up the activity. We have Hurricane Fiona, of course. We also have Tropical Storm Gaston. That developed yesterday. The good news with this one, we do expect it to stay out to sea. But we are watching another system, 90% chance of formation that's west of the east of the Windward Islands. It's going to move to the west. So it's moving into a development zone where it's favorable to sea development. We could see our next tropical depression in the next 48 hours, especially in the next 5 days. So as we go throughout time here, we do have some models in agreement here. Now with Fiona, we took that right-hand turn. With this system, we expect it to either move towards Central America or make that turn towards the southeast. So this is something we're going to watch very, very closely over the next few days. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, a nice day in portions of New England. Temperatures in the 60s and 70s, and northeast not bad either. We are watching another hot day. Records broken in portions of the south. 100 degrees in Little Rock, 100 in Dallas, 97 in San Antonio. All right, we are tracking showers and storms. Some could be severe in portions of the northeast. We'll look at that in just a few minutes.
I see you in a few, Michelle. Thanks. Migrants have filed a lawsuit against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Details on that in 60 seconds.
And the hit podcast Serial releases an update on Adnan Syed after a major win in court.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Leading the news, the migrants who were flown from Texas to Martha's Vineyard a week ago have filed a class action lawsuit against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. They claim DeSantis and other Florida officials tricked them into relocating and that the ruse violated constitutional protections. This comes after the sheriff of Bexar County in Texas opened up a criminal investigation into DeSantis' actions. After 2 days on Martha's Vineyard, the roughly 50 migrants, most of them from Venezuela, were transported to the mainland to be temporarily housed on Joint Base Cape Cod.
After 23 years in prison, Adnan Syed is back home. Earlier this week, a Baltimore judge vacated his murder conviction, and he's now waiting to see if he'll face a new trial. Here's Cal Perry.
Adnan Syed of serial podcast notoriety, back at home after 23 years in prison, eating leftovers out of the fridge.
At this time, we will remove the shackles from Mr. Syed, please.
41-year-old Syed was convicted of murder in 2000 as a teen. The case gained national attention when the hit podcast came out in 2014.
Today is both joyful and incredibly overwhelming, and he and his family are processing all of this.
In a new episode, serial host Sarah Koenig reacting to the news.
It's hard to feel cheered about a triumph of fairness because we've built a system that takes more than 20 years to self-correct.
Syed's release coming just 5 days after prosecutors in Baltimore motioned to vacate his conviction. They discovered their team did not disclose the existence of 2 other suspects to the defense in the 1999 murder of Hae-Min Lee, Syed's girlfriend and high school classmate. A judge agreed, and the conviction was vacated. The case was extensively followed by the award-winning podcast back in 2014.
Whatever the motivation is to kill someone, it didn't exist in me.
Millions of listeners became obsessed with the case. But attempts for a second trial proved unsuccessful in 2019. The saga not over yet. Steve Kelly, a lawyer for Lee's family, releasing a statement saying the Lee family is disappointed in how quickly Adnan's hearing happened and that they were denied reasonable notice.
They want the truth to come out. If the truth is that someone else killed their sister, daughter, they want to know that more than anybody. They were shut out of the legal process by the court and the state's attorney's office, and it was inexcusable. It's a violation of Maryland law, and my clients are exploring their options with regard to appeal.
Lee's brother, young Lee, speaking remotely on behalf of his family in court before Syed's release.
I've been living with this for like 20 plus years. It's killing me and killing my mother.
The judge giving prosecutors the option to drop the case or request a new trial within 30 days.
We're not yet declaring Adnan Syed is innocent, but we are declaring that in the interest of fairness and justice, he is entitled to a new trial.
Now at home and under house arrest with GPS monitoring, Syed waits for a potential new trial.
Thanks to Cal Perry for that report. Still to come, this Yankee slugger is rewriting the record books almost every night.
And Fed Day is here. We've got CNBC's Steve Sedgwick with a preview.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Harry Styles!
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Three infielders on the left side for Judge, and here's the 3-1. Drill deep to left field. There it goes. Number 60. Slide over, babe. You've got some company.
And with that ninth inning blast, Aaron Judge became just the 6th player in baseball history to hit 60 home runs in a season. He is the 3rd Yankee to reach that mark, and he now sits 1 homer behind Roger Maris's American League record. Judge also leads all categories of the AL Triple Crown.
Well, today the Federal Reserve is expected to announce another 3/4 rate hike. But what if they go even higher? CNBC's Steve Sedgwick joins us now with what to expect. Morning, Steve.
Yeah, really good morning, Philip. Good morning, Francis. And that is the quandary for the Fed. Why not go higher sooner and get it over and done with? I saw one commentator on CNBC saying, rip off the Band-Aid. Don't go 75 basis points. Double it. Go for 150 as well. The problem is for Americans, and our viewers will know this full well, the fact is mortgage rates have already gone up from what? Sub 3% at the start of the year. Now we're looking at 6%. If you rip off that Band-Aid, that's going to create a lot of household pain potentially. So what can we expect? Almost certainly 75 basis points, possibly 100 basis points hike this time round. But it's what he says as well. It's what Jay Powell, the chair of the Fed, says. So you've got the announcement at 2 o'clock about interest rates. Have a look at the so-called summary of economic projections as well. It's called the dot plot. And it's basically a window into what the Fed thinks is going to happen over the next couple of years. And then 2:30 Eastern time, we get Jay Powell speaking. That could be very, very interesting to see what he has to say, because it's not always what the Fed does. It's what they say about the future that it's absolutely key as well. The markets are very worried about it. They're down aggressively from their highs. Inflation plus potential recession. Not a good mix for investors as well. But Francis, Philip, let me hand it back to both of you.
You can avoid a crash by slamming on the brakes, but you can also get whiplash. All right, Steve, thank you.
Up next, Michelle's got your midweek forecast as we watch Fiona.
And Sir Elton John gets ready to rock the White House. Coming up.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Welcome back on this Wednesday. We are watching the chance for some strong storms today. 20 million people at risk for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. That could cause some damage. Damaging hail. Also, a few tornadoes are possible. And this is mainly through the Great Lakes, also portions of the Northeast, New York, and also Pennsylvania, Watertown to Buffalo, Erie, Pittsburgh, Columbus, and also Cleveland. You could see some of these storms, especially this afternoon and this evening. It's all due to a cold front moving through some warm, humid air. That's going to be the case today. And then tomorrow, we're going to see that cold front moving further to the east. So now we're going to see storms along the I-95 corridor into portions of the mid-Atlantic. Strong storms are possible in North Carolina. Also some heavy downpours as well because we have a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. We could see 1 to 3 inches in some spots, but where you see those darker colors, the yellows especially, we could see some heavier downpours. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks. Up next on Early Today, J-Lo's $14 billion boost for small businesses. We'll hear from her.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big. When we're talking about November, how many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Wonder if he still has that hat. Sir Elton John will be performing on the South Lawn Friday night. The concert will honor everyday heroes like teachers, nurses, LGBTQ+ advocates, and others.
As we continue to observe Hispanic Heritage Month, our Morgan Radford sat down with singer Jennifer Lopez, who is helping kick off a $14 billion campaign to help Latina entrepreneurs.
You know the name Jennifer Lopez, her music, and her movies. Well, now she's sharing her knowledge of Hollywood and the businesses that made her a multi-million-dollar star with nearly 400 Latina entrepreneurs, trying to change the face and the language of the small business world.
We're changing lives. We want to take the Latina entrepreneur, empower them, give them opportunity where there wasn't. You know, me growing up the way I did, you know, we weren't even in the conversation in that way. And the opportunity to do something, that's all anybody wants. Nobody wants a handout. But that opportunity can change your life.
Which is why Lopez is partnering with nonprofit Grameen and its CEO, Andrea Jung, to deliver a total of $14 billion to Latina entrepreneurs by 2030. Together with their male counterparts, Latina entrepreneurs make up one of the fastest growing groups of small business owners in the country, creating businesses at a rate 6 times faster than other racial or ethnic groups. But in spite of that, Latinos are 60% less likely than their white peers to get their loans approved by national banks.
Latina-owned businesses have grown 44% in the last 10 years. Morgan, the capital that is going is paltry, and it's unacceptable. They just want to have an equal chance.
Why is giving someone the resources to start a business the way to close that gap, to make things a little bit more equitable?
Yeah, because we can just be the kind of you know, working in the kitchen, the valet parkers, all this stuff, like the traditional kind of things where people think of Latinos in these roles. And the point is that we want more than that. We have bigger dreams than that. And for me, even in my own business, I was like an artist who was like making billions of dollars for other people and not really even realizing it, just like happy to be in the room. And then started to realize, wait a minute, I can make my own perfume. I can do this in my own way.
Thanks to Morgan for that report. I can't wait to follow these stories. I'm sure we'll be reporting on it and giving updates on how these businesses have changed by this.
I know so many Latinas have a lot of great ideas, and $14 billion can make it happen. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Wednesday. See you here tomorrow.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. And I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers today, and we have a lot to get to. Right now on Morning News Now, escalation. Breaking overnight, major developments intensifying the war in Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin mobilizing reserve troops and threatening nuclear retaliation following a successful counteroffensive by Ukrainian forces. We have team coverage this morning with Putin's rare address to his people as President Biden and Ukraine's president prepare to take the world stage at the UN General Assembly. Also breaking this morning, gaining strength. Hurricane Fiona, now a Category 4 storm as it barrels through Turks and Caicos, now taking aim at Bermuda. While this morning, Puerto Rico picking up the pieces with millions still without power or clean drinking water. We'll bring you the latest on Fiona's path, plus the rescue and recovery efforts now underway. Historic hike today. The Federal Reserve expected to make a third straight interest rate hike since June. More on the plan to fight back against inflation and what it all means for your bottom line. Finally, saying thanks. On this World Gratitude Day, we'll talk about the importance of not just expressing gratitude, but also feeling grateful and why the workplace is the best place to start. Very cool there. I'm grateful to be here.
As we say,
Joe
we're
Fryer.
grateful to have you with us today.
A lot of gratitude already.
Getting it going already.
Started. And we begin this morning with that breaking news we mentioned. Overnight on the war in Ukraine, Russian President Vladimir Putin ramping up his attack despite a series of setbacks.
In a televised address overnight, Putin announced a partial mobilization of Russia's military, saying that military reservists are being tapped to help fight in Ukraine. He also appeared to threaten nuclear retaliation if Kyiv continues its efforts to reclaim land. It comes a day after Russian-controlled areas of southern and eastern Ukraine announced they are going to vote this week on joining the Russian Federation. We're going to begin with NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin on the ground in Ukraine. Aaron, good morning to you. So Putin's announcement comes as Ukraine makes major advances in the war. Some are wondering if this is a sign of desperation. What can we make from Russia's announcement today?
Hey, Joe. Well, Ukrainian and U.S. officials are certainly seeing this as an act of desperation. This is an extraordinary step to call up some 300,000 reservists. But I was just speaking to a Ukrainian official who told me that they estimate that Russia has lost some 100,000 troops in this war, whether that be killed, injured, or simply desertion, and that in order to continue, they would need to take this extraordinary step. He said that they do not expect to see the impact of this mobilization, though, on the battlefield for another month. It's one thing to call up these reservists. It's another thing to equip them, which Russia has been having issues with as well, Joe.
Yeah, that won't be a fast process. Let's talk about this other big development. 4 Russian-occupied regions in Ukraine have said they're planning on holding a referendum on joining the Russian Federation. So is this an indication that the Kremlin has made a decision to formally try and annex the territories? And then what are the consequences if Russia does annex these territories?
Well, in his speech earlier today, Russian President Vladimir Putin backing the annexation of those occupied territories. If that happens, Ukrainian officials see that as a new phase of this war, not because at that point, in the eyes of the Kremlin, they'll essentially be defending Russian territory. And President Putin, in his address, saying they would use any means possible, hinting at the nuclear option in order to do that. Ukrainian officials, though, are reading this as sort of a bluff of sorts. President Putin trying to warn off the West, scare them into backing down from their support for Ukraine. This Ukrainian official telling me he does not think, though, that is going to work, Joe.
And Aaron, I know you've been spending some time in a town that was recently liberated. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's right, Joe. We spent the last few days in the recently liberated town of Izum, Ukraine, where we saw firsthand the brutality of Russian occupation.
The strategic town of Izum lies in ruins after the Ukrainians pushed the Russian forces out, ending their brutal occupation. The trauma they left behind, palpable. For 6 excruciating months, Ukrainian investigators say Russian forces used the town's police station as a prison and torture center, keeping some 40 Ukrainians at a time.
In this room, there are 4 people.
They'd have 4 people in this cell.
In this small room.
Chief investigator Serhiy Bolvanov shows us the horrifying conditions he says prisoners were forced to endure, some desperately marking the walls to pass the time.
9 days, somebody was there on this wall. You can see date, 29 June 22. This is named Lyoha. It's like Alexei. This marks God. Save us, Amen, and cross.
Ukrainian investigators say the prisoners were brought upstairs to be tortured, including civilians. He believes to terrorize the local population.
What goes through your mind as a human?
I'm a human at first, and when I see this place, it shocked me. I'm very scared.
Bolvanov says there's a link between the prison and the mass grave on the outskirts of town, where, according to Ukrainian investigators, they're exhuming bodies showing signs of torture. The Kremlin is calling the allegations a lie. Residents tell us most died from the relentless bombardment. Johan Kryev says for months his neighborhood was bombed. Missiles rained down from the sky night and day.
What is this?
It's shrapnel, he says. They were flying everywhere. Explosions were hitting everything. These are the scariest weapons. His wife, Antonina, shows us where shrapnel struck her arm and abdomen. The bombing was so powerful, their home was lifted off its frame. They had nowhere to run. All they could do was hide.
Imagine living in this basement for months. You have no phone, no internet, no electricity. In fact, this is your only light source. You're running out of water and food. At night, the explosions are so loud, you can't sleep. You don't know if your home will be the one hit next.
For half a year, that was the reality of the people who live here. But now, with Russians pushed back, people have left their homes, enjoying this moment of peace for however long it lasts. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News, Izum, Ukraine.
Ukrainian investigators tell me that they are now in the process of taking DNA samples from that prison and cross-referencing those samples with the bodies that have been recovered with signs of torture from the mass grave to try and piece together what happened to those people. They're vowing justice for each and every victim of Russian aggression. Investigators say it's very clear what Ukraine is fighting for in this war. Joe.
All right, Erin McLaughlin covering all aspects of the war in Ukraine. Erin, thank you. President Biden's speech today at the United Nations is taking on new urgency given Russia's announcement this morning. The president is expected to use the forum to rally support for the war effort in Ukraine.
NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now from the UN. Carol, good morning to you. So what kind of response can we expect to hear from the President Biden today on Russia's announcement this morning? Most likely they're fine-tuning that speech with all these developments.
Yeah, that's right. You can expect that the president's going to have to address Vladimir Putin's most recent comments in his speech. The speech was already slated to be very focused on Ukraine. We heard the president's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, previewing some of that, saying that the president would offer a firm rebuke of Russia's what they call unjust war in Ukraine. And so it was going to be a real centerpiece of his speech already. And now he can use this, what Vladimir Putin has recently said, to rally the world around a response against Russia and to unite for Ukraine. That was something he already intended to do, and this really emphasizes that. Now, one thing worth pointing out is that in the president's interview that aired on 60 Minutes on Sunday, he was asked this question about how the U.S. would respond if there was going to be some sort of nuclear response from Russia. And he said that the U.S. would respond strongly while also not outlining exactly what the U.S. would do, saying it would be proportional. Now, one thing to look for is whether this is just words or if there's U.S. information that Russia is actually moving assets or taking actual steps towards doing something like this. So that's something else to keep an eye out for. But certainly the president was already going to use this speech to try to rally the world, to continue to stay focused on Ukraine, to continue to isolate Russia. And this will really just further emphasize that.
And Carol, this is the first time the General Assembly has met in person in 3 years. So for President Biden in the U.S., how important are these actual face-to-face conversations with other world leaders as they try to maintain unified support for Ukraine?
It's a great question because it is the first time a lot of these leaders have seen each other in a forum like this, and it's important to have those face-to-face conversations. The president will have several that are planned. He's going to meet with the UN Secretary General, and one of the things we know he'll say in his speech is to emphasize the importance of a strong UN, of strengthening the UN, particularly when it comes to issues like Russia. So that'll be a meeting where he can further emphasize that. He's going to have a one-on-one meeting with the new British Prime Minister, Liz Truss. So that's been a key. Britain has been a key ally for the U.S. in the war in Ukraine, and so that you can imagine he will use that moment to make sure that there's going to be continuity there with the new leadership in the UK. And then there's just a lot of what happens here is on the sidelines. There's informal conversations. The president's hosting a reception tonight, and he'll be seeing other world leaders on the sidelines, on the margins of these more formal meetings. And so that's where a lot of that face-to-face interaction can potentially have payoff when it comes to something like what the president's trying to do here, which is to get the European leaders in particular and other world leaders to really stick with the plan to isolate Russia and back Ukraine.
All right, Carol Lee at the UN in New York. Carol, thank you.
And joining us now for more insight is Andriy Dobryansky. He's from the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America. And Andriy, good morning. Thanks for joining us. As we heard that Russian President Vladimir Putin mobilizing his citizens to defend the country by, quote, any means. So what are the effects of those remarks on Ukrainians on the ground?
I think a lot of them hear it as a bluff, even though President Putin specifically mentioned that this is not a bluff. This morning's Telegram channels all over Russia and Ukraine were all mentioning about the flights that have been booked out of Russia to Istanbul, to other places. So we saw this at the beginning of the war against Ukraine in February, people traveling across the border into Finland and other places. Now even more Russians of means are leaving the country. And we also know there's a mobilization within Moscow itself with police officers and warrants going door to door and searching for those men under the age of 35. But frankly, it's a mobilization, as far as I understand, up to the age of 55. So.
Let's talk about these planned votes now in these 4 Russian-controlled areas of Ukraine to formally join Russia. Why do you think Russia is pressing ahead with this right now?
We saw the same thing in 2014. So when Russia invaded Crimea and the other areas of the East in 2014, there was an initial announcement that there would be a referendum in May of that year. That referendum ended up happening in March because of what Russia saw as far as Ukraine's response militarily, those volunteer brigades actually stopping Russian forces from coming in further. Similarly, now Ukraine has another counteroffensive that's winning, and so Russia is speeding up its process by announcing these snap referenda. Referenda can't be done in a snap format. Scotland took a year just to organize. So these things, this is obviously not on an international level, nor will you see any international observers come in because you know how long it takes to actually travel into Ukraine since there's no flights to those occupied territories.
And yesterday during a White House briefing, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan had this to say about the referendums.
These referenda are an affront to the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity that underpin the international system and that lie at the heart of the United Nations Charter. We know that these referenda will be manipulated. We know that Russia will use these sham referenda as a basis to purportedly annex these territories. If this does transpire, the United States will never recognize Russia's claims to any purportedly annexed parts of Ukraine.
So what would you like to see the international community do to respond to these plans?
I think we're going to see it in the speeches today. First and foremost, President Biden this morning. Also the not pre-recorded, but the video message by President Zelensky this afternoon. So in both of those speeches, I anticipate 2 things. One, calling for international attention and international forensic experts to come to Ukraine, as we saw the report from Izium, the fact that we need to have more of those people. We have volunteer firefighters right now going through digging up graves. We need international help for that. The second thing, and I really hope that President Biden follows through on what his people are telling us, that they will start talking about why Russia is a part of the Security Council, as Ukraine has been doing for many years now. There's a Security Council meeting tomorrow. I think this is very much in line with what the rest of the world wants to see. As President Macron said, you can't stay on the sidelines anymore. You have to pick a side.
More to come with those speeches coming up a bit later today. Andriy, thank you so much. Well, turning now to Hurricane Fiona, strengthening to a Category 4 hurricane earlier this morning and taking aim at Bermuda. Fiona lashed Turks and Caicos yesterday afternoon as a Category 3 hurricane, bringing strong winds and life-threatening flash floods. Despite the storm's strength, officials say there was minimal damage to the islands and No deaths reported.
In Puerto Rico this morning, the cleanup process is underway after the hurricane brought a record amount of rain to the island earlier this week. A majority of Puerto Rico still has no power or clean drinking water. U.S. Health Secretary Javier Becerra declared a public health emergency for the island last night, which will free up federal funds to assist the island. But Senate Leader Chuck Schumer says a lot more needs to be done to make sure Puerto Rico fully recovers 5 years after the island was decimated by Hurricane Maria.
The situation is a disaster. Enough is enough. The Puerto Rican Energy Bureau must push PREPA and LUMA not only to restore power, but to once and for all create a distributed, more resilient grid, and we will back them up. These two agencies, PREPA and LUMA, cannot stand in the way once again, because you've seen by their inaction the disaster and the harm that has gone to the people of Puerto Rico.
And we'll have more on the recovery efforts in just a moment from Wanda Figueroa, who lives in Puerto Rico, and meteorologist Michelle Grossman will have the latest on the storm's track. But we start with NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez on the ground this morning.
Overnight, Hurricane Fiona strengthened into a massive Category 4 hurricane after lashing Turks and Caicos. Now, here in Puerto Rico, a massive recovery effort is underway as more and more residents start to get their power restored, but still 80% of this island is without power. About half is without drinking water. The governor here says that he hopes that restoration will continue over the coming days and won't be anything like the months that it took after Hurricane Maria to get power restored. And we took an aerial tour of Puerto Rico yesterday and saw that thankfully the floodwaters had largely started to recede in many parts of the island, but still some remote areas remain inaccessible after roads were washed away. Now, residents are starting to return to their homes after being flooded out when Hurricane Fiona made landfall on Sunday, but this recovery effort will take quite some time. And in the Dominican Republic, more than 1 million people are still without power there. Hurricane Fiona is being blamed for at least 5 deaths throughout the Caribbean, either directly because of the storm or in its aftermath.
Some devastating numbers there. Gabe Gutierrez, thanks.
Let's bring in Wanda Figueroa for more. She lives in Puerto Rico, is also a volunteer for Team Rubicon. That's the rescue organization made famous in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. Wanda, good morning. First and foremost, just how are you doing this morning and how's your family doing?
Everyone is doing well. Thank you so much. We just got power yesterday.
You did just get back power. I mean, what's the scene like around where you live right now, and what are some of your relatives also experiencing?
No power, no water, but everybody's safe. It wasn't hit as bad as the South and the West.
And what are you hearing from people in the West, in the South?
Well, we have not gotten there yet, so we're not really sure what the state is like.
You volunteer with Team Rubicon. That's the international organization that really specializes in disaster response. Tell us a little bit about the response so far, and what is it you're hearing people need help with most urgently right now?
Well, what we do is we serve global communities before, during, and after disasters. We try to get the homeowners back into their homes as quickly as possible at no cost to them. And we just need to meet with community leaders to find out what their needs are.
You're dealing with floodwaters right now. How big of a challenge is that throughout the country?
I'm sure it's going to be challenging, but we'll make it through.
We've also seen these shocking images of gas lines in Salinas, Puerto Rico. That's one of the hard-hit areas on the island. Much of the island, of course, without power. You just got your power back. But with that, access to gasoline so critical to keep the generators running. Can you talk to us about the challenges of getting gasoline in some parts of the island and just how expensive it is on the island right now?
Gasoline has pretty much gone down quite a bit. However, the lines for gas are a little long.
All right. Wanda Figueroa, thank you so much for joining us. We're glad that you have power back. We're thinking of you, your family, and everyone there in Puerto Rico.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
All right, let's get the latest on the storm and find out where it's headed.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now with the latest on that. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. And yeah, we're looking at a very strong storm, a Category 4 storm. That came at 2 o'clock this morning. It's going to continue to strengthen over the next 48 hours and still remain a very powerful storm as it heads towards Canada. So pulling away from the Turks and Caicos, but not before dumping lots of rain, really fierce winds. You can see from these images, the trees practically bent in half. We saw trees coming down, roads being flooded, and we also saw really high surf. So this was a dangerous situation yesterday. Dominican Republic, we saw a lot of damage with life-threatening mudslides, life-threatening flash floods, and that's going to be a problem as we head over the next few days. It's swirling over the Caribbean. It's really warm. It's going to continue to strengthen as we go throughout the next couple of days. Let's show you what's happening right now and then what we expect to happen. This is the latest, a Category 4 storm. That's a strong storm with winds at 130 miles per hour. These are sustained winds, so we're seeing winds gusting higher than that. It's moving painfully slow at 8 miles per hour. That's been part of the problem, just dumping a lot of rain because of that movement. You can see that well-defined eye. It's almost that picture-perfect hurricane, a textbook hurricane. So as we go throughout time here, we're going to see it strengthening over these really warm Caribbean waters. We're looking at a tropical storm watch over Bermuda. That's where you see the yellow. That means there's tropical storm conditions expected in the next 48 hours. So most likely being upgraded to a warning in the next 24 or 36 hours. So tracking it for you, a Category 4 storm now, expecting it to stay a Category 4 storm, but expecting it to strengthen. So notice the winds are at 130 miles per hour right now. Thursday into Friday morning, we're expecting winds at 140 miles per hour, again sustained. So as it passes by or over Bermuda, the current track showing us that it moved a little bit further to the west. That's better news, but still it's a little too close for comfort with that cone of concern. So we're going to continue to watch this track over the next couple days, next 24 to 36 hours. And then notice it stays really, really strong. The North Atlantic has been so warm all summer long. There's a marine layer in place, and that's keeping the ocean waters warm. So we're going to keep this storm strong, too. It's going to enter Atlantic Canada as a very strong storm, a historical storm with a pressure that they probably have never seen before. So taking a look at the impacts for Bermuda, we're going to see, again, the track shifting a little bit further to the west, but that could change over the next few model runs. And we're going to see dangerous seas and hurricane-force wind gusts as we head towards Thursday into Friday. And then as far as the East Coast, we've been saying this all week long. We do expect it to stay well away from the East Coast, but still could see some really dangerous beach conditions in terms of the swell, rough surf, and also rip currents. So stay out of the water if you can. And then there's Canada. Damaging winds, torrential rainfall, massive seas, widespread power outages possible. We're going to see trees down as this enters Atlantic Canada, and that would be over the weekend. So that will be a big story. Now, we're going to talk about severe storms in portions of the Great Lakes, more record highs in portions of the south, a flood risk in the southwest. We have tropical moisture moving into the southwest, and we're going to see more showers and storms in Florida once again today. So starting with the severe threat, we're looking at 20 million people at risk, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some damaging hail as well, an inch or larger. A few tornadoes are possible. We're not expecting widespread tornadoes, but still tracking the chance of a few. And where you see this yellow shading, that's the likeliest spots. So Watertown, New York, Buffalo, Erie, Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, into Ohio, Cleveland, Columbus, and then we're also talking about Indiana as well. Ahead of this front, it's really warm, it's hot, it's humid, so this cold front's moving through that air mass, and that's why we're going to see the potential for some storms. We're also looking at the potential for some record-breaking heat. Little Rock today, 100 degrees. That is 16 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. 99 in Nashville, 19 degrees. So any of these temperatures are anywhere from 5, 10, 15, even up to 20 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. It's a big area of high pressure just bringing in this heat. Tomorrow, we're going to see the ridge break down a bit. That's going to be better news in terms of the temperatures, but still some heat in portions of the deep south, the southeast. Charlotte, 93 degrees, 93 tomorrow, 14 degrees above normal. Memphis, 89, 97 in Montgomery. And remember, fall does begin tomorrow at 9:04, and then just right on cue, that cold front comes through, and look at these temperatures by Friday in Philadelphia, upper 60s, 70s on Saturday, Boston 50, 66 on Saturday, 69 on Sunday. So it's going to have a really fall feel as we head towards the later part of the week into parts of the weekend once that cold front does come through. So taking a little peek ahead towards the weekend, it's never too soon. Staying hot in portions of the south, warm sunshine in California, and that fall feel, you guys, in parts of the Great Lakes, the Mid-Atlantic, the Ohio Valley, and also the Northeast. lattes. Back to you.
It's exciting that fall is actually bringing fall weather. How about that, Michelle?
I agree.
All right.
Pumpkin spice lattes for everybody.
Exactly.
That's right. All right.
Thank you. Coming up on Morning News Now, skepticism from the special master reviewing the documents seized at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago home.
When we come back, why he's doubting the former president's claims that those documents were already declassified.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles! We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate. When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest on the search of former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. The first hearing with the recently appointed special master took place yesterday in a federal court in Brooklyn, where those potentially classified documents seized by the FBI came under review.
Yeah, the special master overseeing it all, the senior U.S. District Judge Raymond Dearie, expressed doubt over Trump's claims that the documents recovered at his Florida home were already declassified prior to the FBI search. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now with more on this hearing. So, Ken, good morning to you. If you would walk us through what this skepticism is from the special master and what it means for Trump's legal argument to keep those documents out of the hands of the DOJ.
Good morning, Stephen and Joe. I wouldn't call it skepticism. I would say he is saying there's a prima facie case that the documents are classified because they have classified markings on them, and he is inviting the Trump team to offer any evidence that they have that the president had declassified them, and the Trump team is declining. And so at the end of the day, Judge Raymond Dearie said you can't have your cake and eat it. If you want to raise the specter that Donald Trump somehow declassified these documents, as any president had have the power to do. You have to show me some evidence or be willing to show me some evidence. And the Trump team is saying they're not willing to do that. They're arguing that they should be able to reserve that as a defense at trial or as an argument in a hearing about whether the search warrant was proper, but not in this special master proceeding. So as a result of that, Judge Dearie is saying, well, I'm going to assume that all these documents are classified. Now, at the end of the day, this may not matter because the government is asking the appeals court to prohibit the special master from reviewing the classified documents at all. That argument is still pending, and we'll have to see how the judges come out on that one.
So, Ken, with Trump's legal team pushing back against the special master's request for more information regarding this apparent, quote, declassification, how did that influence yesterday's hearing, and does it signal anything about the strength of their case here?
It signals that the Justice Department is onto something when they are arguing before the appeals court. Look, the Trump side keeps raising the specter that the former president declassified these documents, but they're not actually making that argument in court or offering any evidence. The government is saying that to the appeals court when they are arguing that the appeals court should grant a stay and grant the government immediate access to those 100 classified documents seized at Mar-a-Lago, and that those shouldn't even be reviewed by the special master. Remember, there's two tracks going on. There's the special master, and then there's the appeals court argument at the 11th Circuit. So that's what it signals, that this is a big problem for the Trump side. They keep wanting to, as the judge said, have their cake and eat it too, and so far the courts aren't having that.
A lot more curiosity growing about that evidence. And Ken, we know this first hearing is out of the way, so where does it go from here?
Well, the special master is on a very accelerated pace to start reviewing these 11,000 other documents besides the classified ones that were seized at Mar-a-Lago. And again, we've been talking a lot about this, but guys, I cannot stress enough, this is a sideshow. The FBI investigation into whether crimes were committed regarding the mishandling of documents at Mar-a-Lago is continuing. They are interviewing important witnesses, and whether or not the special master reviews a bunch of documents that they seized from Trump's office is one facet of a very important, larger investigation that is proceeding.
Complex indeed, a lot of dynamics at play here. Ken Delanian, thank you.
International headlines now, and protests in Iran are heating up after a woman died while in police custody.
Janice Abakiu-Freyer joins us from Beijing with this and other news. Good morning, Janice.
Hey, Stephen and Joe, good morning. Violence is escalating in Iran during protests sparked by the death of Mahsa Amini. She died in police custody after being arrested by Iran's morality police for contravening Islamic dress codes. Now, Iranian officials still deny that she was at all harmed at a detention center. Meanwhile, 5 people have been fatally shot and dozens injured in escalating clashes with police. A man who paid tribute to Queen Elizabeth II near the British consulate in Hong Kong has been arrested for alleged sedition. The 43-year-old man was among dozens of people who had gathered to remember the late Queen. Hong Kong, of course, is a former British colony. And on his harmonica, he played Glory to Hong Kong, which was an anthem during the 2019 pro-democracy protest there. So authorities say they are investigating him for what they described as an act of seditious intent. And finally, one of the longest flights on the planet might get a little bit easier if you have to suffer in economy class. Say hello to Sky Nests, these cozy little bunk features coming to Air New Zealand in 2024. It's for the New York to Auckland flight, which is 16 hours long. Now they have full-size pillows and bedding and earplugs and reading lights, and they happen to accommodate people up to 6 feet 5 inches tall if you're happy to make that trip.
Yeah.
And that's a look at your headlines today.
That right there is the best feature, says the 6'3" person who never fits in any of those beds. So thank you, Janice. Appreciate that.
Janice, thanks. Well, coming up, raising rates to fight inflation.
The Federal Reserve expected to hike up interest rates to their highest level in decades. The latest on the historic hike and what it means for you. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
We're here to start conversations, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're keeping an eye on the Federal Reserve this morning as it wraps up a high-stakes two-day policy meeting that's widely expected to yield yet another interest rate bump.
Yeah, top economists predict the central bank will raise rates by another 0.75 percentage point in a polarizing effort to fight historic inflation levels. The move would bring rates to their highest level since 2008. So joining us now with more on what we can expect today is Farnoosh Torabi. She's the money editor-at-large for CNET. So Farnoosh, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for being with us today. We do expect to hear from Fed Chair Jerome Powell today, this afternoon, about the policy change that could be coming up pretty soon. What do you expect to come from that?
I think the market's already baked in that the Federal Reserve is going to raise interest rates, as you mentioned, by 75 basis points, their third consecutive rate hike this year, and that more are going to come. I think what's going to be more interesting is what they indicate in their accompanying statement, and he always gives a press conference after the rate hike. We think that he's going to use the P word, which is pain, that ugly four-letter word, but I think is important to really manage expectations here for the everyday consumer, that things are going to get harder before they get easier. The Fed has said that inflation is enemy number one. The president has also said this. This is the most important economic issue on the table. And to fight inflation, we have to raise interest rates. Now, there is a small cohort of economists who think the rate hike could be as much as 1% today.
Really? Wow.
If that happens, hold on to your investment dollars, because I think the market's going to have a big reaction.
And what would that reaction be? Yeah.
They will not like that at all. A very sophisticated answer, but yeah, it's going to be
Our viewers
bad.
understand that.
Yeah, you get it.
I mean, the Fed's also expected to release some of its quarterly projections really about the state of the economy.
Yes.
Inflation is a part of that. So is unemployment. I mean, what are you watching out for with that?
I am looking at the unemployment numbers. I don't think we're going to see a huge drop-off in employment because of this, because of interest rate hikes this year. But I think the anticipation is that as the Fed maintains its hawkish look on the economy and it maintains its very aggressive stance on interest rates, look, that's going to have an impact on business owners, small and large, to manage their budgets. And, you know, the good news is employers, they don't want to lay off employees. That's like the last-ditch effort to keep their head above water. So that's why I think we have seen the unemployment numbers kind of drag and not sort of reflect what's happening in the larger economy, which is that prices are going up. We have high interest rates, but employers, we like to stick it to the man, but they really, truly do want to keep their staff on staff, and it's the last-ditch effort. And so we're going to see that unemployment eventually will catch up to the reality of the pain that people are feeling out there. Probably this time next year, we're saying unemployment could be topping 4%.
Wow. Well, we do want to talk some real estate now, with those mortgage rates now topping 6%, doubling what they were this time last year, and demand, of course, for those mortgages then now falling. So do you think it's still a seller's market?
I think not as much as it was last year, obviously, because we have higher interest rates. We are also entering the fall and the winter seasons, which is typically a cooler time to be buying. So a lot of buyers go on the fence. At the same time, though, we don't have a lot of inventory, right? So that's also creating some weird pressure on prices. It's not keeping prices as down as you might hope if you're a prospective buyer. But we just wrote a big piece on this over at CNET. The one silver lining for prospective buyers is that there isn't going to be as much competition. So last summer, we were seeing people offer, waiving inspections. Here's my firstborn child, whatever you need. Here's some cryptocurrency, like whatever it will take to sweeten the deal. Now we're seeing that you can actually negotiate the price. You can get those inspections. And, to offset the rising cost of interest rates, maybe you can get the seller to pay for some of the mortgage points. The seller to pay for some of the mortgage points and also to make some repairs before you move in. So there is a little bit of that relief for current prospective buyers.
And you get to keep your firstborn child.
Yes,
so there you go.
A nice perk. Yeah.
Win-win.
Exactly. All right, Farnoosh, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, coming up, some startling new information about pregnancy-related deaths, now shining a light on what the CDC calls a preventable problem.
We're going to talk to a doctor, one of our favorites, about the new report by the CDC. That is next here on Morning News Now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
It's Wednesday, which means it's time for your weekly checkup. This week, we're covering a major study that shows whether our diets have gotten any healthier in the past 30 years.
Mine certainly hasn't. And if you slept badly, I'm afraid we have even more bad news about the health risks of staying up.
So lots of really bad news for you. All right, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joined us in person with some of the important health headlines you might have missed. It's good to have you here in person. We're going to start with a concerning new CDC report. It says almost all pregnant pregnancy-related deaths in the U.S. are preventable. What more can you tell us about what this report
Yeah,
found?
this was really troubling because we had over 1,000 pregnancy-related deaths over a 2-year course that the CDC followed. That alone should be troubling. But then when you hear that 3 and 4 and 5 of those deaths could have been totally preventable, and that the leading causes of those deaths were mental health illnesses, cardiac disease, bleeding, all things that we could have picked up on screening, it's a really troubling study and a reminder. And so the doctor's orders we have around this for both of you and for all the men and women and families listening. Number one, pre- and postnatal appointments are crucial. So make sure that you check on when those appointments should be and make all of those appointments. And then advocacy is key, and any awareness is essential because you have to know what you're looking for. Just as an example, people think it's right around the birth period that we saw these deaths. We saw about half of these deaths from 7 days to 1 year after pregnancy, which is really troubling. So all things we could pick up and things we should be doing.
Surprising to hear.
Yeah.
Well, our next study out of Tufts University looks at the eating habits from people in 185 countries over the past 30 years, and they found our diets really are not any healthier despite all of those commercials, all those fad diets. So how much improvement do you think we've actually seen?
So 30 years, Steve, and I have to tell you, even I was disappointed to see that we really have not moved the needle. So Tufts have been watching diets. This is really interesting because they also, for the first time, incorporated children in their eating patterns. Here's what we know. We know that the United States actually ranks pretty low. So on a scale of 0 to 100, with a majority of the high kind of countries that eat well in the 50s, the United States was in the 20s. That's failing by many regards, and that has not moved over 30 years. And then over the top of this, we saw that some of the higher kind of functioning countries that had better diets might surprise some people, Vietnam and India. And what that brings us to are our doctor's orders for what we can do about it while we're sitting here. Number one, clean and simple eating. So thinking about produce, plant-based oils, things that are natural, those are all the foods we should be eating. And then number two, let's start younger. Children can start. We saw that actually on the whole, women had better diets than men and older adults had better diets than kids. So starting early and doing it simple is probably the key.
It's always such a simple thing, but it's easier said than done so often. Right. All right, we love, because we're a morning show, a good sleep study, even though they're always depressing for us. This latest one, researchers at Mount Sinai found those who stay up too late are at greater risk for type 2 diabetes, obesity, and heart disease. Why is it? What's the advice for those of us who don't sleep well?
This hits me hard because I think I've had about 30 years of insomnia, and I've always thought I could catch up. Like, okay, I'll get that 10 hours on the weekends. Here's what studies found. And by the way, these are several studies. Sinai, Rutgers, a number of researchers with a large kind of data set have been looking and then also doing trials, basically breaking it down, looking at adults that are early risers and people that are kind of quote unquote night owls. So people that, like me, stay up pretty late working and then try to wake up to compensate for their days. People who are early risers tend to use their fat for their metabolism. That's what you want. You want your body to burn and use energy, and they tend on the whole to be more active than people who are night owls. And we also know from Sinai researchers that if you don't get enough sleep, or that if you even get little increments off of your sleep, both in humans and in animals, that they saw changes at the cellular level. So things that relate to sleep actually can change your body on the cellular level. So what are the doctor's orders there? Well, for me, it's a personal one. Got to make sure we get at least 8 hours of sleep. My mom always told me to, and I just never got it done. And then number two, you really can't catch up. So you really do need to try to get those blocks of sleep really in those kind of prime nighttime hours. And then if you can, putting a regular habit to waking up early is the best thing. So it all comes down to simple getting rest, putting the screens away, and doing whatever you can.
Make it a priority.
It's except us.
Exactly.
Keep the screen time for just us.
All right, Dr. Patel, thank you so much. Good to have you here in person. All right, more business headlines now. Big bank CEOs will face questioning on Capitol Hill later today, addressing long-standing regulatory issues.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with more on this. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so the heads of 7 of the nation's largest banks will be on Capitol Hill today and tomorrow. They'll face questions from Congress about the state of the economy and how they plan to support consumers at a time of high inflation and rising interest rates. Now, JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon is expected to warn about competing forces impacting the economy, strong consumer spending and plentiful job openings against inflation, supply chain disruptions, and falling consumer confidence. United Airlines canceled some flights Monday and Tuesday after discovering it failed to perform required inspections on the wings of its Boeing 777 jets. About 18 flights, mostly international routes, were scrapped as a result. United doesn't expect additional cancellations while it finishes the inspections over the next 2 weeks. And United's 777 jets only recently returned to service after being effectively grounded for more than a year due to a problem with the plane's external engine covers. And if you're in the market for a house, get ready to pony up some cash. A recent report by homebuyer.com ranked the most expensive states based on median home prices and the average percent of income needed to cover monthly mortgage costs. Hawaii tops the list. It's in high demand for both residents and vacationers, and it takes 35% of someone's income to cover mortgage costs. California is second, followed by Oregon, Washington, and Colorado, guys.
All right, no way. People want to live in Hawaii.
Way.
Imagine that. All right. Thanks,
Right?
Savannah.
You got it.
Well, coming up this morning, he is not your average college football player. When we come back here on Morning News Now, we'll introduce you to the defensive lineman who's making a name for himself at nearly 50 years old.
And a culture of thanks. We're going to take a look at how gratitude in the workplace not only makes for happy workers, it's also good for business.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it. This is big. When we're talking about November, how many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back. The Las Vegas Aces brought home the 2022 WNBA championship this week, becoming the first major league sports team to bring a title to the city. The Aces beat the Connecticut Sun 78-71 on Sunday. Thousands lined the streets of the world-famous Las Vegas Strip to celebrate their victory yesterday. Nevada's governor even made their winnings a little sweeter by officially proclaiming September 20th as Las Vegas Aces Day. And in a post on Twitter said he, quote, couldn't be prouder. So, Stephen, on top of first gambling, then entertainment, now Vegas really becoming a bit of a sports mecca.
Another reason to go to Vegas. What happens there doesn't necessarily stay there.
There you go. Good point.
All right. I love it, Joe. Well, move over Tom Brady. There's another football player out there looking to take the claim as the new elder man on the field. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas introduces us to a college freshman who at nearly 50 years old proves he still has what it takes to succeed on the gridiron.
At North Dakota College of Science this season,
Let's go, dude!
one freshman football player stands out from the rest because he looks more like a parent, less like a teammate.
They've all been very receptive of me coming in and playing, because at first they thought I was another football coach on our first day of camp. Then that's whenever I got in line to get pads. That's what I'm like, wait a minute, you're playing?
That's defensive tackle Ray Ruschel. At 49 years old, he's a month older than the team's head coach.
He's always in a good mood. He's always just kind of Ray, you know. He's always in a good mood, ready to work and do what he can for his teammates. How about that for an action shot?
Rochelle is an Army veteran who still serves with the North Dakota Army National Guard. It's those 17 years of service that kept Ray in shape and gave him the mindset that he could get back to football.
So I've been surrounded by young people throughout my military career. And so on and off the field, these guys are really, truly tremendous. I try to instill, like, that's what I'm talking about. Being punctual, being awake, just do my hardest, working to strive to do my best every day at practice and also during the games.
Suiting up to play in number 94, a nod to his age, as it's 49 backwards. Ray has become a leader on and off the field, making plays and just showing what's possible for any student athlete.
I guess he's a very good symbol, too, for the younger guys that, you know, never to give up hope. And there's always an opportunity if you're willing to go as far as Ray has.
Although Ray is attending college for the first time, he has a lot to teach everyone, not just about making plays, but about tackling life.
If I had the chance and I didn't take it, I would regret it. I had the chance, I'm taking it, and I'm living life to the fullest. And I'm having a blast out here with everybody out here playing with these young kids and actually being able to keep up. Surprising myself a lot, so.
That was actually Sam Brock with that story. Now, Ray's Wildcats are currently 2-1 so far this season, with their next game coming up this weekend.
How cool is it? I love that he's older than the coach, too.
Yeah, by a month. It's so great. They're so nice to him about it.
Yeah, I'm sure he doesn't get teased at all.
That's right.
All right, that'll do it for this hour of NBC News Now, but stay with us. The news continues right now.
And good morning. I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, gaining steam. Hurricane Fiona strengthening overnight. Now a Category 4 storm as it carves through the Caribbean. This morning, millions are waking up without power or water. Well, some lost everything.
Devastating, you know, the PTSD just come back right away. All the destruction, or the floating, or the people waving on the top of the roof, requesting for help. It's heartbreaking.
The major cleanup now underway as the storm heads north. Raising the stakes, we're following breaking news overnight. Russia says it's calling up military reservists, escalating the war in Ukraine. The Kremlin says it now plans to annex even more land and is threatening nuclear retaliation if Ukraine continues its push to reclaim its country. Reaction from Washington as we're hearing disturbing new evidence of atrocities. Special master showdown. Former President Trump's legal team grilled over documents seized at Mar-a-Lago. The pushback over declassification, why the judge overseeing this hearing told them you can't have your cake and eat it. And riding into the sunset, tennis great Roger Federer will call it a career this weekend, but with 20 major single titles under his belt, some are already wondering if he's planning a comeback. What he told us about his post-career plans in an exclusive interview. That interview with his biggest fan, Savannah Guthrie, is completely unbiased about the fact that she wants him to play forever.
She is so clear about that, right up front with her.
Exactly. So we'll get to that in a little bit. We are going to begin this hour with the latest movements of Hurricane Fiona, which is now a Category 4 storm, gaining strength overnight. And this morning, it's on its way to Bermuda after slamming the Caribbean this week.
Yeah, Turks and Caicos are now assessing all of the damage left behind by Fiona. Officials there say early reports are showing minimal damage to the island chain, but in Puerto Rico, it is quite a different scene this morning. Most people are without power and water, and the cleanup is just getting underway as Congress begins freeing up money for emergency relief. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in Puerto Rico with the latest.
Good morning. Yet another massive cleanup effort is underway here in Puerto Rico. The island had not yet fully recovered from its last major storm, Hurricane Maria, 5 years ago, when Fiona roared ashore. Now that storm is showing no signs of slowing down.
This morning, Hurricane Fiona is strengthening, heading towards Bermuda after barreling through Turks and Caicos.
with winds up to 125 miles per hour, triggering a shelter-in-place order. In the Dominican Republic, more than 1 million people are without power, carving a deadly path through the Caribbean. At least 5 people dead, either directly because of the storm or its aftermath. From above, just a small glimpse of the DR destruction. Homes and even entire crops of bananas now gone. In Puerto Rico, another agonizing night, days after Fiona made landfall. Just 20% of the island has power, 50% has running water.
Here is my sofa, my microwave, my TV.
Sharaima Morales is in the dark, her flooded belongings now on the street corner, her patience running out.
I don't know how to explain how hard it is.
She and many others here think local officials did not learn lessons after Hurricane Maria decimated the island's power grid 5 years ago. Do you think that the government of Puerto Rico was adequately prepared for this hurricane?
No.
Why not?
Because they did nothing.
Fiona now also devastating her town, Toa Baja in northern Puerto Rico, as we saw during an aerial tour.
The water here just kept rising, choking off these communities for the better part of 2 days.
Thankfully, the water is now receding, but the pain is not. We met another family in southern Puerto Rico reaching their flooded home for the first time.
It's so bad.
Today, more long fuel lines are expected as Puerto Ricans scramble to feed their portable generators. The governor here is asking for expedited federal help. FEMA says its warehouses here are fully stocked, and it's pledging to send in more disaster teams to help. Meanwhile, the Department of Health and Human Services has declared a public health emergency here in Puerto Rico. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you.
Let's bring in American Red Cross spokesperson Grace Meinhofer for more on the cleanup in Puerto Rico. Grace, thank you for joining us. So first of all, what's the Red Cross seeing on the ground, and what are you hearing from people there in Puerto Rico?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. We're seeing a lot of destruction like you've seen in all the visuals. Floods, landslide, a lot of help will be needed in the days ahead. I mean, a lot of people don't have electricity or water. We have over 100 volunteers and teams that are deploying through the island to distribute supplies, cleaning kits, hygiene products, and other things that might need to help the people in Puerto Rico recuperate from this disaster.
The Red Cross, of course, also responded after Hurricane Maria 5 years ago. What are some of the lessons your organization learned from the recovery after that storm that you're applying to try and help people today, especially lessons specific to some of the challenges facing Puerto Rico?
So I was part of the long-term recovery plan for Puerto Rico, and I have to say, so one of the lessons that we learned was that investing in solar panels for the schools that serve as government shelters was one of the best things that came out of Hurricane Maria. Over 150 schools had solar panels, thanks to the generosity of the donors that donated for Hurricane Maria and helped us respond for that disaster. And today, we see that these schools are serving food. The panels help to preserve the food and also to serve hot meals as people come in and out of the shelters.
We've seen that maybe some advocates for Puerto Rico are a bit hesitant right now to donate to the Red Cross following Hurricane Maria. MTV is reporting that some Puerto Ricans are being asked, donate to more local causes first. What's your reaction when you hear that? Are you worried at all that there are any trust issues there?
I have to say we have over 100 volunteers. 80% of them are Puerto Ricans. They don't have electricity. They don't have water. I don't have electricity or water, and we're here serving the community. The Red Cross also partnered with local community organizations for distribution of meals and supplies. It's going to take a team effort to bring Puerto Rico back. So donating to the Red Cross is a safe thing. And if you want to donate, please go to redcross.org and place a donation to help the people affected for this disaster.
All right, Grace Meinhofer, thanks so much for joining us. Please stay safe.
All right, let's get the latest. Let's get the latest now on where Fiona is actually headed next.
NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here with that. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And it's headed towards Bermuda, but it's going to spend a little time over water. It's going to continue to strengthen. Still Category 4, but a little bit stronger. So let's take a look at what's happening in the tropics, because it's not just Hurricane Fiona. We are looking at a couple systems. We do have a tropical storm. That's Tropical Storm Gaston. That developed yesterday. The good news here is we do expect it to stay out to sea. It's sort of going to take a turn towards the east. And then we have 3 other waves, 2 waves coming off Africa, one just east of the Windward Islands. This is one that we're going to watch very closely because it does have the potential to impact the U.S. So let's first start with Fiona, and then we'll talk about that one wave. Hurricane Fiona, Category 4 storm. It became a Category 4 storm at the 2 o'clock advisory, so developed overnight. That's because it's over these really warm waters, bath waters. So it's strengthening. It's looking really strong on satellite, winds at 130 miles per hour. Those are sustained. So we're seeing winds gusting higher than that. That's a problem. The second problem is it's moving very slowly at 8 miles per hour. So as we go throughout time, we do expect it to pick up a bit, but still it can drop a lot of rain in as it goes that slowly. Now, we do have tropical alerts. That's for Bermuda, tropical storm watch, and we do expect conditions to deteriorate over the next 48 hours, and that will probably most likely be updated to a tropical storm warning by Thursday into Friday. So this is what it looks like in terms of the track, a Category 4 hurricane right now. It's going to take a turn towards the north and also towards the east, but still staying west of Bermuda. This is the good news. The latest track showing it even further to the west. So we're going to, of course, continue to watch that. We still have time, but hoping that it goes further to the west and staying clear of Bermuda. But even still on this track, we could see tropical storm winds, some really rough seas as well, and some heavy rainfall. We do expect it to pass by Bermuda sometime between Thursday into Friday. And then this is really interesting because you don't see this that often, and it will be historic. It stays strong even as far north as Canada, even New England area. We're looking by Saturday 3 a.m. a Category 3 storm. It's going to enter Atlantic Canada as a very strong storm with low pressure, probably the lowest pressure they've ever seen. It could bring down trees, bring down power lines. It's going to cause a lot of problems over the weekend there. Now, the East Coast expected to be spared by Fiona, but we're going to still see rough surfs in terms of the beach conditions, some rip currents, and also high waves. So be careful. Just stay away from the oceans if you can. And then I wanted to talk about this, Invest 98L. That's just a name that the National Hurricane Center denotes something that we're going to follow through over the next 5 days. So we do expect this to become a tropical depression, 90% chance. That's pretty high over the next 5 days. And unfortunately, look at this track. So it's a good development zone. It's very conducive to development. And then as we go throughout time, these are some of the models. So notice with Fiona, it took that turn towards the east, that right-hand turn, and that's why we didn't see an impact in the U.S. mainland. This is a little bit different. We don't have a steering mechanism, so we do expect it to turn to the west. But notice a lot of models are turning it towards the southeast and towards the Gulf. So that's going to be one to watch, guys. And we're looking at a severe threat, also 20 million at risk in portions of the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley. So Watertown, Buffalo, Erie could see some pretty strong storms, some damaging winds, even the chance of a tornado or two.
The Canada thing is mind-boggling
It is.
to me. I mean, is there how strong could it be when it gets into Canadian
Most
waters?
likely it'll be extratropical, but at that point it doesn't matter because remember Sandy? Sandy was extratropical. And remember how much damage it caused. So that's sort of a name that we like to give something and we want to hear that category. But it doesn't matter. It's going to have very strong winds, really low pressure. It's going to pack a punch for sure.
All right, we know you'll keep an eye on it. Michelle, thank you.
All right, turning now to the latest from Ukraine, where Russian President Vladimir Putin is escalating his attacks despite a series of setbacks. In a televised address overnight, Putin announced a partial mobilization of Russia's military. He also appeared to threaten nuclear retaliation if Kyiv continues its efforts to reclaim land. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now with all the latest on these developments. Richard.
Good morning. This has been a rare statement from Vladimir Putin talking about the war, an acknowledgement that the war, which Russia long billed as something that would be quick and easy, is not going exactly according to plan. Vladimir Putin said that Russia is fighting the West, that the West, he didn't say the United States, but clearly that's what he was primarily talking about, has been supplying the Ukraine with weapons, that the West needs to be confronted, that the West wants to divide Russia and collapse the Russian Federation the same way it did the Soviet Union. And because of this, he says that Russia has no choice but to escalate the war here in Ukraine.
Backed in a corner, President Vladimir Putin put Russia further on war footing to try to reverse stunning losses in Ukraine. I deem it necessary to support the proposal of the Ministry of Defense and the General Command for partial mobilization in the Russian Federation, he said. That includes a call-up of reserves. With new American and European weapons and increased intelligence cooperation, Ukraine's military has liberated thousands of square miles from Russia over the last 2 weeks. Perhaps in response, in a seemingly coordinated move, 4 parts of Ukraine that are partially or completely controlled by Russian troops are now holding votes to become part of Russia. The U.S. has called the vote a sham, but it could give Russia a pretext to annex Ukrainian territory, then threaten to defend it with nuclear weapons. Putin already this morning threatening Russia would use all the means at its disposal, adding, "This is not a bluff." Ukrainians are still exhuming bodies from mass graves outside towns they recaptured from Russia. A civil defense worker says many of the bodies had their hands bound and showed signs of torture. Maxime told us how he was tortured by Russian interrogators with electric shocks. They suspected he was passing on intelligence to Ukrainian forces.
So this was your cell down this hallway here?
Yes, 4 people.
4 people inside.
4 men, this.
Maxime took me to the basement.
So this was the torture room.
Maxime says he was seated and handcuffed and showed me a picture of the machine they used to give him electric shocks.
What were they asking you? What do they want to know?
They said, "You talk. You know what we want. Tell us." Maxime says he was rescued when Ukrainian forces drove the Russians out.
Senior Ukrainian officials dismissed the moves by Russia to mobilize some reserves and put the country more on war footing, saying that it shows the current Russian army, the standing army, is inadequate.
Even more concerns. All right, Richard Engel, thank you.
President Biden's remarks to the United Nations today will take on a new level of importance after this dramatic escalation in the war.
Yeah, the president is expected to make the case for the world's continued support of Ukraine's war effort.
NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now with the latest. Kristen, good morning. Good to see you here in person.
It's great to see both of you.
It brings you to New York. So what can we expect to hear from the president? Do we think there might be any sort of shift now, given everything that's happened in Russia?
I would expect so. And I would expect that you're going to hear President Biden reiterate his warning that there will be what he has called severe consequences should Putin use chemical or nuclear weapons in an attack. Now, the president has not said what that retaliation will look like specifically, but I think you will hear yet another stern warning. And look, broadly speaking, the president is using this speech to try to rally support for Ukraine and to keep world allies incentivized to keep up their support for Ukraine. The U.S. has already committed $15 billion in 21 separate aid packages. But that's really the challenge at this point. How do you keep people motivated, particularly when you're dealing with a global economy that is facing potentially yet another economic downturn? So I think that that's really going to be the crux of the president's speech. But broadly speaking, he's going to use this speech, I'm told, to call for a defense of democracies globally. And that's obviously a theme that we've heard a lot from this president.
And it's been hard to keep Ukraine in the headlines. There's so many other things happening this summer that have sort of taken the spotlight. But I did want to ask what you made of Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov attending this UN summit. Do you think there's still some chance for diplomacy?
So that's the big question. Right now, there are no scheduled meetings between U.S. officials and Russian officials, between Sergei Lavrov included. And of course, President Putin, not surprisingly, is not at the UN General Assembly. We're not surprised by that, but I was speaking to a senior administration official overnight who said the fact that there are no talks scheduled, the fact that Putin is not here, he's one of 4 leaders who didn't attend, but it just underscores that there's really no hope at this point for a diplomatic resolution. Now, we'll be watching very closely to see, is there a meeting that happens between Lavrov and Blinken? Potentially, that's what a lot of the focus has been on. But again, nothing's scheduled right now. And so this freeze in dialogue continues.
You mentioned the president obviously going to be focusing on democracy, really just worldwide. And it's not just Ukraine. Do we expect him to talk about some of the pressures facing places like Taiwan?
Absolutely. And of course, the president just made news in recent comments that he made about Taiwan when he said the U.S. would defend Taiwan should China attack. Now, that was headline making because the U.S. has historically had a policy of ambiguity, not saying how it would respond. So this is the second time the president has said something like that, and then senior officials rush to kind of clarify and say that U.S. policy hasn't changed. But there's no doubt that the U.S. is very focused on that region, on China. The U.S. has taken a number of steps to try to counter a rising China. And so I think that will be at the forefront as well. In addition to that, Joe, I think you're going to hear him talk about Iran, attempts to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. And I also think he's going to talk about things like climate change, as well as, of course, the global pandemic. So a lot for him to cover. There's going to be a lot of scrutiny of this speech.
All right, Kristen Welker, you're going to stick around with us and help us cover it a little bit later when the speech happens. Good to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kristen, thanks. Well, another twist this morning in the ongoing battle over immigration policies.
Some of the migrants who were flown to Martha's Vineyard by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis last week are now suing him and other state officials, accusing them of fraud. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has been following this story for us.
Hey there, Governor DeSantis is facing that new lawsuit and a separate criminal investigation by a Texas sheriff as speculation mounts about whether he will try to fly more migrants out of the South, which is experiencing a record influx in border crossings. Nearly 8,000 migrants arriving daily.
Nobody can deny that there's a crisis.
This morning, Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis facing backlash for his decision to fly 48 Venezuelan migrants to Martha's Vineyard last week. Attorneys representing some of those migrants filing a lawsuit late Tuesday against DeSantis and other Florida officials, accusing them of a premeditated, fraudulent, and illegal scheme to transport them to the island. The suit, which is seeking class action status in Massachusetts, says the migrants were lured with incentives like McDonald's gift certificates and free hotel stays, and were promised jobs, housing, and educational opportunities if they boarded planes to other states. DeSantis maintains the flights were voluntary and that migrants signed a consent form shared overnight by his office, who responded to the lawsuit writing, "Florida's program gave them a fresh start in a sanctuary state, and these individuals opted to take advantage of chartered flights to Massachusetts."
If 50 was a burden on one of the richest places in our country, what about all these other communities that have been overrun with hundreds or thousands?
The lawsuit comes 2 days after a Texas sheriff announced a criminal investigation into the flights, which originated in his state. Sheriff Javier Salazar, a Democrat, says the migrants were lured with false promises of work and assistance. Massachusetts Republican Governor Charlie Baker says he supports the sheriff's investigation, but is also urging the Biden administration and Congress to enact sweeping immigration and border security reform.
I'd like to see the feds create an immigration policy that people can understand and people can enforce and people can abide by. We don't have that.
Homeland Security reports illegal border crossings have hit a record high, totaling more than 2 million in the last 11 months. On Tuesday, there were unconfirmed rumors a plane carrying migrants was heading to President Biden's home state of Delaware. The White House said it was coordinating with state officials to prepare. Volunteer groups stood by to help. Reporters and camera crews staked out airports, but the plane and the migrants never arrived, landing at New Jersey's Teterboro Airport, appearing not to have any passengers on board. Back to you.
All right, Emily, thank you.
All right, turning now to the review of those documents that were seized by the FBI in their search of former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. Senior U.S. District Judge Raymond Dearie, who has been appointed as the special master in this review, held his first hearing into this matter yesterday, and he expressed what sounded like some doubt over the arguments made by Trump's legal team that the former president had already declassified those documents in question before the FBI seized them back in August. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now for more on this. Ryan, good morning to you. If you would tell us about this, what sounded like skepticism from the special master who's already reviewing these documents and arguments by the former president's legal team. What does this signal about the strength of their case moving forward?
Yeah, I think for the special master, this is sort of a put up or shut up moment, he sees us as for the Trump folks, because essentially what the Trump team has been doing is implying that, oh, maybe Donald Trump declassified some of these materials. But you've noticed they haven't actually said that in court. And that's because there are penalties for saying things that aren't true in court. So they haven't actually come forward and claimed that, despite all of these claims in the media about this purported declassification. So they haven't actually made that claim specifically, and they haven't put forward any evidence of that actually being the case. And what the special master is saying here is that essentially these documents have labels saying they are classified. And if there's no other evidence regarding declassification, then by default, these are classified documents and wouldn't be subject to any sort of review in terms of whether they're personal records of Donald Trump. Because, of course, if they're classified records, they're on their face, not the property of Donald Trump. They're not his personal property. They are the records of the U.S. government. And, you know, remember, this is just a subset of the 11,000 documents, government documents that DOJ says that they seized from Donald Trump's estate in Mar-a-Lago on August 8th.
Well, talk to us, if you would, about the thinking behind Trump's legal team trying to avoid sharing more information about these claims of declassification. Do you think they're just trying to slow down the entire legal process?
I think it's a lot of it, and the judge sort of said that, you know, they can't have their cake and eat it. They can't just make these broad claims and sort of keep that in their back pocket and say, oh, maybe these might have been declassified. And, you know, essentially what it would do is require the Trump team to go on the record and say, no, there's no record of declassification for that, which, of course, guts a future potential defense for them. But, you know, the interesting thing here, of course, is that if there is a record of declassification, that by default is also a government record, which under the Presidential Records Act should have been stored by the National Archives. So theoretically, the government may already have access to any purported claims of declassification. And so that's not something that the Trump team can just sort of pull out of their pocket. They might be able to say, oh, that you know, that he declassified it in some way because it was just an oral order or something like that, and sort of magically waved his hands over a set of documents, as some legal experts have joked. But that's going to be a little bit of a stretch, and I think the judge is basically expressing some extreme skepticism towards Donald Trump's entire approach to this.
An oral order, more of just a take our word for it type of thing. So where do you see the case actually going from here?
Well, we have to hear from the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, because there was a reply that was filed last night by DOJ in response to the Trump team. So we should hear from them actually relatively shortly, because that's what DOJ has been focused on, is those 100 or so classified documents that amount to hundreds of pages that basically they say that need to get priority. They want to be able to look at those documents and move forward with those documents immediately, because they say that's important for their review to see whether there are any national security impacts from the holding of these classified records at Donald Trump's estate in Mar-a-Lago.
The question so many people are still asking right now. All right, Ryan Riley, thank you.
Coming up, deadly protests in Iran this morning following the death of a woman in custody of the morality police.
Now, thousands are marching in cities across the country. We'll have the latest developments from that this morning.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods. Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big. When we're talking about November, how many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We're back with the latest on protests in Iran, which are continuing after a woman died in police custody last week.
Yeah, 22-year-old Mahsa Amini was taken into custody by Iran's morality police, who enforce strict hijab rules. Well, her father says she had health problems, and he says the police are responsible for her death. Iranian authorities have denied mistreating her. Amini's death has sparked outrage and violent unrest, with at least 5 people killed in the protest and dozens others injured.
NBC News Tehran bureau chief and correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with the latest on this. So, Ali, I know there are calls for a prompt and impartial investigation into this woman's death. What's the latest there?
Hey, Joe, that's right. There have been international calls for an open, independent and transparent investigation into the death of this young woman who died while she was detained by the much-feared, much-hated morality police in this country. A spokesman for the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights issued a stinging statement saying that their office has received numerous unverified videos of violent treatment of women, including slapping women across the face, beating them with batons and throwing them into the back of police vans. She said that the authorities must stop targeting, harassing and detaining women who don't abide by these strict hijab rules, and is calling for a repeal of all discrimination laws and regulations that impose mandatory hijab. For their part, the authorities here, unsurprisingly, Joe, have denied any culpability in the death of Mahsa Amini, but they have been spooked by the reaction of the people on the streets. So much so that even the authorities here have said that they have launched an investigation into her death. The president of Iran even called her family to offer his condolences, but those efforts by the authorities in Iran have done little to suppress the unrest that is still continuing.
And Ali, we know that unrest was sparked by the woman's death, but as you were just talking about, this highlights a broader issue of human rights in Iran. Are there any calls to reform Iran's military or morality police, rather, and its laws requiring the wearing of those hijabs?
Yes, I mean, those are essentially what all the calls are for right now in the protests. And we are seeing unprecedented scenes in Iran right now, Steve. Women here are basically at the forefront of this movement. They are saying that their rights have been trampled on, that essentially the laws in this country are state-sponsored misogyny. And not only do they want the laws reformed, they don't want to be subject to these very strict Islamic rules on dress codes. And that's why we've been seeing last night unprecedented images in Iran of women standing in the middle of Tehran and other cities, burning their headscarves in the middle of the city, shaving their heads, being supported by large crowds chanting them on. Several days ago, Steve, this would have been an unimaginable taboo in Iran, but this is what's happening in the evenings here in Iran. It is a seminal moment for the Islamic Republic.
I mean, Ali, in the past, we've seen anti-government unrest met with large deployments of security forces. Protesters have been arrested, injured, even killed. Is the response here similar to that?
Look, Joe, the response has been heavy-handed. There's no doubt about that. But they have, unusually, for the time being, for now, they haven't been as violent as they've been before. It's not clear exactly why. Maybe they're hoping that the protests will peter out. Maybe they don't want to have a really harsh crackdown while Iran's president is in New York and going to address the UNGA. But there are fears in this country that if the protests go on, if they get larger, and once the president is back in Iran, there'll be a no-holds-barred crackdown on protesters.
Ali Arouzi reporting from Tehran. Ali, thank you so much.
Well, more international news now. China says it's willing to put forth effort for a peaceful reunification with Taiwan following weeks of military maneuvers and war tactics.
NBC's Janice Maggie-Freyer joins us now from Beijing with this and other world news. Janice, good morning.
Good morning, Stephen and Joe. More attention is turning to Taiwan, with the head of China's Taiwan Affairs Office declaring that reunification with the mainland is inevitable and that China will, quote, do all it can to make it peaceful, though officials here have not ruled out the use of force. For the past few weeks, China has conducted military drills around the island since Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taipei, and with the Communist Party Congress coming up here next month when Xi Jinping is expected to secure a third term in power. A bit of controversy for Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Less about his singing ability than what he chose to sing and when. Trudeau was filmed at a hotel piano bar in central London, belting out Bohemian Rhapsody by the group Queen. And some Canadians found that disrespectful on the eve of Queen Elizabeth II's funeral. Now, they say it was embarrassing. Others in his defense are arguing it's all exaggerated. The 14-second clip has already been viewed 1.5 million times. And finally, scientists at the University of Hong Kong have answered one of those questions that I'm sure my son has asked me. How many ants are there on Earth? And now they have a number. And they say that number is astonishing. And it really is. You take a 20, add 15 zeros to it, that's 20 quadrillion. And that's how many ants are apparently crawling around on Earth. As well, they weigh more in total than all birds and mammals combined, and they are equal to 1/5 the weight of all humans.
Well,
this gentleman is the information that you need to get on with your day.
And there's an image for you, all the ants in the world together in one giant blob. So thank you for that, Janice.
All of them.
The stuff of nightmares. All right, Janice, thank you.
All right, coming up, anxiety issues impact tens of millions of Americans. Well, now there are new steps being taken to identify and tackle the issue head on, even if you don't have any symptoms.
And speaking of symptoms, flu season is just around the corner. What you can do to protect yourself and why some experts are concerned we could see a big surge in cases.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A new recommendation is out calling for all adults under 65 to be routinely screened for anxiety. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now to tell us a little more and what we can do to cope with anxiety. Hey there, Sam.
Joe, good morning. Look, it affects a lot of Americans, some 40 to 50 million. And this new guidance centered on anxiety screenings is a first for the task force. They also say the benefits of the screenings outweigh any potential risks and can get people the effective treatments that they need.
The silent suffering of anxiety could be a thing of the past. According to the latest draft recommendation by the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force, routine screenings are considered beneficial for adults under 65, including pregnant and postpartum women without any symptoms.
What they're recommending now is a great thing because it'll let doctors open up the conversation, and hopefully from there, they'll be able to diagnose more and treat more.
Anxiety disorders are considered the most common mental illness in the country, affecting nearly 50 million people, with just under 1 out of every 3 adults saying they've experienced an anxiety disorder at some point in their lives. And according to a recent survey from the CDC, over the course of the pandemic, the number of adults seeking treatment increased from 19% to 21%.
And anytime you have a stressful environment, be a pandemic, be any kind of disasters, wartime periods, stress levels go up, anxiety levels go up. And in this case, more visits to the primary care doctor or to their doctor for anxiety type symptoms is essentially the tip of the iceberg.
Anxiety, even found in the presence of fame and success, with more and more celebrities and athletes opening up about their personal journeys. Like Olympic legend Michael Phelps, who discussed mental health with Savannah and Hoda.
It's difficult, but I think the only way that we're able to be our 100% authentic self is if we can take care of our mental health and our physical self at the same time.
So what are some healthy ways to cope with anxiety? First, identify your triggers. What are situations or circumstances that increase your stress? Make sleep a priority and maintain a healthy diet. And if you find your anxiety interfering with anything in your life, seek help from a doctor and develop a treatment plan.
The most important thing to realize is regardless of where you are in your life, where you are in your relationships, where you are in society, it can affect anyone, anywhere, anytime.
And you may be asking, what about kids? Well, in April, the same task force made similar recommendations for screening children 8 to 18. As for adults over 65, that's a bit different because many of the common symptoms of aging, like trouble sleeping, pain and fatigue, can also overlap with symptoms of anxiety. So the task force said there wasn't quite enough evidence to guarantee the accuracy of the screening tools in older adults. Joe, back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you.
Thanks.
U.S. officials are warning of a possible surge in flu cases this year.
Yeah, according to the CDC, up to 41 million people catch the flu every year, and concerns are rising here in the U.S. following Australia's flu season, where infection rates were even higher than they've been in the last 5 years. So what should you do to stay healthy this season? NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now to answer that. So how bad are you expecting this flu season to be?
Well, let me just go on the record and say that it's always notoriously difficult to predict what our flu season is going to do. But as you mentioned in the lead, especially Australia has had a really bad flu season, worst in the last 5 years. It started early. It peaked more quickly even than in years past. And remember, we haven't built up any real immunity over the last 2 years against flu, because we were in our homes, we were working from home, we were wearing our masks. And so experts are concerned. And as I said this morning, I'm not typically an alarmist, but I am a little bit nervous about this year.
So that begs the question, when is the best time to get your flu shot? And of course, the question everyone keeps asking, can you get the flu shot and the COVID shot or your booster at the same time? And
Yes.
should you do that?
Yes. So second part of the question first, yes, you absolutely can, especially if you have that one health encounter and they're offering both. No reason to separate them. In terms of when to get it, this is always the big question. And again, it really comes down to, can we really predict with any degree of certainty when our flu season is going to peak? It usually peaks between December and February. And for that reason, the CDC typically recommends that we get our flu shots by the end of October. But again, because in the Southern Hemisphere, it peaked a little bit early, it's September 20, I had to check this morning, it's September 21st.
First day of autumn.
Right, and there you go. There's really no reason to delay. I would say from now until the end of October really would be an ideal time to get your flu shot. It takes 2 weeks to get your antibodies built up after you get inoculated.
And so aside from that flu shot, what can people do to keep themselves safe? And just as a reminder, what symptoms should we be looking out for?
Right. So again, I'm going to do second part first. The flu is very typical, if you will. It presents the way COVID did in the beginning, and that is as what we call a typical viral syndrome, usually an abrupt onset of fever, chills, achiness, sore throat, runny nose, that kind of thing. And remember, sort of that abrupt onset, high fever. In terms of prevention, I'm going to say the first 3 things you're going to do is to get your flu shot. Other than that, it's all the things that now we have rehearsed very well because of COVID-19. It's washing your hands frequently. It's staying home if you are sick. And, you know, if you are a person at risk, by all means, you should still be wearing your mask, especially in crowded indoor places. We don't need to abandon that practice just because some of us think that the pandemic is in our rearview mirror.
And the washing your hands is arguably a little more helpful with the flu than it is with COVID, right?
Right, exactly. And that's a good point. Right? I mean, the portal of entry for all of these respiratory viruses is the head and neck, right? So mouth and nose and eyes. So really trying not only to wash your hands frequently, use hand sanitizer with alcohol, but avoiding touching your face, rubbing your nose and things like that is super, super important.
All right, a lot of important reminders. Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you.
You bet.
Coming up, the Fed is expected to raise interest rates again today.
We'll take a look at the risks this could bring, the impact that could have on your wallet, and what you need to keep moving forward.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Welcome back. Some business headlines now. A new major retailer has its employees file for unionization.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money headlines. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, yeah, good morning. So a group of Home Depot workers in Philadelphia have filed a petition to unionize. It's a rare move at the home improvement chain. The 274 employees work in merchandising, specialty, and operations, according to a filing with the National Labor Relations Board. It follows union pushes over the past year at Apple, Starbucks, Amazon, and Chipotle. And a group of Home Depot delivery drivers joined a union in San Diego back in 2019. Gap is cutting roughly 500 corporate jobs. It's reportedly a mix of layoffs and not filling open positions at the company's corporate offices in New York, San Francisco, and across Asia. The news comes after Gap reported weak quarterly earnings and sales at its namesake brand and Old Navy and announced the departure of its CEO in July. Last week, Kanye West said he was terminating his partnership with Gap, alleging the company breached their contract. Twitch is banning major gambling websites from its platform starting next month. Twitch, which is owned by Amazon, will prohibit streaming of sites that feature slots, roulette, and dice games that are unlicensed in the U.S. and don't provide sufficient protections for consumers. Twitch will continue to allow sites that focus on sports betting, fantasy sports, and poker, guys.
All right,
could be a good thing for consumers, yeah?
All right, Solana, thanks.
Let's keep the money news going here. The Federal Reserve is expected to announce another round of interest rate hikes this afternoon, all in an effort to try and rein in the sky-high inflation levels that the country really hasn't seen in decades.
Though the decision will likely have many Americans digging even deeper into their pockets if they want to borrow cash.
NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now with more on what we can expect. Brian, good to have you with us here. So break it all down for us because it gets a little confusing. We talk about interest rates going up. When would the average American maybe start to feel some relief if things continue to go up? What's the impact here?
Morning. Well, Americans certainly haven't seen anything so far. And what we're expected to hear from the Federal Reserve, the nation's top economist, later on this afternoon, is that inflation likely won't abate back to pre-pandemic levels for another few years. And the reason for that is because even though the Federal Reserve has been doing its part to try to make borrowing a little bit more expensive, they hope that's going to cool an overheating economy. There's a lag effect of those interest rate hikes, such that after today's decision at 2 p.m., where they're expected to raise rates by another 0.75%, that's not going to lead to people seeing manageable prices back at the store tomorrow or the day after. That's going to take some time. This is the 5th consecutive interest rate hike. They've done these outsized 75 basis point hikes in 3 consecutive meetings. When does that bite happen into inflation? They're going to have projections. Might not be for another few years.
Wow. Well, we know the 3 major indices finished down yesterday in anticipation of the announcement today. So what should investors be doing going forward?
Well, of course, a lot of investors watching very closely, and we do know that it's been a very volatile year to date, 2022, for both the Dow Jones and the S&P 500, down about 15% and 17% respectively. Now, the question here is going to be, will markets bounce back based off of what the Fed Chair Jerome Powell says in the press conference at 2:30 today? For what it's worth, the last few meetings where the Fed has made other interest rate hike announcements, we've actually seen the market rally, and that's because perhaps markets were already pricing in what the Fed was going to do ahead of that decision. Maybe the same thing happens today. We already saw an over 1,200 point down day for the Dow after the inflation report last week. Maybe that factors in what people are expecting the Fed to do this week. We'll have to see later on this afternoon.
Let's talk about what we've already heard Powell say, which is really the goal here is to try and achieve a, quote, soft landing, slow growth enough to tame inflation. But, of course, the challenge is trying to avoid a recession then, right?
Well, he's also used the word soft-ish landing, which, by the way, for anyone that's ever gone on a plane, if you hear the pilot say we're about to have a soft-ish landing, you're probably wondering, I'm not so sure I want to hear that, right? But the point here is that there's a trade-off here that the Federal Reserve is trying to decide between. Either you let inflation tilt us into recession, or the Fed tries to get this economy to a slower point, again, through higher borrowing costs, to a point where you actually can see inflation come down without seeing jobless rates go back up. That's really going to be the key here. For right now, we're still seeing the unemployment rate at levels that are historically low, near 50-year lows. That's going to be something that the Federal Reserve wants to preserve. If they try to increase those borrowing costs to a point where businesses no longer expand, maybe they don't hire more people, at some point maybe economic activity comes down to a point where they start to then lay people off, then you might see the jobless rate increase. So the soft-ish landing is hopefully not increasing the unemployment rate all that much. But again, economists uncertain about whether or not the Fed can pull that job off.
All right, Brian, thank you, we appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, coming up today, final set. Roger Federer will wrap up his legendary career this weekend.
Now he's opening up about his legacy and what's next. We got the exclusive interview next.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the 21st day of September, a date made famous by an Earth, Wind, and Fire song. Oh, yeah, it's also World Gratitude Day.
You're going to have that song stuck in your head all day.
Yes.
Well, the day is a reminder of what we should feel grateful for, and also a reminder to express our gratitude to the people around us.
Thankfully, we didn't sing the song for you. Joining us now to get more into this is Scott Dussault. He is the Chief Financial Officer for WorkHuman. Scott, good morning. Good to have you with us. So first of all, explain to us the origin of World Gratitude Day. What's the significance of it, and why September 21st?
Yeah, well, so World Gratitude Day goes back quite a ways. Back in 1965, it was born on Thanksgiving Day in 1965, when spiritual leader Sri Shimnoy suggested that there be a day of thanks for the whole world to celebrate together. And then those present at a meeting on September 21st pledged that September 21st should be that day as a celebration of gratitude in their country. And in 1977, during a special ceremony of the honor tree, a resolution was passed that officially recognized World Gratitude Day. And since then, it's been an annual observance that's grown to become a dynamic worldwide movement across the entire world.
And Scott, we've been reporting on the so-called Great Resignation that's been happening over the past few months, with people leaving their jobs in droves over the past year. You argue we need a great recognition. What are some ways companies can show their gratitude toward the employees who aren't participating in that resignation?
Well, absolutely. I think it's important to note that humans today are worth more than any other tangible asset in the global economy. And when you look at reports that come out of organizations like Gallup, U.S. businesses are losing more than $1 trillion annually from disengaged employees and employees who leave. The cost of employees, the lost productivity from employees leaving or employees that are disengaged costs U.S. companies $500 billion a year. And the cost of turnover costs more than $600 billion a year. The cost to replace an employee can range from 1/2 to 2 times the employee's salary. So with recognition, and WorkHuman is a recognition platform for organizations to help unify company culture, align employees with goals and objectives, and recognize employee performance. Data has proven that employees are more engaged, they're more connected to their company culture, and they're less likely to leave.
I mean, Scott, your group actually partnered with Gallup on a study, found organizations can save more than $16 million a year by having a culture of recognition. What's some of the best examples of this?
That's right. No, no question. The study that we did with Gallup was telling in that we saw that more than 50% of companies don't recognize or don't celebrate World Gratitude Day, or don't recognize their employees in a formal way. And employees are asking for recognition. They're looking for recognition because they want to understand how their work benefits their company and how their performance is aligned with company goals and how they're actually contributing to their company's success. And we have collected more than 70 million moments of recognition data on our platform from leading technology companies where they've seen tangible results. We've seen, for example, at a tech company in Silicon Valley that reached 96% retention rate when employees received 4 or more awards a year. An energy company saw 50% lower turnover for new hires that were recognized through their WorkHuman recognition program.
Wow.
And performance as well. We have a technology company here on the West Coast, a large technology company that saw 100% improvement on employee satisfaction scores. And scored #1 in 2019, 20, and 2021 in Great Places to Work. So these are real business outcomes when employees when employers or companies invest in their people.
A little recognition can go a long way. Scott, thank you so much.
We're grateful for you. All right. One of tennis's greats, Roger Federer, announced his retirement from the sport last week, which proved to be yet another bittersweet moment for fans across the globe, following, of course, a similar announcement from Serena Williams.
A lot of tennis changes, and as he prepares to play for the last time professionally this weekend, Federer took some time to sit down with today's Savannah Guthrie.
We're walking out into the arena. Are you going to miss this moment? Everyone, Roger!
Yeah. This moment where the whole crowd, chants your name or is so happy to see you, it really is what you then work for or go into rehab for or do surgeries for. It's true.
In more than 1,500 matches over 24 years, Roger Federer gave his heart, soul, and body to the game he loves, making the decision to retire not easy.
It seemed like even as recently as Wimbledon, you were still holding out some hope.
Yeah.
that you could return.
I was already very unsure if I should show up at Wimbledon because I was hurt. When I spoke on the court, I said, I hope I see you all next year playing. And I really meant that because I really still have belief that I was going to make it. A couple of weeks later, I really felt the knee's no good. I did a scan. It wasn't where I wanted it to be.
So Federer took some much-needed time off from rehab with his wife Mirka and 4 children to reflect.
When I came back from vacation, I could really feel the feeling growing in me that I don't think I can make it back.
You had those years of meteoric success. You also then had some wilderness years where you were out there, but there were years that passed between Grand Slam titles. Did you ever want to give up in those moments? Did you have a low point at that time?
I mean, look, I have twin girls, as you know, Mila and Charlene. They were born in '09, just after I became, I think I was world #1. I remember changing diapers, bathing the girls, just being a dad. But then when the boys were born, things really, that rocked the boat, obviously, because going on the road with 4 kids every single week, was hard, to say the least. And from being maybe the dominator, I became the challenger, and I liked that role as well. I actually really stayed hungry throughout.
Not all professional athletes would prioritize their family and say, we're all going on the road together.
Oh, it was the only way. I said, I never would I go on the road without my kids, and then I'd rather retire. Then I would have had to retire 10 years ago.
If it were just about love of the game, Federer would never retire.
Oh, wonderful tennis.
All these years later, he seems as thrilled and delighted by tennis as that young ball boy from Basel, Switzerland he once was.
It's in. No, it's not.
There's a story that when you beat Andre Agassi, someone came up to him and said, oh, you'll get him next time. And Agassi said no. He changed the game.
Okay, yeah, he's been a wonderful guy.
Do you think you did? Do you feel that legacy?
I hope I was part of it. I feel like we pushed tennis into the right direction, and I think I did it my way. I always stay true to myself, and people always, it seemed like, loved watching me play, which is, I guess, the ultimate compliment.
Our thanks to superfan Savannah Guthrie for that. And the Laver Cup starts this Friday, September 23rd in London.
Good luck to him. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Your news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers today. And we have a lot to get to. Right now on Morning News Now, escalation. Breaking overnight, major developments intensifying the war in Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin mobilizing reserve troops and threatening nuclear retaliation following a successful counteroffensive by Ukrainian forces. We have team coverage this morning with Putin's rare address to his people as President Biden and Ukraine's president prepare to take the world stage at the UN General Assembly. Also breaking this morning, gaining strength. Hurricane Fiona, now a Category 4 storm as it barrels through Turks and Caicos, now taking aim at Bermuda. While this morning, Puerto Rico picking up the pieces with millions still without power or clean drinking water. We'll bring you the latest on Fiona's path, plus the rescue and recovery efforts now underway. Historic hike today. The Federal Reserve expected to make a 3rd straight interest rate hike since June. More on the plan to fight back against inflation and what it all means for your bottom line. Finally, saying thanks. On this World Gratitude Day, we'll talk about the importance of not just expressing gratitude, but also feeling grateful and why the workplace is the best place to start. Very cool there. I'm grateful to be here.
I was going to say,
Joe
we're
Fryer.
grateful to have you with us today.
A lot of gratitude already.
Getting going already.
Started. And we begin this morning with that breaking news we mentioned. Overnight on the war in Ukraine, Russian President Vladimir Putin ramping up his attack despite a series of setbacks.
In a televised address overnight, Putin announced a partial mobilization of Russia's military, saying that military reservists are being tapped to help fight in Ukraine. He also appeared to threaten nuclear retaliation if Kyiv continues its efforts to reclaim land. It comes a day after Russian-controlled areas of southern and eastern Ukraine announced they are going to vote this week on joining the Russian Federation. We're going to begin with NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin on the ground in Ukraine. Aaron, good morning to you. So Putin's announcement comes as Ukraine makes major advances in the war. Some are wondering if this is a sign of desperation. What can we make from Russia's announcement today?
Hey, Joe. Well, Ukrainian and U.S. officials are certainly seeing this as an act of desperation. This is an extraordinary step to call up some 300,000 reservists. But I was just speaking to a Ukrainian official who told me that they estimate that Russia has lost some 100,000 troops in this war, whether that be killed, injured, or simply desertion, and that in order to continue, they would need to take this extraordinary step. He said that they do not expect to see the impact of this mobilization, though, on the battlefield for another month. It's one thing to call up these reservists. It's another thing to equip them, which Russia has been having issues with as well, Joe.
Yeah, that won't be a fast process. Let's talk about this other big development. 4 Russian-occupied regions in Ukraine have said they're planning on holding a referendum on joining the Russian Federation. So is this an indication that the Kremlin has made a decision to formally try and annex the territories? And then what are the consequences if Russia does annex these territories?
Well, in his speech earlier today, Russian President Vladimir Putin backing the annexation of those occupied territories. If that happens, Ukrainian officials see that as a new phase of this war, not because at that point, in the eyes of the Kremlin, they'll essentially be defending Russian territory. And President Putin, in his address, saying they would use any means possible, hinting at the nuclear option in order to do that. Ukrainian officials, though, are reading this as sort of a bluff of sorts. President Putin trying to warn off the West, scare them into backing down from their support for Ukraine. This Ukrainian official telling me he does not think, though, that is going to work, Joe.
And Aaron, I know you've been spending some time in a town that was recently liberated. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's right, Joe. We spent the last few days in the recently liberated town of Izum, Ukraine, where we saw firsthand the brutality of Russian occupation.
The strategic town of Izum lies in ruins after the Ukrainians pushed the Russian forces out, ending their brutal occupation. The trauma they left behind, palpable. For 6 excruciating months, Ukrainian investigators say Russian forces used the town's police station as a prison and torture center, keeping some 40 Ukrainians at a time.
In this room, there are 4 people.
They'd have 4 people in this cell.
In this small room.
Chief investigator Serhiy Bolvanov shows us the horrifying conditions he says prisoners were forced to endure, some desperately marking the walls to pass the time.
9 days, somebody was there on this wall. You can see date, 29 June 22. This is named Lyoha. It's like Alexei. This marks God save us, Amen, and cross.
Ukrainian investigators say the prisoners were brought upstairs to be tortured, including civilians. He believes to terrorize the local population.
What goes through your mind as a human?
I'm a human at first, and when I see this place, it shocked me. I'm very scared.
Bolvanov says there's a link between the prison and the mass grave on the outskirts of town, where, according to Ukrainian investigators, they're exhuming bodies showing signs of torture. The Kremlin is calling the allegations a lie. Residents tell us most died from the relentless bombardment. Johan Krayev says for months his neighborhood was bombed. Missiles rained down from the sky night and day.
What is this?
It's shrapnel, he says. They were flying everywhere. Explosions were hitting everything. These are the scariest weapons. His wife, Antonina, shows us where shrapnel struck her arm and abdomen. The bombing was so powerful, their home was lifted off its frame. They had nowhere to run. All they could do was hide.
Imagine living in this basement for months. You have no phone, no internet, no electricity. In fact, this is your only light source. You're running out of water and food. At night, the explosions are so loud, you can't sleep. You don't know if your home will be the one hit next.
For half a year, that was the reality of the people who live here. But now, with Russians pushed back, people have left their homes, enjoying this moment of peace for however long it lasts. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News, Izum, Ukraine.
Ukrainian investigators tell me that they are now in the process of taking DNA samples from that prison and cross-referencing those samples with the bodies that have been recovered with signs of torture from the mass grave to try and piece together what happened to those people. They're vowing justice for each and every victim of Russian aggression. Investigators say it's very clear what Ukraine is fighting for in this war. Joe.
All right, Erin McLaughlin covering all aspects of the war in Ukraine. Erin, thank you. President Biden's speech today at the United Nations is taking on new urgency given Russia's announcement this morning. The president is expected to use the forum to rally support for the war effort in Ukraine.
NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now from the UN. Carol, good morning to you. So what kind of response can we expect to hear from the President Biden today on Russia's announcement this morning? Most likely they're fine-tuning that speech with all these developments.
Yeah, that's right. You can expect that the president's going to have to address Vladimir Putin's most recent comments in his speech. The speech was already slated to be very focused on Ukraine. We heard the president's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, previewing some of that, saying that the president would offer a firm rebuke of Russia's what they call unjust war in Ukraine. And so it was going to be a real centerpiece of his speech already. And now he can use this, what Vladimir Putin has recently said, to rally the world around a response against Russia and to unite for Ukraine. That was something he already intended to do, and this really emphasizes that. Now, one thing worth pointing out is that in the president's interview that aired on 60 Minutes on Sunday, he was asked this question about how the U.S. would respond if there was going to be some sort of nuclear response from Russia. And he said that the U.S. would respond strongly while also not outlining exactly what the U.S. would do, saying it would be proportional. Now, one thing to look for is whether this is just words or if there's U.S. information that Russia is actually moving assets or taking actual steps towards doing something like this. So that's something else to keep an eye out for. But certainly the president was already going to use this speech to try to rally the world, to continue to stay focused on Ukraine, to continue to isolate Russia. And this will really just further emphasize that.
And Carol, this is the first time the General Assembly has met in person in 3 years. So for President Biden in the U.S., how important are these actual face-to-face conversations with other world leaders as they try to maintain unified support for Ukraine?
It's a great question because it is the first time a lot of these leaders have seen each other in a forum like this, and it's important to have those face-to-face conversations. The president will have several that are planned. He's going to meet with the UN Secretary General, and one of the things we know he'll say in his speech is to emphasize the importance of a strong UN, of strengthening the UN, particularly when it comes to issues. So that'll be a meeting where he can further emphasize that. He's going to have a one-on-one meeting with the new British Prime Minister, Liz Truss. So that's been a key. Britain has been a key ally for the U.S. in the war in Ukraine, and so that you can imagine he will use that moment to make sure that there's going to be continuity there with the new leadership in the U.K. And then there's just a lot of what happens here is on the sidelines. It's those informal conversations. The president's hosting a reception tonight, and he'll be seeing other world leaders on the sidelines, on the margins of these more formal meetings. And so that's where a lot of that face-to-face interaction can potentially have payoff when it comes to something like what the president's trying to do here, which is to get the European leaders in particular and other world leaders to really stick with the plan to isolate Russia and back Ukraine.
All right, Carol Lee at the UN in New York. Carol, thank you.
And joining us now for more insight is Andriy Dobryansky. He's from the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America. And Andriy, good morning. Thanks for joining us. As we heard that Russian President Vladimir Putin mobilizing his citizens to defend the country by, quote, any means. So what are the effects of those remarks on Ukrainians on the ground?
I think a lot of them hear it as a bluff, even though President Putin specifically mentioned that this is not a bluff. This morning's Telegram channels all over Russia and Ukraine were all mentioning about the flights that have been booked out of Russia to Istanbul, to other places. So we saw this at the beginning of the war against Ukraine in February, people traveling across the border into Finland and other places. Now even more Russians of means are leaving the country. And we also know there's a mobilization within Moscow itself with police officers and warrants going door to door and searching for those men under the age of 35. But frankly, it's a mobilization, as far as I understand, up to the age of 55. So.
Let's talk about these planned votes now in these 4 Russian-controlled areas of Ukraine to formally join Russia. Why do you think Russia is pressing ahead with this right now?
We saw the same thing in 2014. So when Russia invaded Crimea and the other areas of the East in 2014, there was an initial announcement that there would be a referendum in May of that year. That referendum ended up happening in March because of what Russia saw as far as Ukraine's response militarily, those volunteer brigades actually stopping Russian forces from coming in further. Similarly, now Ukraine has another counteroffensive that's winning, and so Russia is speeding up its process by announcing these snap referenda. Referenda can't be done in a snap format. Scotland took a year just to organize. So these things, this is obviously not on an international level, nor will you see any international observers come in because you know how long it takes to actually travel into Ukraine since there's no flights to those occupied territories.
And yesterday during a White House briefing, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan had this to say about the referendums.
These referenda are an affront to the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity that underpin the international system and that lie at the heart of the United Nations Charter. We know that these referenda will be manipulated. We know that Russia will use these sham referenda as a basis to purportedly annex these territories. If this does transpire, the United States will never recognize Russia's claims to any purportedly annexed parts of Ukraine.
So what would you like to see the international community do to respond to these plans?
I think we're going to see it in the speeches today. First and foremost, President Biden this morning. Also the not pre-recorded, but the video message by President Zelensky this afternoon. So in both of those speeches, I anticipate 2 things. One, calling for international attention and international forensic experts to come to Ukraine, as we saw the report from Izium, the fact that we need to have more of those people. We have volunteer firefighters right now going through digging up graves. We need international help for that. The second thing, and I really hope that President Biden follows through on what his people are telling us, that they will start talking about why Russia is a part of the Security Council, as Ukraine has been doing for many years now. There's a Security Council meeting tomorrow. I think this is very much in line with what the rest of the world wants to see. As President Macron said, you can't stay on the sidelines anymore. You have to pick a side.
More to come with those speeches coming up a bit later today. Andriy, thank you so much. Well, turning now to Hurricane Fiona, strengthening to a Category 4 hurricane earlier this morning and taking aim at Bermuda. Fiona lashed Turks and Caicos yesterday afternoon as a Category 3 hurricane, bringing strong winds and life-threatening flash floods. Despite the storm's strength, officials say there was minimal damage to the islands and no deaths reported.
In Puerto Rico this morning, the cleanup process is underway after the hurricane brought a record amount of rain to the island earlier this week. A majority of Puerto Rico still has no power or clean drinking water. U.S. Health Secretary Javier Becerra declared a public health emergency for the island last night, which will free up federal funds to assist the island. But Senate Leader Chuck Schumer says a lot more needs to be done to make sure Puerto Rico fully recovers 5 years after the island was decimated by Hurricane Maria.
The situation is a disaster. Enough is enough. The Puerto Rican Energy Bureau must push PREPA and LUMA not only to restore power, but to once and for all create a distributed, more resilient grid, and we will back them up. These 2 agencies, PREPA and LUMA, cannot stand in the way once again, because you've seen by their inaction the disaster and the harm that has gone to the people of Puerto Rico.
And we'll have more on the recovery efforts in just a moment from Wanda Figueroa, who lives in Puerto Rico, and meteorologist Michelle Grossman will have the latest on the storm's track. But we start with NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez on the ground this morning.
Overnight, Hurricane Fiona strengthened into a massive Category 4 hurricane after lashing Turks and Caicos. Now, here in Puerto Rico, a massive recovery effort is underway as more and more residents start to get their power restored, but still 80% of this island is without power. About half is without drinking water. The governor here says that he hopes that restoration will continue over the coming days and won't be anything like the months that it took after Hurricane Maria to get power restored. And we took an aerial tour of Puerto Rico yesterday and saw that thankfully the floodwaters had largely started to recede in many parts of the island, but still some remote areas remain inaccessible after roads were washed away. Now, residents are starting to return to their homes after being flooded out when Hurricane Fiona made landfall on Sunday, but this recovery effort will take quite some time. And in the Dominican Republic, more than 1 million people are still without power there. Hurricane Fiona is being blamed for at least 5 deaths throughout the Caribbean, either directly because of the storm or in its aftermath.
Some devastating numbers there. Gabe Gutierrez, thanks.
Let's bring in Wanda Figueroa for more. She lives in Puerto Rico, is also a volunteer for Team Rubicon. That's the rescue organization made famous in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. Wanda, good morning. First and foremost, just how are you doing this morning and how's your family doing?
Everyone is doing well. Thank you so much. We just got power yesterday.
You did just get back power. I mean, what's the scene like around where you live right now? And what are some of your relatives also experiencing?
No power, no water, but everybody's safe. It wasn't hit as bad as the South and the West.
And what are you hearing from people in the West, in the South?
Well, we have not gotten there yet, so we're not really sure what the state is like.
You volunteer with Team Rubicon. That's the international organization that really specializes in disaster response. Tell us a little bit about the response so far, and what is it you're hearing people need help with most urgently right now?
Well, what we do is we serve global communities before, during, and after disasters. We try to get the homeowners back into their homes as quickly as possible at no cost to them. And we just need to meet with community leaders to find out what their needs are.
You're dealing with floodwaters right now. How big of a challenge is that throughout the country?
I'm sure it's going to be challenging, but we'll make it through.
We've also seen these shocking images of gas lines in Salinas, Puerto Rico. That's one of the hard-hit areas on the island. Much of the island, of course, without power. You just got your power back. But with that, access to gasoline so critical to keep the generators running. Can you talk to us about the challenges of getting gasoline in some parts of the island and just how expensive it is on the island right now?
Gasoline has pretty much gone down quite a bit. However, the lines for gas are a little long.
All right. Wanda Figueroa, thank you so much for joining us. We're glad that you have power back. We're thinking of you, your family, and everyone there in Puerto Rico.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
All right, let's get the latest on the storm and find out where it's headed.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now with the latest on that. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. And yeah, we're looking at a very strong storm, a Category 4 storm. That came at 2 o'clock this morning. It's going to continue to strengthen over the next 48 hours and still remain a very powerful storm as it heads towards Canada. So pulling away from the Turks and Caicos, but not before dumping lots of rain, really fierce winds. You can see from these images, the trees practically bent in half. We saw trees coming down, roads being flooded, and we also saw really high surf. So this was a dangerous situation yesterday. Dominican Republic, we saw a lot of damage with life-threatening mudslides, life-threatening flash floods, and that's going to be a problem as we head over the next few days. It's swirling over the Caribbean. It's really warm. It's going to continue to strengthen as we go throughout the next couple of days. So let's show you what's happening right now and then what we expect to happen. This is the latest, a Category 4 storm. That's a strong storm with winds at 130 miles per hour. These are sustained winds, so we're seeing winds gusting higher than that. It's moving painfully slow at 8 miles per hour. That's been part of the problem, just dumping a lot of rain because of that movement. You can see that well-defined eye. It's almost that picture-perfect hurricane, a textbook hurricane. So as we go throughout time here, we're going to see it strengthening over these really warm Caribbean waters. We're looking at a tropical storm watch over Bermuda. That's where you see the yellow. That means there's tropical storm conditions expected in the next 48 hours. So most likely being upgraded to a warning in the next 24 or 36 hours. So tracking it for you, a Category 4 storm now, expecting it to stay a Category 4 storm, but expecting it to strengthen. So notice the winds are at 130 miles per hour right now. Thursday into Friday morning, we're expecting winds at 140 miles per hour, again sustained. So as it passes by or over Bermuda, the current track showing us that it moved a little bit further to the west. That's better news, but still it's a little too close for comfort with that cone of concern. So we're going to continue to watch this track over the next couple days, next 24 to 36 hours. And then notice it stays really, really strong. The North Atlantic has been so warm all summer long. There's a marine layer in place, and that's keeping the ocean waters warm. So we're going to keep this storm strong, too. It's got to enter Atlantic Canada as a very strong storm, a historical storm with a pressure that they probably have never seen before. So taking a look at the impacts for Bermuda, we're going to see, again, the track shifting a little bit further to the west, but that could change over the next few model runs. And we're going to see dangerous seas and hurricane-force wind gusts as we head towards Thursday into Friday. And then as far as the East Coast, we've been saying this all week long. We do expect it to stay well away from the East Coast, but still could see some really dangerous beach conditions in terms of the swell, rough surf, and also rip currents. So stay out of the water if you can. And then there's Canada. Damaging winds, torrential rainfall, massive seas, widespread power outages possible. We're going to see trees down as this enters Atlantic Canada, and that would be over the weekend. So that will be a big story. Now, we're going to talk about severe storms in portions of the Great Lakes, more record highs in portions of the south, a flood risk in the southwest. We have tropical moisture moving into the southwest, and we're going to see more showers and storms in Florida once again today. So starting with the severe threat, we're looking at 20 million people at risk, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some damaging hail as well, an inch or larger. A few tornadoes are possible. We're not expecting widespread tornadoes, but still tracking the chance of a few. And where you see this yellow shading, that's the likeliest spots. So Watertown, New York, Buffalo, Erie, Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, into Ohio, Cleveland, Columbus, and then we're also talking about Indiana as well. Ahead of this front, it's really warm, it's hot, it's humid, so this cold front's moving through that air mass, and that's why we're going to see the potential for some storms. We're also looking at the potential for some record-breaking heat. Little Rock today, 100 degrees. That is 16 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. 99 in Nashville, 19 degrees. So any of these temperatures are anywhere from 5, 10, 15, even up to 20 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. It's a big area of high pressure just bringing in this heat. Tomorrow, we're going to see the ridge break down a bit. That's going to be better news in terms of the temperatures, but still some heat in portions of the deep south, the southeast. Charlotte, 93 degrees, 93 tomorrow, 14 degrees above normal. Memphis, 89, 97 in Montgomery. And remember, fall does begin tomorrow at 9:04, and then just right on cue, that cold front comes through, and look at these temperatures by Friday in Philadelphia, upper 60s, 70s on Saturday, Boston 50, 66 on Saturday, 69 on Sunday. So it's going to have a really fall feel as we head towards the later part of the week into parts of the weekend once that cold front does come through. So taking a little peek ahead towards the weekend, it's never too soon. Staying hot in portions of the south, warm sunshine in California, and that fall feel, you guys, in parts of the Great Lakes, the Mid-Atlantic, the Ohio Valley, and also the Northeast. Back to you.
It's exciting that fall is actually bringing fall weather. How about that, Michelle?
I agree.
All right.
Pumpkin spice lattes for everybody.
Exactly.
That's right. All right.
Thank you. Coming up on Morning News Now, skepticism from the special master reviewing the documents seized at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago home.
When we come back, why he's doubting the former president's claims that those documents were already declassified.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time in the morning. Time for that pop start, baby. I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with the latest on the search of former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. The first hearing with the recently appointed special master took place yesterday in a federal court in Brooklyn, where those potentially classified documents seized by the FBI came under review.
Yeah, the special master overseeing it all, the senior U.S. District Judge Raymond Dearie, expressed doubt over Trump's claims that the documents recovered at his Florida home were already declassified prior to the FBI search. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now with more on this hearing. So, Ken, good morning to you. If you would walk us through what this skepticism is from the special master and what it means for Trump's legal argument to keep those documents out of the hands of the DOJ.
Good morning, Stephen and Joe. I wouldn't call it skepticism. I would say he is saying there's a prima facie case that the documents are classified because they have classified markings on them, and he is inviting the Trump team to offer any evidence that they have that the president had declassified them, and the Trump team is declining. And so at the end of the day, Judge Raymond Dearie said you can't have your cake and eat it. If you want to raise the specter that Donald Trump somehow declassified these documents, as any president had the power to do, you have to show me some evidence or be willing to show me some evidence. And the Trump team is saying they're not willing to do that. They're arguing that they should be able to reserve that as a defense at trial or as an argument in a hearing about whether the search warrant warrant was proper, but not in this special master proceeding. So as a result of that, Judge Dearie is saying, well, I'm going to assume that all these documents are classified. Now, at the end of the day, this may not matter because the government is asking the appeals court to prohibit the special master from reviewing the classified documents at all. That argument is still pending, and we'll have to see how the judges come out on that one.
So, Ken, with Trump's legal team pushing back against the special master's request for more information regarding this apparent, quote, declassification, how did that influence yesterday's hearing, and does it signal anything about the strength of their case here?
It signals that the Justice Department is onto something when they are arguing before the appeals court. Look, the Trump side keeps raising the specter that the former president declassified these documents, but they're not actually making that argument in court or offering any evidence. The government is saying that to the appeals court when they are arguing that the appeals court should grant a stay and grant the government immediate access to those 100 classified documents seized at Mar-a-Lago, and that those shouldn't even be reviewed by the special master. Remember, there's two tracks going on. There's the special master, and then there's the appeals court argument at the 11th Circuit. So that's what it signals, that this is a big problem for the Trump side. They keep wanting to, as the judge said, have their cake and eat it too, and so far the courts aren't having that.
A lot more curiosity growing about that evidence. And Ken, we know this first hearing is out of the way, so where does it go from here?
Well, the special master is on a very accelerated pace to start reviewing these 11,000 other documents besides the classified ones that were seized at Mar-a-Lago. And again, we've been talking a lot about this, but guys, I cannot stress enough, this is a sideshow. The FBI investigation into whether crimes were committed regarding the mishandling of documents at Mar-a-Lago is continuing. They are interviewing important witnesses, and whether or not the special master reviews a bunch of documents that they seized from Trump's office is one facet of a very important, larger investigation that is proceeding.
Complex indeed, a lot of dynamics at play here. Ken Delanian, thank you.
International headlines now, and protests in Iran are heating up after a woman died while in police custody.
Janice Abaki-Frater joins us from Beijing with this and other news. Good morning, Janice.
Hey, Stephen and Joe, good morning. Violence is escalating in Iran during protests sparked by the death of Mahsa Amini. She died in police custody after being arrested by Iran's morality police for contravening Islamic dress codes. Now, Iranian officials still deny that she was at all harmed at a detention center. Meanwhile, 5 people have been fatally shot and dozens injured in escalating clashes with police. A man who paid tribute to Queen Elizabeth II near the British consulate in Hong Kong has been arrested for alleged sedition. The 43-year-old man was among dozens of people who had gathered to remember the late Queen. Hong Kong, of course, is a former British colony. And on his harmonica, he played Glory to Hong Kong, which was an anthem during the 2019 pro-democracy protests there. So authorities say they are investigating him for what they described as an act of seditious intent. And finally, one of the longest flights on the planet might get a little bit easier if you have to suffer in economy class. Say hello to Sky Nests, these cozy little bunk features coming to Air New Zealand in 2024. It's for the New York to Auckland flight, which is 16 hours long. Now they have full-size pillows and bedding and earplugs and reading lights, and they happen to accommodate people up to 6 feet, 5 inches tall if you're happy to make that trip.
Yeah.
And that's a look at your headlines today.
That right there is the best feature, says the 6'3" person who never fits in any of those beds. So thank you, Janice. Appreciate that.
Janice, thanks. Well, coming up, raising rates to fight inflation.
The Federal Reserve expected to hike up interest rates to their highest level in decades. The latest on the historic hike and what it means for you. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, as we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. We're keeping an eye on the Federal Reserve this morning as it wraps up a high-stakes two-day policy meeting that's widely expected to yield yet another interest rate bump.
Yeah, top economists predict the central bank will raise rates by another 0.75 of a percentage point in a polarizing effort to fight historic inflation levels. The move would bring rates to their highest level since 2008. So joining us now with more on what we can expect today is Farnoosh Torabi. She's the money editor-at-large for CNET. So Farnoosh, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for being with us today. We do expect to hear from Fed Chair Jerome Powell today, this afternoon, about the policy change that could be coming up pretty soon. What do you expect to come from that?
I think the market's already baked in that the Federal Reserve is going to raise interest rates, as you mentioned, by 75 basis points, their third consecutive rate hike this year, and that more are going to come. I think what's going to be more interesting is what they indicate in their accompanying statement, and he always gives a press conference after the rate hike. We think that he's going to use the P word, which is pain, that ugly four-letter word, but I think is important to really manage expectations here for the everyday consumer, that things are going to get harder before they get easier. The Fed has said that inflation is enemy number one. The president has also said this. This is the most important economic issue on the table. And to fight inflation, we have to raise interest rates. Now, there is a small cohort of economists who think the rate hike could be as much as 1% today.
Really? Wow.
If that happens, hold on to your investment dollars, because I think the market's going to have a big reaction.
And what would that reaction be? Yeah.
They will not like that at all. A very sophisticated answer, but yeah, it's going to be
Our viewers
that.
understand that.
Yeah, you get it.
I mean, the Fed's also expected to release some of its quarterly projections really about the state of the economy.
Yes.
Inflation is a part of that. So is unemployment. I mean, what are you watching out for with that?
I am looking at the unemployment numbers. I don't think we're going to see a huge drop-off in employment because of this, because of interest rate hikes this year. But I think the anticipation is that as the Fed maintains its hawkish look on the economy and it maintains maintains its very aggressive stance on interest rates. Look, that's going to have an impact on business owners, small and large, to manage their budgets. And, you know, the good news is employers, they don't want to lay off employees. That's like the last-ditch effort to keep their head above water. So that's why I think we have seen the unemployment numbers kind of drag and not sort of reflect what's happening in the larger economy, which is that prices are going up. We have high interest rates, but employers, we like to stick it to the man, but they really, truly do want to keep their staff on staff, and it's the last-ditch effort. And so we're going to see that unemployment eventually will catch up to the reality of the pain that people are feeling out there. Probably this time next year, we're saying unemployment could be topping 4%.
Wow. Well, we do want to talk some real estate now, with those mortgage rates now topping 6%, doubling what they were this time last year, and demand, of course, for those mortgages then now falling. So do you think it's still a seller's market?
I think not as much as it was last year, obviously, because we have higher interest rates. We are also entering the fall and the winter seasons, which is typically a cooler time to be buying. So a lot of buyers go on the fence. At the same time, though, we don't have a lot of inventory, right? So that's also creating some weird pressure on prices. It's not keeping prices as down as you might hope if you're a prospective buyer. But we just wrote a big piece on this over at CNET. The one silver lining for prospective buyers is that there isn't going to be as much competition. So last summer, we were seeing people offer, waiving inspections. Here's my firstborn child, whatever you need. Here's some cryptocurrency, like whatever it will take to sweeten the deal. Now we're seeing that you can actually negotiate the price. You can get those inspections. And, to offset the rising cost of interest rates, maybe you can get the seller to pay for some of the mortgage points. The seller to pay for some of the mortgage points and also to make some repairs before you move in. So there is a little bit of that relief for current prospective buyers.
And you get to keep your firstborn child.
Yeah,
so there you go.
A nice perk. Yeah.
Win-win.
Exactly. All right, Farnoosh, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, coming up, some startling new information about pregnancy-related deaths, now shining a light on what the CDC calls a preventable problem.
We're going to talk to a doctor, one of our favorites, about the new report by the CDC. That is next here on Morning News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's Wednesday, which means it's time for your weekly checkup. This week, we're covering a major study that shows whether our diets have gotten any healthier in the past 30 years.
Mine certainly hasn't. And if you slept badly, I'm afraid we have even more bad news about the health risks of staying up.
So lots of really bad news for you. All right, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joined us in person with some of the important health headlines you might have missed. It's good to have you here in person. We're going to start with a concerning new CDC report. It says almost all pregnancy-related deaths in the U.S. are preventable. What more can you tell us about what this report is?
Yeah, this was really troubling because we had over 1,000 pregnancy-related deaths over a 2-year course that the CDC followed. That alone should be troubling. But then when you hear that 3 and 4, 4 and 5 of those deaths could have been totally preventable, and that the leading causes of those deaths were mental health illnesses, cardiac disease, bleeding, all things that we could have picked up on screening, it's a really troubling study and a reminder. And so the doctor's orders we have around this for both of you and for all the men and women and families listening. Number one, pre- and postnatal appointments are crucial. So make sure that you check on when those appointments should be and make all of those appointments. And then advocacy is key, and any awareness is essential because you have to know what you're looking for. Just as an example, people think it's right around the birth period that we saw these deaths. We saw about half of these deaths from 7 days to 1 year after pregnancy, which is really troubling. So all things we could pick up and things we should be doing.
Surprising to hear.
Yeah.
Our next study out of Tufts University looks at the eating habits from people in 185 countries over the past 30 years, and they found our diets really are not any healthier despite all of those infomercials, all those fad diets. So how much improvement do you think we've actually seen?
So 30 years, Steve, and I have to tell you, even I was disappointed to see that we really have not moved the needle. So Tufts have been watching diets. This is really interesting because they also, for the first time, incorporated children and their eating patterns. Here's what we know. We know that the United States actually ranks pretty low. So on a scale of 0 to 100, with a majority of the high kind of countries that eat well in the 50s, the United States was in the 20s. That's failing by many regards, and that has not moved over 30 years. And then over the top of this, we saw that some of the higher kind of functioning countries that had better diets might surprise some people, Vietnam and India. And what that brings us to are our doctor's orders for what we can do about it while we're sitting here. Number one, clean and simple eating. So thinking about produce, plant-based oils, things that are natural, those are all the foods we should be eating. And then number two, let's start younger. Children can start. We saw that actually on the whole, women had better diets than men and older adults had better diets than kids. So starting early and doing it simple is probably the key.
It's always such a simple thing, but it's easier said than done so often. All right, we love, because we're a morning show, a good sleep study, even though they're always depressing for us. This latest one, researchers at Mount Sinai found those who stay up too late are at greater risk for type 2 diabetes, obesity, and heart disease. Why is it? What's the advice for those of us who don't sleep well?
All right, so Joe, this hits me hard because I think I've had about 30 years of insomnia, and I've always thought I could catch up. Like, okay, I'll get that 10 hours on the weekends. Here's what studies found. And by the way, these are several studies. Sinai, Rutgers, a number of researchers with a large kind of data set have been looking and then also doing trials, basically breaking it down, looking at adults that are early risers and people that are kind of quote unquote night owls. So people that, like me, stay up pretty late working and then try to wake up to compensate for their days. People who are early risers tend to use their fat for their metabolism. That's what you want. You want your body to burn and use energy, and they tend on the whole to be more active than people who are night owls. And we also know from Sinai researchers that if you don't get enough sleep, or that if you even get little increments off of your sleep, both in humans and in animals, that they saw changes at the cellular level. So things that relate to sleep actually can change your body on the cellular level. So what are the doctor's orders there? Well, for me, it's a personal one. Got to make sure we get at least 8 hours of sleep. My mom always told me to, and I just never got it done. And then number two, you really can't catch up. So you really do need to try to get those blocks of sleep really in those kind of prime nighttime hours. And then if you can, putting a regular habit to waking up early is the best thing. So it all comes down to simple getting rest, putting the screens away, and doing whatever you can.
Make it a priority.
It's except us.
Exactly.
Keep the screen time for just us.
All right, Dr. Patel, thank you so much. Good to have you here in person. All right, more business headlines now. Big bank CEOs will face questioning on Capitol Hill later today, addressing long-standing regulatory issues.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with more on this. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so the heads of 7 of the nation's largest banks will be on Capitol Hill today and tomorrow. They'll face questions from Congress about the state of the economy and how they plan to support consumers at a time of high inflation and rising interest rates. Now, JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon is expected to warn about competing forces impacting the economy, strong consumer spending and plentiful job openings against inflation, supply chain disruptions, and falling consumer confidence. United Airlines canceled some flights Monday and Tuesday after discovering it failed to perform required inspections on the wings of its Boeing 777 jets. About 18 flights, mostly international routes, were scrapped as a result. United doesn't expect additional cancellations while it finishes the inspections over the next 2 weeks. And United's 777 jets only recently returned to service after being effectively grounded for more than a year due to a problem with the plane's external engine covers. And if you're in the market for a house, get ready to pony up some cash. A recent report by homebuyer.com ranked the most expensive states based on median home prices and the average percent of income needed to cover monthly mortgage costs. Hawaii tops the list. It's in high demand for both residents and vacationers, and it takes 35% of someone's income to cover mortgage costs. California is second, followed by Oregon, Washington, and Colorado, guys.
All right, no way. People want to live in Hawaii. Imagine that. All right. Thanks, Silvana.
You got it.
Well, coming up this morning, he is not your average college football player. When we come back here on Morning News Now, we'll introduce you to the defensive lineman who's making a name for himself at nearly 50 years old.
And a culture of thanks. We're going to take a look at how gratitude in the workplace not only makes for happy workers, it's also good for business.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city turned crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern?
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city turned crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Harry Styles!
Welcome back. The Las Vegas Aces brought home the 2022 WNBA championship this week, becoming the first major league sports team to bring a title to the city. The Aces beat the Connecticut Sun 78-71 on Sunday. Thousands lined the streets of the world-famous Las Vegas Strip to celebrate their victory yesterday. Nevada's governor even made their winnings a little sweeter by officially proclaiming September 20th as Las Vegas Aces Day. And in a post on Twitter said he, quote, couldn't be prouder. So, Stephen, on top of first gambling, then entertainment, now Vegas really becoming a bit of a sports mecca.
Another reason to go to Vegas. What happens there doesn't necessarily stay there.
There you go. Good point.
All right. I love it, Joe. Well, move over Tom Brady. There's another football player out there looking to take the claim as the new elder man on the field. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas introduces us to a college freshman who at nearly 50 years old proves he still has what it takes to succeed on the gridiron.
At North Dakota College of Science this season,
Let's go, dude!
one freshman football player stands out from the rest because he looks more like a parent, less like a teammate.
They've all been very receptive of me coming in and playing, because at first they thought I was another football coach on our first day of camp. Then that's whenever I got in line to get pads. That's sort of I'm like, wait a minute, you're playing?
That's defensive tackle Ray Ruschel. At 49 years old, he's a month older than the team's head coach.
He's always in a good mood. He's always just kind of Ray, you know. He's always in a good mood, ready to work and do what he can for his teammates. How about that for an action shot?
Ruschel is an Army veteran who still serves with the North Dakota Army National Guard. It's those 17 years of service that kept Ray in shape and gave him the mindset that he could get back to football.
So I've been surrounded by young people throughout my military career. And so on and off the field, these guys are really, truly tremendous. I try to instill, that's what I'm talking about. Being punctual, being awake, to just do my hardest, working to strive to do my best every day at practice and also during the games.
Suiting up to play in number 94, a nod to his age, as it's 49 backwards. Ray has become a leader on and off the field, making plays and just showing what's possible for any student athlete.
I guess he's a very good symbol, too, for the younger guys that, never to give up hope. And there's always an opportunity if you're willing to go as far as Ray has.
Although Ray is attending college for the first time, he has a lot to teach everyone, not just about making plays, but about tackling life.
If I had the chance and I didn't take it, I would regret it. I had the chance, I'm taking it, and I'm living life to the fullest. And I'm having a blast out here with everybody out here playing with these young kids and actually being able to keep up. Surprising myself a lot, so.
That was actually Sam Brock with that story. Now, Ray's Wildcats are currently 2-1 so far this season, with their next game coming up this weekend.
How cool is it? I love that he's older than the coach, too.
Yeah, by a month. It's so great. They're so nice to him about it.
Yeah, I'm sure he doesn't get teased at all.
That's right.
All right, that'll do it for this hour of NBC News Now, but stay with us. The news continues right now.
And good morning. I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, gaining steam. Hurricane Fiona strengthening overnight. Now a Category 4 storm as it carves through the Caribbean. This morning, millions are waking up without power or water. Well, some lost everything.
Devastating, the PTSD just come back right away. All the destruction, all the floating, all the people waving on the top of the roof, requesting for help. It's heartbreaking.
The major cleanup now underway as the storm heads north. Raising the stakes, we're following breaking news overnight. Russia says it's calling up military reservists, escalating the war in Ukraine. The Kremlin says it now plans to annex even more land and is threatening nuclear retaliation if Ukraine continues its push to reclaim its country. Reaction from Washington as we're hearing disturbing new evidence of atrocities. Special master showdown. Former President Trump's legal team grilled over documents seized at Mar-a-Lago. The pushback over declassification, why the judge overseeing this hearing told them you can't have your cake and eat it. And riding into the sunset, tennis great Roger Federer will call it a career this weekend, but with 20 major single titles under his belt, some are already wondering if he's planning a comeback. What he told us about his post-career plans in an exclusive interview. That interview with his biggest fan, Savannah Guthrie, is completely unbiased about the fact that she wants him to play forever.
She is so clear about that, right up front with her.
Exactly. So we'll get to that in a little bit. We are going to begin this hour with the latest movements of Hurricane Fiona, which is now a Category 4 storm, gaining strength overnight. And this morning, it's on its way to Bermuda after slamming the Caribbean this week.
Yeah, Turks and Caicos are now assessing all the damage left behind by Fiona. Officials there say early reports are showing minimal damage to the island chain, but in Puerto Rico, it is quite a different scene this morning. Most people are without power and water, and the cleanup is just getting underway as Congress begins freeing up money for emergency relief. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in Puerto Rico with the latest.
Good morning. Yet another massive cleanup effort is underway here in Puerto Rico. The island had not yet fully recovered from its last major storm, Hurricane Maria, 5 years ago, when Fiona roared ashore. Now that storm is showing no signs of slowing down.
This morning, Hurricane Fiona is strengthening, heading towards Bermuda after barreling through Turks and Caicos, with winds up to 125 miles per hour, triggering a shelter-in-place order. In the Dominican Republic, more than 1 million people are without power, carving a deadly path through the Caribbean. At least 5 people dead, either directly because of the storm or its aftermath. From above, just a small glimpse of the DR destruction. Homes and even entire crops of bananas now gone. In Puerto Rico, another agonizing night, days after Fiona made landfall. Just 20% of the island has power, 50% has running water.
Here is my sofa, my microwave, my TV.
Sharaima Morales is in the dark, her flooded belongings now on the street corner, her patience running out.
I don't know how to explain how hard it is.
She and many others here think local officials did not learn lessons after Hurricane Maria decimated the island's power grid 5 years ago.
Do you think that the government of Puerto Rico was adequately prepared for this hurricane?
No.
Why not?
Because they did nothing.
Fiona now also devastating her town, Toa Baja in northern Puerto Rico, as we saw during an aerial tour.
The water here just kept rising, choking off these communities for the better part of 2 days.
Thankfully, the water is now receding, but the pain is not. We met another family in southern Puerto Rico reaching their flooded home for the first time.
It's so bad.
Today, more long fuel lines are expected as Puerto Ricans scramble to feed their portable generators. The governor here is asking for expedited federal help.
FEMA says its warehouses here are fully stocked, and it's pledging to send in more disaster teams to help. Meanwhile, the Department of Health and Human Services has declared a public health emergency here in Puerto Rico. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you.
Let's bring in American Red Cross spokesperson Grace Meinhofer for more on the cleanup in Puerto Rico. Grace, thank you for joining us. So first of all, what's the Red Cross seeing on the ground, and what are you hearing from people there in Puerto Rico?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. We're seeing a lot of destruction like you've seen in all the visuals. Floods, landslide, a lot of help will be needed in the days ahead. I mean, a lot of people don't have electricity or water. We have over 100 volunteers and teams that are deploying through the island to distribute supplies, cleaning kits, hygiene products, and other things that might need to help the people in Puerto Rico recuperate from this disaster.
The Red Cross, of course, also responded after Hurricane Maria 5 years ago. What are some of the lessons your organization learned from the recovery after that storm that you're applying to try and help people today, especially lessons specific to some of the challenges facing Puerto Rico?
So I was part of the long-term recovery plan for Puerto Rico, and I have to say, so one of the lessons that we learned was that investing in solar panels for the schools that serve as government shelters was one of the best things that came out of Hurricane Maria. Over 150 schools had solar panels, thanks to the generosity of the donors that donated for Hurricane Maria and helped us respond for that disaster. And today, we see that these schools are serving food. The panels help to preserve the food and also to serve hot meals as people come in and out of the shelters.
We've seen that maybe some advocates for Puerto Rico are a bit hesitant right now to donate to the Red Cross following Hurricane Maria. MTV is reporting that some Puerto Ricans are being asked donate to more local causes first. What's your reaction when you hear that? Are you worried at all that there are any trust issues there?
I have to say we have over 100 volunteers. 80% of them are Puerto Ricans. They don't have electricity. They don't have water. I don't have electricity or water, and we're here serving the community. The Red Cross also partnered with local community organizations for distribution of meals and supplies. It's going to take a team effort to bring Puerto Rico back. So donating to the Red Cross is a safe thing. And if you want to donate, please go to redcross.org and place a donation to help the people affected for this disaster.
All right, Grace Meinhofer, thanks so much for joining us. Please stay safe.
All right, let's get the latest. Let's get the latest now on where Fiona is actually headed next.
NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here with that. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And it's headed towards Bermuda, but it's going to spend a little time over water. It's going to continue to strengthen. Still Category 4, but a little bit stronger. So let's take a look at what's happening in the tropics, because it's not just Hurricane Fiona. We are looking at a couple systems. We do have a tropical storm. That's Tropical Storm Gaston. That developed yesterday. The good news here is we do expect it to stay out to sea. It's sort of going to take a turn towards the east. And then we have three other waves, two waves coming off Africa, one just east of the Windward Islands. This is one that we're going to watch very closely because it does have the potential to impact the U.S. So let's first start with Fiona, and then we'll talk about that one wave. Hurricane Fiona, Category 4 storm. It became a Category 4 storm at the 2 o'clock advisory, so developed overnight. That's because it's over these really warm waters, bath waters. So it's strengthening. It's looking really strong on satellite winds at 130 miles per hour. Those are sustained. So we're seeing winds gusting higher than that. That's a problem. The second problem is it's moving very slowly at 8 miles per hour. So as we go throughout time, we do expect it to pick up a bit, but still it can drop a lot of rain in as it goes that slowly. Now, we do have tropical alerts. That's for Bermuda, tropical storm watch, and we do expect conditions to deteriorate over the next 48 hours, and that will probably most likely be updated to a tropical storm warning by Thursday into Friday. So this is what it looks like in terms of the track, a Category 4 hurricane right now. It's going to take a turn towards the north and also towards the east, but still staying west of Bermuda. This is the good news. The latest track showing it even further to the west. So we're going to, of course, continue to watch that. We still have time, but hoping that it goes further to the west and staying clear of Bermuda. But even still on this track, we could see tropical storm winds, some really rough seas as well, and some heavy rainfall. We do expect it to pass by Bermuda sometime between Thursday into Friday. And then this is really interesting because you don't see this that often, and it will be historic. It stays strong even as far north as Canada, even New England area. We're looking by Saturday 3 a.m. a Category 3 storm. It's going to enter Atlantic Canada as a very strong storm with low pressure, probably the lowest pressure they've ever seen. It could bring down trees, bring down power lines. It's going to cause a lot of problems over the weekend there. Now, the East Coast expected to be spared by Fiona, but we're going to still see rough surfs in terms of the beach conditions, some rip currents, and also high waves. So be careful. Just stay away from the oceans if you can. And then I wanted to talk about this. Invest 98L. That's just a name that the National Hurricane Center denotes something that we're going to follow through over the next 5 days. So we do expect this to become a tropical depression, 90% chance. That's pretty high over the next 5 days. And unfortunately, look at this track. So it's a good development zone. It's very conducive to development. And then as we go throughout time, these are some of the models. So notice with Fiona, it took that turn towards the east, that right-hand turn, and that's why we didn't see an impact in the U.S. mainland. This is a little bit different. We don't have a steering mechanism, so we do expect it to turn to the west. But notice a lot of models are turning it towards the southeast and towards the Gulf. So that's going to be one to watch, guys. And we're looking at a severe threat, also 20 million at risk in portions of the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley. So Watertown, Buffalo, Erie could see some pretty strong storms, some damaging winds, even the chance of a tornado or two.
The Canada thing is mind-boggling to me. I mean, is there how strong could it be when it gets into Canadian
Most
waters?
likely it'll be ex-tropical, but at that point it doesn't matter because remember Sandy? Sandy was ex-tropical. And remember how much damage it caused. So that's sort of a name that we like to give something and we want to hear that category. But it doesn't matter. It's going to have very strong winds, really low pressure. It's going to pack a punch for sure.
All right, we know you'll keep an eye on it. Michelle, thank you.
All right, turning now to the latest from Ukraine, where Russian President Vladimir Putin is escalating his attacks despite a series of setbacks. In a televised address overnight, Putin announced a partial mobilization of Russia's military. He also appeared to threaten nuclear retaliation if Kyiv continues its efforts to reclaim land. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now with all the latest on these developments. Richard.
Good morning. This has been a rare statement from Vladimir Putin talking about the war, an acknowledgement that the war, which Russia long billed as something that would be quick and easy, is not going exactly according to plan. Vladimir Putin said that Russia is fighting the West, that the West, he didn't say the United States, but clearly that's what he was primarily talking about, has been supplying the Ukraine with weapons, that the West needs to be confronted, that the West wants to divide Russia and collapse the Russian Federation the same way it did the Soviet Union. And because of this, he says that Russia has no choice but to escalate the war here in Ukraine.
Backed in a corner, President Vladimir Putin put Russia further on war footing to try to reverse stunning losses in Ukraine. I deem it necessary to support the proposal of the Ministry of Defense and the General Command for partial mobilization in the Russian Federation, he said. That includes a call-up of reserves. With new American and European weapons and increased intelligence cooperation, Ukraine's military has liberated thousands of square miles from Russia over the last 2 weeks. Perhaps in response, in a seemingly coordinated move, 4 parts of Ukraine that are partially or completely controlled by Russian troops are now holding votes to become part of Russia. The U.S. has called the vote a sham, but it could give Russia a pretext to annex Ukrainian territory, then threaten to defend it with nuclear weapons. Putin already this morning threatening Russia would use all the means at its disposal, adding, "This is not a bluff." Ukrainians are still exhuming bodies from mass graves outside towns they recaptured from Russia. A civil defense worker says many of the bodies had their hands bound and showed signs of torture. Maxime told us how he was tortured by Russian interrogators with electric shocks. They suspected he was passing on intelligence to Ukrainian forces.
So this was your cell down this hallway here?
Yeah, 4 people.
4 people inside.
4 men, this.
Maxime took me to the basement.
So this was the torture room.
Maxime says he was seated and handcuffed, and showed me a picture of the machine they used to give him electric shocks.
What were they asking you? What do they want to know?
They said, "You talk. You know what we want. Tell us." Maxime says he was rescued when Ukrainian forces drove the Russians out.
Senior Ukrainian officials dismissed the moves by Russia to mobilize some reserves and put the country more on war footing, saying that it shows the current Russian army, the standing army, is inadequate.
Even more concerns. All right, Richard Engel, thank you.
President Biden's remarks to the United Nations today will take on a new level of importance after this dramatic escalation in the war.
Yeah, the president is expected to make the case for the world's continued support of Ukraine's war efforts.
NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now with the latest. Kristen, good morning. Good to see you here in person.
It's great to see both of you.
It brings you to New York. So what can we expect to hear from the president? Do we think there might be any sort of shift now, given everything that's happened in Russia?
I would expect so, and I would expect that you're going to hear President Biden reiterate his warning that there will be what he has called severe consequences should Putin use chemical or nuclear weapons in an attack. Now, the president has not said what that retaliation will look like specifically, but I think you will hear yet another stern warning. And look, broadly speaking, the president is using this speech to try to rally support for Ukraine and to keep world allies incentivized to keep up their support for Ukraine. The U.S. has already committed $15 billion in 21 separate aid packages. But that's really the challenge at this point. How do you keep people motivated, particularly when you're dealing with a global economy that is facing potentially yet another economic downturn? So I think that that's really going to be the crux of the president's speech. But broadly speaking, he's going to use this speech, I'm told, to call for a defense of democracies globally. And that's obviously a theme that we've heard a lot from this president.
And it's been hard to keep Ukraine in the headlines. There's so many other things happening this summer that have sort of taken the spotlight. But I did want to ask what you made of Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov attending this UN summit. Do you think there's still some chance for diplomacy?
So that's the big question. Right now, there are no scheduled meetings between U.S. officials and Russian officials, between Sergei Lavrov included. And of course, President Putin, not surprisingly, is not at the UN General Assembly. We're not surprised by that, but I was speaking to a senior administration official overnight who said the fact that there are no talks scheduled, the fact that Putin is not here, he's one of 4 leaders who didn't attend, but it just underscores that there's really no hope at this point for a diplomatic resolution. Now, we'll be watching very closely to see, is there a meeting that happens between Lavrov and Blinken? Potentially, that's what a lot of the focus has been on. But again, nothing's scheduled right now. And so this freeze in dialogue continues.
You mentioned the president obviously going to be focusing on democracy, really just worldwide. And it's not just Ukraine. Do we expect him to talk about some of the pressures facing places like Taiwan?
Absolutely. And of course, the president just made news in recent comments that he made about Taiwan when he said the U.S. would defend Taiwan should China attack. Now, that was headline making because the U.S. has historically had a policy of ambiguity, not saying how it would respond. So this is the second time the president has said something like that, and then senior officials rush to kind of clarify and say that U.S. policy hasn't changed. But there's no doubt that the U.S. is very focused on that region, on China. The U.S. has taken a number of steps to try to counter a rising China. And so I think that will be at the forefront as well. In addition to that, Joe, I think you're going to hear him talk about Iran, attempts to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. And I also think he's going to talk about things like climate change, as well as, of course, the global pandemic. So a lot for him to cover. There's going to be a lot of scrutiny of this speech.
All right, Kristen Welker, you're going to stick around with us and help us cover it a little bit later when the speech
here.
happens. Good to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kristen, thanks. Well, another twist this morning in the ongoing battle over immigration policies.
Some of the migrants who were flown to Martha's Vineyard by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis last week are now suing him and other state officials, accusing them of fraud. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has been following this story for us.
Hey there, Governor DeSantis is facing that new lawsuit and a separate criminal investigation by a Texas sheriff as speculation mounts about whether he will try to fly more migrants out of the South, which is experiencing a record influx in border crossings. Nearly 8,000 migrants arriving daily.
Nobody can deny that there's a crisis.
This morning, Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis facing backlash for his decision to fly 48 Venezuelan migrants to Martha's Vineyard last week. Attorneys representing some of those migrants filing a lawsuit late Tuesday against DeSantis and other Florida officials, accusing them of a premeditated, fraudulent, and illegal scheme to transport them to the island. The suit, which is seeking class action status in Massachusetts, says the migrants were lured with incentives like McDonald's gift certificates and free hotel stays, and were promised jobs, housing, and educational opportunities if they boarded planes to other states. DeSantis maintains the flights were voluntary and that migrants signed a consent form shared overnight by his office, who responded to the lawsuit writing, Florida's program gave them a fresh start in a sanctuary state, and these individuals opted to take advantage of chartered flights to Massachusetts.
If 50 was a burden on one of the richest places in our country, what about all these other communities that have been overrun with hundreds or thousands?
The lawsuit comes 2 days after a Texas sheriff announced a criminal investigation into the flights, which originated in his state. Sheriff Javier Salazar, a Democrat, says the migrants were lured with false promises of work and assistance. Massachusetts Republican Governor Charlie Baker says he supports the sheriff's investigation, but is also urging the Biden administration and Congress to enact sweeping immigration and border security reform.
I'd like to see the feds create an immigration policy that people can understand and people can enforce and people can abide by. We don't have that.
Homeland Security reports illegal border crossings have hit a record high, totaling more than 2 million in the last 11 months. On Tuesday, there were unconfirmed rumors a plane carrying migrants was heading to President Biden's home state of Delaware. The White House said it was coordinating with state officials to prepare. Volunteer groups stood by to help. Reporters and camera crews staked out airports, but the plane and the migrants never arrived, landing at New Jersey's Teterboro Airport, appearing not to have any passengers on board. Back to you.
All right, Emily, thank you.
All right, turning now to the review of those documents that were seized by the FBI in their search of former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. Senior U.S. District Judge Raymond Dearie, who has been appointed as the special master in this review, held his first hearing into this matter yesterday, and he expressed what sounded like some doubt over the arguments made by Trump's legal team that the former president had already declassified those documents in question before the FBI seized them back in August. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now for more on this. Ryan, good morning to you. If you would, tell us about this, what sounded like skepticism from the special master who's already reviewing these documents and arguments by the former president's legal team. What does this signal about the strength of their case moving forward?
Yeah, I think for the special master, this is sort of a put up or shut up moment, he sees us as for the Trump folks, because essentially what the Trump team has been doing is implying that, oh, maybe Donald Trump declassified some of these materials. But you've noticed they haven't actually said that in court. And that's because there are penalties for saying things that aren't true in court. So they haven't actually come forward and claimed that, despite all of these claims in the media about this purported declassification. So they haven't actually made that claim specifically, and they haven't put forward any evidence of that actually being the case. And what the special master is saying here is that essentially these documents have labels saying they are classified. And if there's no other evidence regarding declassification, then by default, these are classified documents and wouldn't be subject to any sort of review in terms of whether they're personal records of Donald Trump. Because, of course, if they're classified records, they're on their face, not the property of Donald Trump. They're not his personal property. They are the records of the U.S. government. And, remember, this is just a subset of the 11,000 documents, government documents that DOJ says that they seized from Donald Trump's estate in Mar-a-Lago on August 8th.
Well, talk to us, if you would, about the thinking behind Trump's legal team trying to avoid sharing more information about these claims of declassification. Do you think they're just trying to slow down the entire legal process?
I think it's a lot of it, and the judge sort of said that, they can't have their cake and eat it. They can't just make these broad claims and sort of keep that in their back pocket and say, oh, maybe these might have been declassified. And, essentially what it would do is require the Trump team to go on the record and say, no, there's no record of declassification for that, which, of course, guts a future potential defense for them. But, the interesting thing here, of course, is that if there is a record of declassification, that by default is also a government record, which under the Presidential Records Act should have been stored by the National Archives. So theoretically, the government may already have access to any purported claims of declassification. And so it's not something that the Trump team can just sort of pull out of their pocket. They might be able to say, oh, that he declassified it in some way because it was just an oral order or something like that, and sort of magically waved his hands over a set of documents, as some legal experts have joked. But that's going to be a little bit of a stretch, and I think the judge is basically expressing some extreme skepticism towards Donald Trump's entire approach to this.
An oral order, more of just a take our word for it type of thing. So where do you see the case actually going from here?
Well, we have to hear from the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, because there was a reply that was filed last night by DOJ in response to the Trump team. So we should hear from them actually relatively shortly, because that's what DOJ has been focused on, is those 100 or so classified documents that amount to hundreds of pages that basically they say that need to get priority. They want to be able to look at those documents and move forward with those documents immediately, because they say that's important for their review to see whether there are any national security impacts from the holding of these classified records at Donald Trump's estate in Mar-a-Lago.
The question so many people are still asking right now. All right, Ryan Riley, thank you.
Coming up, deadly protests in Iran this morning following the death of a woman in custody of the morality police.
Now, thousands are marching in cities across the country. We'll have the latest developments from that this morning.
NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show. Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest on protests in Iran, which are continuing after a woman died in police custody last week.
Yeah, 22-year-old Mahsa Amini was taken into custody by Iran's morality police, who enforce strict hijab rules. Iranian authorities have denied mistreating her. Amini's death has sparked outrage and violent unrest, with at least 5 people killed in the protests and dozens others injured.
NBC News Tehran bureau chief and correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with the latest on this. So, Ali, I know there are calls for a prompt and impartial investigation into this woman's death. What's the latest there?
Hey, Joe, that's right. There have been international calls for an open, independent and transparent investigation into the death of this young woman who died while she was detained by the much-feared, much-hated morality police in this country. A spokesman for the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights issued a stinging statement saying that their office has received numerous unverified videos of violent treatment of women, including slapping women across the face, beating them with batons and throwing them into the back of police vans. She said that the authorities must stop targeting, harassing and detaining women who don't abide by these strict hijab rules, and is calling for a repeal of all discrimination laws and regulations that impose mandatory hijab. For their part, the authorities here, unsurprisingly, Joe, have denied any culpability in the death of Mahsa Amini, but they have been spooked by the reaction of the people on the streets. So much so that even the authorities here have said that they have launched an investigation into her death. The president of Iran even called her family to offer his condolences, but those efforts by the authorities in Iran have done little to suppress the unrest that is still continuing.
And Ali, we know that unrest was sparked by the woman's death, but as you were just talking about, this highlights a broader issue of human rights in Iran. Are there any calls to reform Iran's military or morality police, rather, and its laws requiring the wearing of those hijabs?
Yes, I mean, those are essentially what all the calls are for right now in the protests. And we are seeing unprecedented scenes in Iran right now, Steve. Women here are basically at the forefront of this movement. They are saying that their rights have been trampled on, that essentially the laws in this country are state-sponsored misogyny. And not only do they want the laws reformed, they don't want to be subject to these very strict Islamic rules on dress codes. And that's why we've been seeing last night unprecedented images in Iran of women standing in the middle of Tehran and other cities, burning their headscarves in the middle of the city, shaving their heads, being supported by large crowds chanting them on. Several days ago, Steve, this would have been an unimaginable taboo in Iran, but this is what's happening in the evenings here in Iran. It is a seminal moment for the Islamic Republic.
I mean, Ali, in the past, we've seen anti-government unrest met with large deployments of security forces. Protesters have been arrested, injured, even killed. Is the response here similar to that?
Look, Joe, the response has been heavy-handed. There's no doubt about that. But they have, unusually, for the time being, for now, they haven't been as violent as they've been before. It's not clear exactly why. Maybe they're hoping that the protests will peter out. Maybe they don't want to have a really harsh crackdown while Iran's president is in New York and going to address the UNGA. But there are fears in this country that if the protests go on, if they get larger, and once the president is back in Iran, there'll be a no-holds-barred crackdown on protesters.
Ali Arouzi reporting from Tehran. Ali, thank you so much.
Well, more international news now. China says it's willing to put forth effort for a peaceful reunification with Taiwan following weeks of military maneuvers and war tactics.
NBC's Janice Maggie-Freyer joins us now from Beijing with this and other world news. Janice, good morning.
Good morning, Stephen and Joe. More attention is turning to Taiwan, with the head of China's Taiwan Affairs Office declaring that reunification with the mainland is inevitable and that China will, quote, do all it can to make it peaceful, though officials here have not ruled out the use of force. For the past few weeks, China has conducted military drills around the island since Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taipei, and with the Communist Party Congress coming up here next month when Xi Jinping is expected to secure a third term in power. A bit of controversy for Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Less about his singing ability than what he chose to sing and when. Trudeau was filmed at a hotel piano bar in central London, belting out Bohemian Rhapsody by the group Queen. And some Canadians found that disrespectful on the eve of Queen Elizabeth II's funeral. Now, they say it was embarrassing. Others in his defense are arguing it's all exaggerated. The 14-second clip has already been viewed 1.5 million times. And finally, scientists at the University of Hong Kong have answered one of those questions that I'm sure my son has asked me. How many ants are there on Earth? And now they have a number. And they say that number is astonishing. And it really is. You take a 20, add 15 zeros to it, that's 20 quadrillion. And that's how many ants are apparently crawling around on Earth. As well, they weigh more in total than all birds and mammals combined, and they are equal to 1/5 the weight of all humans.
Well,
and this, gentleman, is the information that you need to get on with your day.
And there's an image for you, all the ants in the world together in one giant blob. So thank you for that, Janice.
All of them.
The stuff of nightmares. All right, Janice, thank you.
All right, coming up, anxiety issues impact tens of millions of Americans. Well, now there are new steps being taken to identify and tackle the issue head on, even if you don't have any symptoms.
And speaking of symptoms, flu season is just around the corner. What you can do to protect yourself and why some experts are concerned we could see a big surge in cases.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Welcome back. A new recommendation is out calling for all adults under 65 to be routinely screened for anxiety. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now to tell us a little more and what we can do to cope with anxiety. Hey there, Sam.
Joe, good morning. Look, it affects a lot of Americans, some 40 to 50 million. And this new guidance centered on anxiety screenings is a first for the task force. They also say the benefits of the screenings outweigh any potential risks and can get people the effective treatments that they need.
The silent suffering of anxiety could be a thing of the past. According to the latest draft recommendation by the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force, routine screenings are considered beneficial for adults under 65, including pregnant and postpartum women without any symptoms.
What they're recommending now is a great thing because it'll let doctors open up the conversation, and hopefully from there, they'll be able to diagnose more and treat more.
Anxiety disorders are considered the most common mental illness in the country, affecting nearly 50 million people, with just under 1 out of every 3 adults saying they've experienced an anxiety disorder at some point in their lives. And according to a recent survey from the CDC, over the course of the pandemic, the number of adults seeking treatment increased from 19% to 21%.
And anytime you have a stressful environment, be a pandemic, be any kind of disasters, wartime periods, stress levels go up, anxiety levels go up. And in this case, more visits to the primary care doctor or to their doctor for anxiety type symptoms is essentially the tip of the iceberg.
Anxiety, even found in the presence of fame and success, with more and more celebrities and athletes opening up about their personal journeys. Like Olympic legend Michael Phelps, who discussed mental health with Savannah and Hoda.
It's difficult, but I think the only way that we're able to be our 100% authentic self is if we can take care of our mental health and our physical self at the same time.
So what are some healthy ways to cope with anxiety? First, identify your triggers. What are situations or circumstances that increase your stress? Make sleep a priority and maintain a healthy diet. And if you find your anxiety interfering with anything in your life, seek help from a doctor and develop a treatment plan.
The most important thing to realize is regardless of where you are in your life, where you are in your relationships, where you are in society, it can affect anyone, anywhere, anytime.
And you may be asking, what about kids? Well, in April, the same task force made similar recommendations for screening children 8 to 18. As for adults over 65, that's a bit different because many of the common symptoms of aging, like trouble sleeping, pain, and fatigue, can also overlap with symptoms of anxiety. So the task force said there wasn't quite enough evidence to guarantee the accuracy of the screening tools in older adults. Joe, back
interesting. All right, Sam, thank you.
Thanks.
U.S. officials are warning of a possible surge in flu cases this year.
Yeah, according to the CDC, up to 41 million people catch the flu every year. And concerns are rising here in the U.S. following Australia's flu season, where infection rates were even higher than they've been in the last 5 years. So what should you do to stay healthy this season? NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now to answer that. So how bad are you expecting this flu season to be?
Well, let me just go on the record and say that it's always notoriously difficult to predict what our flu season is going to do. But as you mentioned in the lead, especially Australia has had a really bad flu season, worst in the last 5 years. It started early. It peaked more quickly even than in years past. And remember, we haven't built up any real immunity over the last 2 years against flu because we were in our homes, we were working from home, we were wearing our masks. And so experts are concerned. And as I said this morning, I'm not typically an alarmist, but I am a little bit nervous about this year.
So that begs the question, when is the best time to get your flu shot? And of course, the question everyone keeps asking, can you get the flu shot and the COVID shot or your booster at the same time? And
yes.
Should you do that?
Yes. So second part of the question first, yes, you absolutely can, especially if you have that One Health encounter and they're offering both No reason to separate them. In terms of when to get it, this is always the big question. And again, it really comes down to, can we really predict with any degree of certainty when our flu season is going to peak? It usually peaks between December and February. And for that reason, the CDC typically recommends that we get our flu shots by the end of October. But again, because in the Southern Hemisphere, it peaked a little bit early, it's September 20. I had to check this morning. It's September 21st.
First day of autumn.
Right. And there you go. There's really no reason to delay. I would say from now until the end of October really would be an ideal time to get your flu shot. It takes 2 weeks to get your antibodies built up after you get inoculated.
And so aside from that flu shot, what can people do to keep themselves safe? And just as a reminder, what symptoms should we be looking out for?
Right. So again, I'm going to do second part first. The flu is very typical, if you will. It presents the way COVID did in the beginning, and that is as what we call a typical viral syndrome, usually an abrupt onset of fever, chills, achiness, sore throat, runny nose, that kind of thing. And remember, sort of that abrupt onset, high fever. In terms of prevention, I'm going to say the first 3 things you're going to do is to get your flu shot. Other than that, it's all the things that now we have rehearsed very well because of COVID-19. It's washing your hands frequently. It's staying home if you are sick. And, if you are a person at risk, by all means, you should still be wearing your mask, especially in crowded indoor places. We don't need to abandon that practice just because some of us think that the pandemic is in our rearview mirror.
And the washing your hands is arguably a little more helpful with the flu than it is with COVID, right?
Right, exactly. And that's a good point. Right? I mean, the portal of entry for all of these respiratory viruses is the head and neck, right? So mouth and nose and eyes. So really trying not only to wash your hands frequently, use hand sanitizer with alcohol, but avoiding touching your face, rubbing your nose and things like that is super, super important.
All right, a lot of important reminders. Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you.
You bet.
Coming up, the Fed is expected to raise interest rates again today.
We'll take a look at the risks this could bring, the impact that could have on your wallet, and what you need to keep moving forward.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Harry Styles!
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop stuff, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Welcome back. Some business headlines now. A new major retailer has its employees file for unionization.
NBC's Savannah Hanau joins us with that and other money headlines. Hey, Savannah, good morning.
Hey guys, yeah, good morning. So a group of Home Depot workers in Philadelphia have filed a petition to unionize. It's a rare move at the home improvement chain. The 274 employees work in merchandising, specialty, and operations, according to a filing with the National Labor Relations Board. It follows union pushes over the past year at Apple, Starbucks, Amazon, and Chipotle. And a group of Home Depot delivery drivers joined a union in San Diego back in 2019. Gap is cutting roughly 500 corporate jobs. It's reportedly a mix of layoffs and not filling open positions at the company's corporate offices in New York, San Francisco, and across Asia. The news comes after Gap reported weak quarterly earnings and sales at its namesake brand and Old Navy and announced the departure of its CEO in July. Last week, Kanye West said he was terminating his partnership with Gap, alleging the company breached their contract. Twitch is banning major gambling websites from its platform starting next month. Twitch, which is owned by Amazon, will prohibit streaming of sites that feature slots, roulette, and dice games that are unlicensed in the U.S. and don't provide sufficient protections for consumers. Twitch will continue to allow sites that focus on sports betting, fantasy sports, and poker, guys.
All right.
Could be a good thing for consumers, yeah?
All right. Solana, thanks.
Let's keep the money news going here. The Federal Reserve is expected to announce another round of interest rate hikes this afternoon, all in an effort to try and rein in the sky-high inflation levels that the country really hasn't seen in decades.
Though the decision will likely have many Americans digging even deeper into their pockets if they want to borrow cash.
NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now with more on what we can expect. Brian, good to have you with us here. So break it all down for us because it gets a little confusing. We talk about interest rates going up. When would the average American maybe start to feel some relief if things continue to go up? What's the impact here?
Morning. Well, Americans certainly haven't seen anything so far. And what we're expected to hear from the Federal Reserve, the nation's top economist, later on this afternoon, is that inflation likely won't abate back to pre-pandemic levels for another few years. And the reason for that is because even though the Federal Reserve has been doing its part to try to make borrowing a little bit more expensive, they hope that's going to cool an overheating economy. There's a lag effect of those interest rate hikes, such that after today's decision at 2 p.m., where they're expected to raise rates by another 0.75%, that's not going to lead to people seeing manageable prices back at the store tomorrow or the day after. That's going to take some time. This is the 5th consecutive interest rate hike. They've done these outsized 75 basis point hikes in 3 consecutive meetings. When does that bite happen into inflation? They're going to have projections. Might not be for another few years.
Wow. Well, we know the 3 major indices finished down yesterday in anticipation of the announcement today. So what should investors be doing going forward?
Well, of course, a lot of investors watching very closely, and we do know that it's been a very volatile year to date, 2022, for both the Dow Jones and the S&P 500, down about 15% and 17% respectively. Now, the question here is going to be, will markets bounce back based off of what the Fed Chair Jerome Powell says in the press conference at 2:30 today? For what it's worth, the last few meetings where the Fed has made other interest rate hike announcements, we've actually seen the market rally, and that's because perhaps markets were already pricing in what the Fed was going to do ahead of that decision. Maybe the same thing happens today. We already saw an over 1,200 point down day for the Dow after the inflation report last week. Maybe that factors in what people are expecting the Fed to do this week. We'll have to see later on this afternoon.
Let's talk about what we've already heard Powell say, which is really the goal here is to try and achieve a, quote, soft landing, slow growth enough to tame inflation. But, of course, the challenge is trying to avoid a recession then, right?
Well, he's also used the word soft-ish landing, which, by the way, for anyone that's ever gone on a plane, if you hear the pilot say we're about to have a soft-ish landing, you're probably wondering, I'm not so sure I want to hear that, right? But the point here is that there's a trade-off here that the Federal Reserve is trying to decide between. Either you let inflation tilt us into a recession, or the Fed tries to get this economy to a slower point, again, through higher borrowing costs, to a point where you actually can see inflation come down without seeing jobless rates go back up. That's really going to be the key here. For right now, we're still seeing the unemployment rate at levels that are historically low, near 50-year lows. That's going to be something that the Federal Reserve wants to preserve. If they try to increase those borrowing costs to a point where businesses no longer expand, maybe they don't hire more people, at some point maybe economic activity comes down to a point where they start to then lay people off, then you might see the jobless rate increase. So the soft-ish landing is hopefully not increasing the unemployment rate all that much. But again, economists uncertain about whether or not the Fed can pull that job off.
All right, Brian, thank you, Ish. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, coming up today, final set. Roger Federer will wrap up his legendary career this weekend.
Now he's opening up about his legacy and what's next. We got the exclusive interview next.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's the 21st day of September, a date made famous by an Earth, Wind, and Fire song. Oh, yeah, it's also World Gratitude Day.
You're going to have that song stuck in your head all day.
Yes.
Well, the day is a reminder of what we should feel grateful for and also a reminder to express our gratitude to the people around us.
Thankfully, we didn't sing the song for you. Joining us now to get more into this is Scott Dussault. He is the Chief Financial Officer for WorkHuman. Scott, good morning. Good to have you with us. So first of all, explain to us the origin of World Gratitude Day. What's the significance of it and why September 21st?
Yeah, well, so World Gratitude Day goes back quite a ways. Back in 1965, it was born on Thanksgiving Day in 1965 when spiritual leader Sri Shimnoy suggested that there be a day of thanks for the whole world to celebrate together. And then those present at a meeting on September 21st pledged that September 21st should be that day as a celebration of gratitude in their country. And in 1977, during a special ceremony of the honor tree, a resolution was passed that officially recognized World Gratitude Day. And since then, it's been an annual observance that's grown to become a dynamic worldwide movement across the entire world.
And Scott, we've been reporting on the so-called Great Resignation that's been happening over the past few months with people leaving their jobs in droves over the past year. You argue we need a great recognition. What are some ways companies can show their gratitude toward the employees who aren't participating in that resignation?
Well, absolutely. I think it's important to note that humans today are worth more than any other tangible asset in the global economy. And when you look at reports that come out of organizations like Gallup, U.S. businesses are losing more than $1 trillion annually from disengaged employees and employees who leave. The cost of employees, the lost productivity from employees leaving or employees that are disengaged costs U.S. companies $500 billion a year. And the cost of turnover costs more than $600 billion a year. The cost to replace an employee can range from 1/2 to 2 times the employee's salary. So with recognition, and WorkHuman is a recognition platform for organizations to help unify company culture align employees with goals and objectives and recognize employee performance, data has proven that employees are more engaged, they're more connected to their company culture, and they're less likely to leave.
I mean, Scott, your group actually partnered with Gallup on a study, found organizations can save more than $16 million a year by having a culture of recognition. What's some of the best examples of this?
That's right. No, no question. The study that we did with Gallup was telling in that we saw that more than 50% of companies don't recognize or don't celebrate World Gratitude Day or don't recognize their employees in a formal way. And employees are asking for recognition. They're looking for recognition because they want to understand how their work benefits their company and how their performance is aligned with company goals and how they're actually contributing to their company's success. And we have collected more than 70 million moments of recognition data on our platform from leading technology companies where they've seen tangible results. We've seen, for example, at a tech company in Silicon Valley that reached 96% retention rate when employees received 4 or more awards a year. An energy company saw 50% lower turnover for new hires that were recognized through their Work Human Recognition program.
Wow.
And performance as well. We have a technology company here on the West Coast, a large technology company that saw 100% improvement on employee satisfaction scores and scored #1 in 2019, 20, and 2021 in Great Places to Work. So these are real business outcomes when employees when employers or companies invest in their people.
A little recognition can go a long way. Scott, thank you so much.
We're grateful for you. All right. One of tennis's greats, Roger Federer, announced his retirement from the sport last week, which proved to be yet another bittersweet moment for fans across the globe, following, of course, a similar announcement from Serena Williams.
A lot of tennis changes, and as he prepares to play for the last time professionally this weekend, Federer took some time to sit down with today's Savannah Guthrie.
We're walking out into the arena. Are you going to miss this moment? Everyone, Roger!
Yeah. This moment where the whole crowd, chants your name or is so happy to see you, it really is what you then work for or go into rehab for or do surgeries for. It's true.
In more than 1,500 matches over 24 years, Roger Federer gave his heart, soul, and body to the game he loves, making the decision to retire not easy.
It seemed like even as recently as Wimbledon, you were still holding out some hope that you could return.
I was already very unsure if I should show up at Wimbledon because I was hurt. When I spoke on the court, I said, I hope I see you all next year playing. And I really meant that because I really still have belief that I was going to make it. A couple of weeks later, I really felt the knee's no good. I did a scan. It wasn't where I wanted it to be.
So Federer took some much-needed time off from rehab with his wife, Mirka, and 4 children to reflect.
When I came back from vacation, I could really feel the feeling growing in me that I don't think I can make it back.
You had those years of meteoric success. You also then had some wilderness years where you were out there, but there were years that passed between Grand Slam titles. Did you ever want to give up in those moments? Did you have a low point at that time?
I mean, look, I have twin girls, as you know, Mila and Charlene. They were born in '09, just after I became, I think I was world #1. I remember changing diapers, bathing the girls, just being a dad. But then when the boys were born, things really, that rocked the boat, obviously, because going on the road with 4 kids every single week, was hard, to say the least. And from being maybe the dominator, I became the challenger, and I liked that role as well. I actually really stayed hungry throughout.
Not all professional athletes would prioritize their family and say, we're all going on the road together.
Oh, it was the only way. I said, never would I go on the road without my kids, and then I'd rather retire. Then I would have had to retire 10 years ago.
If it were just about love of the game, Federer would never retire.
Oh, wonderful tennis.
All these years later, he seems as thrilled and delighted by tennis as that young ball boy from Basel, Switzerland he once was.
It's in. No, it's not.
There's a story that when you beat Andre Agassi, someone came up to him and said, oh, you'll get him next time. And Agassi said no. He changed the game.
Okay. Yeah, he's been a wonderful guy.
Do you think you did? Do you feel that legacy?
I hope I was part of it. I feel like we pushed tennis into the right direction, and I think I did it my way. I always stay true to myself, and people always, it seemed like, loved watching me play, which is, I guess, the ultimate compliment.
Our thanks to superfan Savannah Guthrie for that. And the Laver Cup starts this Friday, September 23rd in London.
Good luck to him. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Your news continues right now. And good morning. I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, gaining steam. Hurricane Fiona strengthening overnight. Now a Category 4 storm as it carves through the Caribbean. This morning, millions are waking up without power or water. Well, some lost everything.
Devastating, you know, the PTSD just come back right away. All the destruction, all the floating, all the people waving on the top of the roof, requesting for help. It's heartbreaking.
The major cleanup now underway as the storm heads north. Raising the stakes, we're following breaking news overnight. Russia says it's calling up military reservists, escalating the war in Ukraine. The Kremlin says it now plans to annex even more land and is threatening nuclear retaliation if Ukraine continues its push to reclaim its country. Reaction from Washington as we're hearing disturbing new evidence of atrocities. Special master showdown. Former President Trump's legal team grilled over documents seized at Mar-a-Lago. The pushback over declassification, why the judge overseeing this hearing told them you can't have your cake and eat it. And riding into the sunset, tennis great Roger Federer will call it a career this weekend, but with 20 major single titles under his belt, some are already wondering if he's planning a comeback. What he told us about his post-career plans in an exclusive interview. That interview with his biggest fan, Savannah Guthrie. She's completely unbiased about the fact that she wants him to play forever.
She is so clear about that, right up front with her.
Exactly. So we'll get to that in a little bit. We are going to begin this hour with the latest movements of Hurricane Fiona, which is now a Category 4 storm gaining strength overnight. And this morning, it's on its way to Bermuda after slamming the Caribbean this week.
Yeah, Turks and Caicos are now assessing all the damage left behind by Fiona. Officials there say early reports are showing minimal damage to the island chain. But in Puerto Rico, it is quite a different scene this morning. Most people are without power and water, and the cleanup is just getting underway as Congress begins freeing up money for emergency relief. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in Puerto Rico with the latest.
Good morning. Yet another massive cleanup effort is underway here in Puerto Rico. The island had not yet fully recovered from its last major storm, Hurricane Maria, 5 years ago, when Fiona roared ashore. Now that storm is showing no signs of slowing down.
This morning, Hurricane Fiona is strengthening, heading towards Bermuda after barreling through Turks and Caicos, with winds up to 125 miles per hour, triggering a shelter-in-place order. In the Dominican Republic, more than 1 million people are without power, carving a deadly path through the Caribbean. At least 5 people dead, either directly because of the storm or its aftermath. From above, just a small glimpse of the DR destruction. Homes and even entire crops of bananas now gone. In Puerto Rico, another agonizing night, days after Fiona made landfall. Just 20% of the island has power, 50% has running water.
Here is my sofa, my microwave, my TV.
Sharaima Morales is in the dark, her flooded belongings now on the street corner, her patience running out.
I don't know how to explain the hard it is.
She and many others here think local officials did not learn lessons after Hurricane Maria decimated the island's power grid 5 years ago.
Do you think that the government of Puerto Rico was adequately prepared for this hurricane?
No.
Why not?
Because they did nothing.
Fiona now also devastating her town, Toa Baja in northern Puerto Rico, as we saw during an aerial tour.
The water here just kept rising, choking off these communities for the better part of 2 days.
Thankfully, the water is now receding, but the pain is not. We met another family in southern Puerto Rico reaching their flooded home for the first time.
It's so bad.
Today, more long fuel lines are expected as Puerto Ricans scramble to feed their portable generators. The governor here is asking for expedited federal help.
FEMA says its warehouses here are fully stocked, and it's pledging to send in more disaster teams to help. Meanwhile, the Department of Health and Human Services has declared a public health emergency here in Puerto Rico. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you.
Let's bring in American Red Cross spokesperson Grace Meinhofer for more on the cleanup in Puerto Rico. Grace, thank you for joining us. So first of all, what's the Red Cross seeing on the ground, and what are you hearing from people there in Puerto Rico?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. We're seeing a lot of destruction like you've seen in all the visuals. Floods, landslide, a lot of help will be needed in the days ahead. I mean, a lot of people don't have electricity or water. We have over 100 volunteers and teams that are deploying through the island to distribute supplies, cleaning kits, hygiene products, and other things that might need to help the people in Puerto Rico recuperate from this disaster.
The Red Cross, of course, also responded after Hurricane Maria 5 years ago. What are some of the lessons your organization learned from the recovery after that storm that you're applying to try and help people today, especially lessons specific to some of the challenges facing Puerto Rico?
So I was part of the long-term recovery plan for Puerto Rico, and I have to say, so one of the lessons that we learned was that investing in solar panels for the schools that serve as government shelters was one of the best things that came out of Hurricane Maria. Over 150 schools had solar panels thanks to the generosity of the donors that donated for Hurricane Maria and helped us respond for that disaster. And today, we see that these schools are serving food. The panels help to preserve the food and also to serve hot meals as people come in and out of the shelters.
We've seen that maybe some advocates for Puerto Rico are a bit hesitant right now to donate to the Red Cross following Hurricane Maria. MTV is reporting that some Puerto Ricans are being asked, donate to more local causes first. What's your reaction when you hear that? Are you worried at all that there are any trust issues there?
I have to say we have over 100 volunteers. 80% of them are Puerto Ricans. They don't have electricity. They don't have water. I don't have.
Breaking news right now, President Biden is moments away from delivering remarks in front of the UN General Assembly.
The president's speech has gained even more importance this morning. Russian President Vladimir Putin announced overnight his intentions to escalate the war in Ukraine. Biden expected to call on a continued level of support for Ukraine and for democracies that are under threat around the world.
For more, let's bring in our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker. Boy, the stakes really went up this morning for this speech, right?
They sure did. After President Putin speaking in Moscow, he's not attending the UN General Assembly, really escalated the war of words. He has suffered some setbacks, some significant setbacks with Ukraine advancing in key areas. So today, President Putin said that he was going to mobilize more than 300,000 troops, and he again issued a threat to use nuclear weapons. Now, President Biden has said that if that were to happen, that the consequences would be severe. And I expect that we will hear the president reiterate that type of language when he speaks just moments from now. I spoke to a senior administration official who said that, yes, the president is going to respond broadly to what we heard from President Putin, and that it will fit into this broader sort of rallying cry for U.S. allies to be united in pressuring Putin to stand down. So a lot of urgency.
We have to assume the president was always going to make Ukraine the main talking point of this speech. But do we have an idea if they're tweaking things just a little bit in response?
So important question, Joe. They have changed one line, we are told. I understand that he was reviewing this speech with his top national security advisors this morning, and they did change and tweak at least one line to respond to what we heard from President Putin. But I'm also told that they weren't totally surprised by what they heard from President Putin, that this is the type of language, the type of escalation that they would be prepared for. And here's President Biden walking in as we speak. Expect him broadly to try to rally support around Ukraine.
Let's take a listen into the president.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, my fellow leaders, in the last year, our world has experienced great upheaval. A growing crisis in food insecurity, record heat, floods and droughts, COVID-19, inflation, and a brutal, needless war. A war chosen by one man, to be very blunt. Let us speak plainly. A permanent member of the United Nations Security Council invaded its neighbor, attempted to erase a sovereign state from the map. Russia has shamelessly violated the core tenets of the United Nations Charter, no more important than the clear prohibition against countries taking the territory of their neighbor by force. Again, just today, President Putin has made overt nuclear threats against Europe and a reckless disregard for the responsibilities of the non-proliferation regime. Now, Russia's calling up more soldiers to join the fight, and the Kremlin is organizing a sham referenda to try to annex parts of Ukraine, an extremely significant violation of the UN Charter. This world should see these outrageous acts for what they are. Putin claims he had to act because Russia was threatened. But no one threatened Russia, and no one other than Russia sought conflict. In fact, we warned it was coming, and with many of you, we worked to try to avert it. Putin's own words make his true purpose unmistakable. Just before he invaded, Putin asserted, and I quote, "Ukraine was created by Russia and never had, quote, real statehood." And now we see attacks on schools, railway stations, hospitals, on centers of Ukrainian history and culture. In the past, even more horrifying evidence of Russia's atrocity and war crimes. Mass graves uncovered in Izium, bodies, according to those who excavated those bodies, showing signs of torture. This war is about extinguishing Ukraine's right to exist as a state, plain and simple, and Ukraine's right to exist as a people. Whoever you are, wherever you live, whatever you believe, that should make your blood run cold. That's why 141 nations in the General Assembly came together and to unequivocally condemn Russia's war against Ukraine. The United States has marshaled massive levels of security assistance and humanitarian aid and direct economic support for Ukraine. More than $25 billion to date. Our allies and partners around the world have stepped up as well. And today, more than 40 countries represented in here have contributed billions of their own money and equipment to help Ukraine defend itself. The United States is also working closely with our allies and partners to impose costs on Russia, to deter attacks against NATO territory, to hold Russia accountable for the atrocities and war crimes. Because if nations can pursue their imperial ambitions without consequences, then we put at risk everything this very institution stands for, everything. Every victory won on the battlefield belongs to the courageous Ukrainian soldiers. But this past year, the world was tested as well. And we did not hesitate. We chose liberty. We chose sovereignty. We chose principles to which every party to the United Nations Charter is beholding. We stood with Ukraine. Like you, the United States wants this war to end on just terms, on terms we all signed up for, that you cannot seize a nation's territory by force. That the only country standing in the way of that is Russia. So we, each of us in this body, who's determined to uphold the principles and beliefs we pledge to defend as members of the United Nations, must be clear, firm, and unwavering in our resolve. Ukraine has the same rights that belong to every sovereign nation. We will stand in solidarity with Ukraine. We will stand in solidarity against Russia's aggression, period. Now, it's no secret that in the contest between democracy and autocracy, the United States and I, as president, champion a vision for our world that's grounded in the values of democracy. The United States is determined to defend and strengthen democracy at home and around the world, because I believe democracy remains humanity's greatest instrument to address the challenges of our time. We're working with the G7 and like-minded countries to prove democracies can deliver for their citizens, but also deliver for the rest of the world as well. But as we meet today, the UN Charter's very basis of a stable and just rule-based order is under attack by those who wish to tear it down or distort it for their own political advantage. And the United Nations Charter was not only signed by democracies of the world, it was negotiated among citizens, dozens of nations with vastly different histories and ideologies, united in their commitment to work for peace. As President Truman said in 1945, the UN Charter, and I quote, is proof that nations like men can state their differences, can face them, and then can find common ground on which to stand, end of quote. That common ground was so straightforward, so basic, that today 193 of you, 193 member states have willingly embraced its principles. And standing up for those principles for the UN Charter is the job of every responsible member state. I reject the use of violence and war to conquer nations or expand borders through bloodshed, to stand against global politics of fear and coercion, to defend the sovereign rights of smaller nations as equal to those of larger ones, to embrace basic principles like freedom of navigation, respect for international law, and arms control. No matter what else we may disagree on, that is the common ground upon which we must stand. If you're still committed to a strong foundation for the good of every nation around the world, then the United States wants to work with you. I also believe the time has come for this institution to become more inclusive so that it can better respond to the needs of today's world. Members of the UN Security Council, including the United States, should consistently uphold and defend the UN Charter and refrain from the use of the veto, except in rare, extraordinary situations, to ensure that the Council remains credible and effective. That is also why the United States supports increasing the number of both permanent and non-permanent representatives of the Council. This includes permanent seats for those nations we have long supported and permanent seats for countries in Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. The United States is committed to this vital work. In every region, we've pursued new, constructive ways to work with partners to advance shared interests, from elevating the Quad in the Indo-Pacific to signing the Los Angeles Declaration of Migration and Protection at the Summit of the Americas, to joining a historic meeting of 9 Arab leaders to work toward a more peaceful, integrated Middle East, to hosting the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit in this December. As I said last year, the United States is opening an era of relentless diplomacy to address the challenges that matter most to people's lives, all people's lives. Tackling climate crisis, as the previous speaker spoke to, strengthening global health security, feeding the world. We made that priority, and 1 year later, we're keeping that promise. From the day I came to office, we've led with bold climate agenda. We rejoined the Paris Agreement, convened the major climate summits, helped deliver critical agreements on the COP26. We helped get 2/3 of the world's GDP on track to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And now, I've signed a historic piece of legislation here in the United States that includes the biggest, most important climate commitment we have ever made in the history of our country, $369 billion toward climate change. That includes tens of billions in new investments in offshore wind and solar, doubling down on zero-emission vehicles, increasing energy efficiency, supporting clean manufacturing. Our Department of Energy estimates that this new law will reduce U.S. emissions by 1 gigaton a year by 2030, while unleashing a new era of clean energy-powered economic growth. Our investments will also help reduce the cost of developing clean energy technologies worldwide, not just in the United States. This is a global game changer, and none too soon. We don't have much time. We all know we're already living in a climate crisis. No one seems to doubt it after this past year. We meet. Much of Pakistan is still underwater, needs help. Meanwhile, the Horn of Africa faces unprecedented drought. Families are facing impossible choices, choosing which child to feed and wondering whether they'll survive. This is the human cost of climate change, and it's growing, not lessening. So, as I announced last year, to meet our global responsibility, my administration is working with our Congress to deliver more than $11 billion a year to international climate finance, to help lower-income countries implement their climate goals and ensure a just energy transition. The key part of that will be our PEPFAR plan, which will help 500 million people in especially vulnerable countries adapt to the impacts of climate change and build resilience. This need is enormous. So let this be the moment we find within ourselves the will to turn back the tide of climate devastation, and unlock a resilient, sustainable, clean energy economy to preserve our planet. On global health, we've delivered more than 620 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine to 116 countries around the world, with more available to help meet countries' needs. All free of charge, no strings attached, and we're working closely with the G20 and other countries in the United States help lead the change to establish a groundbreaking new fund for pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response at the World Bank. At the same time, we've continued to advance the ball on enduring global health challenges. Later today, I'll host the 7th replenishment conference for the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. With bipartisan support in our Congress, I have pledged to contribute up to $6 billion to that effort. So I look forward to welcoming a historic round of pledges at the conference, resulting in one of the largest global health fundraisers ever held in all history. We're also taking down the food crisis head on, with as many as 193 million people around the world experience acute food insecurity, a jump of 40 million in a year. Today, I'm announcing another $2.9 billion in U.S. support for life-saving humanitarian and food security assistance for this year alone. Russia, in the meantime, is pumping out lies, trying to pin the blame for the crisis, the food crisis, on the sanctions imposed by many in the world for the aggression against Ukraine. So let me be perfectly clear about something. Our sanctions explicitly allow Russia the ability to export food and fertilizer. No limitation. It's Russia's war that is worsening food insecurity, and only Russia can end it. I'm grateful for the work here at the UN, including your leadership, Mr. Secretary General, establishing a mechanism to export grain from Black Sea ports in Ukraine that Russia had blocked for months, and we need to make sure it's extended. We believe strongly in the need to feed the world. That's why the United States is the world's largest supporter of the World Food Program, with more than 40% of its budget. We're the leading support of the UNICEF efforts to feed children around the world. To take on a larger challenge of food insecurity, the United States introduced a call to action, a roadmap to eliminating global food insecurity. that more than 100 nation member states have already supported. In June, the G7 announced more than $4.5 billion to strengthen food security around the world through USAID's Feed the Future initiative. The United States is scaling up innovative ways to get drought and heat-resistant seeds into the hands of farmers who need them, while distributing fertilizer and improving fertilizer efficiency so that farmers can grow more while using less. And we're calling on all countries to refrain from banning food exports or hoarding grain while so many people are suffering. Because in every country in the world, no matter what else divides us, if parents cannot feed their children, nothing else matters. If parents cannot feed their children. As we look to the future, we're working with our partners to update and create rules of the road for new challenges we face in the 21st century. We launched the Trade and Technology Council with the European Union to ensure that key technologies are developed and governed in the way that benefits everyone. With our partner countries and through the UN, we're supporting and strengthening the norms of responsibility, responsible state behavior in cyberspace, and working to hold accountable those who use cyber attacks to threaten international peace and security. With partners in the Americas, Africa, Europe, and the Middle East, and the Indo-Pacific, we're working to build a new economic ecosystem where every nation gets a fair shot, and economic growth is resilient, sustainable, and shared. That's why the United States has championed a global minimum tax, and we will work to see it implemented so major corporations pay their fair share everywhere. It's also been the idea behind the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which the United States launched this year with 13 other Indo-Pacific economies. We're working with our partners in ASEAN and the Pacific Islands to support a vision for a critical Indo-Pacific region that is free and open, connected and prosperous, secure and resilient. Together with partners around the world, we're working to secure resilient supply chains that protect everyone from coercion or domination, and ensure that no country can use energy as a weapon. And as Russia's war riles the global economy, we're also calling on major global creditors, including the non-Paris Club countries, to transparently negotiate debt forgiveness for lower-income countries, to forestall broader economic and political crisis around the world. Instead of infrastructure projects that generate huge and large debt without delivering on the promised advantages, let's meet the enormous infrastructure needs around the world with transparent investments, high-standard projects that protect the rights of workers and the environment, keyed to the needs of the communities they serve, not to the contributor. That's why the United States, together with fellow G7 partners, launched a Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. We intend to collectively mobilize $600 billion in investment through this partnership by 2027. Dozens of projects are already underway. Industrial-scale vaccine manufacturing in Senegal, transformative solar projects in Angola, first-of-its-kind small modular nuclear power plant in Romania. These are investments that are going to deliver returns not just for those countries, but for everyone. The United States will work with every nation, including our competitors, to solve global problems like climate change. Climate diplomacy is not a favor to the United States or any other nation, and walking away hurts the entire world. Let me be direct about the competition between the United States and China. As we manage shifting geopolitical trends, the United States will conduct itself as a reasonable leader. We do not seek conflict. We do not seek a Cold War. We do not ask any nation to choose between the United States or any other partner. But the United States will be unabashed in promoting our vision of a free, open, secure, and prosperous world and what we have to offer communities of nations. Investments that are designed not to foster dependency, but to alleviate burdens and help nations become self-sufficient. Partnerships not to create political obligation, but because we know our own success. Each of our successes increased when other nations succeed as well. When individuals have the chance to live in dignity and develop their talents, everyone benefits. Critical to that is living up to the highest goals of this institution, increasing peace and security for everyone, everywhere. The United States will not waver in our unrelenting determination to counter and thwart the continuing terrorist threats to our world. And we will lead with our diplomacy to strive for peaceful resolution of conflicts. We seek to uphold peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits. We remain committed to our one China policy, which has helped prevent conflict for 4 decades. And we continue to oppose unilateral changes in the status quo by either side. We support an African Union-led peace process to end the fighting in Ethiopia, restore security for all its people. In Venezuela, where years of political oppression have driven more than 6 million people from that country, we urge the Venezuelan-led dialogue and return to free and fair elections. We continue to stand with our neighbor in Haiti as it faces political, fueled gang violence and an enormous human crisis. And we call on the world to do the same. We have more to do. We'll continue to back the UN-mediated truce in Yemen, which has delivered precious months of peace to people that have suffered years of war. And we will continue to advocate for lasting negotiating peace between the Jewish and Democratic State of Israel and the Palestinian people. The United States is committed to Israel's security, full stop. And a negotiated two-state solution remains, in our view, the best way to ensure Israel's security and prosperity for the future and give the Palestinians the state to which they are entitled. Both sides to fully respect the equal rights of their citizens. Both people enjoying equal measure of freedom and dignity. Let me also urge every nation to recommit to strengthening the nuclear non-proliferation regime through diplomacy. No matter what else is happening in the world, the United States is ready to pursue critical arms control measures. A nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. The 5 permanent members of the Security Council just reaffirmed that commitment in January. But today, we're seeing disturbing trends. Russia shunned the non-proliferation ideals embraced by every other nation at the 10th NPT Review Conference. And again today, as I said, they're making irresponsible nuclear threats to use nuclear weapons. China is conducting an unprecedented, concerning nuclear buildup without any transparency. Despite our efforts to begin serious and sustained diplomacy, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea continues to blatantly violate UN sanctions. And while the United States is prepared for a mutual return to the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action if Iran steps up to its obligations, the United States is clear. We will not allow Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon. I continue to believe that diplomacy is the best way to achieve this outcome. The non-proliferation regime is one of the greatest successes of this institution. We cannot let the world now slide backwards, nor can we turn a blind eye to the erosion of human rights. Perhaps singular among this body's achievements stands the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is the standard by which our forebears challenged us to measure ourselves. They made clear in 1948, human rights are the basis for all that we seek to achieve. And yet today, in 2022, fundamental freedoms are at risk in every part of our world, from the violations in Xinjiang, detailed recent reports by the Office of UN U.S. reports detailing by the U.S. High Commissioner, to the horrible abuses against pro-democracy activists and ethnic minorities by the military regime in Burma, to the increased repression of women and girls by the Taliban in Afghanistan. And today, we stand with the brave citizens and the brave women of Iran who right now are demonstrating to secure their basic rights. But here's what I know. The future will be won by those countries that unleash the full potential of their populations, where women and girls can exercise equal rights, including basic reproductive rights, and contribute fully to building a stronger economies and more resilient societies, where religious and ethnic minorities can live their lives without harassment and contribute to the fabric of their communities, where the LGBTQ plus community individuals live and love freely without being targeted with violence, where citizens can question and criticize their leaders without fear of reprisal. The United States will always promote human rights and the values enshrined in the UN Charter in our own country and around the world. Let me end with this. This institution, guided by the UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, is at its core an act of dauntless hope. Let me say that again. It's an act of dauntless hope. Think about the vision of those first delegates who undertook a seemingly impossible task while the world was still smoldering. Think about how divided the people of the world must have felt with the fresh grief of millions dead, the genocidal horrors of the Holocaust exposed. They had every right to believe only the worst of humanity. Instead, they reached for what was best in all of us, and they strove to build something better. Enduring peace, comity among nations, equal rights for every member of the human family, cooperation for the advancement of all humankind. My fellow leaders, the challenges we face today are great indeed, but our capacity is greater. Our commitment must be greater still. So let's stand together to again declare the unmistakable resolve that nations of the world are united still, that we stand for the values of the UN Charter, that we still believe by working together we can bend the arc of history toward a freer and more just world for all our children, although none of us have fully achieved it. We're not passive witnesses to history. We are the authors of history. We can do this. We have to do it for ourselves and for our future, for humankind. Thank you for your tolerance, for listening to me. I appreciate it very much. God bless you all.
You've been listening to President Biden speaking at the United Nations General Assembly. This following that announcement from the Kremlin overnight that Russia says it is calling up military reservists, escalating the war in Ukraine, and threatening nuclear retaliation if Ukraine continues its push to reclaim the country. President Biden calling any of those nuclear threats, saying that Putin is making irresponsible threats, and really saying that this whole situation is shamelessly violating the core tenets of the UN Charter.
And Biden spending so much time calling out Russia by name and President Putin, an unusual thing to happen for a U.S. president speaking before the General Assembly to target one nation so specifically. Joining us now is Kristen Welker to talk more about this speech, along with speaking about Ukraine and Russia. We heard so many topics covered. What stood out to you?
There were so many topics covered. One of the things that stood out to me broadly came at the end before we delve into the Ukraine-Russia piece of this, when the president said fundamental freedoms are at risk in every part of the world. And that was really, I think, the...
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news. The New York Attorney General investigating former President Trump is holding a news conference right now, which we believe she'll announce a suit against the former president, members of his family, and the Trump Organization for what's been described of years of bank, tax, and insurance fraud. Let's take it to that news conference now.
As part of his efforts to generate profits for himself, his family, and his company. The complaint demonstrates that Donald Trump falsely inflated his net worth by billions of dollars to unjustly enrich himself and to cheat the system, thereby cheating all of us. He did this with the help of the other defendants, his children, Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka, Alan Weisselberg, and Trump Organization controller Jeffrey McConney. Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization repeatedly and persistently manipulated the value of assets to induce banks to lend money to the Trump Organization on more favorable terms than would otherwise have been available to the company, to pay lower taxes, to satisfy continuing loan agreements, and to induce insurance companies to provide insurance coverage for higher limits and at lower premiums. Attorney General broad and special powers to go after persistent and repeated fraud and illegality. As part of demonstrating illegality under that section of Law 6312, we show that they violated several state criminal laws, including falsifying business records, issuing false financial statements, insurance fraud, and engaging in a conspiracy to commit each of these state law violations. We believe the conduct alleged in this action also violates federal criminal law, including issuing false statements to financial institutions and bank fraud. And we are referring those criminal violations that we've uncovered to the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York and the Internal Revenue Service. As a result of these violations, we are asking the court to, among other things, permanently bar Mr. Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka Trump, Eric Trump, from serving as an officer or director in any corporation or similar entity registered and or licensed in New York. To bar Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization from entering into any New York State commercial real estate acquisition or from applying for loans from any financial institution in New York for 5 years. To pay for the financial benefits obtained as a result of the persistent fraudulent practices at an estimated $250 million. And towards the end of my remarks, I will go into the other relief that we are seeking. At the center of the year-long financial scheme were the statements of financial condition that were prepared annually by and for Mr. Trump, specifically from 2011 to 2021. These statements were compiled by the Trump Organization executives and were issued as a compilation report by Mr. Trump's accounting firm. The statements are explicit that the preparation was the responsibility of Mr. Trump. We're starting in 2016, the trustees of his trust, Donald Trump Jr. and Alan Weisselberg, for the sole benefit of Mr. Donald Trump. Each statement was personally certified as accurate by Mr. Trump or by one of his trustees as part of the loan process, with the intent that the information in the statement would be relied upon by banks and insurers. Mr. Trump and Mr. Weisselberg would meet to review and approve the final statement every year. Mr. Trump made known through Alan Weisselberg that he wanted his net worth reflected on the statements to increase, a desire Mr. Weisselberg and others carried out year after year in their fraudulent preparation of the statements. And when asked about these meetings under oath as part of our deposition, both men, Mr. Trump and Mr. Weisselberg, invoked their Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination, and they refused to answer. When asked under oath if he, Mr. Trump, continued to review and approve the statements after becoming President of the United States in 2017, Mr. Trump, again, invoked his Fifth Amendment privilege and refused to answer. Over the course of our investigation, we found that Mr. Trump, his children, the Trump Organization, created and used more than 200 false and misleading asset valuations on his statement of financial condition over that 10-year period. They issued statements that were in clear violation of general accepted principles in the general accounting principles in the United States, despite representing that these statements were prepared in accordance with these principles. Some of the common tactics they used include representing that Mr. Trump had cash on hand that he did not have, ignoring critical restrictions that would significantly impact property values when setting valuations, changing the methodology used to value properties from year to year without reason or notice, and using vastly different methods to value different properties even in the same year, and including tangible items such as brand premiums, the Trump premium, when calculating an asset's value, despite the fact that they ignored the advice of outside professionals. They also ignored the advice and appraisals of outside professionals, despite claiming those individuals provided certain figures. For example, they received a series of bank-ordered appraisals for the commercial property at 40 Wall Street in New York City that calculated the value of the property at $200 million as of August 2010. And $220 million as of November 2012. Yet, in his 2011 statement, Mr. Trump listed 40 Wall Street with a value of $524 million, which increased to $530 million over the next 2 years, more than twice the value calculated by the professionals. Even more egregious, the $500 million plus valuation was attributed to information from the appraiser who valued the building at just over $200 million. Another deceptive strategy they employed was to use objectively false numbers to calculate property values. Take Mr. Trump's triplex. You know, the triplex apartment in Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue? Mr. Trump represented that his apartment spanned more than 30,000 square feet, which was the basis for valuing the apartment. In reality, the apartment had an area of less than 11,000 square feet, something that Mr. Trump was well aware of. And based on that inflated square footage, the value of the apartment in 2015 and 2016 was $327 million. To this date, no apartment in New York City has ever sold for close to that amount. Tripling the size of the apartment for purposes of the valuation was intentional and deliberate fraud, not an honest mistake. Mr. Trump was intimately familiar with the layout of both the building and the apartment, having personally overseen the construction of both. Despite his sworn testimony before invoking his Fifth Amendment privilege, Mr. Weisselberg conceded that using the false square footage improperly inflated the value of the apartment almost threefold. Mr. Weisselberg admitted that this amounted to an overstatement of, give or take, $200 million. Misrepresenting the size of the apartment was only one of the many ways that Mr. Trump intentionally misvalued his asset for the purposes of increasing his net worth and inducing banks to offer more favorable terms. Mr. Trump also routinely ignored legal restrictions on development rights and marketability on properties that would significantly decrease property values. For example, Let's take Trump Park Avenue in New York. This building contains both commercial and residential space. The unsold residential condo units owned by Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization represented the lion's share of the reported value for this property. Mr. Trump and his children intentionally ignored legal restrictions on some of the units that would have drastically changed the valuation. Specifically, the 12 of those units were actually rent-stabilized apartments. A professional appraiser valued those 12 units at around $750,000, noting that the rent-stabilized units cannot be marketed as individual units for sale because the current tenants cannot be forced to leave. Despite this professional valuation, and Mr. Trump knowing full well the legal restrictions the 12 rent-stabilized units were valued, he valued them collectively on his statements at $49 million. That is about 65 times the appraised valuation. Mr. Trump also blatantly ignored legal restrictions at Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago was valued on the false premise that it sat on unrestricted property and could be developed for residential use. However, Mr. Trump knew that Mar-a-Lago was subject to a host of onerous restrictions and limitations. Mr. Trump himself signed deeds sharply restricting changes to the property and donating his residential development rights in an effort to get a tax deduction and later to lower his property taxes on the property. The deeds also require Mr. Trump to donate over 23% of Mar-a-Lago's value to the Historic Trust for Historic Preservation if he ever sold it. Despite these significant restrictions, Mr. Trump valued the property based on the false premise that it was an unrestricted residential 18-acre plot of land that could be sold and used as a private home. In fact, the valuations represent that these restrictions don't even exist. The club generated annual revenues of less than $25 million and should have been valued at about $75 million. However, Mar-a-Lago was valued as high as $739 million. Mr. Trump used inappropriate schemes to inflate the value of his other golf clubs. He valued the clubs based on their fixed assets. In other words, the money spent to acquire and to maintain them, despite being informed by valuation professionals that this practice was inappropriate for a club operating as an ongoing business. He again added a brand premium when determining the value of the club, but claimed in his statements that he did not. And he inflated the value of unsold memberships, often by hundreds of thousands of dollars per membership, even in situations where the memberships were given away for free at Mr. Trump's direction. Inflating his reported net worth was just the first part of the scheme. He then used these false statements of financial condition for his own personal gain. Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization have obtained hundreds of millions of dollars in real estate loans and insurance coverage using these statements. Mr. Trump was able to secure much more favorable loan terms by personally guaranteeing the loans based on his reported net worth, as reflected on his statements of financial condition. These statements were integral to Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization's ability to secure loans for a number of properties, including the old post office in Washington, D.C. Mr. Trump's statements were first submitted to the federal government to demonstrate his financial status, his net worth. He then engaged with Deutsche Bank to obtain a loan to redevelop the property. Mr. Trump was able to obtain much more favorable loan terms by personally guaranteeing the loans. So in 2014, he secured a loan from Deutsche Bank for $170 million. And as you know, in May of 22, Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization, they sold the post office, the old post office property, for $375 million, resulting in a $100 million net profit, which was the result of a loan he was able to obtain through the use of false and misleading statements of financial condition. Separately, Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization saved an estimated $150 million by receiving favorable interest rates that were only provided based on the false and misleading statements of financial condition. We also believe that he illegally saved millions of dollars in federal tax benefits, conservation easement donations related to Seven Springs in Westchester and the Trump National Golf Club in Los Angeles. And this conduct is not the subject of this action, but we are referring it to the IRS and to the Southern District of New York. The examples I laid out just barely scratch the surface of the misconduct that we have uncovered. The complaint, which all of you should have a copy, is more than 280 pages long. It includes examples from 23 assets that were grossly and fraudulently inflated, and those inflated values were used on Mr. Trump's statements almost every year. All told, we uncovered more than 200 examples of false and misleading asset valuations that were used on his statements. The pattern of fraud and deception that was used by Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization for their own financial benefit is astounding. Inflating the values of assets by whatever means necessary to increase Mr. Trump's purported net worth. And then that net worth was used to further enhance his financial standing, intentionally misrepresenting his financials to obtain incredible economic benefit. It was a scheme that, by its very nature, became more profitable over time. And it is all in stark violation of the law. As I mentioned earlier, the relief that we are seeking specifically, we are asking the court, again, to permanently bar Mr. Trump, Donald Trump, Eric Trump, Ivanka Trump from serving as an officer or director in any corporation or similar business entity registered or licensed in New York State. We are barring Mr. Trump and his organization from entering into any New York State commercial real estate acquisition for 5 years. We are barring Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization from applying for any loans from any financial institution registered with the New York Department of Financial Services for 5 years. We are requiring Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization to disgorge the financial benefits obtained through the persistent fraudulent practices, an estimated baseline at the minimum of $250 million, and to appoint an independent monitor at the Trump Organization to oversee compliance, financial reporting, evaluations, and disclosures to lenders, insurers, and tax authorities for no less than 5 years. We are requiring the Trump Organization to prepare on an annual basis for the next 5 years a GAP, a generally accepted accounting practices compliant audited statement of financial condition showing Mr. Trump's net worth to be distributed to all the recipients of his prior statements of financial condition. To replace the current trustees of the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust with new independent trustees, or require similar independent governance if a new trust is created, and to permanently bar Alan Weisselberg and Jeffrey McConney from serving in the financial control of any New York corporation. And lastly, to cancel any certificate filed under and by virtue of the provisions of Section 130 of the General Business Law for the corporate entities named as defendants and any other entity controlled by or beneficially owned by Donald Trump, which participated in or benefited from the ongoing financial scheme. In other words, permanently prohibit any of these companies from doing business in the state of New York. I want to be clear. White-collar financial crime is not a victimless crime. When the well-connected break the law to take in more money that they are entitled to, it reduces resources to working people, to regular people, to small businesses, and to all taxpayers. Everyday people cannot lie to a bank about how much money they have in order to get a favorable loan to buy a home or to send their kid to college. And if they did, the government would throw the book at them. Why should this be any different? It is a tale of two justice systems, one for everyday working people and one for the elite, the rich and the powerful. Mr. Trump and his allies may say that these penalties are too harsh or that this is part of a witch hunt. I will remind everyone that this investigation only started after Michael Cohen, the former lawyer, his former lawyer, testified before Congress and shed light on this misconduct. And the remedies are consistent with what we have sought for other businesses that committed the same misconduct. This investigation revealed that Donald Trump engaged in years of illegal conduct to inflate his net worth, to deceive banks and the people of the great state of New York. Claiming you have money that you do not have does not amount to the art of the deal. It's the art of the steal. And there cannot be different rules for different people in this country or in this state. And former presidents are no different. And so today we are making good on that promise, on our commitment, because no one is above the law. And I would like for them to stand. This investigation was led by Senior Enforcement Counsel Kevin Wallace, Senior Counsel Andrew Amer, Assistant Attorney General Colleen Faherty, Assistant Attorney General Alex Finkelstein, Assistant Attorney General Will Handley, Assistant Attorney General Stephanie Torre.
Live here in New York, we've been watching New York State Attorney General Letitia James announcing a sweeping and stunning series of allegations against former President Donald Trump. This related to his business, filing a lawsuit alleging fraud, alleging that the president and his family and officers of the company repeatedly misvalued properties to gain either tax advantage or favorable bank terms. She said there's 200 alleged instances of fraud over 10 years. I want to go to Hallie Jackson right now, our senior Washington correspondent. Hallie, we have heard, while this was happening, we have heard from the Trump organization, or at least lawyers for the former president.
And let's start there, Lester, because it is a defiant response from one of the former president's attorneys representing him in this case, where they say today's filing is neither focused on the facts nor the law. Rather, it is solely focused on advancing the attorney general's political agenda. It is abundantly clear, this attorney, Alina Habba, says, that the Attorney General's office has exceeded its statutory authority by prying into transactions where absolutely no wrongdoing has taken place. We are confident that our judicial system will not stand for this unchecked abuse of authority, and we look forward to defending our client against each and every one of the Attorney General's meritless claims. So, unsurprisingly here, Team Trump casting this as a partisan, essentially, witch hunt against the former president. That is how Donald Trump has cast this investigation by the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, from the very start. And remember, Lester, stepping back, this is years in the making here, 3 years in the making. And let's think about what we just heard, because there's a couple of really important points here. First of all, so that people know, and I think it's important to remind folks, this is civil, not criminal. Nobody's going to prison here. Prison time is not an option for this particular piece of it, right? Because this is a civil investigation. That said, there are some very serious penalties that the former president and his adult children now face as far as doing business in New York, including, obviously, the cancellation of these business certificates, a ban on the former president or his kids serving on corporate boards. $250 million is what they are seeking in damages, essentially. That is what the New York Attorney General's office has assessed to be the, essentially, profits, the money that the former president has made from what she alleges to be fraud here. You can see it on screen here. Again, this is significant. This is serious. It is also, I think, for a lot of people, pretty accessible. You heard the Attorney General lay out a series of examples, and let's take one of them, Mar-a-Lago, right? She claims that Mar-a-Lago was valued as high as something like $700 million. That's a lot of money, when in reality, its actual value was closer to $75 million. I think people who are watching, I think Americans around the country, understand the concept of property value inflation. That is what the heart of the accusation is here. And you heard the Attorney General lay it out. There shouldn't be two sets of rules for rich people and other people, right? That is the essence of the claim that she is making. Now, the former president and his team have long gone after Letitia James, who we just heard from, the New York Attorney General. The former president has accused her of being racist, essentially, of being on this partisan witch hunt against him. That is how they have cast this all along. And as you just heard, they are continuing to be defiant here, saying that they are going to defend the former president, the Trump Organization, the adult children here, Don Jr., Eric, and Ivanka, from any allegations of wrongdoing. But think about what this means big picture, Lester. This cuts to the core of something that is central to Donald Trump here, which is his wealth. He has made that a key part of his political persona. But even before that, his persona, what made him famous, essentially, has been how much money he has, how much money he has made, and what he has cast as his prowess in the business world in being successful. That was part of what propelled him to first fame and then obviously the Oval Office. This is central to that, the claims that are in front of us here. They're not the only investigations, by the way, that former President Trump faces. This is civil. Others are criminal. We can talk about that more. But let me just make one other point before I know you move on to other folks here, which is we are seeing now the names of Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka Trump, Eric Trump, the people who are very familiar to, obviously, all Americans as former first children who are being named in this lawsuit as well. They've sat for depositions. Former President Trump sat for depositions. Letitia James was in the room when he took the fifth more than 400 times, according to our reporting. So there will be a continuation of this, of the legal trouble, obviously, that the former president faces, Lester.
All right, Hallie, thank you. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter has been following the story. Tom, to follow up with what Hallie said, this is a civil matter. Nobody goes to jail here. However, the other part of this announcement was some of this is going to be referred to federal prosecutors. Where does that take us?
Well, Lester, we've reached out to them as well as the IRS's criminal division for comment. According to the Attorney General's office, both have received or are going to be sent a criminal referral for possible prosecution. What that means is that there's potentially violations of federal tax law here that could be looked into by both organizations. We don't know whether or not this will automatically open a case. They'll obviously have to look at the evidence before them, see if it fits within federal statutes, and then determine whether or not they want to open that up. But I think a couple of other details here are important. First off, according to the Attorney General, this case did not begin for her office until 2019, late February 2019, when Michael Cohen testified in front of Congress. We know this has been going on for some time. We know that the investigation has also at times involved the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, which recently secured a guilty plea from the Trump Organization's chief financial officer and is about to put that organization on trial in the upcoming couple of weeks here, where Weisselberg is expected to testify against the organization. So that's a key component to it. They also were able to get the underlying documents behind the former president's tax returns by winning twice at the Supreme Court. It's possible that that information that they obtained also factored in here, given that the two offices were working together. I think another key component here, when we talk about the penalties, certainly the idea that if this lawsuit is successful and the penalties are applied, the idea that the president could no longer do business in New York, certainly substantial. $250 million is a big check for anybody to have to write. But on top of that, Lester, they also, if this lawsuit is successful, will be barred from applying for loans from any financial institution registered with the New York Department of Financial Services for 5 years. That could have a tremendous impact on the president's ability to do business in New York or anywhere else in this country going forward, because the vast majority of financial institutions are registered here in New York. So we'll have to see how that plays out and the technicalities of that law, but that may become a significant thing as we continue to follow this story. You know, Hallie laid out the Mar-a-Lago example, where, according to the Attorney General, they inflated the value by nearly 10 times from what they believe, the Attorney General's office, to be $75 million to $750 million. But it also went on the smaller scale, Lester. Trump Tower, just a few blocks from where you and I are sitting, they said that he increased the value or the size of that property where the president's residence is by nearly 3 times, from 10,000 to 30,000 square feet. It just points out the scope of this and how long they've been doing it, including, according to her, while they were under investigation.
All right, Tom, we're going to be unpacking this for a long time. A lot of information coming at us. Let me get the legal point of view now. Our legal analyst, Danny Cevallos, joins me. Danny, as some of the investigations we've seen surround the former president really kind of play on this idea of what did he know? What was his personal involvement or personal awareness? From what we heard of that news conference, did you get a sense that the state attorney general's office will be able to prove and put the president's fingerprints on some of these allegations?
In a sense, they can, simply because the law allows it. And that law is actually cited in the Attorney General's original petition, that the actions of his minions can be attributable up the chain of command to Trump. So she doesn't necessarily need the smoking email or the smoking text message in order to tie Trump's responsibility here. Keep in mind that Trump asserted the Fifth Amendment in depositions hundreds of times. So likely as not, there isn't anything in the transcript that ties him directly. But again, the AG doesn't necessarily need that in this case. This is a civil case. You have a lower burden of proof, and you can tend to show not just actual knowledge, but what's called constructive knowledge that he should have known or would have known based on the facts.
Danny Cevallos. Danny, thank you for your insight. We are going to have much more on all this coming up on NBC News Daily and tonight on NBC Nightly News. For now, I'm Lester Holt in New York. Thank you for watching and good day, everyone.
Good Wednesday, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, September 21st. Breaking news. Trump sued. The New York State Attorney General announcing a civil lawsuit against the former president, his business, and his children after a long-running fraud investigation at the Trump Organization real estate company.
Taming the tiger, the Fed is just moments away from announcing an interest rate hike in its ongoing effort to fix runaway inflation. But could it actually spark a recession? We'll tell you what you need to know next.
Dramatic escalation. Russian President Vladimir Putin announcing a major new phase in the war. He's calling up hundreds of thousands of new troops and now making thinly veiled threats of a nuclear war.
Phone dilemma, the debate over kids and phones in the classroom. Teachers say it's a distraction and parents like having a lifeline. We'll take a look at how one school is trying to solve this problem. We will have the very latest on these top stories and more next on NBC News Daily.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'd like to bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos to talk about the breaking news you heard at the top of the hour. We don't have Danny just now, but what's happening is the New York State Attorney General has just filed a $250 million lawsuit against Mr. Trump, our former president, as well as members of his family, including his adult children, Ivanka and Don Jr., and the Trump Organization, the real estate company that's here in New York.
And there had been whispers in public that Letitia James had, quote unquote, receipts. But the question is, did she? She said very clearly in her press conference that this was not the art of the deal, but rather the art of the steal. And just to have a reset for our viewers here, we're talking about something that is not a criminal case, right? This is something that is civil. So this is something that we are talking about does not have the potential for jail time, but it does have significant penalties, including the possibility of not allowing Trump to practice business in New York. So just to be clear, that is what's on the table. I want to go ahead and bring in our NBC News legal analyst, Danny Savalos, who is joining our program now to help us break this down. Danny, look, this investigation, it's been dragging on for 3.5 years. So when you look at the material that Attorney General James has gathered, does she have the quote unquote receipts, the evidence that she promised?
Probably, but these were not difficult receipts to collect on because there's going to be plenty of documentary evidence about the way Trump valued his properties and the numbers at which loans, say, were approved. I mean, this is all going to exist somewhere in documentary form, whether electronic or otherwise. And so for that reason, once you collect all the documents and crunch the numbers, I imagine that in terms of documents and records, that the AG's office has what it needs to make these allegations. And in fact, I expect that the Trump defense is going to be centered not on what is actually on the paper, but the theme of valuation and the squishy idea of valuation of real estate, that it is worth whatever the market dictates it's worth, not what is written on a piece of paper by someone trying to value it.
And Danny, that's where I want us to kind of backtrack just for a moment to catch our viewers up. Look, these allegations are serious. It's a $250 million lawsuit. And among the allegations from Letitia James, that there were years of fraud committed by the Trump Organization, that the property value inflation, that he said certain properties were worth $750 million when they were really only worth a tenth of that, close. $75 million, right? Another, just talking about 30,000 square feet of real estate versus 10,000 square feet. Some of those things are not so squishy. So we're talking about a 220-page lawsuit. I know you're digging through it. Walk our viewers through the high points. What exactly is the state of New York alleging against Mr. Trump, his family, and his business?
The numbers alleged in this complaint are dizzying. They're not the kinds of numbers that folks are normally used to. Having 10,000 square feet versus 30,000 square feet in an apartment in Manhattan, it's just not something a lot of folks relate to. But what they can relate to, if, for example, they've just applied for a mortgage, is the basic premise of the complaint, that even when you're applying for a mortgage for a house much, much less valuable than these kinds of properties, folks understand that it benefits them. It would be great to demonstrate to the bank that I'm worth many millions of dollars because you would get more favorable loan rates. But you can't do that. It's illegal to do that. And folks, while they may not be able to relate to Mar-a-Lago valuations being many multiple times what they're supposed to be, they can relate to the idea that if you lie in your mortgage application, then that is a problem. And I think if Letitia James successfully conveys that notion to a potential jury or the public at large, then she's got the basic premise of this lawsuit, which is that pursuant to her authority as an attorney general, she can she can prosecute crimes, but that's not what she's doing here. She's essentially holding Trump and the Trump Organization and the Trump family members to the letter of the law, requiring that they not commit fraud in their business activities. And you can see she's going for the functional equivalent of the business death penalty, which is precluding them from doing business and seeking disgorgement, which is a fancy word for giving us all the money that you profited on your bad behavior.
Danny, I want to jump in here. We just have about a minute left. What has Trump said to this? Because historically, he said, look, this is all political theater. But what we heard outlined said that, you know, these are actual material grievances that the state of New York has. In just 30 seconds or less, can you give us a sense of his response?
Expect a two-pronged response by the Trump team. Number one, they will argue that Letitia James has it out for him, that she's been going after him for several years. And prong two of this defense is going to be essentially that when it comes to real estate valuation, it's really anything goes.
Anything goes. Danny Ceballos, you're watching NBC News Daily.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Well, with the rise in severe weather and the rash of crippling storms we've all seen recently, property insurance is more important than ever. But in Florida, that insurance is not only getting more expensive, it's also becoming less predictable. CNBC correspondent Contessa Brewer explains.
How about a sandwich?
Steve and Jill Seligman have lived in their Wellington, Florida home since 2004. This year, their longtime insurer, United Property and Casualty, dropped them.
In Florida, how can you have a house without homeowners insurance? It's just not possible. As nice as our house is, we can't even get homeowners insurance.
The Seligmans scrambled for a new policy and found only one option, the public one, Citizens, created by the state legislature 20 years ago.
I thought Citizens was a last resort insurance company for those who needed last resort. And I had no idea that they were writing now for just about everybody in Florida.
Not everybody, but the number has more than doubled since 2017.
Getting insurance in Florida right now is probably the hardest it's ever been.
Danielle Lombardo heads up the real estate practice for global insurance broker Lockton.
Insurers just can't be profitable in Florida right now.
So many are leaving. The Seligman's insurer, UPC, was one of the state's biggest and just announced it's bailing on Florida. At least 14 other companies have stopped writing new policies in the state. And over the last 2 years, 7 others collapsed, unable to pay their debts.
Insurers are having to pay out a lot more than they previously thought.
Inflation is partly to blame. Labor and materials for repair are more expensive, and a population boom has driven home values higher. But there's not been a hurricane since 2018. The insurance industry blames factors other than natural catastrophes. First, government policies, like regulators keeping premiums artificially low or restricting how insurers assess a property's risk. Second, fraud. For instance, contractors offering to submit insurance claims for new roofs, even though old ones weren't damaged by storms. Third, lawsuits. Florida accounts for 79% of the nation's property insurance litigation, but only 9% of the homeowners' claims, according to the state insurance regulator. In the meantime, the Seligmans are paying 27% more for their policy through Citizens with a higher deductible.
So it's a lose-lose for the homeowner. I don't see any way out of it unless we get some kind of governmental intervention that's going to stop this nonsense.
That was CNBC's Contessa Brewer reporting. Vicki?
Thanks, Morgan. As you know, Malala Yousafzai has been an outspoken advocate in the fight for every girl's right to an education since she was a young girl herself. It was nearly 10 years ago when Malala, just 15 years old at the time, was shot by a Taliban gunman while on her way home from school. This morning, she sat down with the Today Show to talk about her advocacy work and what still lies ahead.
Can you go into more detail about what some of the barriers are for these girls trying to get an education? And for folks at home who are watching, how can they help this fight?
It's really hard to convey this message to people, but there is a global emergency in education. There are so many factors that are pushing so many children out of school, including climate change, wars and other crises. Look at what's happening in Afghanistan and Ukraine. Look at how the floods have impacted so many schools in Pakistan right now. So, tens and thousands of schools have been washed away in these floods. So, because of all these, catastrophes that we hear about, yes, children are directly impacted, girls are impacted, and they're often disproportionately impacted. So, we need to create this urgency that we prioritize the education of our children. And if world leaders are serious about the future of children, then they have to be serious about education. And this is what I did at the UNGA when I was there at the United Nations. I brought other girls with me as well from Uganda, Ukraine, and Afghanistan to bring their voice through that platform to remind leaders that they have a responsibility to ensure that all children have access to safe, quality, and free education in every corner of the world. That's all we are asking for.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. We're back now with our NBC News exclusive.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn, making news right now. The congressional January 6th investigation, it's wrapping up. The House Select Committee chairman says it will hold its last hearing Wednesday, September 28th. That's next week. The final investigative report is expected to be released later this year.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis now facing a federal class action lawsuit and allegations of fraud after transporting 48 Venezuelan migrants from Texas to Martha's Vineyard. The firm, Lawyers for Civil Rights, and the nonprofit Alianza Americas also named the state of Florida, the Florida Department of Transportation Secretary, and others in that suit.
Meanwhile, protests are erupting in Iran after a young Kurdish woman died while in the custody of the country's morality police. That morality police basically polices women's modesty. A top United Nations official is now demanding an investigation into her death, while a human rights group reports that 5 people have been killed by security forces. That is a claim NBC News has not yet verified.
Now let's talk money for a minute. The Federal Reserve is expected to increase interest rates by 0.75 of a point again today.
So the big question now, what will this latest effort to cool rising inflation actually mean for everyday Americans and our money? NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now to help us break it down. Brian, good to have you here with us. So we heard Fed Reserve Chair Jerome Powell warning last month, essentially, that raising interest rates would, quote, bring some pain. So is what we're seeing now. This is the biggest one we've seen in the recent months, right? Is this what he meant by bringing the pain?
Well, and there's going to be more pain as well. This is the 3rd consecutive meeting where the Federal Reserve is expected to put in place a 0.75 percentage point increase in short-term rates. Now, what that means for average Americans is more expensive credit cards, more expensive mortgages, more expensive business loans as well. This is impacting the business side very much as well. Now, what we know is that high inflation is weighing down on everybody, 8.3% on a year-over-year basis in the month of August. The Fed hopes that by making it a little bit more expensive to borrow, that's going to take some of that demand pressure, hopefully, out of the inflation picture. Now, whether or not that happens is a very complicated picture because it takes time for these types of interest rate hikes to bleed through to the economy, which means we should be bracing for elevated inflation even over the short term.
But see, that's what I want to talk about, the timing, right? Like, when can people actually expect to see a change? Because people don't want to hear this. They don't want to hear that, look, their credit card bills are just going to get that much more expensive. So if you're hearing the Fed say, wait a minute, let's just give you the medicine to make it better, we're going to raise the interest rates, people want to know, well, when am I going to start feeling better?
Yeah, well, you go to the store, right, and those price tags are just simply eye-popping. And what the Fed hopes is that not that those prices will go down, maybe in some categories, but that the pace of those price increases will go down. Now, for what it's worth, the Fed is going to make the announcement at 2 p.m. for what they're going to do. They'll also have some economic projections for what the pace of inflation might look like over the next few years. And if what we saw in their last forecast 3 months ago in June is any tell, it's probably going to tell you we're not going to get back to pre-pandemic paces of price increases for another few years. So maybe down from 8.3%, but not back down towards the Fed's 2% target where they would really like to see it for a little while.
So we're not talking months.
No.
Okay,
Brad,
that's what I was
wants,
thinking.
Right, that's true, but it sounds like it's not going to happen. Nobody wants to hear the word recession. So talk about this delicate balance. You know, what does the Fed have to do to make sure that we don't hit that recession mark?
Well, when it comes to the recession, there's a lot of fears with the high inflation tilting us into that. For some low-income families, that might already be the case, eroding all of the wage gains you may have had because of how expensive everything across the board is. But what would be worse than high inflation? High inflation alongside en masse job loss. And that's not happening right now. The unemployment rate at 3.7%, that's pretty much near 50-year lows. Now, whether or not that upticks as the Fed tries to deliberately, that's what they're doing, slow the economy down, that's going to be an open question. That's why there is a risk of the Fed overdoing it. That's why they didn't raise interest rates by 200 or 300 basis points in the last few meetings. They have to do this slowly because you got to time this right. And whether or not they can pull that off is something we'll have to revisit in some time.
We got to act, and then we got to see how the reaction comes.
Exactly.
Very deliberate. All right, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. Brian, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate the breakdown. I needed the reality check.
I got you.
I needed that timeline. I needed to brace and feel that this Wednesday.
Years, not months.
That's right.
Brian, good to have you.
Appreciate it. Meanwhile, overseas, Russian President Vladimir Putin is ramping up his war effort in Ukraine after a series of battlefield losses. In a very rare televised address, Putin announced the mobilization of hundreds of thousands of reserve troops, and he warned the West that Russia will use all means at his disposal. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is on the ground in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Aaron, you know, this sort of thinly veiled threat from Putin was chilling. He wants to call up 300,000 Russian reservists. So does he even have these troops at the ready? I mean, how quickly could they get to the front line? So in other words, how real is the threat of escalation in real time?
Well, the threat of escalation, Morgan, is most certainly real. Keep in mind, Russia has an estimated number of 25 million reservists. So in comparison, 300,000, calling up 300,000 would be a drop in the bucket. Nevertheless, it's being perceived as a sign of weakness, a sign that things are not going well for Russia on the battlefield, that he's having to take this extraordinary step that is politically fraught in Russia that could serve to potentially weaken his regime further. Now, U.S. officials are seeing this as a change in strategy for the Kremlin. They see this as an attempt to overwhelm the battlefield in Ukraine with manpower. The issue, of course, being, according to Ukrainian officials I've been talking to, is equipping these reservists. Already, Russia is having difficulty equipping the soldiers it currently has on the ground. So this is being seen as something that will take some time. I've been speaking to Ukrainian officials who estimate that this could be impacting the battlefield in about a month or so. Morgan.
And Aaron, just Putin is accusing the U.S. and Europe of engaging in nuclear blackmail against Russia and warned that he has lots of weapons himself and that he's not bluffing. So how are Ukrainian officials now responding to what is a pretty clear statement?
Well, Ukrainian officials are seeing this as a new phase of this war. It appears as though President Putin is going to annex portions of Ukraine that he's currently occupying. If he does that, constitutionally speaking, Russia will be obligated to defend those areas as its own, taking what has been characterized as this so-called special operation and escalating it into a full-scale war. Now, Ukrainian officials are not surprised by this, they tell me. They see this as a thinly veiled attempt to try and get the West to back down, to try and get the West to stop supporting, to stop providing Ukraine with these badly needed weapons. But Ukrainian officials I've been talking to say they do not believe this strategy is going to work out for the Russian president. Maureen.
All right, NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin for us there live on the ground in Ukraine. Aaron, thank you.
Well, Morgan, there's a real debate heating up in families across the U.S. Should your kids have access to their phones while they're in the classroom? It is a very tricky decision for a lot of parents, including me. Some of us feel safer knowing we can reach our children at all times. But is that constant access a distraction in school? One district in Dallas is trying something new. Take a look.
You may have heard about the district's controversial plan to ban some students from using cell phones.
Students will be required to lock up their cell phone. That will start enforcing a cell phone-free environment.
A recent survey of 1,300 kids found in 2021, 37% of 11-year-olds had a smartphone. By age 14, 91% have a smartphone. But at the Richardson Independent School District just outside Dallas, school leaders say they're seeing a problem with so many phones on campus, distracted students. So at Forest Meadow Junior High, they're trying something new. It's called the Yonder Pouch.
So here's how it works. Each student gets one of these pouches. At the beginning of the school day, they have to put their phone inside and lock the pouch. No access at all until lunchtime or dismissal when a teacher uses one of these to unlock the phone. Voila, student gets their phone back.
Let's focus on learning.
Superintendent Tabitha Branham says research shows adults and teens feel the urge to check their cell phones every 4 minutes.
Why can't we just trust kids to keep their phones off or in their backpacks and not be distracted by them during class time?
I do believe that our kids can be trusted, and our kids are amazing humans. However, we know even as adults the temptation that the cell phone can have. We're trying to develop those lifelong habits.
Dallas isn't alone. To keep students focused on learning, some schools require them to put their phones in a cubby or special area when they enter the classroom. In New York City, the largest school district in the country, each school sets its own policy. In Los Angeles, students are required to turn their phones off and put them in a backpack or locker during the school day. And it may help with student learning. In a poll of 900 schools, Yonder found that when students don't have access to their phones, 65% of schools saw an improvement in academic performance. 74% showed better student behavior, and 83% saw an uptick in student engagement. Superintendent Branham says it's early, but she's already seeing some positive changes.
I'm hearing stories from students where even at lunch where they could use their cell phones, that they're still keeping them put away and that they're just having conversations, that they are listening to one another.
But some parents are unhappy with the program, citing safety as their biggest concern.
It's beneficial in making the kids, I guess, pay attention more in class. But the thing I don't like about it, like if something horrible happens in school, they won't be able to get to the phone quickly or call us.
I would prefer them have some access to some type of phone immediately if they needed to in their possession.
While phones can help emergency responders, some experts say phones in class can also alert an intruder to the location of a student or potentially jam up cell phone towers or broadcast sensitive information on social media.
Are you concerned at all that teachers might not be able to get to the students in case of an emergency to allow them to use their phones?
We are not concerned. The first and foremost thing we would want a teacher to do in the time of the crisis is execute our safety plan.
Well, the pouches are not cheap. They're about $20 each. The superintendent there, she says to outfit her district, it'd be $400,000. So some schools are really looking at cheaper solutions, like literally a shoebox. Put your phone in here, you can get it after class, which makes a lot of sense. Have you ever encountered this at your Bad Bunny concert where they ask you to put it in a pouch? Okay.
Not a Bad Bunny. He didn't do that to his fans.
Okay.
But other people have done that.
Bruno Mars has done it. Dave Chappelle.
I did have that happen.
Yeah.
Bruno Mars recently.
It's a good idea if you're trying to keep people from recording the show and being present in the moment. I like that. I think it makes sense. There's a debate over it in schools. Everybody agrees, though, you don't want your students to have phones in the class when they're supposed to be learning.
I kind of love this idea in schools. Like, one of the things I think most about potentially becoming a parent is, like, how do you keep kids safe? And they have access to so much data all the time, in real time, when they're away from you.
Right?
No. I'm old school. I'm a 90s baby, right?
Same.
I grew up in the 90s. I want to, no. You go outside and play.
And here's the thing. If you need access to your child, because people are, like, freaking out. They're used to having, like, I can get Morgan online. True. You can call the principal's office and say, Morgan has a doctor's appointment today. I'm going to have to pick her up at 1 o'clock. What happened to the old days of picking up the phone? So there are solutions for this.
I love that.
Yeah. By the way,
great story.
Thanks, Morgan. A big thanks to our NBC station, NBC5 in Dallas, for their help with the story as well. Stay with us. Straight ahead, after pummeling Puerto Rico, Category 4 Hurricane Fiona's fury closes in on Bermuda. The preparations happening there now and where Fiona is headed next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
You love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Hurricane Fiona is now a Category 4 storm. It's headed straight for Bermuda as it picks up even more strength.
It's already ripped through Turks and Caicos. That happened yesterday with winds up to 130 miles per hour. And that's not to mention Puerto Rico, where crews are out today to repair damage done to the water system and to the power lines. Now, according to PowerOutages.us, 7 out of 10 people on the island are still in the dark. And that's as of this morning. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is in Beatriz, Puerto Rico. Ellison, it's good to see you. First, if you can just bring us up to speed on what's happening there in terms of those cleanup efforts. Where do things stand? Do people have running water? Are they still facing water damage? Do they have power today?
Yeah, most people don't have power. Because they don't have power, that often means that they don't have access to clean or running water. So before they can even get to the part of really cleaning up, a lot of people are just trying to find drinkable water to take a shower in. So look at this right here. I'm literally standing next to a highway. This is sort of a makeshift pipe system. We watched as 2 residents who live not far from here came and set this up. They're collecting water that is just dripping off of the mountain here. They tell us it's mostly water from rainfall because this is the only way that they're getting water to their houses. We have seen people all day coming here, some of them lining up for hours, filling buckets of water to take it home so they can not only shower, but also boil it so they have water to drink. You can see more people down here. The man in blue, his name is Jorge, he was telling us he searched for water for 6 hours before he stumbled upon this area where other people have been coming to fill up water. And so that's what he's doing right now. He was saying he was here during Hurricane Maria, and while that was bad, he feels like in some ways this is worse, in part because they felt like this wasn't supposed to happen, Morgan. They didn't expect for all of these power outages to occur again. They thought this was going to be a weaker storm, yet here they are, literally on the side of the highway, filling up just bucket after bucket of water to try and clean their clothes, to try and cook food, to try and have water to drink. Morgan, Vicki.
Ellison, as the crews work to fix all of the items that you just mentioned that are damaged, a lot of people are still really upset and frustrated about the government response to Hurricane Maria, which was 5 years ago. They're still damaged from that. Are people confident in the government now? Are they confident that the main power company there is going to be able to make a quick fix?
No, they're not. They think that they're going to be in this situation for days. They hope not weeks, but they're really not entirely sure. We can keep walking a little so you can just see some more of this. Remember, there is a company here, a power company called Luma, that was brought in to work with the government company PREPA to try and repair some of the issues with the power grid. There have been huge protests prior to this in Puerto Rico. We saw a lot this summer because people were frustrated with that power company because, one, they didn't feel like they were repairing the power grid quickly enough. They said there were still too many blackouts and they were lasting a long time, and they were increasing prices. So while people are doing this, part of why they're getting so many buckets of water, guys, is because they're not sure when everything will be fixed, and they don't trust the government or the power company's timeline.
Yeah, they've lost a lot of faith. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber in Puerto Rico for us. Thank you, Ellison. We want to bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, let's talk about where Fiona is headed next. At least it's downgraded. to a Tropical 4 storm, right?
Well, tropical, it's a hurricane category 4, so that's still a major hurricane. And right now it's about as strong as it's ever been. So Turks and Caicos are the ones that had hit yesterday. They're finally cleared out. They're looking a lot better. Now the storm is heading north for the first time in about 3 days. It's not really affecting any land areas. Bermuda's next. They're under tropical storm warnings. They're not going to get a direct hit, but they will be watching some very large waves, of course. They'll get some gusty winds out of this. And then the storm, it will weaken. It will turn into what we call an extratropical storm. So it's just going to be like a big, huge storm with hurricane conditions up into the Canadian Maritimes, 100-mile-per-hour winds. So that landfall up around areas of Nova Scotia or Newfoundland will be Saturday morning, and then the storm will weaken after that. But they're going to see a lot of damage there. And as far as what's next, we're still watching this area heading into the Caribbean, guys. 90% chance of development. We're going to talk a lot more about this storm in the days ahead.
All right, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, as always. Thank you so much, Bill.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Harry Styles!
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It is a bittersweet moment for tennis fans. The legendary Roger Federer has officially announced his retirement. Today's show, co-anchor Savannah Guthrie sat down with a superstar for an exclusive interview. Take a listen.
We're walking out into the arena.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to miss this moment? Everyone, Roger!
Yeah. This moment where the whole crowd, chants your name or is so happy to see you, it really is what you then work for or go into rehab for or do surgeries for. It's true.
Why you work so hard.
Absolutely magnificent.
In more than 1,500 matches over 24 years, Roger Federer gave his heart, soul, and body to the game he loves, making the decision to retire not easy.
It seemed like even as recently as Wimbledon, you were still holding out some hope that you could return.
I was already very unsure if I should show up at Wimbledon because I was hurt and having not played for a year, so I didn't know if I was supposed to be there. And when I spoke on the court, I said, I hope I see you all next year playing. And I really meant that because I really still have belief that I was going to make it. A couple of weeks later, I really felt the knee's no good. I did a scan. It wasn't where I wanted it to be.
The end of an era. For decades, Federer's on-court acrobatics, and did that just happen? Moments have thrilled legions wherever he went.
What has it meant to you to have these fans who are so devoted and so devout and rooting for you all over the world, like every match was a home game for Roger Federer?
How do you know they're like that?
I don't know. I might be one of them. You might have heard.
No, but that's like my number one concern, you know, and is them not being able to spend more time with them.
Out of nowhere, Federer turns it up to 11.
Fed fans were faithful because he was great, but also good, showing uncommon grace.
You had those years of meteoric success. You also then had some wilderness years where you were out there, but there were years that passed between Grand Slam titles. Did you ever want to give up in those moments? Did you have a low point at that time?
I mean, look, it's, funny enough, so I have twin girls, as you know, Mila and Charlene. They were born in '09, just after I became, I think I was world #1. The girls were born, and from that moment on, 2010 and 11, I didn't win any slam. I remember changing diapers, bathing the girls, just being a dad. But then when the boys were born, things really, that rocked the boat, obviously, because going on the road with 4 kids every single week, you know, was hard, to say the least. And from being maybe the dominator, I became the challenger, and I liked that role as well. I actually really stayed hungry throughout.
Not all professional athletes would prioritize their family and say, we're all going on the road together.
Oh, that was the only way. I said, I never would I go on the road without my kids, and then I'd rather retire. Then I would have had to retire 10 years ago.
If it were just about love of the game, Federer would never retire.
Oh, wonderful tennis.
Our thanks to Today's Show co-anchor and, frankly, Federer super fan, Savannah Guthrie, for that exclusive interview.
And here's what's trending right now. Puerto Rican star Bad Bunny, El Conejo Malo, better clear off a whole lot of shelf space. That's right. His 10 Latin Grammy nominations are the most of any artist in the Latin music world. Now, his hit, Un Verano Sin Ti, amazing song, amazing album, if I could say
Summer
that.
Without You?
I'm telling, yeah, well done, Miss Wynn. Very well done. Well, it's up for Album of the Year. Bad Bunny even competes, get this, against himself.
Okay, that's how you know you're bad.
Yo, that is a flex, man. Himself in the urban fusion performance category with 2 songs. The Latin Grammy Awards are happening in Las Vegas on November 17th.
And the Golden Globes, well, they're heading back to NBC. This is happening live right here on NBC and Peacock on Tuesday, January 10th. You got a lot of time to mark your calendar. The award ceremony was not televised earlier this year because of boycotts of the Hollywood Foreign Press Association over the lack of diversity. A 2021 New York Times report found the group had 0 black members. The HFPA says its voting body is now 52% female and 51.5% racially and ethnically diverse.
All right, a lot of awards to keep an eye on there. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi there, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, September 21st. Breaking news. The art of the steal. The New York State Attorney General sues former President Trump and his family over business, tax, and insurance fraud allegations after a lengthy investigation. She wants $250 million in penalties.
An aggressive approach. In about an hour, the Fed will unveil a new interest rate hike, part of their plan to tame skyrocketing inflation. But is it enough? And how will it impact you?
It's not a bluff. In calling for a major troop increase to fight the war in Ukraine, Vladimir Putin hints that he may use nuclear weapons. They're not off the table.
The whole child. We'll take a look at one school where creating a teacher-student connection about mental health, and the results, they say, are simply spectacular.
So good to have you here with us. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin with breaking news. The New York Attorney General has filed a $250 million lawsuit against former President Trump.
Now, just to give you some context here, the suit also names Trump's 3 adult children. That's Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka, and Eric Trump. The 220-page filing accuses Trump of staggering fraud and seeks to permanently ban the Trumps from serving on any corporate board here in the state of New York.
Following a comprehensive 3-year investigation by my office, including witnesses, interviews with more than 65 witnesses, and review of millions of documents that were submitted by Mr. Trump and others, I am announcing that today we are filing a lawsuit against Donald Trump for violating the law as part of his efforts to generate profits for himself, his family, and his company.
NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now here in New York City. Ron, first off, what kind of evidence does the New York Attorney General actually cite as sort of evidence of this so-called staggering fraud?
The yearly financial documents that the Trump Organization submitted seems to be the driving pieces of evidence over 10 years, over more than 10 years. And Letitia James, the AG, made a point of saying that these were documents that Donald Trump himself approved every year, even while he was president, along with his chief financial officer, Alan Weisselberg, who's facing some other tax fraud charges in a criminal context as well. So there's that. And you heard her say that there were some 65 witnesses who also testified. So there's some evidence that Weisselberg is perhaps cooperating or assisting in some way. But the bottom line is that this is all about bottom lines. This is about documents. It's not about witness statements so much. It's about the yearly valuations of properties and holdings that the Trump family, the Trump business had. Here's a bit more of what Letitia James had to say about this. Take a listen.
Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization repeatedly and persistently manipulated the value of assets to induce banks to lend money to the Trump Organization on more favorable terms than would otherwise have been available to the company. to pay lower taxes, to satisfy continuing loan agreements, and to induce insurance companies to provide insurance coverage for higher limits and at lower premiums.
She also made a point of saying that this is not a victimless crime, that, for example, small businesses were hurt because the amount of resources available to them in terms of loans from banks and insurance coverage and so forth were limited by what the Trump organization, by what Donald Trump were allegedly doing. So there's that as well. And she made a point of saying a number of times, no one is above the law, not even a former president. So again, that's essentially the case against them.
Powerful words there. And Ron, I just want to make sure you are okay. If you take a look around, are you okay? Are you safe to stay and keep talking to us? All right, we hear some yelling in the background there. We heard of the Attorney General calling Trump's alleged behavior not the art of the deal, his famous book title, but the art of the steal. But we want to make clear, this is a civil lawsuit, not a criminal one. So talk about, in addition to that $250 million in potential penalties, what other penalties face the Trump family? And also, does a civil suit in any way pave the way for a criminal suit?
Basically, she is trying to shut their business down, it would seem. She is trying to create a situation where they cannot do business in the state of New York for a limited period of time to begin with, and perhaps permanently. That is apparently what she is trying to do, to punish them and to get back this $250 million that they say, that the AG says was fraudulently gained by the Trump family. Now, there is also a parallel criminal investigation ongoing by this district attorney of Manhattan. That has been going on for some time as well, aimed directly at Donald Trump, the former president. So there's that. And there's also another criminal trial that the Trump organization faces, a tax fraud case that's set to begin next month.
All right, NBC News correspondent Ron Allen. Thank you, Ron. In the next hour, we are set to hear from the Federal Reserve on its latest bid to curb inflation.
Yeah, this is expected that the central bank will announce a 3/4-point rate hike, its third in a row. So what exactly does that mean for you? What does it mean for us? NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joined us now. Brian, this expected rate hike, going to cut it. I mean, is it going to be enough in the fight against inflation? Will it ultimately work?
Well, the challenge is right now the Federal Reserve isn't so sure that what it's done already is going to have that impact, right? 8.3% year-over-year inflation in the month of August. You don't need to tell Americans that number. They're feeling it at the stores. They're feeling it at the pump, although gasoline prices coming down as of late is certainly helpful. But this all kind of makes sense when you think about what's been happening post-pandemic, right? A lot of revenge spending going on out there. A lot of people with the stimulus money that they got during 2020 are going out there trying to plan the trips, do the spending they haven't been able to do. Higher borrowing costs in the form of more expensive credit card rates, auto loans, mortgage rates, threatens to kind of take some of the steam out of there, which is what the Federal Reserve wants to do. The question is, can they overdo it? Maybe that in itself tilts us into another situation.
Well, Brian, we are also waiting for the Fed today to release its quarterly forecast for inflation. That really gives us a glimpse into what they think of the economy and where things are going. What are you specifically watching for, and what should Americans be bracing? What should we be bracing ourselves for, frankly?
Well, certainly the question is, when is all of this pain going to stop? And the Fed's economists, they're the really important ones who make all the decisions here. Yeah. They're going to have these forecasts in about an hour or so that will show where we could see inflationary figures go in the next few years. But not just inflationary. We'll also see some projections on unemployment and on what we can see in terms of economic growth as well. So whether or not the Fed is going to have to decide on this trade-off as they raise rates, could that throw some people out of work as businesses get crunched on margins, maybe start to lay people off? Again, not the case right now, but could that happen in the future? We'll have to take a look at those projections shortly.
And what about consumer demand and the job market? I mean, what sort of ripple effects could we see happen from this?
Yeah, well, I mean, the mechanisms of all this are kind of nuanced, but basically, if you have higher borrowing costs, that makes it more expensive for businesses to get a loan. You wanted to open a second store, for example, that would have created new jobs. Maybe you decide not to do that if the bank loan gets more expensive. So maybe you're going to take some of those job postings that you were hoping to fill down, or maybe you then start to lay people off if the demand for your goods or services that you provide are not there. Now, again, that's not necessarily happening en masse right now, but that threat is there as the Fed makes those borrowing costs more expensive. That's the reason why people are fixated on what's going to happen on the job side. Again, it'd be worse to have the inflationary story alongside job losses as well.
Well, before we let you go, our new NBC News business and data reporter, we just want to welcome you to the NBC News family. Your first day was Monday.
It was Monday, yeah, and I'm here right now. So, you know,
first time
with
water.
us. We had no idea.
Yeah.
Full disclosure, Brian, after your last hit with us, I sent an email to our boss, and I said, this guy's amazing.
Yeah, we were like,
so
he's
good.
fired.
Please have him on. So you're doing great, and we're so happy that you're sharing your skills with us.
Yeah, I'll be happy to hang with you whenever you want.
We'll be seeing a lot of you, I think. Thank you, Brian, so much.
Thanks, Brian. Well, right now, crews in Puerto Rico are working to restore power and running water across the island, all in the aftermath of Hurricane Fiona.
Some progress has been made, but a lot more work lies ahead. Meanwhile, Fiona has strengthened now to a Category 4 storm, the strongest it has been. It's barreling toward Bermuda after slamming Turks and Caicos yesterday. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is in Beatriz, Puerto Rico for us right now. And Ellison, we saw people working behind you there earlier. Tell us what you're seeing on the ground right now and how are cleanup and recovery efforts going?
Yeah, I mean, where we are, this gives you a sense of not only the desperation people feel, but also the frustration. Back here, you see people literally filling up buckets of water. The water that they are getting, it's coming off of the side of the mountain. That's kind of this makeshift pipe system that residents have actually built themselves as a way to get access to water. Because there is no power for most people on this island, that means that most do not have any running water. Most do not have access to clean drinking water. So they're at a point now where they haven't had access to a lot of these things since Saturday. They need to wash their clothes. They need to cook food. For some of them, they're running out of bottled water, so they're coming here to try and get water because they can't find it anywhere else. This right here is another one of those makeshift pipes. You can actually see it a little better if you look up the mountain where the water is coming from. This is not necessarily clean water. We're told that it is just water from rainfall condensation that drips down the side of the mountain. We watched as two men came here and set these pipes up. We asked them, are you with the government? Who sent you? They said, no, we're just residents. We came here. There was a big line for that other pipe. So they looked at each other and said, we have to do something because we need water. Grabbed these tubes and part of a Coke bottle to create this just to try and get some clean water. People are frustrated. They're not sure the government can fix this quickly enough. And they are really, for a lot of them, guys, scared. Back to you.
All right, NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber on the ground there in Beatriz, Puerto Rico. Ellison, thank you so much. Let's turn now to our Money Minute. Existing home sales hit their lowest level, and that's since May 2020,
Yeah,
like the height of the pandemic.
2.5 years ago. It's a noticeable cool down in the housing market as homes are staying on the market a lot longer. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now for our CNBC Money Minute. Dom, this is a major difference. If anybody was in the housing market over the past year, which you have been, you would see it firsthand, right? So what is actually causing the dip in home sales? Asking for a friend.
So, Vicki Morgan, the answer simply is rising mortgage rates. They're now around 6.5% or so, responding, in fact, to the Federal Reserve's anti-inflation interest rate hikes, as you guys talked about earlier this hour. Another one of those will be announced less than an hour from now. So even as house prices may cool off a bit, when you have to pay more for a loan overall, affordability goes down, so we'll keep an eye on housing. Amazon is now accepting pre-orders for its new line of Fire tablets that it says are thinner, lighter, and faster than previous models. The base one, by the way, sells for $100. That's about $10 more than the previous version, so we'll watch that. And then next month, Taco Bell will be testing a meatless carne asada. It's kind of a bit of a paradox there. It's made by the Beyond Meat Company, dozens of restaurants in Dayton, Ohio. Check out our story, guys. I'll send things back over to you.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Thank you, Dom. And coming up in today's parental guidance, we will dive into the importance of positive mental health for kids and what parents can do to help their kids thrive. Coming up, you are watching NBC News Daily.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
We're here to start conversations, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
And we are back now with a look at a brand new study from Mount Sinai Hospital right here in New York, examining the impacts of too little sleep.
Now, while we all know that not getting enough sleep can negatively affect your health, this study is the first to find that sleep actually alters the structure of your DNA. So a lack of it can actually lead to inflammatory disorders and even heart disease. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us now with a closer look. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. John, help us understand and make sense of these results, right? How does this study link lack of sleep to actual medical conditions? And also, importantly, how do we prevent this from happening to us?
And y'all are right. The study showed that not only does it alter your sleep patterns, which we know can cause problems during the day, but it's actually affecting your immune system to the point where it's altering the DNA. The DNA of your immune system. And what they found out is happening is after not getting sufficient sleep or getting interrupted sleep, you end up having more white blood cells. Those white blood cells act differently because they alter DNA, and that can cause inflammation in the body, which we know can affect the body in a variety of different ways. On top of that, we also think the immune system won't work quite as well, which sets you up for infections throughout life. Now, what can you do about this? Well, number one, the most important thing, of course, is realizing just how important sleep is. Even as doctors, we didn't realize it up until about 10, 15 years ago, and now we know it's essential to staying healthy. You need to get that consistent 7 to 8 to 9 hours of sleep every night, and if you don't, well, catching up doesn't really help as much as we thought it would. And so getting that sleep's important. If you have sleep issues, get it checked out. Find out what the source is. Don't try to mask it with medications or other techniques. Getting to that source is the important part.
Can I say, I have to take this opportunity to put my dad, on blast, because my parents were not super strict, and the only thing my dad was strict about, until I was 17 and went to college, I had a 9 p.m. bedtime.
Ooh,
he was like, sleep is what helps you, sleep is what you need.
All right, NBC News senior medical correspondent. Yeah, Dr. John Torres, thank you so much.
All right, so September is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. In 2020, suicide was the second leading cause of death for ages 10 to 14 and 25 to 34.
This really underscores just how important it is for parents to keep a watchful eye on their kids and their mental health. Here to help us do just that is board-certified psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma. Dr. Varma, thanks for being here. First, let me throw some stats at you. A recent survey by Verywell Mind and parents, it found that 75% of parents say that mental health days can be an effective tool to help support a child's mental health. So what do you think of that? And what does a child mental health day look like?
Vicky, I always say that there is no health without mental health, and Child Mental Health Days give the importance of mental health being just as important, if not more, than physical health. It also gives us an opportunity for us to have a break. A lot of children are really struggling to keep up with increased demands, perfectionism, of needing to perform in multiple extracurricular activities and sports and academics and to keep up. So mental health days don't even have to be a full day. They could be sleeping in a little bit more. I love the importance of sleep that you discuss, or also taking an afternoon off. It also gives people who are having active symptoms where sleeping too much or sleeping too little or having low energy, fatigue, concentration, memory problems, it gives them a chance to have rest. Also, if you happen to be on medications for some of the mental health symptoms, adjusting them also there's some side effects related to that. All of this gives you a chance to have a break.
And Dr. Varma, we only have a few seconds left here. So just briefly, like according to that same survey that we mentioned, 54% of parents are at least somewhat concerned about their kids' mental health. So what are some very specific signs of mental health or distress, even disorders, that parents should look out for?
Yeah, so social withdrawal is huge. If your child is not participating in things, fun things that they once used to do, pleasurable things, if their mood is really low, if they've withdrawn, if their hygiene has gone down, if they're having very negative thoughts about themselves, about the world, talking about not wanting to live, talking like they feel like helpless, hopeless, feel like a burden, crying a lot, and the grooming has gone down, the hygiene has gone down. So any change in baseline behavior you want to look out for and get them help as soon as possible.
And that means calling maybe your child's pediatrician to get that referral?
Absolutely, and turning the back of your card for behavioral health specialist, even 988 and a crisis hotline number if needed.
Yeah, really important information. Dr. Sue Varma for us there. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And the Venezuelan migrants flown to Martha's Vineyard are now taking legal action. In the bullseye, Governor Ron DeSantis, who they say duped them onto getting onto that plane.
Coming up, the intensifying battle over the border. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
President Biden took aim at Vladimir Putin and his war in Ukraine as he addressed the United Nations General Assembly just a short time ago. With us now is NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee, who joins us live from the United Nations conference there. Carol, what was the president's main message when it comes to the war, which is now nearly 7 months long there in Ukraine?
Well, his main message was to try to isolate Russian President Vladimir Putin and really rally the world against Russia and behind Ukraine to continue that unity that the president has tried to keep together since the war began back in February. And the president took aim directly at Putin, saying that this war was started by one man and only one man could bring it to a peaceful end. Take a listen.
We stood with Ukraine. Like you, the United States wants this war to end on just terms, on terms we all signed up for, that you cannot seize a nation's territory by force, that the only country standing in the way of that is Russia.
Now, the president also used the moment to call out Putin's comments overnight, saying that he was going to dramatically scale up Russian forces in Ukraine and giving that veiled threat to using nuclear weapons if it came to that. The Biden administration says if it were to come to that, they would respond. However, they haven't seen any evidence that there's action behind those words.
Carol, we know the president also touched on other topics during his speech. What else did he say about the administration's foreign policy agenda?
He talked about several things. He talked about climate change, really calling on the world to deal with climate change. He talked about Iran, saying that the U.S. is still interested in diplomatic talks with Iran, but they would also make sure that Iran doesn't require a nuclear weapon.
All right, NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee. Thank you, Carol.
Russian President Vladimir Putin dramatically escalating the war in Ukraine, announcing a plan to mobilize 300,000 reservists to the military. In a very rare address overnight, Putin vowed to use all means at his disposal, warning the West that, quote, this is not a bluff. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from Kharkiv, Ukraine. Aaron, this announcement from Putin comes after a series of setbacks he's seen on the battlefield with Russian troops who've already been suffering pretty heavy losses. This is also after members of his own government have written him a letter saying they are disappointed with the direction in which he's leading the country and this war. So where exactly are these 300,000 reservists coming from? Are they going to make it to the front lines quickly?
Well, Russia has an estimated 25 million reservists from which it could draw from for this war. However, it seems that Russian President Vladimir Putin, in drawing some 300,000, nevertheless, is showing some signs of weakness here, according to Ukrainian officials. It's a sign that things aren't going well for him on the battlefield, that he's having to take this extraordinary step, given that calling up reservists is a politically fraught topic there in Russia. It could serve to further weaken his regime. U.S. officials are saying that this represents a shift in tactics for the Kremlin. They're simply now trying to overwhelm the battlefield with manpower in order to gain lost ground. The question, of course, then becomes, if they call up these reservists, how will they arm them? And that remains to be seen, given Ukrainian officials are telling me that the forces that they have on the ground here in Ukraine right now are very poorly equipped. Morgan?
And Aaron, we only have about 30 seconds left, but in his address last night, Putin also accused the West of nuclear blackmail. Is this the just sort of nuclear saber rattling, or is Putin actually threatening nuclear war?
I think it very much remains to be seen and is the source of great speculation here in Ukraine. One Ukrainian official telling me what is clear is that he's trying to get the West to back down, to back off its support for Ukraine. This particular Ukrainian official telling me does not believe that will be successful. Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin for us there in Ukraine. Thank you so much, Aaron.
Straight ahead, a new approach to learning how one school is reaching students and not just in the classroom. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Welcome back on this Wednesday. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Making news right now, the congressional January 6th investigation is wrapping up. The House Select Committee chairman says it will hold its last hearing on Wednesday, September 28th, and that final investigative report is expected to be released later this year.
A man is in custody after defacing the Washington Monument by smearing several expletives onto the building with red paint. The area around the base of the monument, you can see it right there, totally defaced. That monument was temporarily closed after the incident.
Meanwhile, protests are erupting in Iran after a young Kurdish woman died while in the custody of the country's morality police, which basically polices women's modesty. A top United Nations official is now demanding an investigation into her death, while a human rights group reports that 5 people have been killed by security forces, a claim that NBC News has not yet verified independently. Now to the ongoing drama of those 48 Venezuelan migrants flown to Martha's Vineyard by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
A class action lawsuit filed in federal court in Massachusetts claims the governor duped those migrants into taking the flight with promises that went unfulfilled. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders.
Well, the federal lawsuit was filed by a migrant rights group, Alianza America, on behalf of 3 of the migrants. Now, those 3 migrants remain unnamed. They're what in lawsuits are often referred to as John and Jane Does. But in the lawsuit, they claim that by flying the migrants from Texas to Florida and ultimately to Martha's Vineyard, they suffered, quote, irreparable harm. Last week, when 2 planes touched down in Martha's Vineyard, the lawsuit against Florida Republican Ron DeSantis and others alleged to have been involved in the flights claims the Venezuelan migrants on board were defrauded and tricked and were traumatized by the experience.
No, ellos nos dijeron a nosotros cuando nos montamos en el avión que íbamos a llegar a una parte así como un refugio, que nos iban a ayudar monetariamente, donde íbamos a tener casa, trabajo.
In interviews with reporters, some migrants said they had no idea where they were going. The lawsuit claims Florida Governor DeSantis schemed with operatives in Texas, luring the migrants by exploiting their most basic needs, by giving the hungry $10 McDonald's gift certificates to get on the planes.
We believe that what has been done, not only against the immigrants who arrived in Martha's Vineyard, is absolutely morally reprehensible. It's horrible. It's an abuse of people's dignity and rights, but it is also illegal.
Florida Republican governor issuing a statement that says, in part, the transportation of immigrants to Martha's Vineyard was done on a voluntary basis. The immigrants were homeless, hungry, and abandoned. Florida's program gave them a fresh start in a sanctuary state. Along the U.S. border with Mexico, it's estimated 8,000 migrants a day cross into the U.S. In the last 11 months, a record 2 million migrants. A crisis endured mostly by communities along the southern border. An unprecedented flow of humans that the Florida governor blames on President Joe Biden.
He inherited a border that wasn't like this. He has created the crisis. But now at least we know nobody can deny that there's a crisis. Everybody now knows, and it was only because you had to have the elite who want to have the cost on everybody else, and they don't want to have to shoulder that. That's the only reason now people are talking about this.
Where do things go from here? Well, first, the federal court needs to determine whether this is the right jurisdiction for this lawsuit to be filed, and then to determine if it can be a class action lawsuit. And that would all be well before any determination of whether the claims hold merit.
It's our pleasure to go ahead and bring in Oscar Chacon, the executive director of Alianza Americas, one of the plaintiffs in that lawsuit brought by the migrants. Oscar, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for being with us, Oscar. In your lawsuit,
Vicky, pleasure, Morgan. Go ahead.
Oscar, in the lawsuit, you accuse Governor DeSantis of executing what you call a premeditated, fraudulent, and illegal scheme. These are powerful words. You say this is to advance his political interests. What is your evidence to support the accusations in this lawsuit?
Well, I mean, he's been basically lying to the public. For example, in the video we just saw, he claimed that the president of the United States created the crisis. I mean, the crisis has been created by conditions in home countries, such as Venezuela, that lead for people to feel they have to flee for their lives. And so that is the crisis that we aren't really addressing. But more importantly, and related to the lawsuit, people were very much tricked, to actually board this particular airplane that cost a lot of money, to actually go to Martha's Vineyard. They didn't even know that they were going to Martha's Vineyard because nobody told them.
Yeah, they were told they were going to Boston. Is that right?
Well, they first said that they were going to a big city. They didn't specify which. Then the name Boston came up, the name Washington, D.C. came up. And they only knew that they were going to Martha's Vineyard in mid-flight. They couldn't do anything about it then.
Governor DeSantis said that he had everyone sign consent forms. I'm curious if those consent forms were in English or in Spanish. But, Oscar, una preguntita. I want to talk about the contexto, because I think the context here is very, very important. How unprecedented is something like this? And frankly, you put together this lawsuit very quickly. How involved were the migrants in this lawsuit, in this case? Because I feel like, they've been sort of cast through all of this, but how much sort of agency are they having, and what's happening to them now?
Sure. Well, first of all, let me say that we are very thankful in Alianza Americas to our partners, lawyers for civil rights. They were on the scene on Thursday, the day after these immigrants arrived there. And some of the people that you had in the background of the footage that you show are actually lawyers from the Lawyers for Civil Rights in Boston. We interviewed plenty of people to actually gather the information as quickly as we could. And the unprecedented nature that you asked me about has to do with how consistently the stories of the people were.
Wow, really, really important context. Oscar Chacon, thank you so much. Alianza Americas, thank you for shedding some light and some context on this issue for us. We really appreciate your time. Back now with our special series, Building Classroom Connection, sponsored by the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. As students kick off another school year, many schools are adopting a whole new approach to learning, and it's one that not just focuses on academics, but really focuses on the totality of a student's life. So the idea is that if you can help the whole student, then you can set them up better academically. So our sponsor, CZI, introduced us to Valor Collegiate Academy, where they say this whole child approach is really paying off.
We're going to take one more deep breath.
This is Circle.
You invited me to a party.
Once a week, students check in, open up, and share.
That motivates me to make other people feel included too.
Small groups gather during school, led by a teacher and joined by peers, to talk about anything from grades and friendships to family concerns. It's all part of a growing approach to learning, focusing on the whole child.
Seeing them as a whole child means that we see all parts of them and how all of that comes together to help them learn.
Ashley Smith runs the school's culture program here at Valor Collegiate, a network of schools in Nashville, Tennessee, ranging from grades 5 through 12. She says one of the key ways they help kids learn is through Circle. Kids learn to express emotions, a key part of Circle that can especially be a help for adolescent boys. Devon Coakley is a junior who plays varsity soccer. He admits that opening up has really helped him thrive.
There are some old school styles of thinking where people say, guys can't cry. What do you say to people who feel that way? You shaking your head?
That way of thinking is dead. When we lost the state championship, I bawled my eyes out in front of everybody. I didn't care who saw. Once I came to Valor, I learned that it doesn't matter what gender you are. You can cry. You're able to have emotions. You're able to express your emotions.
Junior Johnny Martin agrees.
It's okay to be vulnerable and express your feelings to people that you feel safe around.
Devon and Johnny are among the students who say the support they've received at school has been invaluable, helping them grow with a community they can count on.
Coming to this school was probably one of the best things that happened to me. It grew my personality and I discovered who I was as a person via Circle.
We're going to be looking for a couple things.
Katie Marshall teaches creative writing at the high school. She also runs a Circle each week.
As a teacher, what does Circle do for you?
Circle with students really helps me connect with them better in a way that makes the classroom feel so much more like a community and less like just a classroom. When I am in a class with students I've been in Circle with, I feel like our relationship is so strong that it brings up the culture of the whole room.
Part of that community is mentoring. Miss Marshall personally mentors about 20 students at Valor as part of the program.
Valor really has this teacher and student relationship where, like, hey, even during class, they notice you're not doing well, like, let's talk about it.
Almendra Padron was assigned to Miss Marshall during the height of the pandemic.
When it came to, like, sharing in Circle, I shared how I was feeling, my worries about my family's financial state.
The future of Almendra's mom's job was uncertain, and when Miss Marshall heard that, she stopped by her house with a gift card, an act Almendra says she's never forgotten.
I was really scared, I was really, like, vulnerable, and when you came by my house and you dropped me off that gift card, I think it really just showed you cared for me, like, as a person and not just another student.
Almendra is in Miss Marshall's class this year and says that having that open line of communication and support makes their time inside the classroom more productive.
Does that translate now when Almendra's in your classroom, that closeness?
Yeah, part of the battle of teaching sometimes is just building relationships with students and getting to know them, and I don't really have to do the hard work of earning their trust. Now I've already done that.
That connection is paying off. It's also boosting academic scores. According to the state, Valor Collegiate ranks in Tennessee's top 5% for achievement and growth. That success and that support of students, a key to their futures. Something that will stay with the kids of Valor long after they leave the halls and the people who embraced them.
It's really just students supporting students and teachers supporting students. I don't have to struggle. I really have people there to help me and become the best student I can.
And one thing that's pretty cool, it's not just students who get support from these circles, but teachers actually participate in their own version of circle with each other on a weekly basis. We're also really excited to announce that we have a companion podcast on this topic where you can go and hear from other students and teachers about how this affects their daily lives. I also have a conversation with Priscilla Chan, the co-founder of the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, and she really opens up about her own kids and why she's so passionate about this style of education. So to listen, you can just search Building Classroom Connections wherever you get your podcasts. I'll see you there.
Great story, Morgan. Coming up, you will meet a national women's football champion who launched her own business, and now the NFL is giving her business a boost. She joins us live in studio with more. More NBC News Daily right after this.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We have a great guest for you. She's one of the best wide receivers in women's football history. Adrian Smith is a black woman who is blazing a path to create more opportunities for women and girls of color, not just in football, but across professional sports. She's also created a new football-themed card game called Blitz Champs.
Blitz Champs, creator and women's football champion Adrian Smith joining us now in studio. I have to tell you, full disclosure, Adrian, I am a huge gamer. I love board games.
Fantastic.
I love card games, not like video games.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay.
No.
That took me
This
for a
kind of
moment.
old school game. So we're really excited. First, tell us about Blitz Champs. What does it mean? How is it breaking these barriers?
Thank you so much for having me. I am so excited about Blitz Champs. It really is the culmination of everything I love. Football, education, entertainment. I invented the game back in 2015, and it really is an extension of my career on the field as a tackle football player for the Boston Renegades, also as a flag football player for the U.S. Women's National Flag Football Team.
Fantastic. We're happy to have you here with us. So talk about the NFL initiative. What did they do to help your business? How did it feel to get that first prize? And also, what does it mean for other women of color and other businesses?
Absolutely. So it's been phenomenal. Again, having spent several years developing Blitz Champs, getting into schools as a math learning tool for kids, and then being able to approach the NFL and finding out that they have this wonderful program where they're really trying to provide access to minority and women-owned businesses to be able to access the NFL licenses.
Can we just stay there for a minute, though? Why is that so important? Really, how much work? We're talking about these sort of incremental gains, but how much work is left to be done, and why is that work important?
Wow, there is a lot of work left to be done, and it's so important because it really is a time where sports is the equalizer, right? You can be any color, any race, any gender, and you can succeed. And if you play a team sport like I do, you succeed with others. So the NFL opening their doors, it gives people like myself a chance to move to that next level.
So you're in this space, and if other women who are watching want to get a piece of this NFL pie, what are they supposed to do? How do they learn about the initiative?
They really need to work hard, make a name for themselves and their product just on their own, and then reach out to the NFL, do research on who the appropriate contact person would be, given the industry or the sector that they're in.
Okay. How hard was it for you to get started? I mean, just
oh my goodness,
even getting involved.
Well, I'm a wide receiver with the best hands in the business, so I always, I got my rings on.
Keep those up so we can try to get a close up.
I mean,
of those.
either go big or go home. So for me, it was just a matter of I'm not going to stop until I get to until I score, until I get to the end zone. And so here we are.
Speaking of end zone,
I can't wait to see how this game works. So give us the demo. How do we play?
Okay, so the goal of Blitz Champs is to be the first person to score 21 or more points.
Okay.
You have each player starts with 5 cards. Your green cards are what you use to score points. Okay. Green means go. Your red cards are what you use to remove points from your opponents. Red means, stop. And yellow cards keep the game in motion. So, Morgan, you would start first. The first thing you do is draw a card. Draw a card first. And then if you have a green card, place it in front of you, because that's how you can score some points.
The viewers and I'm going to go ahead and give them a little sneak peek into my hand. I'm not sure. Rob, is that your camera? Okay, so we're going to give the green card?
Yeah, place it in front of you.
Okay, all of them or just one?
Just one per turn. Okay, so right now it looks like Morgan has 1 point. So the first thing you would do, Vicky,
is...
Draw a card? Okay, right. And if you have a red defensive card, a red blocked kick card, you can remove Morgan's points.
I don't have a red card, but
you have a green card?
I have some great green cards.
Put your biggest green card down.
Adrian, look at this. I got a rushing TD worth 6 points.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's great. Okay, so right now Morgan has 1, Vicky has 6, and now it's Adrian's turn to go. And
what you got, Adrian?
I am going to play my card, the passing touchdown card, which is actually based on me. This is a photo of me.
Nice.
So I put down 6 points. Yes.
Oh my God, fantastic.
So okay, so it's 6-6 to 1. Morgan, what's going on with your offense? We gotta do something here. Draw a card. Draw a card.
Okay, now it's my turn to play a card.
Yes.
So I'm gonna do a red card.
Okay, well,
you
would have to try to remove my card, so it would have to be an interception card.
Can I do that?
Not with a block kick.
Wait, I should have actually started by asking, do you have to know how football works?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Your girl over here.
That's what's great about Blitz Champs. You do not know how to play the sport of football in order to play the game.
Yeah.
So there are icons in the upper right-hand corners of each card that will let you know. So a passing touchdown can be removed by a red interception card.
This has been great. We're going to learn more during the break, but Adrian Smith, we so appreciate, entrepreneur and women's football champ. Thank you so much for joining us in studio and playing a game with us.
Thank you.
All right, you're watching NBC News Daily.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Tyler Perry's films, including the Medea series, have been making us laugh for years, but his latest film, A Jasmine's Blues, goes in a new direction. This time, he's strictly behind the camera as he directs a drama that he first wrote 27 years ago when he was 26 years old. In an exclusive interview, he opens up about what it's like to finally see his passion project come to the big screen. Here's NBC's Today co-anchors Hoda Kotb and Savannah Guthrie.
Everybody call me Bayou.
Why they call you that?
My pa say my eyes deep as Bayou from the time I was born.
Let me see your eyes. Your eyes normal.
We love the fact this was something you wrote. You were a kid when you wrote this, 27 years ago.
About 26 years old, yeah.
You're 26 years old. You put it in a drawer. You put it away. What made you decide, let me dust that off? Let me see if now's the time for
Just
it.
watching what's, you know, I had to be strategic in what I was doing before, so I had to make sure I had hit after hit after hit. So this one I wanted to just take my time and do it at the right moment. But watching what's happening in our society, where the banning of books, the watering down of history of black people in America, the homogenizing of slavery and Jim Crow. So I wanted to tell this story, and I thought now's the time.
When you look at these actors, I'm surprised they're not household names. They're so good at what they do. But you found people who were relatively new to the business, people who we don't know yet.
Yeah, and my hope is that they become household names because they are brilliant in these performances, and I'm so proud of Josh and Solea and Austin. I can go down the list of everybody.
It's like the paying forward piece of your life that I'm so into, too.
Yeah.
It's like you're on top of the mountain, and you're like, you come up here with me, you come up here with me. Like, that's what you're doing.
I don't feel like it's that selective as much as I feel like there are people who, like even at the studio, I have people who are working for me who've been in jail for 6, 12, 20 years, and they come out, they're in the grip and electric department, and the whole studio is just people coming in, the eyes wider than anything you can imagine.
I love it.
Never having a chance to have these kind of opportunities, so it's awesome.
All right, that was today's Hoda Kotb and Savannah Guthrie with that interview. Vicki?
Morgan, two of baseball's biggest stars are chasing home run history. We're talking about the Yankees' Aaron Judge, as you know, and the Cardinals' Albert Pujols. Judge has hit 60 home runs this season. That puts him one shy of the all-time American League record of 61. That one is held by Roger Maris. And Albert Pujols, by the way, he's nearing 700 career home runs. NBC News Today show co-anchor Craig Melvin has their story.
And here's the 3-1. Just number 60. Slide over, babe. You've got some company. Overnight in the Bronx, Aaron Judge slugging his 60th home run of the season. Now cemented in the pantheon of Yankee greats. The 430-foot shot against the Pirates tying a tally set by the legendary Babe Ruth in 1927. Judge now just one away from equaling Roger Maris's American League single-season record of 61.
This week is going to be pretty electric at the stadium, considering, you know, where we are in the season, and then obviously with Aaron and knocking on the door of history.
When Judge was at the plate, fans held up those phones, hoping to capture the iconic moment.
Very exciting. I'm very excited about it.
New York native Adam Sandler tweeting a picture of Judge, writing, "We love you, pal. You're incredible. We are all having the best time watching you. thank you. The Yankees' homegrown star setting up an unexpected comeback for the Yanks, with Giancarlo Stanton later ending the game with a walk-off grand slam. See ya! A walk-off grand slam! For Judge, it's been 3 homers in 3 days after his incredible performance Sunday against the Brewers, when he crushed his 58th and 59th home runs of the season. Judge telling Tom Yamas in a recent conversation he doesn't focus on records.
The minute you start getting caught up in numbers, you're not a team player anymore.
Across the country, in San Diego, Albert Pujols chasing greatness at age 42. Pujols now just 2 home runs away from joining the 700 club. A rare feat accomplished by just 3 players in baseball history: Barry Bonds, Hank Aaron, and Babe Ruth. He's already hit 19 homers this season, but he's still sitting at 698 after last night's game. He did have 2 of the Cardinals' 5 hits in a shutout loss to the Padres, but Pujols' pursuit is a thrilling swan song to a stellar career. He intends to retire at the end of the season.
It'll be exciting to watch them chase down history.
Absolutely.
It was our Craig Melvin reporting. Thanks to Craig.
I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. We're back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Wednesday, September 21st, 2022. Breaking news, suing the Trumps. The New York Attorney General accuses the Trump family of fraud. Details from inside the lawsuit and how the former president is responding.
Rising rates. The price you pay for some loans and mortgages is about to get more expensive. How the newest Fed action could impact your money.
War of words. President Biden slams President Vladimir Putin at the United Nations. The heated response after Putin raised the threat of nuclear response in Ukraine.
And Fiona's fury. The powerful hurricane could get even stronger as it heads north. the damage left behind as another system threatens the Gulf Coast. It is 2 p.m. in Columbus, Ohio, 1 p.m. in New Orleans. Welcome to NBC News Daily.
We begin this very busy Wednesday afternoon with breaking news involving the Trump family. New York's Attorney General announcing a sweeping lawsuit against former President Donald Trump, his children, and the Trump Organization over fraud allegations.
Now, the lawsuit claims Trump lied about his finances for years to get better loans and tax benefits. The New York Attorney General wants to ban Trump from ever doing business in the state again. She's also asking for $250 million in damages.
Let's bring in NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter and NBC News senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders with us as well. Tom, I'll start with you. This lawsuit, it's more than 220 pages long. None of us have had time to read the entire thing, I'm sure, but a lot to unpack. What kind of fraud allegations are asserted in this lawsuit?
Sure. So as you said, Kate, we're talking about fraud allegations. We're talking about conspiracy tied to those types of fraud allegations. And what it really is here, according to the Attorney General's office and their civil complaint that has now been filed with the court, along with a slew of exhibits, including Donald Trump's personal financial statements, not his taxes, but what he provided to those lenders, essentially paints a picture of somebody who would regularly engage in practices of either overinflating his properties, which, according to the Attorney General herself, was to the tune of billions of dollars, or sometimes bringing down the value of those properties if it benefited him from a tax perspective. Two examples I'll throw at you. One, the Attorney General's office says that Mar-a-Lago, they look at, and based on the revenue of $25 million and based on how, or more importantly, how that property cannot be developed, is valued at $750 million by Trump, but only $75 million by them. So that's just one of the examples that they cite is a way that Trump committed fraud.
Well, let's bring in Kerry Sanders here in Florida for us today. Kerry, how is President Trump responding to all we've learned today?
Well, I'm standing outside that property that Tom just talked about, Mar-a-Lago, that you see over my shoulder. We see that the Secret Service has positioned themselves in a more prominent position here. Donald Trump, the former president here in Mar-a-Lago, we believe, not holding any sort of news conferences or even speaking on camera, at least so far, but he has released a statement on social media, which we'll bring up here on the screen, and I'll read a little bit to you, which says, Attorney General Letitia Peekaboo James, a total crime-fighting disaster in New York, is spending all of her time fighting for very powerful and well-represented banks and insurance companies who were fully paid, made a lot of money, and never had a complaint about me, instead of fighting murder and violent crime, which is killing New York State. She is a failed attorney general whose lack of talent in the fight against crime is causing record numbers of people and companies to flee New York. Bye-bye. So the president releasing that statement, or the former president releasing that statement, will he actually hold a news conference? That would be unlikely. What he has done in the past when he does decide to speak out is go on a cable network where he seems to have a friendly reception and make his statements there. So if that's going to happen, that may well happen today or tomorrow. Aaron?
Right. Kerry Sanders, Tom Winter, thank you both. We're also following breaking news that affects your wallet. Moments ago, the Federal Reserve announcing its decision on interest rate hikes.
Yeah, the Fed is still trying to cool record high inflation that's hitting Americans pretty hard. So what does this rate hike mean for you? Well, the cost of credit cards, mortgages, lines of credit, car loans, student loans, all expected to go up. And as we speak of mortgages, the average rate for a 30-year loan is now 6.25%. That's the highest level since October of 2008. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now to unpack this information that's just coming in at this hour. So, Brian, take us through the Fed's decision today.
Yeah, this dropping just about 5 minutes ago. The nation's central bank officially raising interest rates by 0.75%. That's the third consecutive time they have done that. Interest rates are now targeted between 3 and 3.25%. And essentially what that means is that the Fed wants to continue to make it more expensive to borrow on those types of products that you just outlined, like credit cards, like mortgages, like auto loans. And the message from the Federal Reserve it's not done yet. There are projections that came alongside the announcement about 5 minutes ago that show the Federal Reserve, the median member of this voting committee, could see interest rates rising another 1% through the end of next year. Again, that's going to depend on who you're asking, but they do not see this battle as done, and that makes sense when you see inflation clocking in the month of August, 8.3% year over year. The Fed projecting that number not to fall back to the Fed's 2% target anytime in the next couple of years.
Okay, so that's a lot of numbers. I think people
Yes.
care about their loans and about their mortgages. And as I understand it, mortgages are not directly tied to what happened today, but there's an impact.
Absolutely. Well, when it comes to what the Federal Reserve is doing, they're trying to bend the shape of all the types of lending rates that we see in our economy on a daily basis. And of course, the most relatable one is the mortgage rate. Now, mortgage rates are different than what the Fed is targeting here because that's over a 30-year period. What the Fed targets is a short-term number. But essentially, if they raise that short-term rate, longer rates are going to come higher as well. So 6.25 was the number, as you mentioned. That's the measurement we got yesterday. That's the highest that we've seen since 2008. As the Fed continues to raise interest rates, that number could get even higher. Now, again, mortgage rates are kind of market controlled, so it's possible that they're factoring in or expecting all the future Fed moves. But again, if the Fed gets more aggressive than the market thinks, there's reason to believe that maybe that mortgage number goes up as well.
Thank you. Appreciate the explanation. Brian Chung, thanks.
More breaking news, this time from the United Nations. President Biden firing back at Vladimir Putin in front of other world leaders.
It comes after the Russian president threatened to use nuclear weapons against Ukraine.
Ukraine has the same rights that belong to every sovereign nation. We will stand in solidarity with Ukraine. We will stand in solidarity against Russia's aggression, period.
Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee and NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin over in Ukraine for us. Carol, this feels like a critical moment. Putin made this threat of nuclear weapons in a speech last night. What are your sources telling you about how that might have changed the president's remarks that we just heard at the UN?
Well, Kate, it changed his remarks in the sense that the president and his aides went through his speech this morning, we're told from White House officials, and added a line there to address what Russian President Vladimir Putin had said overnight. However, officials said that the general theme of the president's speech did not change, that what he had to say regarding Ukraine and Russia remained the same, and that was to rally the world around uniting behind Ukraine and against Russia. And that's what we heard the president try to do. And part of what he did was use this platform to make the case that Russia, particularly as a member of the UN Security Council, is violating the core rules of the road that are set by this international body. Take a listen to the president.
Let us speak plainly. A permanent member of the United Nations Security Council invaded its neighbor, attempted to erase a sovereign state from the map. Russia has shamelessly violated the core tenets of the United Nations Charter.
Now, one of the things that the president also did was the administration officials have said, is that they are looking to see whether Russia is just rhetoric, or this is something that Vladimir Putin is actually putting action behind. Meaning, are there steps that he's actually taking to move towards using some sort of nuclear weapon, or is this just rhetoric? Because it's similar to things that the U.S. has heard from Putin in the past. And now, for President Biden's part, he has said repeatedly that there would be a U.S. response, however, not going into detail about exactly what that would be. Kate?
Well, Aaron McLaughlin, I'll turn to you and talk about President Putin's actions here. We all woke up to news that he plans to call up more of Russia's reserve army. Talk to us about that and how those remarks are being received by leaders in Ukraine.
Well, Aaron, you may hear the air raid siren behind me ringing out in the northeastern city of Kharkiv, a clear sign that Russian President Vladimir Putin is nowhere close to slowing down this offensive. Ukrainian officials are seeing his speech earlier today as heralding sort of a new phase of this war. In the words of one Ukrainian official, he appears to be burning all bridges behind him, leaving himself few options but to press on with this brutality. And that has a lot to do with his seeming approval of the annexation of Russian-occupied portions of Ukraine. If, in fact, that happens, the Kremlin will then be constitutionally obligated to defend those areas, taking what is now being seen in the Kremlin or in Russia as a special operation to a full-scale war. And adding to that, announcing that these 300,000 reservists are being called up. Ukrainian officials say they don't expect to see the full impact of those reservists on the ground here on the battlefield, given that they need to be trained, they need to be supplied weapons for another month or so. Aaron.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin for us in Ukraine. Aaron, stay safe there. Carol Lee in New York, thank you as well.
American Airlines gets hacked.
And Taco Bell is testing a new menu item. CNBC's Brian Sullivan joins us now for today's Money Minute. Hey, Brian.
Yeah, hey, thank you very much. I mean, there is definitely a lot going on with that, and I'm going to go ahead and get into that in just 1 second here. We got most of the flights out of Russia. We're finding there's been a great demand for flights out of Russia, of course, as Vladimir Putin has mobilized his troops in response to raising up the war in Ukraine. We looked at Google's data on airline ticket prices and those numbers and show that in some cases they were 9 times higher than usual. Helping to support high prices, there aren't a lot of flight options. U.S., U.K., and most of mainland Europe, of course, guys, have a ban on planes coming directly from Russia. You mentioned American Airlines. They say hackers got access to personal data for what it is calling a, quote, very small number of customers. Of course, those customers probably wouldn't think it's a small number. The company says it has no evidence that any of that data has been misused. And Taco Bell will be testing a meatless carne asada in Dayton, Ohio next month. Part of a partnership with Beyond Meat. The chain says the meatless version will sell for the same price as the regular carne asada. Thinks the price parity will encourage more consumers to change their diets. Carne asada sort of stands for steak, so I'm a little confused. Also, go Dayton.
This is good.
Oakwood High School Lumberjacks, the alma mater of my lovely wife. Not sure why Dayton was picked, but there you go.
On the asada, I would love that.
Meatless.
Yeah, I would love it
not
because
asada.
I don't eat red
Can you
meat.
have a meatless carne asada taco?
Why
I mean,
not?
is that even?
It's like turkey bacon. That's not bacon.
I know. We're making opposite faces here.
It's the oxymoron. Jumbo shrimp, right? It's the oxymoron. I don't know. Who knows? All right,
Brian Sullivan,
Giving
thank
some
you.
of us options. Brian, thank you.
All right.
Let's turn back to serious news. In Puerto Rico, reeling after another day, a day after, rather, Hurricane Fiona knocked out power and running water to much of the island. We're going to take you there up next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos,
We're learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it. Breaking right now, Bermuda and Canada bracing for Hurricane Fiona.
That storm has strengthened again, now up to a Category 4 hurricane. It's on track to move north and hit Bermuda on Friday and then move on to Canada on Saturday. Overnight, torrential rain overwhelming the Turks and Caicos Islands. Early estimates are the storm surge raised water levels by at least 5 feet.
And recovery efforts are still underway in Puerto Rico at this hour. Most people there are still without running water or electricity. That's 4 days since Fiona hit. Puerto Rico's governor says it will take at least a week to have a full understanding of the damage.
There is also a new tropical system gaining strength right now. Meteorologist Bill Cairns tracking that for us. Let's begin, though, with NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber. She is live for us in Puerto Rico today. Ellison, we know power and water have been some of the biggest concerns there. Any estimates for when the utilities are going to be up and running again?
So one of the main power companies here, they have acknowledged that it will likely take days to get the power back on. But people we've spoken to, they don't have a whole lot of confidence in that. And I'll show you some of why. We're literally on the side of a highway. This here, you see, is the side of a mountain, kind of a makeshift pipe system that we saw earlier residents make. People like Luis here have been coming to get water because this is the only option they have to get water to take back home. Luis, we were talking earlier, you said it feels like the 1950s. When the government says that this will take days or a week maybe, do you have confidence that you will have running water or power anytime soon?
Yeah, because the government don't say nothing about we don't know when we're going to get the service for the water or the electricity. They don't say nothing.
They say nothing.
I think we are alone in this one. Yeah.
All right. We've heard that from a lot of people, of them saying they feel like they are alone, and they're frustrated too, guys, because they feel like the government, the power companies downplayed what this storm could do, told them they were prepared when really they weren't. And if they were prepared, they say they would not have to be doing something like this. Aaron, Kate.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is that you've got a lot of folks there who are dealing with, this pain that even after Puerto Ricans had to deal with the same issues after Hurricane Maria 5 years ago. What else are you hearing from people there about how this storm has impacted them beyond the water and power, how it's upended their lives again?
They're frustrated. I mean, we met a grandfather here this morning. He was with his 5-year-old grandson, and he talked to us about how it's one thing to tell an adult that they don't have power, or tell an adult that they need to make adaptations to deal with a lack of water, as horrible as it is. But explaining that to a child, it makes no sense to them, and it shouldn't make any sense to them because these are basic necessities that everyone should have access to. Listen. ¿Cuánta agua necesita en este momento?
Bueno, bastante.
A lot of water because right now we don't have enough to even cook.
La necesidad obliga a uno, ¿sabe?, a buscar agua porque
the need for water makes us go to these extremes to come here and get water for our families. And although we're older and we understand the reasoning, the younger ones like him don't understand why we have to go out of our way to find such a basic thing like water.
People have been lining up here all morning trying to get just a little bit of water. Again, this is basically rainwater, not necessarily safe to drink, but they have no other choice. They're filling it up. They'll boil it because this is all they have right now. Aaron, Kate.
Ellison Barber in southern Puerto Rico. Ellison, thanks.
Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, we're talking about Fiona here. It could be a nightmare for folks on the east coast of Canada. And then on top of that, you're tracking another developing storm?
Yes, it's getting very active. Update from the 2 o'clock from the Hurricane Center, 130-mile-per-hour winds. It's heading north at about 8 miles per hour. Bermuda is under a tropical storm warning. They're going to be a close call, but it's not going to be a direct hit. And then we're going to watch the storm heading up towards Canada. This is going to be like a worst-case scenario up here in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. They are going to have a lot of damage from 100-mile-per-hour winds. And then we're going to watch this next storm down here to the south heading into the Caribbean. And all of our computers are telling us this could be a problem in about 7 days from now into the Gulf.
All right, Bill Cairns, thank you. And you're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now, unprecedented scenes are unfolding in Iran. Protests erupting across the country after a 22-year-old woman was killed in police custody. Mahsa Amini was arrested last week by the Morality Police. That's a team that enforces the country's conservative dress code. Iranian authorities deny any wrongdoing. Here's NBC correspondent and Tehran bureau chief Ali Arouzi.
Violent protests have erupted across Iran after a 22-year-old woman died after being arrested by the feared Morality Police for violating the country's strictly enforced Islamic dress code. The death of Mahsa Amini, who had been picked up by the Islamic Republic's Morality Police for her allegedly loose headscarf, has touched a raw nerve, triggering audacious displays of defiance in the face of a brutal crackdown and arrests. Since its inception in 1979, the mandatory headscarf has been one of the main pillars of the Islamic Republic. Yet last night, in cities across the country, women burnt their headscarves and shaved their heads in public while being supported by large crowds cheering them on. A taboo that would have been unimaginable just a few days ago. Nationwide, there have been running street battles between protesters and police. Thick plumes of tear gas punctuate the sky as demonstrators burn trash cans, trying to neutralize the effects. Protesters were also chased and beaten with clubs by motorcycle-riding militia. A large cross-section of people have been participating, but at the forefront, Iran's Generation Z. The touchscreen kids that have grown up with social media, the section of society that feel most suffocated, especially young women. The security apparatus has been heavy-handed, but unusually, for the time being at least, they have shown a degree of restraint compared to past protests. Given the scope and the scale of the dissent, the authorities would normally have shut down the internet by now, but people are still uploading videos. There are signs, however, that patience is wearing thin. Today, the country's communication minister warned that access to the internet may be disrupted due to security reasons. Some fear that if the protests continue, once Iran's president leaves the United Nations General Assembly and returns to Iran, insubordination on any level won't be tolerated and the crackdown will be even more brutal. The next few days are sure to be unpredictable. What is certain is that this is a seminal moment for the Islamic Republic.
Malala Yousafzai has been an outspoken advocate in the fight for every girl's right to an education since she was a young girl herself.
It was nearly 10 years ago when Malala, just 15 years old then, was shot by a Taliban gunman while on her way home from school. This morning, she sat down with the Today Show to talk about her advocacy and the work that still lies ahead.
Can you go into more detail about what some of the barriers are for these girls trying to get an education? And for folks at home who are watching, how can they help this fight?
It's really hard to convey this message to people, but there is a global emergency in education. There are so many factors that are pushing so many children out of school, including climate change, wars and other crises. Look at what's happening in Afghanistan and Ukraine. Look at how the floods have impacted so many schools in Pakistan right now. So, tons and thousands of schools have been washed away in these floods. So, because of all these, catastrophes that we hear about, yes, children are directly impacted, girls are impacted, and they're often disproportionately impacted. So, we need to create this urgency that we prioritize the education of our children. And if world leaders are serious about the future of children, then they have to be serious about education. And this is what I did at the UNGA when I was there at the United Nations. I brought other girls with me as well from Uganda, Ukraine, and Afghanistan to bring their voice through that platform to remind leaders that they have a responsibility to ensure that all children have access to safe, quality, and free education in every corner of the world. That's all we are asking for.
Up next, working to keep the federal government open, what Congress is zeroing in on just days away from a looming deadline to avert a shutdown. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos,
and learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. Police in North Carolina are searching for a 17-year-old suspect wanted for 2 murders. They say the teen shot and killed 2 other teenagers in a rural area near Durham. They've been identified as 14-year-old Lyric Woods and 18-year-old Devin Clark. No word yet on a possible motive. Former Minneapolis police officer Thomas Lane was sentenced to 3 years in prison today for his role in George Floyd's death. Lane is already serving a 2.5-year federal sentence for violating Floyd's civil rights. In May of 2020, Lane held down Floyd's legs while Derek Chauvin pinned Floyd with his knee, killing the 46-year-old black man. And we have a winner, actually 2 winners of that $1.3 billion Mega Millions jackpot. You remember that? We just don't know who those winners are. The Illinois Lottery says the 2 winners bought the ticket together in July, and they want to stay anonymous. All we know is they took the $780 million lump sum payout.
Good for them. A group of migrants flown to Martha's Vineyard, now taking legal action. They're suing Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and other state officials. They claim they were duped into taking that flight with false promises. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders.
Well, the federal lawsuit was filed by a migrant rights group, Alianza America, on behalf of 3 of the migrants. Now, those 3 migrants remain unnamed. They're what in lawsuits are often referred to as John and Jane Does. But in the lawsuit, they claim that by flying the migrants from Texas to Florida and ultimately to Martha's Vineyard, they suffered, quote, irreparable harm. Last week, when 2 planes touched down in Martha's Vineyard, the lawsuit against Florida Republican Ron DeSantis and others alleged to have been involved in the flights claims the Venezuelan migrants on board were defrauded and tricked and were traumatized by the experience.
No, ellos nos dijeron a nosotros cuando nos montamos en el avión que íbamos a llegar a una parte así como un refugio, que nos iban a ayudar monetariamente, donde íbamos a tener casa, trabajo.
In interviews with reporters, some migrants said they had no idea where they were going. The lawsuit claims Florida Governor DeSantis schemed with operatives in Texas, luring the migrants by exploiting their most basic needs, by giving the hungry $10 McDonald's gift certificates to get on the planes.
We believe that what has been done, not only against the immigrants who arrived in Martha's Vineyard, is absolutely morally reprehensible. It's horrible. It's an abuse of people's dignity and rights, but it is also illegal.
Florida Republican governor issuing a statement that says, in part, the transportation of immigrants to Martha's Vineyard was done on a voluntary basis. The immigrants were homeless, hungry, and abandoned. Florida's program gave them a fresh start in a sanctuary state. Along the U.S. border with Mexico, it's estimated 8,000 migrants a day cross into the U.S. In the last 11 months, a record 2 million migrants. A crisis endured mostly by communities along the southern border. An unprecedented flow of humans that the Florida governor blames on President Joe Biden.
He inherited a border that wasn't like this. He has created the crisis. But now at least we know nobody can deny that there's a crisis. Everybody now knows, and it was only because you had to have the elite who want to have the cost on everybody else, and they don't want to have to shoulder that. That's the only reason now people are talking about this.
Where do things go from here? Well, first, the federal court needs to determine whether this is the right jurisdiction for this lawsuit to be filed, and then to determine if it can be a class action lawsuit. And that would all be well before any determination of whether the claims hold merit.
Kerry Sanders reporting there. The Justice Department says it is the biggest COVID fraud scheme yet. Nearly 50 people facing charges now over allegedly stealing hundreds of millions of dollars in federal aid.
And this money was meant for some of the most vulnerable Americans during the peak days of the pandemic. Here's NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian.
Prosecutors called it a staggering fraud, the theft of nearly $250 million tax dollars intended to feed hungry children, instead being used to buy cars, houses, and jewelry.
The scheme that began with a simple idea in March of 2020 grew to become the largest pandemic fraud in the United States.
47 people now face charges, including conspiracy, wire fraud, money laundering, and bribery. The government alleging defendants connected to nonprofits and restaurants collected taxpayer money through federal nutrition programs.
Their goal was to make as much money for themselves as they could.
At the center of the indictments and appearing in court today, Amy Bach, founder of the nonprofit Feeding Our Future. Prosecutors say she was overseeing a massive fraud scheme. They say her organization recruited others to set up federally funded meal sites during COVID, while oversight rules were relaxed. Soon, hundreds of sites in Minnesota were reporting giving out thousands of meals a day, but prosecutors say it was a fraud.
More than 125 million fake meals are at issue in this case.
Bach, whose organization the DOJ says received more than $18 million in administrative fees, pleaded not guilty. Kevin Chambers leads the Justice Department's COVID fraud enforcement efforts.
Does it make you mad? It infuriates me.
And says this case stands out because the money was meant for children.
Where the money went instead were to purchases of hyper luxury vehicles, sports cars, real estate in Turkey and in Kenya, which I don't have to tell you has nothing to do with getting kids fed here in Minnesota.
Candelanian reporting there. Holding mega banks accountable. That is the focus of a hearing on Capitol Hill today. A Democrat-led House committee is grilling the CEOs of our nation's biggest retail banks. They're answering a lot of questions on a range of topics, including their ties to Russia and cryptocurrency. CNBC finance and investing reporter Leslie Picker joins us now. Leslie, from the start, there was a contentious moment here. The Democratic chairwoman asking about mergers and big banks. What else have members asked about? What are the highlights?
Yeah, the whole thing has been, on and off contentious throughout the day. It's been about 4 hours worth of hearings so far. The committee is on recess currently, but they did convene the nation's 7 largest consumer-facing banks to talk about things like overdraft fees, emerging technologies like crypto and Zelle, and privacy protection. They covered those issues while also branching out into other areas, such as the state of the global economy. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon said, quote, "We're paying the price of too much fiscal monetary stimulus."
I think the sooner that the Federal Reserve gets the hand around inflation, so we avoid stagflation, that is the worst outcome, is inflation with no growth and unemployment, and that hurts the most people and the most businesses, et cetera. And second is to make sure we have a secure energy policy so that oil prices don't skyrocket. Energy is precarious. We know if we see it at 150, it'll cause a global recession.
Dimon did say that there is a small chance of what they call a soft landing. In other words, really avoiding some kind of major recession. He does think that the probability is more weighted toward either a mild recession or something a bit more severe, saying that the major uncertainties are really geopolitical at this point and their impact on both the supply chain and the energy source, as we've seen just this year in how it's impacting inflation.
Leslie, we've seen bank CEOs testify before Congress before. This is not new. What are lawmakers really hoping to accomplish with this?
Yeah, it's kind of remarkable. This is actually the 3rd time since 2019 that these bank CEOs have been called in front of Congress, the 2nd time for this Congress alone. This time, though, the economic backdrop looks much different than it has in recent years, with the economy really at an inflection point with regard to inflation, how it's impacting Americans' bank accounts, their savings, their ability to get a mortgage. One representative asked Dimon where the economy is most vulnerable from a financial stability standpoint, and he said it's related to Ukraine and China, while noting the financial industry could handle a recession. That was a big theme as well. All of the banking CEOs said that they are well capitalized. They could handle some sort of adverse effect on the economy because their balance sheets are so strong at this point in time coming out of the pandemic.
All right, Leslie Picker, thanks for following it for us.
The clock is ticking for Congress. It has less than 10 days now to avoid a government shutdown. September 30th is the deadline. Several unresolved issues still out there, though, and they have delayed passing a funding bill. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is joining us now. Sahil, what's holding up Congress this time around, and how are we going to feel it if there is a shutdown?
Well, Aaron, there are less than 10 days to go before funding runs out for the government, and Congress still has a host of issues to resolve before they can get a bill to President Biden's desk to avoid that government shutdown. You see the issues on the television screen there. There's permitting reform, which is part of a deal that Democratic leaders cut with the centrist Senator Joe Manchin, promising him that this will happen in order to get his vote on the Inflation Reduction Act. That proposal is coming out today from Joe Manchin, and we'll see where the votes are. In addition, there's a question of Ukraine aid, whether the Congress is going to grant President Biden's request of another roughly $12 billion in aid to the Ukrainians as they continue to fight the Russians in Putin's war, try to defend their country. A number of lawmakers in both parties say this is a bipartisan issue that needs to happen. There's the question of COVID relief funds, which is another request that the White House made and a lot of Democrats support, but that has hit a bit of a snag, especially since President Biden said this past weekend on Sunday on 60 Minutes that the pandemic is over. It had a lot of Republicans citing that to say, well, if the pandemic is over, why does it need all this money? Or rather, why does the federal government need to appropriate all this money to combat it? There's a question of disaster assistance, including recent disasters that happened in Kentucky, the home of Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, as well as the hurricane in Puerto Rico. Finally, there's the question of time. How long does this go? They're looking at congressional leaders and senior appropriators want to punt this to December to buy themselves enough time to negotiate a full-year bill, but there are some Republicans on the conservative end who say push it to 2023 simply because they expect to take control of Congress and they think they can rewrite it to their liking.
Yeah, a lot to unpack there. And obviously, if the government shuts down, that puts some people out of work for some period of time. And the rest of us have to deal with a lack of services that are typically provided by the federal government. You do, as you note, though, also have to think about the fact that the midterm elections are right around the corner here, Sahil. How does that complicate resolving or not resolving this government funding issue?
Right, and to your first point, Aaron, there would be massive furloughs of what they call non-essential employees. National parks, post office, things like that. Social security checks, for instance, would continue to go out even if there is a shutdown. But to the question of the midterm elections, frankly, it has motivated lawmakers in both parties to get this done to avoid a shutdown. Democrats, because they control both the House and the Senate right now, it would look pretty bad for them if a shutdown occurred on their watch. And Republicans, because they don't like this issue, they are the anti-government party, and shutdowns typically remind voters why they like the government. Aaron.
Sahil Kapoor in Washington, thank you.
A firm stance in a great debate. Should kids have cell phones in school with them? Up next, the impact in one Texas district after locking the phones away. More NBC News Daily right after this.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
It's a question families across the country are facing. Should your child be able to use a cell phone during school?
Well, now one school district in Texas is answering that dilemma by testing a new plan that asks students to turn in their phones when they're on campus.
NBC's Vicki Nguyen is with us, tracking this new policy, which has support but also criticism.
Absolutely. It's such a difficult decision facing parents, including myself, right? You want to give your kid the phone because it's a lifeline. You can stay connected to them. But what about when this becomes a big old distraction in school? Take a look at how this district in Dallas is trying to find a solution.
You may have heard about the district's controversial plan to ban some students from using cell phones.
Students will be required to lock up their cell phone. That will start enforcing a cell phone-free environment.
A recent survey of 1,300 kids found in 2021, 37% of 11-year-olds had a smartphone. By age 14, 91% have a smartphone. But at the Richardson Independent School District just outside Dallas, school leaders say they're seeing a problem with so many phones on campus, distracted students. So at Forest Meadow Junior High, they're trying something new. It's called the Yonder Pouch.
So here's how it works. Each student gets one of these pouches. At the beginning of the school day, they have to put their phone inside and lock the pouch. No access at all until lunchtime or dismissal when a teacher uses one of these to unlock the phone. Voila, student gets their phone back.
Let's focus on learning. Superintendent Tabitha Branham says research shows adults and teens feel the urge to check their cell phones every 4 minutes.
Why can't we just trust kids to keep their phones off or in their backpacks and not be distracted by them during class time?
I do believe that our kids can be trusted, and our kids are amazing humans. However, we know even as adults the temptation that the cell phone can have. We're trying to develop those lifelong habits. Dallas isn't alone. To keep students focused on learning, some schools require them to put their phones in a cubby or special area when they enter the classroom. In New York City, the largest school district in the country, each school sets its own policy. In Los Angeles, students are required to turn their phones off and put them in a backpack or locker during the school day. And it may help with student learning. In a poll of 900 schools, Yonder found that when students don't have access to their phones, 65% of schools saw an improvement in academic performance. 74% showed better student behavior, and 83% saw an uptick in student engagement. Superintendent Branham says it's early, but she's already seeing some positive changes. I'm hearing stories from students where even at lunch where they could use their cell phones, that they're still keeping them put away and that they're just having conversations, that they are listening to one another. But some parents are unhappy with the program, citing safety as their biggest concern.
It's beneficial in making the kids, I guess, pay attention more in class. But the thing I don't like about it, like if something horrible happens in school, they won't be able to get to the phone quickly or call us.
I would prefer them have some access to some type of phone immediately if they needed to in their possession.
While phones can help emergency responders, some experts say phones in class can also alert an intruder to the location of a student or potentially jam up cell phone towers or broadcast sensitive information on social media.
Are you concerned at all that teachers might not be able to get to the students in case of an emergency to allow them to use their phones?
We are not concerned. The first and foremost thing we would want a teacher to do in the time of the crisis is execute our safety plan.
Vicki, I got to say, as a parent, I'm so in favor of kids not having their phone during class or at dinner time, for that matter, or bedtime in their bedrooms. So how does it work, though, this pouch?
So it's really a basic little pouch, and you slide the phone right in, you close it, and I tell you what, you cannot get into this thing once it's closed. What's interesting is you'll see these at a lot of shows and concerts now. They don't want people recording the show, so they'll have you put this in, and then when you leave, they knock it on this little thing. It's kind of like the security tag, like at a store for those tags, and then boom, you get your phone back.
You said you got one out of
Yeah, I use this. They had it at the Bruno Mars concert I went to last year. I've done it at shows on Broadway here in New York. What does it cost, though, for a school district to get into this? I would imagine can get costly.
They're not cheap, Aaron, right? They're $20 each to outfit the students. And so for that district that you saw in our story, it's $400,000. Wow. So that's a lot of public taxpayer money. There may be simpler solutions, too, putting the phones in a box at the front of the classroom. So there are different ways, but the idea and what everyone agrees on is phones in school are a distraction, and we need to solve for this problem.
All right.
Yeah. Vicki, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
There is more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There is a college athlete drawing national attention for setting a new record. It's because of his age.
49 years old. He is now the oldest college football player in the country. Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock.
At North Dakota College of Science this season,
Let's go, dude!
one freshman football player stands out from the rest because he looks more like a parent, less like a teammate.
They've all been very receptive of me coming in and playing, because at first they thought I was another football coach on our first day of camp. Then that's whenever I got in line to get pads. That's where I'm like, wait a minute, you're playing?
That's defensive tackle Ray Rochelle. At 49 years old, he's a month older than the team's head coach.
He's always in a good mood. He's always just kind of Ray, you know. He's always in a good mood, ready to work and do what he can for his teammates. How about that for an action shot?
Rochelle is an Army veteran who still serves with the North Dakota Army National Guard. It's those 17 years of service that kept Ray in shape and gave him the mindset that he could get back to football.
So I've been surrounded by young people throughout my military career. And so on and off the field, these guys are really, truly tremendous. I try to instill, like, that's what I'm talking about, being punctual, being awake, just do my hardest, working to strive to do my best every day at practice and also during the games.
Suiting up to play in number 94, a nod to his age, as it's 49 backwards. Ray has become a leader on and off the field, making plays and just showing what's possible for any student athlete.
I guess he's a very good symbol, too, for the younger guys that, you know, never to give up hope and And there's always an opportunity if you're willing to go as far as Ray has.
Although Ray is attending college for the first time, he has a lot to teach everyone, not just about making plays, but about tackling life.
If I had the chance and I didn't take it, I would regret it. I had the chance, I'm taking it, and I'm living life to the fullest. And I'm having a blast out here with everybody out here playing with these young kids and actually being able to keep up. Surprising myself a lot, so.
To sum up this incredible journey, Rochelle said, if I had the chance and I didn't take it, I would regret it. I had the chance, I did take it, and I'm living my life to the fullest. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Good for him. Tennis legend Roger Federer, did you see this? He's set to play professionally for the last time this weekend.
First, though, he sat down with Today host Savannah Guthrie for an exclusive look at what's next for him.
We're walking out into the arena.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to miss this moment? Everyone, Roger!
Yeah. This moment where the whole crowd, you know, chants her name or is so happy to see you.
Absolutely magnificent.
It seemed like even as recently as Wimbledon, you were still holding out some hope that you could return.
I was already very unsure if I should show up at Wimbledon because I was hurt and having not played for a year, so I didn't know if I was supposed to be there. And when I spoke on the court, I said, I hope I see you all next year playing. And I really meant that because I really still have belief that I was going to make it. A couple of weeks later, I really felt the knee's no good. I did a scan. It wasn't where I wanted it to be.
You had those years of meteoric success. You also then had some wilderness years where you were out there, but there were years that passed between Grand Slam titles. Did you ever want to give up in those moments?
Funny enough, so I have twin girls, as you know, Mila and Charlene. They were born in '09, just after I became, I think I was world #1. The girls were born, and from that moment on, 2010 and 11, I didn't win any slam. I remember changing diapers, bathing the girls, just being a dad. But then when the boys were born, things really, that rocked the boat, obviously, because going on the road with 4 kids every single week, you know, was hard, to say the least. And from being maybe the dominator, I became the challenger, and I liked that role as well. I actually really stayed hungry throughout.
Not all professional athletes would prioritize their family and say, we're all going on the road together.
Oh, it was the only way. I said, I never would I go on the road without my kids, and then I'd rather retire. Then I would have had to retire 10 years ago.
Oh, wonderful tennis.
Hard to make that choice, but you have to at some point.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Are you ready?
look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Tuesday, September 20th, 2022. In the dark, millions without power or running water as Hurricane Fiona tears its way through the Caribbean. When the conditions will improve and where the deadly storm is headed next.
Brazen theft. Federal prosecutors are charging nearly 50 people in what's being called the biggest COVID fraud scheme to date, where they say the money meant to feed the children in need went instead.
A green alternative. What you and your family need to know about a new eco-friendly burial method. Human composting is becoming legal in at least one state.
And searching for answers, why were 12 teachers from a single school all diagnosed with breast cancer within the last decade? We take a closer look at that. We begin, though, with breaking news this hour. We are
President Trump and his children being sued for fraud. The New York Attorney General Letitia James announcing a massive fraud lawsuit against Donald Trump, his children, and his company after a years-long investigation, civil investigation into her state.
The lawsuit claims Trump lied about his net worth for years to get tax benefits and better loans. Attorney General James wants to ban the Trumps from doing business in New York State, seeking $250 million in damages. The AG says no one is above the law.
All told, we uncovered more than 200 examples of false and misleading asset valuations that were used on his statements. The pattern of fraud and deception that was used by Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization for their own financial benefit is astounding.
Leading us off right now, NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard outside Trump Tower here in Manhattan, and also Noah Pransky, national political editor for our sister network, LX News, is with us. Vaughn, let me start with you. Can you lay out some of what we learned today? What is in this lawsuit? What are the exact allegations?
It's important to note that this is a civil lawsuit that is being made by the New York Attorney General's office here. But over the course of 220 pages, it lays out a litany of what it alleges to be evidence that not only did Donald Trump, but his 3 children, as well as the Trump Organization, not only inflated the value of the company and of its properties and other assets, but also it lays out in documents the way in which the New York Attorney General alleges that Donald Trump raised the specter in which his own value here. This is a lawsuit that lays out 200 different specific incidents, but it contends that there is a falsification of business records, the issuing of false financial statements, the way in which there is an engagement in insurance fraud, and conspiracy on each of these instances to commit state violations. From the course of 2011 to 2021, there are more than 200 false and misleading evaluations that are laid out here over the course of this lawsuit. But it's also important to note that as part of this, that the Attorney General's office seeks quite crippling financial implications here that could cost not only the Trump Organization, but also the family. As part of that, I want to let you hear from the New York Attorney General herself lay out here over the course of about a half-hour press conference here in Manhattan.
The complaint demonstrates that Donald Trump falsely inflated his net worth by billions of dollars to unjustly enrich himself and to cheat the system, thereby cheating all of us. Claiming you have money that you do not have does not amount to the art of the deal. It's the art of the steal.
The New York Attorney General alleging that he profited off the backs of taxpayers. I want to let you see Donald Trump's, though, part of his response here over the last 90 minutes, in which he posted on Truth Social, his social media account, saying, quote, another witch hunt by a racist Attorney General, Letitia James, who failed in her run for governor, getting almost zero support from the public, and now is doing poorly against law and order. This is a back and forth between Donald Trump and the Attorney General that has spanned now years. Donald Trump has suggested that she is racist, and has suggested that it's politically motivated. Now, Letitia James had made it a forefront of not only her campaign for Attorney General, but also since entering office that she promised to not only sue, but also take on Donald Trump here. And now what she is saying in this lawsuit here is that she has the evidence to back up those promises, and ones that could be financially crippling not only to Trump and his family, but also the Trump organization.
All right, Vaughn, I want to bring in Noah Pransky here. Noah, you have some new polling about investigations surrounding Trump. This was done before the AG's announcement, obviously, but take us through some of the numbers here.
Yeah, so the new poll from LX News and YouGov really took a look at the challenge that Letitia James is facing in the court of public opinion, at least, and that is the fact that a large chunk of the American electorate believes that this is a politically motivated investigation. Overall, just 3 out of 10 Americans said that her investigation was bred from honest intentions. You can see the numbers here. Of course, Republicans leaning more toward politically motivated than Democrats, but a large chunk of independents as well. The biggest surprise maybe from this survey, though, the fact that Americans, when asked, should investigators release investigations ahead of the midterms or hold them till after, both Democrats and Republicans agreed. A majority of both said that, yes, get it out there right now. 80% of Democrats, more than half of Republicans, and of course, independents too in the majority there. It seems that the attitudes that may revolve around what's going into these investigations may, you can see how America feels. Not everybody on the same page.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard, Noah Pransky, thanks for being with us.
We're also following some breaking news on the economy today. The Federal Reserve announcing it will raise interest rates by 3/4 of a point. This is the 3rd straight hike of that size.
This is the 5th time the Fed has increased interest rates this year. Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaking with reporters about the decision this afternoon.
With today's action, we have raised interest rates by 3 percentage points this year. At some point, as the stance of monetary policy tightens further, it will become appropriate to slow the pace of increases while we assess how our cumulative policy adjustments are affecting the economy and inflation.
Let's bring in NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. He's with us. Walk us through the impact that this hike could have on all of us, on consumers.
Again, the announcement coming about an hour ago that the Federal Reserve raised interest rates by 0.75 percentage points. And we actually saw, for those invested in the stock market, the overall equities market sell off in response to that statement. But as the Fed chairman was talking, things appeared to bounce back, despite the fact that his outlook on the economy still appears to be gloomy. He said, quote, no one knows whether this process, referring to rate hikes, will actually tilt down or lead to a recession, or if so, how significant that recession will be. Using the R word, certainly spooking a lot of Americans that are still trying to wonder, when is that 8.3% year-over-year inflation going to stop? We'll have to see what the Federal Reserve does in the coming meetings.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit then, as we look long-term here. Were there any indications about what the next move might be by the Fed this year and beyond?
It's going to be more rate hikes. What we saw from the Federal Reserve's projections, they released that alongside their announcement earlier this afternoon, was that they plan on perhaps another 1 percentage point of increases throughout the rest of this year. That could indeed further entrench the Fed's battle with inflation. Again, how successful that is, no one's really sure.
All right, fingers crossed in a lot of ways. Brian Chung for us today. Brian, thanks.
More breaking news this hour. President Biden taking aim at Russian President Vladimir Putin during a speech at the United Nations General Assembly today.
Now, Biden's remarks came just hours after Putin threatened to use nuclear weapons against Ukraine if it keeps fighting back against the Russian invasion.
Ukraine has the same rights that belong to every sovereign nation. We will stand in solidarity with Ukraine. We will stand in solidarity against Russia's aggression. Period.
Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee and also NBC News correspondent Raf Sanchez. Carol, I'll start with you. Today, it does really feel like the pressure has been ramping up on both sides of this. What have you heard from the White House about how seriously they're taking that threat by Vladimir Putin?
They're taking it very seriously, Kate. The White House is saying that this is something that's very concerning, that this
sort of rhetoric is irresponsible. We heard from the president pointing to it in his remarks today before the UN General Assembly, where he called out Russia for this type of rhetoric. One of the things that we know that the White House and the administration is looking for is whether these are just words or there is action behind the rhetoric here, whether Putin and the Russians are moving any sort of military assets, and if so, then they will respond. Now, the president also used this platform to call out Russia, saying that he is violating the very rules of the road internationally that are set by the United Nations. Take a listen.
Let us speak plainly. A permanent member of the United Nations Security Council invaded its neighbor, attempted to erase a sovereign state from the map. Russia has shamelessly violated the core tenets of the United Nations Charter.
Now, part of what we heard from the president was he made the case that there was one man who started this war, Vladimir Putin, and there's one man who can bring it very quickly to a peaceful end at any moment. It's just that the Russian president does not appear ready to do that just yet.
Let me bring in Raf Sanchez here. Raf, what is the state of the conflict right now? How are Ukrainian leaders reacting to President Putin's threats?
Aaron, the state of the conflict is that the Ukrainians are on the march, and U.S. officials are saying this flurry of announcements from Putin is a sign of weakness, that things are not going his way on the battlefield. As you know, the Ukrainians have made these lightning advances in the north, near Kharkiv, over the last couple of weeks, and U.S. officials say the fact that Putin is suddenly threatening to use nuclear weapons is a sign that he is not getting the results he wants on the battlefield. Now, the message from Ukrainian leaders is the same one it's been for 7 months of this war, which is defiance. But Aaron, it's interesting. We are also seeing Russians on the streets of their cities protesting in response to this announcement of partial mobilization by Putin. So we will see how big these protests are and how long they continue. Aaron?
All right, Carol Lee, Raf Sanchez, thank you both.
Walmart gearing up for the holiday season.
And United Airlines grounding some of its planes. CNBC Christina Partsenevelos joins us now with today's Money Minute. Christina, hi.
Hello. Let's start with Walmart, actually, because Walmart's going to be bringing in 40,000 new workers for the holidays. That sounds like a lot, but it's much less than the 170,000 people it hired last year. That's probably a reflection of expectations among retailers that sale gains will be pretty modest this year. United took 25 of its Boeing 777 jets out of service this week because required wing inspections had not been done. 18 flights were actually canceled, but the airline promises that will be it. And Barbados has issued the world's first pandemic-protected bond. So it allows the suspension of payments if there's another pandemic, hopefully not, but those payments will have to be made eventually. They can't just be completely canceled. And the country's prime minister says a lot of smaller countries could have avoided their debt problems that they now have if this kind of bond had been available before COVID. So let's see if it actually catches on. Guys?
All right, Christina Partsenevelos, thank you.
Puerto Rico recovering from Fiona's wrath. Coming up, an up-close look at the hurricane's devastation. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Some breaking news right now. Bermuda and Canada bracing for Hurricane Fiona. That monster storm strengthened again, now a Category 4 hurricane. It's on track to march north and hit Canada by Saturday.
Overnight, torrential rain battered Turks and Caicos. Early estimates show the storm surge raised water levels at least 5 feet. And recovery efforts are still underway in Puerto Rico at this hour. Most people there are without power, without running water, 4 days since Fiona hit. Puerto Rico's governor says it will take at least a week to have a full understanding of the damage. Here's NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez.
Hurricane Fiona is strengthening, heading towards Bermuda after barreling through Turks and Caicos, with winds up to 125 miles per hour, triggering a shelter-in-place order. In the Dominican Republic, more than 1 million people are without power, carving a deadly path through the Caribbean. At least 5 people dead, either directly because of the storm or its aftermath. From above, just a small glimpse of the DR destruction. Homes and even entire crops of bananas now gone. In Puerto Rico, another agonizing night, days after Fiona made landfall. Just 20% of the island has power, 50% has running water.
Here is my sofa, my microwave, my TV.
Sharaima Morales is in the dark, her flooded belongings now on the street corner, her patience running out.
I don't know how to explain how hard it is.
She and many others here think local officials did not learn lessons after Hurricane Maria decimated the island's power grid 5 years ago.
Do you think that the government of Puerto Rico was adequately prepared for this hurricane?
No.
Why not?
Because they did nothing.
Fiona now also devastating her town, Toa Baja in northern Puerto Rico, as we saw during an aerial tour.
The water here just kept rising, choking off these communities for the better part of 2 days.
Thankfully, the water is now receding, but the pain is not. We met another family in southern Puerto Rico reaching their flooded home for the first time.
It's so bad.
Today, more long fuel lines are expected as Puerto Ricans scramble to feed their portable generators. The governor here is asking for expedited federal help.
FEMA says its warehouses here are fully stocked, and it's pledging to send in more disaster teams to help. Meanwhile, the Department of Health and Human Services has declared a public health emergency here in Puerto Rico. Back to you.
So let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, the weather team has been really busy the last several days here. We have Fiona, now another system developing. What do we need to know?
Yeah, we've been a little busy, and I think we're going to get a lot busy probably next week. More on that in a second. So let's first update you, everyone, with Fiona. This is one of the most powerful storms we have on the planet right now. It's actually going to be one of the most powerful storms that you'll see all year on the planet. Category 4 hurricanes don't happen all that often. 130-mile-per-hour winds moving to the north. And it's interesting. I mean, we're only a couple hundred miles away from like Miami. So, I mean, the fact that this took that turn to the north really spared a lot of the East Coast for the concerns. But that's not the case for Bermuda and our friends in the Canadian Maritimes. So here's how the weather is going to shape up in Bermuda. We have Bermuda in this yellowish color here. So that's tropical storm force winds, and they're under tropical storm warnings. So that means winds should be under 70 miles per hour. If you've ever been to Bermuda, they are built tough. They are built for these big storms. So this really shouldn't cause too much damage there. They're going to get some rain, too, and some high winds and, large waves, as you'd expect. And then the storm is going to head northwards. It's actually going to produce huge swells, especially along the East Coast beaches. So be very careful, really starting late Thursday, all day Friday, all day Saturday. If you're heading to the beaches upcoming weekend, you'll see it with the waves coming in. The rip currents will be dangerous, and they'll have the red flags at the beaches. And then this storm slams up into Canada. This could be possibly one of the strongest storms they've ever experienced. We'll wait and see how it all plays out. That's going to be Saturday morning. Possible 100-mile-per-hour winds around Nova Scotia. And then we're going to watch this area right here. Right now, it's now heading into the Caribbean. And then 7 days from now, guys, both of our long-range computer models have it heading into the Gulf.
All right, middle of next week.
Yes.
Bill Cairns, thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Legal action taken by the group of migrants flown from Florida to Massachusetts. Still ahead, the false claims they say were made to get them on that plane. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it. In just a matter of weeks, millions of Americans will be able to apply for student loan forgiveness. President Biden is forgiving up to $10,000 of federal student debt for most borrowers and up to $20,000 for Pell Grant recipients. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins me now. Maura, when can people start applying for this money, and what key dates should we mark on our calendars?
Well, Kate, like you said, this is going to affect millions of people, but it's a very short window of time in which you can get that loan relief, and it's coming up fast. The Department of Education says that the application will open in early October. There's no set date for that, and so until then, studentaid.gov, aidaid.gov is going to be your best friend until then, because you can sign up for alerts for when the application goes live. Once it does, you're going to want to aim to apply by November 15th, because the Department of Education estimates that there'll be about a 6-week 2-week waiting period until you get that relief. And a reminder that the federal student loan pause that's in place right now because of the pandemic expires on December 31st. That's also the last day that you can apply for the loan relief.
Okay, that's a lot of information. Can you remind us of that website one more time?
It's studentaid.gov, studentaid.gov, or you can go to the Department of Education website.
And so as we get ready for all of this, what should we be doing to prepare? Do we need certain paperwork?
So the big thing you'll want to do is make sure, again, go to that website, studentaid.gov, to make sure your loan servicer has all of your contact info, your most up-to-date contact info on file so they can send out anything they need or any follow-up information once you apply. And you also want to make sure you know how much relief you qualify for. Some people will qualify for $10,000. If you're a Pell Grant recipient, which means if you come from a low-income family and we're able to get that extra money, you'll get $20,000. But that's, again, something you can find out on the website. And again, this is something that the Department of Education says is going to take a lot of time. So you want to make sure you have what you need in terms of the information when you're applying. But that's all stuff that people can get together right now to be ready for early October.
All right, Maura Barrett, thank you so much.
Well, these days, homeowners nationwide are facing skyrocketing insurance premiums. In Florida, they're not only getting more expensive, but more unpredictable, too. Here's CNBC correspondent Contessa Brewer.
How about a sandwich?
Steve and Jill Seligman have lived in their Wellington, Florida home since 2004. This year, their longtime insurer, United Property and Casualty, dropped them.
In Florida, how can you have a house without homeowners insurance? It's just not possible. As nice as our house is, we can't even get homeowners insurance.
The Seligmans scrambled for a new policy and found only one option, the public one. Citizens, created by the state legislature 20 years ago.
I thought Citizens was a last resort insurance company for those who needed last resort. And I had no idea that they were writing now for just about everybody in Florida.
Not everybody, but the number has more than doubled since 2017.
Getting insurance in Florida right now is probably the hardest it's ever been.
Danielle Lombardo heads up the real estate practice for global insurance broker Lockton.
Insurers just can't be profitable in Florida right now.
So many are leaving. The Seligman's insurer, UPC, was one of the state's biggest and just announced it's bailing on Florida. At least 14 other companies have stopped writing new policies in the state. And over the last 2 years, 7 others collapsed, unable to pay their debts.
Insurers are having to pay out a lot more than they previously thought.
Inflation is partly to blame. Labor and materials for repair are more expensive, and a population boom has driven home values higher. But there's not been a hurricane since 2018. The insurance industry blames factors other than natural catastrophes. First, government policies, like regulators keeping premiums artificially low or restricting how insurers assess a property's risk. Second, fraud. For instance, contractors offering to submit insurance claims for new roofs, even though old ones weren't damaged by storms. Third, lawsuits. Florida accounts for 79% of the nation's property insurance litigation, but only 9% of the homeowners' claims, according to the state insurance regulator. In the meantime, the Seligmans are paying 27% more for their policy through Citizens with a higher deductible.
So it's a lose-lose for the homeowner. I don't see any way out of it unless we get some kind of governmental intervention that's going to stop this nonsense.
That was Contessa Brewer reporting new recommendations when it comes to screening for anxiety, what it could mean for you. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. 5 people are now charged in connection with the January 6th riot. Federal investigators say these 5 are associated with the far-right group America First. In addition to criminal charges, they're accused of entering House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office during the attack on the Capitol. Police say they found a 2-year-old dead inside a stolen car after his father was shot and killed. It happened in Houston on Tuesday. Police say a person of interest is in custody and facing questioning. And the Washington Monument is reopened today after being vandalized with red paint. Police say they charged a 44-year-old man from Indiana on Tuesday night. The U.S. Park Services says it could take days to clean up all the paint.
Georgia Democratic candidate for governor Stacey Abrams is putting new focus on a critical group of voters in her rematch against Republican Brian Kemp. Abrams is focusing on the state's so-called rural black belt, and she spoke exclusively with NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander. Blaine joins us now from Atlanta. So, Blaine, first, can you explain what this term rural black belt means there, and then why does Abrams say that this is actually key to her success in November?
Well, Aaron, first off, we're talking about rural voters, just basically voters outside of Atlanta, outside of those more populated areas. But specifically when it comes to the rural black belt, we're talking about an area that has a large population of African-American voters. These are the counties that typically would go red, that typically would be Republican counties. But when I spoke with Stacey Abrams, she said, you know what, those are the places that they're placing a lot of focus because she's looking at the individual votes, she says, not specifically the counties, but she says the individual votes are the ones that make up the election. Here's what I asked her in terms of how crucial Georgia is, not only when we talk about this gubernatorial race, but just in terms of the national landscape. Take a look.
How crucial is Georgia? Georgia is often a lead on what's going to happen across the country. We saw Georgia's transformation long before the national attention turned to us. When money was being poured into other states, we were able to signal back in 2016, you know, we have a competitive election here. Pay attention to Georgia. And while much more money was spent on our neighboring states, we actually performed as well, but with less investment. What we know is that the future of how politics happen will be shifting to the Sun Belt, and Georgia is dead center, not only physically and geographically, but certainly in terms of our predictive ability to show what the electorate will look like going forward.
And Aaron, I certainly don't have to tell you, we saw all of that come to bear in 2020. There was a time when we wouldn't even be talking about Georgia when it came to certainly national elections, but even local elections here or statewide elections. All of that changed when the state went blue, putting Biden in office, helping to put President Biden in office and flipping the control of the Senate. Aaron.
So, Blaine, what are some of the issues here? What are some of the top issues that Abrams plans to focus on now that we're in the final weeks of this race?
A couple of things. I'll talk about her perspective first. You know, she says that when she goes around, when she talks to people, and it's very clear that Democrats as well are really focusing on the abortion issue. That's something that we have heard her talk a lot about on the campaign trail. She talked a lot about it in our interview. And she said that when she's talked to voters, they say that's kind of the thing that really they are paying a lot of attention to, of course, when we talk about the weeks since the Dobbs decision by the Supreme Court. Republicans, meanwhile, it's something that here in Georgia, they don't necessarily want to talk about, especially when it comes to Governor Brian Kemp, not answering that question directly, instead putting more focus on the economy and talking about inflation, talking about gas prices, things like that.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us in Atlanta today. Blaine, thank you. And you can watch more of Blaine's reporting tonight on NBC Nightly News. A group of migrants flown to Martha's Vineyard is taking action. They're suing Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis and other top state officials, alleging they were victims of fraud for political purposes. Here's NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda.
Hey there, Governor DeSantis is facing that new lawsuit and a separate criminal investigation by a Texas sheriff, as speculation mounts about whether he will try to fly more migrants out of the South, which is experiencing a record influx in border crossings. Nearly 8,000 migrants arriving daily.
Nobody can deny that there's a crisis.
This morning, Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis facing backlash for his decision to fly 48 Venezuelan migrants to Martha's Vineyard last week. Attorneys representing some of those migrants filing a lawsuit late Tuesday against DeSantis and other Florida officials, accusing them of a premeditated, fraudulent, and illegal scheme to transport them to the island. The suit, which is seeking class action status in Massachusetts, says the migrants were lured with incentives like McDonald's gift certificates and free hotel stays, and were promised jobs, housing, and educational opportunities if they boarded planes to other states. DeSantis maintains the flights were voluntary and that migrants signed a consent form shared overnight by his office, who responded to the lawsuit writing, "Florida's program gave them a fresh start in a sanctuary state, and these individuals opted to take advantage of chartered flights to Massachusetts."
If 50 was a burden on one of the richest places in our country, what about all these other communities that have been overrun with hundreds or thousands?
The lawsuit comes 2 days after a Texas sheriff announced a criminal investigation into the flights, which originated in his state. Sheriff Javier Salazar, a Democrat, says the migrants were lured with false promises of work and assistance. Massachusetts Republican Governor Charlie Baker says he supports the sheriff's investigation, but is also urging the Biden administration and Congress to enact sweeping immigration and border security reform.
I'd like to see the feds create an immigration policy that people can understand and people can enforce and people can abide by. We don't have that.
Homeland Security reports illegal border crossings have hit a record high, totaling more than 2 million in the last 11 months. On Tuesday, there were unconfirmed rumors a plane carrying migrants was heading to President Biden's home state of Delaware. The White House said it was coordinating with state officials to prepare. Volunteer groups stood by to help. Reporters and camera crews staked out airports, but the plane and the migrants never arrived, landing at New Jersey's Teterboro Airport, appearing not to have any passengers on board. Back to you.
All right, Emily Ikeda, thank you. Congress is grilling America's biggest bank leaders today over things like consumer protections, mortgages, and ties with Russia. The retail bank CEOs are on Capitol Hill testifying before the House Financial Services Committee run by Democrats. CNBC finance and investing reporter Leslie Picker has been following all of the hearing and joins us now. Leslie, I think there have been some fireworks there today. What are the highlights?
Yeah, that's right, Kate. The hearing is still ongoing into hour 6 now. Quite a diverse line of questioning, and to your point, consisting of some fireworks, everything from racial equity to cybersecurity to overdraft fees to the mortgage market. Geopolitics also front and center for lawmakers, with lawmakers pressing the bank CEOs about their ties, in particular with entities in Russia.
Mr. Dunn, it's a yes or no question. You have not cut your ties to Gazprom and Vitol. Do you continue to own a major stake in the Russian bank, Sberbank?
No, we do not own a stake in Sberbank. I think that's in a mutual fund somewhere. And we've materially cut out some of the.
I hope you would cut all your ties to Gazprom and Vitol, and let me go on to Citigroup. Have you cut your ties with Lukoil and Vitol?
I just had one other thing.
I don't think not on my time you can.
No one is doing
reclaiming my time.
The
Mr.
time
Diamond
belongs to the gentleman from California.
You can do a press conference afterwards and comment as you like, not on my time.
The bank CEOs were also asked about their relationship with China, doing business in China as well as Russia. And they said that they don't do business with any entities that are engaging in human rights abuses. But then when pressed about their relationship with various governments around the world, said that they defer to government guidance on those issues.
Leslie, I used to cover Capitol Hill, so I know we're just 7 weeks from the midterm elections, and some of this is political for these members trying to get their moment in the sun. But I do wonder, what does it mean? What does this hearing mean for legislative action? Is anybody talking about actually changing anything?
Well, in terms of legislative action, not necessarily, but it does have a big macro component here. We've seen a lot of questioning about the impact of inflation on consumers, about what it means for their savings accounts, what it means for their ability to pay back their credit card debt, what it means for the mortgage market, things that are at the heart and minds of many Americans as they hedge the polls in just 7 weeks' time. Most of the bank CEOs, when pressed on the record, basically said that they expect something akin to, a potential mild recession, maybe a soft landing, which would indicate that the economy can barely escape a recessionary environment, while noting that inflation is having an effect, especially at the lower income side of things. And so it's, by and large, if you look at the aggregate consumer data, consumers look healthy, businesses look healthy, but inflation is starting to eat into the savings accounts and checking accounts for some of the lower income Americans.
And there's that R word again that everybody's so scared of. Leslie,
recession.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
The Justice Department is calling it the biggest COVID fraud scheme yet. Nearly 50 people facing charges for allegedly stealing hundreds of millions of dollars in federal aid. Here's NBC News Justice and Intel correspondent Ken Delanian.
Prosecutors called it a staggering fraud, the theft of nearly $250 million tax dollars intended to feed hungry children, instead being used to buy cars, houses, and jewelry.
The scheme that began with a simple idea in March of 2020 grew to become the largest pandemic fraud in the United States.
47 people now face charges, including conspiracy, wire fraud, money laundering, and bribery. The government alleging defendants connected to nonprofits and restaurants collected taxpayer money through federal nutrition programs.
Their goal was to make as much money for themselves as they could.
At the center of the indictments and appearing in court today, Amy Bach, founder of the nonprofit Feeding Our Future. Prosecutors say she was overseeing a massive fraud scheme. They say her organization recruited others to set up federally funded meal sites during COVID while oversight rules were relaxed. Soon, hundreds of sites in Minnesota were reporting giving out thousands of meals a day, but prosecutors say it was a fraud.
More than 125 million fake meals are at issue in this case.
Bach, whose organization the DOJ says received more than $18 million in administrative fees, pleaded not guilty. Kevin Chambers leads the Justice Department's COVID fraud enforcement efforts.
Does it make you mad? It infuriates me.
And says this case stands out because the money was meant for children.
Where the money went instead were to purchases of hyper luxury vehicles, sports cars, real estate in Turkey and in Kenya, which I don't have to tell you has nothing to do with getting kids fed here in Minnesota.
Ken Delanian reporting there. Family time is at a premium these days now that more people are heading back to the office. Up next, how to make the most with limited time with your loved ones. More NBC News Daily right after this.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Harry Styles!
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In today's parental guidance, we're going to take a look at the recent shift in work-life balance for so many American families, with more parents headed back to the office or the set. A lot of people are struggling with how to make the most of their limited family time now. Joining me is Editor-in-Chief of Parents, Grace Bastidas. It's so nice to have you with us. Thank you for coming in person.
Thank you.
This has been a struggle for my family, for everyone's family, I think. I mean, I'm actually in the studio now every day, not seeing my kid as my senior in high school as much. For people with younger kids, it's really hard too, because they got so used to, during COVID, having that family time. So first off, what are some tips for parents in terms of like how we manage family time and how we make it a priority?
So that line between work and home life was certainly blurred by the pandemic, especially with parents, as you said, working from home. So as we transition back to the office or the set, it's important to set boundaries at work and don't just wait to see how things shake out. Sit down with your manager and discuss your needs and be specific and upfront. You can say something like, hey, Kate, I can no longer have meetings after 5 p.m. because that's the time I have with my kids. It's okay.
That's okay to say to your manager?
It's okay.
Yeah.
And if you take time during work hours to say, go to your kids' soccer practice, block out the time in your calendar, set your out of the office. I think colleagues appreciate that you value both work and family.
And then when you do have the family time, I know everybody always says quality time over quantity, right? But I know as a working parent, that can be hard. Any tips on how to get that quality time?
Well, the quality over quantity is something that we emphasize at Parents. And the trick really is to make it meaningful. Put away all devices and be present and in the moment so that your kids know that you're paying attention.
We have a rule in my family. We put the devices away at dinner time. We put them away at bedtime as well, like you leave them downstairs. But that, for me, has really, really worked. That's so important to have just the eye contact, right? And the actual one-on-one. What about kids who might be, like younger kids in particular, who might have separation anxiety and really be having a hard time right now that the mom and dad are going back into the office?
Well, you can give them a photo of the family so that they take that to school with them and are reminded of, you know, their loved ones while they're at school and missing you. I think that's like a nice little way, a little something. You can leave lunchbox notes as well. Kids love having a little surprise note. Even if they can't read, you know, a little heart.
Yeah, I heard you talk on the Today Show over the weekend you were on, and you were talking about setting things to look forward to, like different meals that you could plan for family meal night together or movie night together. I know this sounds cheesy maybe, but that sounded like a great idea to me.
Oh, yes. Family time is such a nice opportunity to connect as a family and to bond. I think the trick is to give everyone a say on how you'll spend that time, including the kids. Let them know that their opinions and their voices matter. So maybe you designate one night a week for a themed dinner. We do taco night in my house. Sometimes we do sushi Saturday or breakfast for dinner. How fun is that?
Yes, they love that.
And kids love themed meals and will look forward to it the whole day. Or you can do a movie night or a game night and everyone takes a turn picking the movie you're gonna watch or the game you're gonna play. For little ones, for tots, I love pajama walks. So that hour before bedtime can be really hectic. So an outdoor walk with the pajamas on, the faces washed, fresh outside can be calming.
Grace Bastidas, thank you so much. Very nice to see you.
Thank you.
Well, the next time you visit the doctor, you may be screened for anxiety. A new recommendation calls for adults to be screened regardless of whether they have any symptoms. I want to bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres now. So, Dr. John, what should patients expect with these anxiety screenings that are being recommended?
And Aaron, you're right. The USPSTF recommended doing these anxiety screenings, at least in this draft recommendation, but they didn't recommend how to do them. And so this could take a variety of different forms. In some offices, which patients are used to already, it could be simply a checklist when you sign in. Are you having anxiety? Are you having stress? Are you sleeping well? Those types of things. But for other offices, it could simply be, the doctor talks to you or the nurse talks to you when they're going in there about your conditions, your stress. Are you having any issues right now? So there is no single episode or requirement from the USPSTF. So I think you're going to see it taking a variety of different methods.
And so if a doctor does see signs of anxiety in one of these screenings, what happens after that?
And remember, this is a screening test, so not everybody that highlights on this test is going to have anxiety, but you certainly want to check to make sure. And that is part of the issue that a lot of experts are saying, wait, they're having us do this, but at the same time, we have a bit of a deficit of mental health caretakers out there, and so that can be the disconnect. The primary care doctors can take care of it to some extent. Getting them to therapists is the important part, so that's something that needs to be worked on, Aaron.
All right, Dr. John Torres, thank you.
There's much more ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The embattled owner of the Phoenix Suns says he is starting the process of selling the team. Robert Sarver was suspended for a year by the NBA and fined $10 million last week following a long investigation. The findings detailed workplace harassment and inappropriate behavior. There have been calls from players and sponsors to take more action. Sarver said today he's unable to keep his, quote, personal controversy separate from the team. Sarver also owns the Phoenix WNBA franchise. He says he is selling that team as well.
Two of baseball's biggest stars are chasing home run history.
The Yankees' Aaron Judge hit his 60th home run of the season, putting him in the same league as the iconic Babe Ruth. At the same time, the Cardinals' Albert Pujols is just shy of 700 career homers. Here's Craig Melvin.
And here's the 3-1. Just number 60. Slide over, babe. You've got some company. In the Bronx, Aaron Judge slugging his 60th home run of the season. Now cemented in the pantheon of Yankee greats. The 430-foot shot against the Pirates, tying a tally set by the legendary Babe Ruth in 1927. Judge now just one away from equaling Roger Maris's American League single-season record of 61.
This week is going to be pretty electric at the stadium, considering, where we are in the season, and then obviously with Aaron and knocking on the door of history.
When Judge was at the plate, fans held up those phones, hoping to capture the iconic moment.
Very exciting. I'm very excited about it.
New York native Adam Sandler tweeting a picture of Judge, writing, "We love you, pal. You're incredible. We are all having the best time watching you. Thank you." The Yankees' homegrown star setting up an unexpected comeback for the Yanks, with Giancarlo Stanton later ending the game with a walk-off grand slam. See ya! A walk-off grand slam! For Judge, it's been 3 homers in 3 days after his incredible performance Sunday against the Brewers, when he crushed his 58th and 59th home runs of the season. Judge telling Tom Yamas in a recent conversation, he doesn't focus on records.
The minute you start getting caught up in numbers, you're not a team player anymore.
Across the country, in San Diego, Albert Pujols chasing greatness at age 42. Pujols now just 2 home runs away from joining the 700 club. A rare feat accomplished by just 3 players in baseball history: Barry Bonds, Hank Aaron, and Babe Ruth. He's already hit 19 homers this season, but he's still sitting at 698 after last night's game. He did have 2 of the Cardinals' 5 hits in a shutout loss to the Padres, but Pujols' pursuit is a thrilling swan song to a stellar career. He intends to retire at the end of the season. With more than a dozen games left, Judge and Pujols appear to have pretty good chances at breaking those records. Of course, Barry Bonds does hold the all-time single-season home run record with 73, but it's a mark that was set during baseball's steroid era. Back to you.
Craig Melvin there. Here's a look at some of the stories trending right now.
QAnon conspiracy theory videos are bringing in millions of views right now on TikTok ahead of the 2022 midterms. Those videos use emojis and slight variations in hashtags to try to evade QAnon bans. TikTok has removed some of the videos, but many of them are still up on the platform. Those findings come as former President Donald Trump has sometimes reposted QAnon themes or slogans on his social media app in recent weeks.
So you remember a few weeks back we saw all those amazing pictures from the James Webb telescope? Well, we are getting yet another remarkable look deep into space. Take a look here. The first images of Neptune showing a rare view of the ice giant's rings. This is real stuff. This is not sci-fi pictures here, right?
No, those are cool.
NASA says they're some of the sharpest images seen in more than 30 years when its Voyager 2 spacecraft snapped some pictures during a flyby. So these are first images taken of the rings at an infrared wavelength, which pierces through the dust and the gas, so you get these
So you get
colors.
that clear picture there.
There was one scientist who works on the telescope team who said she ugly cried when she saw the pictures. She was so excited about it, right?
Can I just say, space geek, space geek.
I get it, I understand. Right.
Michelle Obama, she's heading back on the road this fall. She's got a new book titled The Light We Carry, Overcoming Uncertain Times. She is set to open in Washington, D.C. mid-November before 5 other cities. In a statement, she said she'll be sharing personal stories and lessons that helped her along the path. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
If it's Wednesday, Biden speaks as Putin mobilizes 300,000 more troops. President Biden delivers a blistering attack on Russia's war in Ukraine at today's UN General Assembly, as a struggling Vladimir Putin is now threatening a nuclear confrontation. Plus, New York's Attorney General announces a sweeping civil lawsuit against Donald Trump and his family, alleging wide-scale fraud at the Trump Organization. All of it less than 7 weeks before Election Day. And the latest move by the Fed to fight soaring inflation. The central bank raises interest rates for the 5th time this year, 3/4 of a point. The Fed chair, Jay Powell, tells reporters he's not sure if a significant recession can be avoided to stop inflation. Happy Wednesday and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd in New York City, where earlier today here, President Biden was confronting Vladimir Putin's drastic new actions and harsh new rhetoric as Ukraine continues to regain territory in its counteroffensive and Russia becomes more desperate in its efforts not to lose this war. In his address to world leaders gathered at the UN General Assembly earlier today, the president accused Russia of violating the body's core principles, and he criticized Putin, who hours earlier once again saber-rattled about nukes.
Just today, President Putin has made overt nuclear threats against Europe and a reckless disregard for the responsibilities of the non-proliferation regime. Now, Russia's calling up more soldiers to join the fight, and the Kremlin is organizing a sham referenda try to annex parts of Ukraine, an extremely significant violation of the UN Charter. This world should see these outrageous acts for what they are.
The president also acknowledged the devastating toll the war has already had on Ukraine.
Mass graves uncovered in Izium, bodies, according to those who excavated those bodies, showing signs of torture. This war is about extinguishing Ukraine's right to exist as a state, plain and simple, and Ukraine's right to exist as a people. Whoever you are, wherever you live, whatever you believe, that should make your blood run cold. The United States wants this war to end on just terms, on terms we all signed up for, that you cannot seize a nation's territory by force.
Today's speech also came just hours after Putin announced he was mobilizing some 300,000 additional Russian military reservists, and he dangled the possibility of a nuclear response to defend what he claims is his country's territorial integrity. Of course, what he's claiming is his territory is not. Now, we are expecting Ukraine's President Zelensky to address the UN General Assembly virtually later this hour. We're going to keep a close eye on those remarks. It will be his first public response, if you will, to Putin since that threat to mobilize more troops. And it comes as Zelensky continues to call for more assistance from U.S. and European allies. One of those European leaders is German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. In his first address to the UN's General Assembly as a world leader late yesterday, he demanded that Putin acknowledge Russia cannot win the war and give up his, quote, imperial ambitions. And in an exclusive interview with me today, earlier here in New York, Scholz reacted to Putin's latest actions and threats.
Putin is always very dangerous. He started a brutal war against his neighbor, the Ukraine, with no reason, just for conquering parts of the territory or the whole country. But he did not calculate that there would be that much resistance from the Ukrainians, and that there would be this unity and solidarity of so many friends of the Ukraine to deliver the support they need with financial means, humanitarian aid, and also weapons. And so they were able to spoil all the plans of Putin he had for Ukraine. And now he is desperate and taking decisions that are escalating. But I'm sure this will not help him. He will not win the war.
I've got a lot more of my exclusive sit-down coming up both this hour and later this week, including what the Chancellor had to say about the looming energy crisis that's been created by this war and how his country is preparing as winter is coming. But let's dig into all of this, particularly the latest Putin threats. We got our chief White House correspondent sitting here with me, Kristen Welker. We got our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, in Ukraine. We've also have Michael McFaul, the former U.S. ambassador to Russia and NBC News international analyst. And Evelyn Farkas is here. She's the executive director at the McCain Institute. More importantly, she served in the Defense Department. She was a former Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia. So first, let's talk about how much today changed, Kristen, based on what happened earlier this morning. The president was already going to address Putin in the war. It was going to be a big part of the speech. But then Putin seemed to announce his own recalibration, which we were all expecting. How much did the White House use this speech to react directly to that?
Well, they did react directly to it. They say they were prepared for this type of escalation, Chuck, but there's no doubt that the president did have to review and even rewrite at least a line of his speech to directly respond to what we heard from Vladimir Putin, which was an escalation. This mobilization of more than 300,000 troops, but the fact that he threatened to use nuclear weapons just days, to put this into context, after President Biden in an interview said there would be severe consequences if he were to use nuclear weapons. Now, the president has never said what those consequences will be, and of course has said that he's not going to send U.S. troops into Ukraine, and so big question mark looms over that. But this was a clear escalation, or an attempt at an escalation by Vladimir Putin, and I think it really underscores the fact that this is a president who feels as though his back is against the wall. Of course, Ukraine has had these gains, and so he is feeling defeated in some areas. And so he's really trying to recalibrate, Vladimir Putin is. And I think that it's worth noting this is a leader who is unpredictable, and that's one of the things that concerns U.S. officials most, Chuck.
In a perverse way, does the White House, I mean, the timing of this oddly is really good for this White House as they try to meet with various delegations here at the UN and get continued support for this war. Putin's saber rattling today almost feels like an advertisement for
It proves this point,
Yeah.
right? I mean, his whole goal is to rally support for Ukraine. Now this war entering into its seventh month, and you have the U.S. that's already given more than $15 billion in military aid. The question becomes, when you're talking about some of these allies around the world, in Europe in particular, how does the president continue to keep them incentivized, to keep giving more military and economic and humanitarian aid against the backdrop of everything that you just laid out, Chuck, which is this impending financial crisis that they are bracing for the possibility of it worsening in Europe, potentially leading to a global recession, and of course the energy crisis as well. And so that's where the real challenge lies.
I have to say, Germany seemed very bullish on being able to handle this. Chancellor Scholz really feels like he's going to handle this, and he seems to be a bit more committed.
And the UK too.
Yeah.
But those are two
Pledges,
of a number of allies
pledges
that
and
he needs to
reality
keep
can
together.
sometimes run into each
Exactly.
other. All right, Richard Engel in Ukraine. What's been the response, and what do they want the Western Alliance response? Again, as I say, we're in the middle of this gathering at the UN. Normally you're here. It's one of the few times we get to see you here in New York. You're not, because we're in the middle of this war. I know Zelensky's going to be speaking, and he's going to be making his pitch. What do they want in response to this saber rattling?
They want the West, they want the United States not to lose their nerve. They want to keep going. They believe that they have the upper hand right now, that the Russian military is, at least on a tactical level, collapsing out here in the east, that the main defensive line in northeastern Ukraine, not far from where I am in Kharkiv, has effectively collapsed. And they don't want the United States, Germany, other countries to hear this nuclear saber rattling and suddenly get cold feet about the entire enterprise. They believe that right now the Russians are on the ropes. The Russians don't have enough men to keep the ranks moving, and that's been one of the big problems. That's why Putin has had to order this general or partial mobilization, because a lot of the units, they have many units, but they don't have enough manpower in the units. And in some of the battles here over the last couple of weeks, according to Ukrainian officials, the Russians, which have a larger military than the Ukrainians do, were outnumbered 8-1. And it's one of the reasons we've seen Russian security companies going to prisons and offering pardons to convicted criminals in exchange for combat tours. The Ukrainians feel that at this time, because it's going to take some time for the Russians to gather these 300,000 men and get them into service and get them some basic training, get them onto the battlefield, that they have an opportunity right now. And while this partial mobilization has been called, we're already getting a sense of how the Russian people are feeling about it, because many of them are mobilizing and are mobilizing towards the exits of the country. Earlier today, there were reports that flights out of Moscow to all visa-free countries to which Russians can travel without a visa, were all booked or were only available for exorbitant prices. Other reports that those flights were later restricted, of long lines of cars heading toward the Finnish border, which has an open visa policy. So there is a feeling in this country that by expanding this war and exposing the general public of Russia more to it, this could work in Ukraine's favor and against Putin in the short to medium term.
Richard, what's the Ukrainian government's plan to handle these sham referenda that obviously are designed to give Putin this rationale that somehow Russia's territorial integrity is being threatened?
Well, that's the main argument, and I think it's important to follow Vladimir Putin's rationale right now. So starting on Friday and then continuing into next week, there's supposed to be these 4 different referenda in 4 regions in Ukrainian territory, regions that are either partially or completely controlled by Russian forces. And it is widely expected that these elections, these referenda, yes-no vote, will decide to see those areas join up with Russia. And Vladimir Putin has already made it clear in his comments that he wants this process to go forward and that he wants these areas to become part of Russia. If you're reading between the lines a little bit, but that was the general framework. The next step would be So the referenda take place. Vladimir Putin accepts them. They want to be part of Russia forever. And he says, okay. And that was the context in which he was describing potential use of nuclear weapons, saying if the territorial integrity of Russia, meaning the future Russia, the pieces of Russia that are about to become incorporated to Russia are threatened, then he could draw out his nuclear weapons. So there are concerns here that he is setting the stage to create a nuclear crisis. Annex these territories, make them part of the country, territories that are still contested, still in a battle zone, and then roll out nuclear weapons in order to cause a kind of a Cuban Missile Crisis Part 2.
Well, there's a scenario. Richard Engel in Kharkiv for us. Richard, I know you've got a bunch of other reporting to do, and it's late. I'll let you go. Appreciate that. So it's with that scenario that Richard just painted, Mike McFaul, that I want to ask you about this. Obviously, Putin is backed into a corner. He's been in a corner for 7 months. This is step one of his reaction here. He's clearly desperate to strengthen himself at a negotiating table. But how long does he have?
Great question, Chuck. I don't have a great answer. I think this speech was a speech of defeat, right? He wouldn't be given this speech if he's winning on the battlefield. And he's changed the goalposts in 2 ways. One, he now talks about liberating Donbass. He throws in 2 other regions, as you were just talking with Richard. He's a little confused about that. Sometimes it's the greater Novorossiya that he talks about. But he's very explicit. He's not taking over all of Ukraine. He wants to just liberate Donbass. And then 2, he has to mobilize 300,000 people to do that. Those are 2 very different things than he said 7 months ago. I think what the Ukrainian government is worried about, and I am worried about too, frankly, is that if somehow he does that, and then he says, okay, now let's sue for peace. You know, it's like the game of musical chairs. I'm sitting on these four new regions. Let's now sue for peace. And don't forget, with his saber rattling about his nuclear weapons to the West, if you don't, that's what I'm going to do. And then I think leaders in Kiev are worried that the West will say, well, peace is better than nuclear war. So that, I think, is the next thing that we should be watching for in the coming weeks and months.
Evelyn, how do we prepare for that? Chancellor, I asked basically a version of that question to Chancellor Scholz about, what's negotiable of Ukraine's territory. And he said it's up to Ukraine. I brought up Crimea, and he's like, it's up to Ukraine. That's the second world leader that is saying that. Is that what the alliance is going? Will they all stick together on that front?
Well, I mean, the best I can say is hopefully, Chuck. But I do think it's really important to pause and just kind of restate what both you and Mike McFaul just said. I mean, what President Putin is trying to do is start kind of a new negotiation on his terms. His declaration that he's going to hold these referenda and essentially annex these portions of Ukraine, these new portions of Ukraine, his declaration that he's going to do this call up of reservists, these are just statements. They're political statements. We don't even know if he has enough reservists, how fast he can train them. Does he have enough equipment for them? So I don't even know whether it's really militarily credible or how much teeth it has in the short term. In the short term, it's really aimed at his nationalist base, making sure that they know he's with them. It's aimed at the people living in those separatist areas. But I think we need to understand that this nuclear saber rattling, it gets Putin nowhere. I mean, if you draw it to its logical conclusion and the Ukrainians attack Donbass, or we help them attack Donbass, and they detonate a nuclear device, I mean, the world has changed. And President Biden said it himself, and I've said it in other fora, basically the international community will not stand to have a leader after the Second World War for the first time use a nuclear weapon, detonate a nuclear weapon in anger. That will change the equation. We will then probably have to take direct action. It doesn't mean boots on the ground, but we'll have to do something to get that person or that regime that authorized such a decision out of the Kremlin, out of power. So it's a game changer. And he has to see beyond that, right?
It's pretty clear right now that Russians troops in Ukraine are very vulnerable. How important of a moment is this? And do you sense that the Western Alliance and NATO realizes, hey, boy, now is the time to give Ukraine everything it needs, because clearly the Russians are vulnerable in this moment, more so than they might be if and when those 300,000 troops get drawn into this?
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, you asked me the right question because I'm constantly nervous, having kind of grown up professionally in this defense world where you're always thinking of worst case scenario. Yesterday, I met with some Lithuanian defense officials, and they're worried that we're not providing enough fast enough, and also new weapons that they need now that things are changing. So I do think that there's a fear, and it's very hard to tell. Even they conceded we might be providing enough. The Ukrainians aren't telling us everything. But they think resupply is also an issue. The tempo that they've been using these weapons. We really do, though, need to take advantage of the time we have now. They also said they thought that we could fight, or the Ukrainians could fight into the winter, potentially. They're more worried about a rainy season. So, the equation is fast action now while the Russians are weak. That's what we have to press with.
Mike, I'm curious to watch Russians flee the country, right? Trying to get out of military service, trying to get out of this. I mean, look, I know it's very hard to understand what's going on in the Kremlin, but this has to be, Putin he looks as weak as ever, and this feels like he's as vulnerable as ever, but I know that doesn't mean he's vulnerable.
Well, it's always hard to know when dictators are vulnerable, right? A professor at Harvard, when Nikita Khrushchev was thrown out in 1964, he was asked by somebody like you, probably, Chuck. He said, well, why didn't you predict that, Professor Ulam? And he said, how could I predict it when Khrushchev himself didn't know it? So just to remind ourselves, we're bad at understanding those things. Yeah. Having said that, yes, tickets to Istanbul are $1,200 today. For the first time in months, you had hundreds, maybe thousands of people out on the streets in Moscow protesting against the war. If they're doing that, that means that orders of magnitude of others have the same preferences. Nobody wants to be called up in a partial mobilization. And this was a thing that Putin wanted to avoid. The fact that he had to do it means that he's desperate, that he wants to change the equation on the battlefield. And I just completely agree with what Evelyn said. I just think this is a moment for the Ukrainians. They've known it for a long time, by the way. These counteroffensive have been planned for a long time. They wanted it right before the UN General Assembly so that they could refuel and re-spark support from the West. They now are, if you look at their soldiers, they all have, first Kherson, then Crimea, all those kind of signs. They want to march now because they don't want to freeze into that moment where if Putin signals negotiation, he might have some supporters in the West. I don't think President Biden, but maybe some other leaders might say, hey, it's time to call it quits.
Kristen, does the White House appreciate the urgency of this moment?
They absolutely do. And I think it speaks to the fact that they know that there is a morale issue that Putin is dealing with right now. And so now is the time, they believe, to give President Zelensky what he's asking for. And I expect we're going to hear him lay that out when he speaks a little bit later on this hour. And they also go to a point that Evelyn was making, which is the timing of this. They just don't know what type of a timeline they are dealing with. And so they see this moment as critical, and they feel the urgency to get Zelensky what he needs. But again, he continues to say he needs more.
He does, and you can't help. You feel like there's a tiny crack sometimes in the Western Alliance that gets people nervous. Anyway, Kristen Welker, Ambassador McFaul, Mike, good to see you. Evelyn Farkas, good to see you as well. And, of course, Richard Engel in Kharkiv for us. Coming up, New York's Attorney General goes after Donald Trump with a sweeping $250 million civil lawsuit. What it means for the former president, his family, and his organization. And why could she not file state charges? Plus, the mission to prevent another January 6th and protect the integrity of the next presidential election. You're looking at the House floor right now. It is voting on the House version of this bill to overhaul how we count electoral votes in this country. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We're turning now to the latest legal developments surrounding former President Donald Trump, and you do need a scorecard to keep up with which lawsuit and which investigation we're talking about. This one is New York State and involves the Trump Organization. New York Attorney General Letitia James filed a civil lawsuit today against the former president and members of his family. She's alleging a years-long scheme to fraudulently inflate their wealth to essentially cheat the system on taxes and on financing.
Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization repeatedly and persistently manipulated the value of assets to induce banks to lend money to the Trump Organization on more favorable terms than would otherwise have been available to the company, to pay lower taxes, to satisfy continuing loan agreements, and to induce insurance companies to provide insurance coverage for higher limits and at lower premiums.
In a statement responding to the suit, Trump's attorney said, quote, "Today's filing is neither focused on the facts nor the law. Rather, it is solely focused on advancing the Attorney General's political agenda." So to be clear, this is a civil suit. Attorney General James said her investigation had also uncovered evidence that criminal laws may have been broken, even though her office did not bring criminal charges. We'll explain that in a few minutes. She's referred this matter to federal prosecutors at the Southern District of New York, as well as to folks at the IRS. Both entities have declined to comment. So I'm joined now by NBC News' investigations correspondent, Tom Winter, and I've also got defense attorney and NBC News legal analyst, Danny Savalas here. So, Tom, let's lay this out. She files this civil lawsuit. So, in some ways, this is about defrauding the state and city.
Correct.
Of tax money, okay?
Correct.
So, I guess my first question is there not a criminal statute in the state code that she could have charged Trump and the Trump Organization with?
Well, there is. I mean, from a criminal perspective, most criminal charges have to be brought by a district attorney. The Attorney General in the state of New York, and each Attorney General, depending upon the state, is different, is typically more of an office that files civil action. So one, this fits more in her purview. But two, to your point, when you bring the type of criminal charges that you might need to bring here, you have to establish intent in all sorts of other different things at the criminal level to meet the criminal criminal bar, which is higher than a civil suit, of course. And so I think there's a calculus that maybe this was the best path forward based on the information that they found. Also, the best path forward when you consider the Attorney General of New York, Letitia James, you, me, anybody else, that what is the best lane for them to be in on this type of case? And this appears to be the best lane for them to be in on this type of case. And of course, this office, not led by James, but led by others, has had other civil suits against Trump, his foundation, the university in the past. They've had settlements in those instances. So I think you've seen an office that at least has done this dance before.
Let me ask you this. There is Alvin Bragg, who is the DA in Manhattan,
correct,
New York City. He came out and after her announcement said, hey, we're still investigating a potential crime here.
Right.
They still have a criminal investigation going on. If that was the case, why wouldn't she wait to see where that goes?
It is true that he still has an ongoing criminal investigation. We've seen no signs of any sort of investigative efforts for the last 6 months, and I asked him about that.
Interesting.
And I asked him about that after the Alan Weissel guilty plea. Now, we had heard continuously in a prior office just from people that have been brought before the grand jury themselves. I mean, their own attorneys would put out public statements. So I'm not giving up any sources here. If an attorney says, yeah, I put my client before the grand jury, and they were asked questions about X, Y, and Z, well, that's an on-the-record statement. So we knew about steps that were being taken. Then we have not heard about any steps that have been taken since the early part of this year. There's no grand jury that we're aware of that's listening to any sort of evidence. So I think they don't want to necessarily close out this case when they still have Alan Weisselberg yet to testify against the Trump organization. He still has to report to prison. Rikers is a terrible place to be when it's running well. It's not running well now. He's going to be there during the winter time. I don't think he wants to quite close the book and put it away in the deep filing cabinet just yet. On the other hand, I think for the AG's office, they had already taken Trump's deposition. That was really the end of it. Think of like the Hillary Clinton investigation, the email server investigation. The FBI got her statement at that point. Shortly thereafter, they knew what they had or what they didn't have. And so I think this was the natural ending point.
Danny Savalas, how strong is the civil case?
It's strong, and here's why. Number one, there are going to be a lot of receipts. In other words, there's going to be a lot of evidence because this is a document-heavy case. In other words, when Trump et al. Represented to banks and insurers that they had X amount in assets, that's going to be on a piece of paper. Now, on the Trump side, their defense will surely be two-pronged. Number one, this is all political, but that isn't really a defense in court. So the real defense in court is going to be, look, valuation of property is subjective. And by the way, it's especially subjective when Trump is involved because Trump will argue that just putting his name in big coming attraction marquee letters on the front of a building can change the valuation of a building. That's a defense that is interesting in most cases, but in this case, at least according to the allegations in the complaint, multiplying valuation by tens, dozens of times, or taking 10,000 square feet of an apartment and saying it's 30,000 square feet, these numbers are dizzying to the average juror, even though at its core, this is a basic, I inflated my value to get more favorable terms on a loan or insurance.
Isn't it worse than that, though? He inflates it when he wants it inflated, and then they deflate it when they want it. I mean, isn't that where this becomes almost open and shut? If he were always inflating, then the Trump branding argument makes sense to me. But then explain the deflation.
If true, this scheme is really one of the oldest schemes in the book. You inflate your value when you want to impress and ruffle your feathers for the mortgage companies and the people who want to give you money so you show you're not a risk. But, Chuck, when the tax man cometh, oh, we have no money in our coffers. It's going to be a cold winter. This has been going on since business, since the tax code started. It just doesn't go on at this level. And while the numbers, the millions and billions of dollars and the thousands of square feet may be dizzying to the average person, at their core, Letitia James is counting on a jury that's going to get this case at its core. They may not have tens of thousands of square feet in their New York studio apartment, but they're going to get the idea that we've all, to those people who have applied for a mortgage, we all would love to show the mortgage company that we have a lot more money than we do, but we can't do it because it's illegal.
Tom, the referral of the SDNY.
Right.
some of these things, is there a statute of limitations on some of these criminal charges? Because I remember there was some thought that there might be on the criminal front.
Right. So one of the things that's contained in today's filings is that some of the things that you've just been talking about with Danny, the inflation or underinflation, have been going on up until 2020 when Trump was under investigation, when he knew he was under investigation.
So this would mean Eric and Jr., or maybe they might be the ones in more criminal, more in the criminal line of fire here, right?
Potentially, and I think that's a really smart point. So yeah, from a statute of limitations concern, certainly 5 years could be the case, but then when you bring in conspiracy, which is essentially what James has done here today, she's not just going for the last couple of years, she's gone back 10 years and looking at this. I think that's a potential avenue for federal prosecutors to get around that issue.
Would you be surprised if SDNY took a pass on this one? This feels like this is in their wheelhouse. They love these financial cases.
I don't think there's any chance they take a pass at it. Whether or not they think that it rises to the bar, and there's obviously a ton of evidence, even though it's a 220-page filing, there's a lot of evidence we're not yet seeing. They're going to definitely need to look at this, where that goes from there.
You assume they open a case, whether they end up indictments filing, that's a long way away, but they will open a case.
100%. I don't see there's a way out of that.
Tom Winter, Danny Savalos. Another day, again, you got to get your scorecard. Which investigation are we talking about? This one is Trump org and New York. We will be talking about the other ones a bit later. Thank you both. But before we go, in our First Read newsletter today, we put together 12 numbers that help explain the 2022 primary season. Here's one of them, 219. That's at least how many House Republican nominees have publicly questioned or cast doubt on the legitimacy of President Biden's election. 219. And folks, here's the kicker. 38 of them might actually win their seat in Congress, because 38 of these election deniers are running in very competitive races. It's a number that arguably puts an even bigger spotlight on efforts in Congress right now to pass legislation to help safeguard the presidential elections that are coming up. We'll take you to Capitol Hill next. And you can catch even more analysis of the upcoming midterm elections on today's episodes of the Chuck Todd Cast. We feature two top political editors, my colleague Mark Murray and the Cook Political Report's Jessica Taylor. We break down the big 11 Senate races. Get it wherever you get your podcast. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. We are right now, and unless you're watching this on demand, right now the House of Representatives is voting on a bill that would overhaul the Electoral Count Act. That is the 19th century law that President Trump and his supporters attempted to exploit on January 6th, and that attempt to overturn the presidential election of 2020. The bill was proposed by 2 members of the January 6th committee, California Democrat Zoe Lofgren and Wyoming Republican Liz Cheney. The bill, if passed and enacted, would raise the threshold for objecting to state electors from 1 member to 1/3 of each congressional chamber. By the way, the Senate bill would make it 1/5 of each chamber, for what it's worth. This House bill would also require governors to send their elector slates to Congress before Election Day, so they know who these people are. It would also create a formal process to hear candidate concerns about a state's election results. And perhaps above all, it would clarify that the vice president's role in counting votes is purely ministerial, pure and simple. Despite, or perhaps because of Cheney's support, House Republicans are whipping against the bill. It's a bizarre excuse that simply because Liz Cheney is proposing the idea that somehow some people can't vote for it. Ali Vitale is on Capitol Hill right now, and I know we're in the middle of this, so again, apologies to our folks that are watching this on demand. But where are we? It's pretty close, and not many Republicans are on this bill, are they?
Not many Republicans are on this bill. We have, a little pool going on if it's going to be more or less than 5, because many Republicans who could vote for it have been pretty mum on whether or not they're going to. And again, you're right that most Republicans are whipping against this, and the reasoning that they're giving on the floor for why they're voting no is basically a process argument. How fast this bill has gone through the Rules Committee and now to the floor. So they're not even arguing on the substance of it. And in large part, it's because it is in so many ways a direct response to what happened here on January 6th, when you see the thresholds being raised to object to account, clarifying the role of a vice president. All of this is in direct reaction to the things that former President Trump did on January 6th and in the lead up to that. But the 4 Republicans, too, tell a story of what the GOP conference looks like right now. According to what I'm looking at, it's Liz Cheney, no surprise, she's a co-sponsor, Adam Kinzinger, the other Republican member of the January 6th committee, Peter Meyer, and Tom Rice, and all 4 of those members are not returning to Congress next year because they lost their primaries. So that really does tell the story here.
Yeah. I just put on screen, Ali, while you were talking, the Senate's version of the bill and their electoral count sponsors. There's 10 Ds and 10 Rs. There's more Senate Republican sponsors right now than there are House Republican votes, at least in the moment that we're sitting here. But I've noticed people like Don Bacon, right, who represents that Biden district in Nebraska that went Biden and he won his reelection. I think he said he likes the Senate bill and he's not for this bill. Are we going to see a lot of those statements from those swing district Republicans that want to be for something, just not for this?
Yeah, that's what we're going to be looking for, because what the House does here, the Senate will then have to react to. And you're right that there are differences between the bill versions in terms of what that threshold is. It's 1/3 here in the House, 1/5 in the Senate. The difference with the Senate bill, and people who I've talked to have been involved in these negotiations say that they're still confident that it's going to get over the finish line. They're not going to let something like a numerical threshold be the thing that derails what was months of work in the Senate. But nevertheless, it's going to be interesting to see the excuses that some of these Republicans come up with and how they ultimately get to passing this between the House and the Senate, reconciling these 2 different bills.
I have to tell you, remember, it was a process argument many Republicans made on not trying to hold Donald Trump accountable. These process arguments seem to pop up when there are votes against Donald Trump that potentially have to be cast. Anyway, Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill for us. Ali, thank you. Up next, the latest move by the Federal Reserve to tame inflation and what it could mean for the economy and the midterms. And another number from today's First Read newsletter that helps explain the 2022 primary season. 259. That's how many women won their House primaries, 82 Republicans and 177 Democrats. That is more than double the current number of women serving in the House right now. More to come after a short break.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. In June, Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell called a 0.75% interest rate hike unusually large and not expected to be common. Today, he announced the central bank's third straight rate hike of that magnitude. So I guess we have to call it common now. The move comes as inflation continues to rise, with consumer prices stubbornly going up in August despite the Fed's action and despite falling gas prices. And while speaking with reporters today, Powell acknowledged the very real risk that the Fed's efforts to tame inflation are going to have to lead to a recession, saying, quote, "No one knows whether this process will lead to a recession, or if so, how significant that recession would be." Sounds like somebody who's not interested in stopping out of fear of a recession if it means we can lower and tame inflation. Joining me now for some insight on what Powell's move could mean for the economy is the founder of Inflation Insights, Omer Sharif. Mr. Sharif, it is good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Let me start with, when is there a moment where the Fed says, let's take a quarter off and see what happens, rather than it says, let's keep pressing the gas and see what happens?
Yeah, I think that's still probably a couple of quarters away. If you look at what the Fed indicated today, they put out a new set of projections for where they expect interest rates to go. And what it shows you is that we are still looking at about another 1.25 to 1.5 percentage points of interest rate increases, probably over the next, I would say, 6 months. So, they want to get to a point where they think interest rates are at a restrictive level that are enough to bring growth down and bring the labor market, as they like to say, into better balance between supply and demand. But that looks like it's still at least a couple of quarters away, and then they will sit there and assess how things are going.
Look, I want to actually focus on the labor market issue here a minute. Our labor market's problem is we probably need a lot more immigration. Our labor market, I guess here's the concern, Omer, is that they tame it, they do everything they can to sort of shake up the labor market. We see rising unemployment. Then we do have a bunch of new workers jumping into the workforce. And then all of a sudden we have all of these other issues. If we entered more people into the workforce now, maybe we could tame wages without creating this unemployment shock.
Yeah, look, I don't disagree with you. Quite honestly, I think the Fed would love to see the labor supply increase, whether it's through increased immigration or more people jumping back into the workforce. I think they would be ecstatic if labor supply increase, because that would end up putting a little bit less pressure on wage growth. It would put a little bit less pressure on inflation. And I don't think they would raise interest rates, obviously, as high as they expect to do so today. But, that's just something, labor supply is not something that the Fed controls. They can really only affect the demand side of things. And if you look today, they expect the unemployment rate to rise from 3.7% today to 4.4% next year. And just to put that briefly into context, if that were to happen, let's say tomorrow, you're talking about roughly 1.2 million more people who would be unemployed if they end up moving the unemployment rate up to 4.4%.
Okay, but correct me if I'm wrong. I grew up being told that 5% unemployment was essentially full employment.
Yeah, that is a moving target, as we've seen over time. I mean, it used to be actually 6.5%. It moved down to 5%. There's an argument that it lowered. It went even lower to around 4%. I mean, we had an economy, don't forget, in 2018, 2019, where the unemployment rate was well below 5% without inflation. And so the thought was, you know what, this equilibrium unemployment rate is probably lower than 5%. And so we've been kind of waiting to get back to that. We have been at 3.5%, but obviously now inflation has skyrocketed. And they think that it might be a bit higher now, perhaps a little bit higher than the 4% figure that most people think about.
Let me ask you this. The one other part that the Fed does that we don't focus as much energy on is essentially unwinding all of that, essentially all of that money they printed. Where does that stand, and how much, what's the balance there between interest rate hikes and them sort of, slowly shrinking the money supply?
Right. Yeah. Look, the short answer is nobody really knows. This is we're talking about $2 trillion in reserves that they are going to scoop up over the course of probably roughly the next year and a half. Nobody really understands exactly how that dynamic will play out in terms of, what is that worth in terms of tighter financial conditions? What is it worth in terms of putting it in terms of interest rate hikes? There was actually a recent Fed paper that came out that suggested it's worth anywhere between only about a quarter of a rate hike to almost 3/4 of a percentage point. And it's just something they're going to have to monitor as they increase rate hikes alongside it. Their hope is that because they've laid out a path, it's very steady over the course of the next year, that it really won't have a big impact because everyone understands exactly how much they're rolling off every single month.
Omer Sharif, who is becoming our inflation and Fed Reserve soothsayer these days. Really appreciate you coming on and sharing your expertise and perspective. We'll have much more ahead, including a look at the looming energy crisis in Europe and the potential fallout here, especially if it's ahead of the midterms. And as we go to break, let me show you one more number from today's First Read newsletter that helps explain the 2022 primary season. 76. That's how many House nominees are running for Congress for the very first time. And keep track of those 76. Quite a few of them might look appealing to voters who are looking for non-professional politicians. By the way, subscribe to First Read for more of these key stats and all of the day's top political stories and takes sent straight to your inbox every morning. It is wisdom before it becomes conventional. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Welcome back. European countries are scrambling to address supply issues ahead of a looming energy crisis this winter as Vladimir Putin cuts off the continent's natural gas supply amid the war in Ukraine. And yesterday, the government of Germany, Europe's biggest economy, announced it was nationalizing one of its main importers of Russian gas in an effort to secure that country's energy supply. And in my exclusive interview today with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, he told me his country is taking other steps to prevent an energy crisis from spiraling out of control.
We increased the influx of gas from the Western European ports in Netherlands, in Belgium, and newly in France. We organized that they increased their capacities, and we buy more gas from Norway and the Netherlands, who are producing gas. Right. And we decided to fill our storages. We are now above 90%. Which is completely different to 1 year ago, where we would not have been able to face a situation like this. We decided to bring back coal plants to produce electricity for not using gas for doing so. We decided to make it easy for companies to do the fuel switch so that they can go from gas to oil or coal with legislative support. And we decided that the two nuclear plants in the south of Germany could continue to produce electricity in January, February, March, if necessary. And if we look at all these decisions, I could say to you now and to the public in Germany, completely different to 1 year ago, we will be able to face this winter, although Russia is not delivering gas through Nord Stream 1 pipeline and to Germany and some other countries in Europe. And many others took similar decisions in Europe. So this question of supply is, as it looks like, solved.
He also said he did not think he would have to ration. Joining me now is Jason Bordoff. He's the co-founding dean of the Columbia Climate School, and he's the founding director of the Centurion Global Energy Policy. All right, you heard everything he said there. And I want to start with his pledge, and it was it was literally my next follow-up was about the rationing issue. He feels as if they're in a position where they won't have to do that. Yeah. You heard his rationale, is he right?
Could well be right. I mean, it's so weather dependent. Natural gas depends on the heat and how cold it is. And so right now they have pretty flush inventories. And if the weather is moderate, they can get through most of the winter. And then if there's no other problems in the system, you know, they will make it through the winter, but bearing in mind that demand is going to come down 10 or 15%, not because of a managed plan, but because prices are so high. Right. When prices are really high, you start shutting down industry and people use less. So that's pretty painful economically. It's part of the reason Europe may be headed into a recession.
Explain how this still could impact us. And I'm just curious, when, you know, timing is everything, particularly in American politics. You know, take our friends in New Hampshire, who have a lot of people in New England deal with heating oil in order to heat their homes. When are they going to get hit with this? Or will they? Or have we somehow buffeted this from them getting hit?
Well, the country as a whole is more buffeted. We are pretty flush with our own resources. We're not connected with natural gas the same way we are with oil to an international market. New England's the exception. New England still imports liquefied natural gas by tankers, and so the price in Europe, when that goes up, that does affect people in New England, and that could be pretty painful. We are seeing gasoline prices come down, but obviously Putin has not yet weaponized oil. He might, and we saw the escalation today with what he did with annexing of territories and all the rest. So we don't know if that's where things are headed. But he's weaponized gas. If he goes for oil next, that's going to cause pain for everyone who uses oil all around the world.
One thing the German chancellor said that he could use from the United States was more gas.
You know,
can we export it?
we can't export more, we can export to different places, and we're already doing that. Not because the government has decided that, it's just how markets work.
Sure.
So prices for natural gas in Europe have gone up so much that a tanker coming out of the Gulf Coast finds it more economic, profitable to go to Europe rather than Asia. That's hard for other parts of the world that we're depending on that gas. So the price of coal is going through the roof, and if high coal prices, high gas prices, that's painful in Asia. And if you're a low-income country, emerging markets, Pakistan, Bangladesh, they can barely afford any energy at all.
The vulnerability of this market to trigger, basically, it feels like we're on the brink of a global recession. The smart people may tell us we're already there. But you look at these energy markets, the likelihood we have a winter catastrophe that triggers a global recession.
Well, it's going to be most acute in Europe for sure, because again, natural gas is pretty disconnected. The price of natural gas in Europe is about 7 times what it is in the United States. So energy is helping a little bit with inflation now in the U.S., although the inflation numbers still don't look great. But if you look at other parts of the world, energy is going to be a big problem.
One of the other things the chancellor told me, we need more people pumping oil, and which really means OPEC. And this is where, as you said, he could weaponize gas. It's clear that OPEC is not playing a helpful role here, are they?
Well, there's not that much more they can do. So if you look at how much spare capacity, the amount of production, OPEC, mostly Saudi Arabia, that's the country with most of the ability to quickly ramp up oil production. They're producing near record levels. So they could probably produce a little bit more, but not a huge amount. And the other country that can increase production pretty quickly is now the United States. Right. That's a game changer. And we are increasing production, but not as much as people thought or would have been the case several years ago.
I want to end with the president's speech to the UN, because he spent a lot of time talking about the climate initiatives, and it actually dovetails with a great piece you wrote for Foreign Policy about how the next step here in climate policy in the United States is being really good at diplomacy. Explain.
Yeah, we passed this historic piece of legislation, $400 billion for climate. I mean, it's a game changer in the U.S. And I think the point I was trying to make was if we want it to be as much of a game changer as it can be, we also need tools of foreign policy and diplomacy. The U.S. is 11% of emissions. The emissions growth is not coming from the United States. It's coming from other parts of the world. So we need to drive down the cost of technology, clean energy, and then make that available to other parts of the world, make sure they have the tools to finance it, because we need trillions of dollars of capital to go into this.
It was interesting to me. This is the first time an American president actually talked about climate and said, hey, we've made our investment. Now what about you? Do you expect this to trigger some more international investment in climate mitigation?
Well, I think so. I think having the U.S. back at the table coming up to the UN climate meetings in November in Egypt is a real game changer. It gives us more credibility. It does build a little bit of resentment in some developing economies, too, when they see, we're rushing to send more natural gas to Europe, but not to them. But I think everyone realizes we're in a climate crisis, and they're stepping up as much as they can. It's just not everybody can spend as much money as we can.
Jason Bordoff from the Columbia Climate School. Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you.
And thank you all for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air with the latest news on that big fraud lawsuit against former President Trump from the New York Attorney General in a scheme the AG calls staggering, involving Mr. Trump, his kids, his company, accusing them of the art of the steal, the punishment she wants, the new reaction from Team Trump, and what we know right now coming up. And stocks taking another dive after another interest rate hike. We knew it was coming, but we'll talk about what it means for your credit cards, your mortgages, and when it's going to end. Plus, we'll take you inside those shocking protests in Iran, becoming more and more deadly. Women there burning hijabs, cutting their hair, while it's getting compared to George Floyd protests here in the U.S. We'll explain. And in our original, as Hurricane Fiona rages in the Atlantic, one Air Force base, straight out of Top Gun, gets a $1 billion makeover to help it handle storms like these. We've got the national security reasons behind why. Plus, sleep deprivation hurts your brain and your focus and your crankiness levels, but could it hurt your heart? What a new study says about those 8 glorious and sometimes impossible hours in bed. And it's not the same as it was with the last night for Harry Styles' residency in New York. Why other big artists are now trading multi-city tours for one-stop song shopping later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're coming on the air tonight with that unprecedented lawsuit against a former president, accused of big-time fraud, of lying about how much his property was worth to get cheaper loans. The New York Attorney General filing this suit after years of investigating, and Donald Trump deeply angry about the whole thing in a statement calling her racist, framing it all as political, although we still haven't heard from him on camera about it. More on his response in a second. Also outstanding, what happens to referrals that have been made to the IRS and the Department of Justice? The Attorney General says Mr. Trump and his family may have broken federal law. Now, let's be clear, right? We said this is a civil suit, not a criminal suit. Okay, that means nobody's going to prison here. That's not on the table. Jail time is not on the table. But Letitia James had the receipts to show how Mr. Trump, Eric, Ivanka, Don Jr., and the company inflated assets. Watch.
Claiming you have money that you do not have does not amount to the art of the deal. It's the art of the steal.
She has like 200 examples of this kind of thing, she says. Take Mar-a-Lago, where Mr. Trump lives now. The AG, Letitia James, says the Trump team valued it at $739 million, but they say it was actually worth about $75 million, almost 10 times less. Or look at his high-rise apartment in Trump Tower. Mr. Trump said it was 30,000 square feet, valued at $327 million. Okay. But the AG says it was actually only 11,000 square feet, smaller, which translates into $200 million worth of made-up value, according to her. And her office also cites a property on Wall Street listed at $527 million back in 2012, actually worth more like $220 million. And James says Mr. Trump was not alone here. He had help from his kids, Don Jr., Ivanka, Eric Trump, the Trump Organization. And if you look at the bigger picture here, right, think about the bigger context. This cuts right to the core of who Donald Trump is and what he built his whole brand on, the persona of a rich and successful businessman. Joining me now is Tom Winter and Kerry Sanders. We're glad to have both of you with us. And Tom, let me start with you because we've laid out the issue here, but talk about the penalties, because even though Letitia James is not officially asking to dissolve the Trump Organization in this lawsuit, could this still be the end of the Trump business as we know it?
Yeah, it's being called a death penalty for the business because of the different parameters that she wants to impose on them, Hallie. So, yes, not calling for the Trump Organization to be dissolved and for sale signs to go up in front of gold Trump letters all across the country, but instead is seeking to bar the former president and all of his kids, well, at least the ones involved in his business, from being involved in any business in New York State in perpetuity. And on top of that, they're calling for them not to be involved in any real estate transaction for 5 years should the judge impose these penalties. On top of that, they're asking that if the judge agrees with this case and this lawsuit comes to its conclusion for the Attorney General's office, that for 5 years they can't seek any new loans with any bank that is registered with the New York Department of Finance. That's pretty significant, too, plus 2 criminal referrals that are going to go out to the IRS Criminal Division and federal prosecutors.
Hold that thought for 1 second, Tom, because I'm going to come back to it. But, Kerry, I want to go to you because we haven't seen the former president on camera. We have on his Truth Social platform his allies on Capitol Hill, too, backing him up as he casts this as a partisan witch hunt, which Ms. James denies. Talk us through some of this, because there are some other issues that are getting thrown out in defense of Donald Trump by his team.
Absolutely, Hallie. We're here at Mar-a-Lago, and over my shoulder where Donald Trump is, the former president, we've seen the Secret Service that, of course, all former presidents are afforded, but we have not seen or heard from him on camera, as you noted. But he has made a statement, which he posted on his social media, which we're going to put up here on full screen, and I'll just take you through it. Attorney General Letitia Peekaboo James, a total crime-fighting disaster in New York, is spending all of her time fighting for very powerful and well-represented banks and insurance companies who were fully paid, made a lot of money, and never had a complaint about me, instead of fighting murder and violent crime, which is killing New York State. She is a failed attorney general whose lack of talent in the fight against crime is causing record numbers of people and companies to flee New York. Bye-bye. And then we have a statement from Trump's attorney who posted this as we look at it on the screen here. Today's filing is neither focused on the facts nor the law. Rather, it is solely focused on advancing the Attorney General's political agenda. It is abundantly clear that the Attorney General's office has exceeded its statutory authority by prying into transactions where absolutely no wrongdoing has taken place. We are confident that our judicial system will not not stand for this unchecked abuse of authority, and we look forward to defending our client against each and every one of the Attorney General's meritless claims. Now, we had wondered whether the former president would make an on-camera comment. It is possible that we may, Hallie, see him show up on a network where he has a favorable relationship responding to this, if not today, soon.
Entirely possible. Carrie, now you stand by. Tom, go to this idea, right? Because, again, I think we need to say it. Prison isn't happening based on this lawsuit, right? This is civil, okay? So there is no prison time that's at play here. However, Letitia James is making a referral to the IRS and to the Southern District of New York because she thinks that some federal criminal laws have been broken. I know you're getting a lot of no comments from those agencies today, but what does this mean down the road? What could that mean?
True. So I think one of the things that they're going to do is seek to get that referral from her, look at the grounds why she thinks that there might be some sort of violation of federal law here, and presumably if that doesn't contain the relevant documents, then at least contain a roadmap that will allow them to issue federal grand jury subpoenas for those types of records and potentially see if they can involve the IRS agents or involve FBI agents in speaking to any of the relevant parties here who could be helpful in their investigation. On top of that, as we saw from the civil complaint today, it appears that the Attorney General's office has emails, has communications, and so that's something that federal prosecutors might want to have as well. Not a quick process, Hallie.
Timing of this, Carrie, one of the things that the Trump team has suggested is that this is a partisan fight that the New York Attorney General is embarking upon. That's been the line since Tom and I have been covering this, and you years and years ago, right? Now we're like 50 or so days out from the midterms. That's not so much of a concern for the New York AG.
No, not at all for the Attorney General in New York. I mean, they operate in the judicial system, not the political system. And yes, there may be impacts, but it might be difficult to presuppose what those impacts might be, whether those who have aligned themselves with the former President Donald Trump will be hurt or helped by this. But there is no reason that the Attorney General should not have brought this forward today in relationship to the upcoming elections.
It is also not the only potential legal trouble, right, or legal trouble period that Donald Trump faces. And I think viewers might be going, okay, wait a second, help me make sense of this. All you need is this graphic. Take a picture of it, screenshot it, because this lays out what Donald Trump faces now. This civil investigation, the civil lawsuit, I should say, that we're talking about from the New York AG. There's that criminal investigation of those classified documents taken at Mar-a-Lago by the DOJ. They're also looking into potential election interference, this push by the former president and his allies to overturn the legit election results from 2020. Fulton County in Georgia is looking into something similar on the state level. And then there's this Manhattan DA investigation into tax and fraud charges. One of those pieces is going to trial soon. We're kind of lumping multiple things into that last one line, Tom, as you well know. The bottom line is the specter of legal trouble is hanging over somebody who is very likely to run for president again in 2024 here, Tom.
That's absolutely right, Hallie. And I think an important part of this is all those investigations are in the latter innings. I mean, I think when you look at the Georgia investigation, the district attorney there is talking about the idea of handcuffs for people. She must be getting close to the end of it. This one is getting obviously close to the end of it because they've already filed their documents. Trump Organization going to trial soon. So a lot of this is kind of coming to a conclusion. And when the special master wraps up, that'll move that investigation into the Mar-a-Lago search warrant documents and the classified documents that much farther along. It's not as if anything is really in its early stages that we're aware of. I think that's important to note.
Tom Winter, Carrie Sanders, thanks to the both of you so much for covering this. Big story from all angles. Appreciate it. Another big story. The markets are closing down again after the Fed raised interest rates again. Another 0.75 of a percentage point to try to fight inflation. Check it out. The Dow, the S&P, the NASDAQ, they're all dropping more than 1.5% today. Listen, we knew this rate hike was coming. The Fed chair says they're going to keep coming because raising rates is the best way to deal with prices going up. Listen.
I wish there were a painless way to do that. There isn't. So what we need to do is get rates up to the point where we're putting meaningful downward pressure on inflation.
If you already have a mortgage or a car loan or a federal student loan, you're fine. But this is going to affect your credit card rates, any new car loans, any new and adjustable mortgages. And even before the Fed's announcement today, we saw mortgage rates spiking. The most common type of home loan people get is now the highest it's been since the housing market crashed back in 2008. And that factors into the cost of living, which isn't helped by inflation. Grocery prices are the highest they've been since Michael Jackson released Thriller. That was 40 years ago, folks. Gas prices have been a bright spot, but today is the first day in 99 days that the cost of gas is ticking up. Brian Chung joins us now. And Brian, one of the key things that I think people were looking for from Jay Powell was not just the announcement of this rate hike. Everyone kind of saw that coming. But what is his outlook going to be moving forward, right, in the months ahead? Talk us through it.
Well, Hallie, we got economic projections alongside that big Fed announcement that you mentioned just now, and the projections don't say that inflation are going to come down anytime soon. Consider that inflation prior to the pandemic was pacing below 2% on a year-over-year basis, and you don't really need to tell Americans lately that obviously what we've seen as of late is well above that. 8.3% on a year-over-year basis was the measure that we got in August. So Thriller for a lot of Americans that have seen those price tags at the store. Now, of course, what the Federal Reserve is trying to do here, make those borrowing costs more expensive so that hopefully Americans may try to tamp down a little bit, tighten their belts a little bit, which hopefully should take the economic pace a bit down from where it's at right now. The question is if the Fed might overdo it because there could be an inflation-induced recession or perhaps a Fed-induced recession. The key is trying to preserve that low 3.7% unemployment rate, which hasn't shown signs yet of reversing.
So let me ask you the bazillion-dollar question that I kind of know that you can't answer, but I have to get your insight into it, which is, fine, the Fed's raising these rates. We know unemployment is low, is at a decent spot, as the Fed chair mentioned. When is this going to start helping with the inflation rate? In other words, when is this fix going to actually start to make a difference here?
Well, the Fed chairman said it's an inexact science in terms of how long it's going to take for the inflationary, for the hikes to bite into inflation. Keep in mind, they've done it for 5 consecutive meetings, and estimates are somewhere that it could take a few months for those interest rates to actually bite into the economy. Either way, you have the Fed economists projecting inflation to go down to a 5.4% year-over-year change by the end of this year, 2.8% by next year, 2.3% by 2024. But again, that's still above the Fed's 2% target. Either way you cut it or slice it, that high inflation is going to be something that's going to stick around for longer than the next few months, something of concern, as we heard from the Fed chairman earlier this afternoon.
So then the very bottom line, Brian, and we love like plain English around here, right? Because you're obviously brilliant on CNBC. We are not CNBC. The bottom line for people is this. It sounds like, you tell me if I'm wrong, basically keep budgeting for more expensive groceries for a little while, slow your roll and chill till the spring to see if things change. Fair?
That is exactly it. We've seen a lot of revenge spending through this pandemic. What the Fed's trying to do here is tell Americans to maybe buckle down a little bit on those expenses. The demand pressures have been behind some of these higher price increases. But the challenge, not everything with this high inflation is because of the Fed. There's supply chain issues as well, Hallie.
Brian, thank you so much. Good to see you, Brian Chung, CNBC. Right now, Hurricane Fiona is a dangerous Category 4 storm, and it's getting stronger as we speak as it heads across the Atlantic, aiming for Bermuda, which is right now under tropical storm warnings and hurricane watches. Folks there ready for major rain, major wind, and hoping to avoid what happened in Puerto Rico, Turks and Caicos, and the Dominican Republic, where they're only at the very beginning of a long recovery after Fiona slammed those islands. Look at this here. You're looking at what's left of an abandoned building in Puerto Rico that collapsed overnight. Remember, the storm passed over a couple days ago, and yet they're still dealing with problems like this. More than 70% of the island has no power. And people say they really don't have a lot of confidence in the energy company or the government to try and get things fixed. Ellison Barber is in Cayey, Puerto Rico, and Bill Cairns has the latest from the Hurricane Center. Ellison, let me start with you and what you're seeing on the ground.
Hey, Hallie, you mentioned the heavy rains that this hurricane brought. That was sort of the biggest issue here in Puerto Rico. And let me show you some of what it left behind. This right here, we're literally in someone's backyard. This is where a landslide happened. It has destroyed power lines all the way down on the road that is beneath it. We've watched as crews have sort of come in trying to move things a bit out of the way and get some of the power back up and running. But as you said, over 75% of people who live on this island are without power. The power power company, or at least the part of the company that is in charge of dealing with transmission and making sure the infrastructure is up and running, Luma, they say that it will likely take days to get power back on, but they're also saying that they're having a bit of difficulty accessing various pieces of infrastructure that they need to fix, in part because of things like this, just massive amounts of damage that this storm has left behind. For people who live on this island, they are dealing with no electricity. That means no AC, and it is very hot here. And for many people, that also means no running water, because electricity is required to pump water through pipes to get it to you in your home. A lot of people have absolutely no water at this point, or very, very little water. We were in another city just about 20 minutes away from here, Beatriz, just a while ago, and we saw people on the side of the highway there where they'd set up these makeshift pipe systems so they could collect rainfall that was coming off of the side of the mountain, so they could take buckets of water back home. They told us they were going to use that to cook, to clean their clothes, to clean their bodies, to shower, and also some of them said they were going to boil it to drink it because they have nothing. You mentioned the frustration. That's what we keep hearing from people, is they're upset that this has happened because they wanted to see more changes, repairs to the very fragile power grid here to avoid this after what they went through with Hurricane Maria. Hallie.
Ellison Barber live there in Puerto Rico for us. Ellison, thank you. Bill Cairns, let me get to you on the track here. It's not expected to directly hit Bermuda, but right now it's Canada who should be getting concerned, yeah?
Canada should be very concerned. They should be making storm preps now. Power could be out there in some areas for weeks. So let's get to the latest from the Hurricane Center. Still a Category 4. This is the strongest storm on the planet right now. And it's going to continue that way for about the next day or two until it finally begins to weaken as we head through the weekend. So here's Bermuda. We have them in the tropical storm winds. We're going to see huge waves arriving at the beaches. That's the only impacts on the U.S. East Coast. If you're heading to the beaches, especially late Thursday, definitely Friday and Saturday, there'll be rip currents. There'll be large swells. Great for the surfers, but not good for people that be in the water if you're not an experienced swimmer. Pay attention to any signs at your beaches. Then the storm rockets up here into Nova Scotia towards Newfoundland. That's the area that looks like they could get hit by 100 to 120 mile per hour winds, huge storm surge, the rain. It's not going to be considered a hurricane at this point, almost kind of like what Superstorm Sandy did, becomes what we call an extra tropical storm. But regardless, it's going to have winds like a hurricane and maybe possibly the strongest they've ever measured throughout the Canadian Maritimes. And they've had big storms in the past. They had one with 105 mile per hour winds, and Hurricane Igor 2010 was 85 mile per hour winds. So it has happened before, but not as bad as what we're predicting on Saturday. And then finally, we have a lot of activity in the Atlantic, but this is the area to watch now heading into the Caribbean. 7 days from now, our computers are hinting at the fact that it could be somewhere near Jamaica, Western Cuba, maybe towards Cancun. And all of our computer models take it across the Caribbean and then towards the Gulf of Mexico. It's too early to say if it's Florida, Louisiana, who's at risk. Hallie, the storm hasn't even formed yet, so we have a lot of time to watch this. But my advice for anyone on the Gulf Coast, the southeastern Florida, make sure you have all your hurricane supplies, because if all of a sudden we say it's heading your way, the shelves will be empty. So just make sure you're prepared. Do now what you should have done at the beginning of the season.
That's good advice. Bill Cairns, thank you. I know you'll be keeping an eye on that. To New York, where Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is speaking now to the United Nations. You are taking a live look at that virtual speech that's being played to world leaders on a day when Russian President Vladimir Putin is escalating the war there by mobilizing hundreds of thousands more people to fight and threatening to use nukes. It's coming after we heard from President Biden at the UN General Assembly as well. You are looking at some previous video of that, talking about, of course, the war, the biggest geopolitical issue in the world right now, with a very clear message that Russia is extinguishing Ukraine's right to exist.
Russia has shamelessly violated the core tenets of the United Nations Charter. Putin claims he had to act because Russia was threatened, but no one threatened Russia.
So now Putin is ramping up the conflict by calling up those 300,000 reservists in the military. He wants Russia to take parts of Ukraine. He's even threatening to use nuclear weapons if Ukraine keeps fighting for it. He is sitting out the UN General Assembly, but you know who's there? His foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, who's now expected tomorrow to attend the UN Security Council meeting. And listen, people are getting ready for some fireworks here. Carol Lee is joining us now. And Carol, while fireworks is like the biggest cliche in newsland, it is also a fitting term for what we may see tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, you're right, Hallie. This is really the best opportunity that there is going to be during the UN General Assembly tomorrow at this UN Security Council meeting for the Russians and the Americans to have some sort of interaction. Now, we know that Foreign Minister Lavrov will be there. We know that Secretary of State Antony Blinken will be there. And we also know that the Biden administration, the State Department, said they are open to having a meeting if it would be productive. Now, it's worth noting that that was in the context of those detained Americans that Russia has. The U.S. says are wrongfully detained, Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan. There's still those negotiations that are going on, and let alone what they would have to discuss when it comes to Ukraine. But there's a possibility there, and Russia's likely to be put on the spot. We've seen this happen before, and they don't react well to that. And so, as you said, we're likely to see some fireworks there. And we already heard some very strong rhetoric from the president today.
We did, and this whole thing, when people hear like Russia and nukes in the same sentence, I think it makes people understandably a little bit on edge here. President Biden addressed it. Volodymyr Zelensky has said today he's not ruling out the possibility of some kind of strike, and Russia says they're not bluffing. Should we really be concerned about, Carol, this, or is this more like chest thumping from Putin?
Well, so here's what you hear from the administration, and that is that this is very concerning. It's irresponsible. Obviously, Russia is well equipped to do something like this. They have the weapons to use. What the administration says is that you know, they are concerned about this type of rhetoric. They've seen it and heard it before. What they're also saying is that what they're really looking for is what's happening behind the rhetoric. Is there any action, any movement, military assets, or anything that suggests that Russia is actually moving towards doing something with, instead of just saying something here? And so far, U.S. officials say they haven't seen that. We also know, Hallie, that the U.S. has said, the president himself has said, there would be a response from the U.S. if Russia were to take this action with either nuclear weapons or chemical weapons. What exactly that would be, they haven't laid out. They don't want to try to escalate this and get into some big tit for tat over two nuclear-armed countries. But they are concerned about it, yet so far they say they don't see anything that suggests this is something that's imminent or that the Russian president is backing up his words with action here.
Carol Lee, smart reporting, good insight, as always. Thank you for being with us, and I know we'll be talking again tomorrow. Appreciate it. We've got some breaking news into our show here from Capitol Hill. The House of Representatives just passing a bill moments ago that would change how Congress certifies presidential elections. It passed mostly along party lines, with 9 Republicans siding with Democrats. And if you're going, well, wait a second, why does this matter? The whole point of this bill is to prevent another January 6th from happening again. And so when you look at the vote totals here, what's interesting is that the 9 Republicans who crossed party lines here, they're not returning to Congress next year because they either lost their primary or they're retiring. You see House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announcing the vote there. So here's the deal. This bill that would, again, stop another January 6th from happening by kind of cleaning up this really old elections law, it now goes over to the Senate. There's a similar plan floating around the Senate. There are some discrepancies, so now they've got to kind of hammer out what's good, what they don't want, what they do want, et cetera. Again, all meant to close the loopholes that former President Trump tried to use to overturn the legitimate 2020 election. It would make clear the role of the vice president in the whole certification process. It would increase the number of lawmakers it would take to object to a state's vote count, and it would stop states from changing their rules after an election was called. We're keeping an eye on this as it makes its way through the other chamber in Congress. Coming up here on the show, Robert Sarver says he's going to sell the Phoenix Suns and Mercury after he was fined and suspended by the NBA. What he's now saying about the workplace misconduct investigation he's facing. Plus, a rare look at Neptune's rings and some of the best pics of them in decades. Look at that. We got more of these ice giant photos when we come back.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Harry Styles!
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the owner of the Phoenix Suns and Mercury says he's going to sell both of those teams after the NBA last week suspended Robert Sarver for a year and fined him $10 million. That's after an investigation uncovered racist and sexist workplace conduct. Sarver says whatever good he's done, it's been outweighed by things he's said in the past. Number 2, rescuers in Australia, they're rushing to try to save, look at this picture, 200 whales stranded on this beach in Australia. At least half of them are still alive. They're pilot whales, so you see crews out there. They're trying to get them back in the water. Just a few days ago, more than a dozen sperm whales were also found beached on a nearby island. Number 3. Fewer people have been dying from cancer over the past couple decades, and that's been a pretty sharp number in just the past few years, according to a new report from the American Association for Cancer Research. It says there are now more cancer survivors than ever before in this country, something like 18 million people. The group says that's because of really good progress in treatments, in research, in prevention, in diagnosis. But systemic issues with equal access to care are still a problem. Number 4. Look at this, however you're looking. If it's on your phone or your TV, first photos of Neptune from the James Webb Space Telescope today. Some scientists are kind of freaking out about it because it is our clearest picture of the rings in decades. It's cool, right? The little dust bands around there. We've never actually seen that before in infrared. We're even getting a look at 7 of the 14 moons Neptune has, the 14 moons we know about. Speaking of moons, the Illinois Lottery says 2 people there are over the moon because they're the ones who have finally come forward to claim that humongo $1.3 billion Mega Millions jackpot from July. The 3rd biggest lottery prize ever in this country. They're going to lump sum it. They're going to split it. $780 million. They're going to stay anonymous, and they are going to live their best lives. Speaking of living your best life, a new study out today shows if you are not getting those 8 hours of sleep a night, you could be messing up your heart. Here's how the authors say that's happening. They say less sleep means more inflammation. More inflammation means a higher chance of heart disease and also neurological diseases like Alzheimer's. And if you're the kind of person that barely sleeps during the week and then tries to make up for it on the weekend, not going to work. Not sleeping enough on the regular basis can cause permanent damage to your immune cells. Dr. Uche Blackstock is joining us now. Dr. Blackstock, small study, but it has a lot of people talking. We all know sleep's important, makes you look better, makes you feel better, but now we're finding out that it could actually make your heart better too.
Right. Thank you so much for having me, Hallie. So, we knew before that sleep, impacts the ability to concentrate and to focus. And we also knew that sleep impacted the way the body metabolizes sugar, and it can impact weight. But this study really is groundbreaking in that it talks about the impact of restricted sleep, so sleep, less than 7 hours, on the cardiovascular system, on the neurological system, and also on the immunological system. Sleep actually impacts those immune cells, those cells that are important for fighting infection, and also those cells that are responsible for inflammation.
These are some of the same consequences we see as we get older. So in other words, by not sleeping enough, you're like aging yourself faster. When you think about how to manage that, and who doesn't, right? It's about lifestyle changes. You like literally have to change the way you live your life to make this happen.
Oh, exactly. And I think that, often we underestimate the importance of sleep, but sleep like diet is incredibly important. So it's not just about getting those 8 hours of sleep, but also making sure that you're getting quality sleep, sleep that is uninterrupted. So as you mentioned earlier, the study showed that by, restricting sleep, fewer hours of sleep, that actually impacted the inflammation in our bodies. And inflammation is directly related to sort of how aged the body is. And so that is making individuals more susceptible to developing issues with their heart, developing dementia. And these are issues that we know, the longer that you live, the more likely they are to develop in you. And so we have to really align sleep with diet, with exercise, and really emphasize to patients that it is incredibly important that we think about our sleep environment, that you are sleeping in a comfortable bed, in a cool room, and that you're able to get uninterrupted sleep, because that directly can impact not only your health, but how long you live and how well you live.
It's one of those things that sometimes feels easy to make excuses for, like, well, let me just stay up a little bit later or whatever. But it's super important, like you say, just like diet or exercise. Dr. Uche Blackstock,
exactly.
Great to see you, as always. Thank you. Coming up here on the show, activists in Iran calling what's happening there unprecedented. Look at some of this video, the defiance in the middle of the street like we've never seen before there. We're going to take you on the ground to Tehran, coming up in just a sec.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Iranian president speaking at the United Nations General Assembly today as back at his home, anti-government protests are rocking his country in what is being called an unprecedented show of defiance. You're looking at some of it here. It comes after a 22-year-old woman died in police custody. Here's our Ali Arouzi.
Violent protests have erupted across Iran after a 22-year-old woman died after being arrested by the feared morality police for violating the country's strictly enforced Islamic dress code. The death of Mahsa Amini, who had been picked up by the Islamic Republic's morality police for her allegedly loose headscarf, has touched a raw nerve, triggering audacious displays of defiance in the face of a brutal crackdown and arrests. Since its inception in 1979, the mandatory headscarf has been one of the main pillars of the Islamic Republic. Yet last night, in cities across the country, women burnt their headscarves and shaved their heads in public while being supported by large crowds cheering them on. A taboo that would have been unimaginable just a few days ago. Nationwide, there have been running street battles between protesters and police. Thick plumes of tear gas punctuate the sky as demonstrators burn trash cans, trying to neutralize the effects. Protesters were also chased and beaten with clubs by motorcycle-riding militia. A large cross-section of people have been participating, but at the forefront, Iran's Generation Z. The touchscreen kids that have grown up with social media, the section of society that feel most suffocated, especially young women. The security apparatus has been heavy-handed, but unusually, for the time being at least, they have shown a degree of restraint compared to past protests. Given the scope and the scale of the dissent, the authorities would normally have shut down the internet by now, but people are still uploading videos. There are signs, however, that patience is wearing thin. Today, the country's communication minister warned that access to the internet may be disrupted due to security reasons. Some fear that if the protests continue, once Iran's president leaves the United Nations General Assembly and returns to Iran, insubordination on any level won't be tolerated and the crackdown will be even more brutal. The next few days are sure to be unpredictable. What is certain is that this is a seminal moment for the Islamic Republic.
Ali Arouzi is joining us now live from Tehran. And Ali, some are comparing, in a semi-analogous way, these protests to the George Floyd protests here in the U.S. a couple of years ago. But in Iran, those demonstrations are ending up, as you point out, with a crackdown by the government.
That's exactly right, Hallie. It's a sort of a George Floyd moment meets a women's rights movement that's been culminating over 40 years, where people have felt oppressed and not able to do and live their lives the way they wish. And it's culminated in this sort of running street battles and violence against the regime here in Tehran. And Hallie, the scenes are unprecedented that you heard in the piece that I just told you about. But the difference here, if you're making a comparison with George Floyd, are that people are being pushed back, they're being shot at for coming out and demanding their rights. And in this country, nobody gets held accountable for shooting citizens that are protesting their rights. I mean, you'll remember, Hallie, when Qasem Soleimani was killed, the Iranians accidentally shot down a passenger plane with 176 people on it. 2 years later, not a single person has been held to account, and nobody is going to be held to account for Mahsa Amini's killing either.
What's the international response been here?
There's been a lot of condemnation from the international community. A spokesperson for the UN Human Rights Commission said that Iranian women's rights must be respected. They shouldn't be forced to wear a compulsory hijab at all, and that the Iranian leadership should respect these. But that's not going to change, because, as I said to you in my piece, the hijab is one of the most important pillars of the Islamic Republic, and the ruling establishment is just not going to let it go.
Ali, thank you so much. It's important reporting. I'm glad you're there for us live. I want to bring in now our Dan DeLuz for more on this, because, Dan, you talked with some of these activists and dissidents. Tell me more about these conversations.
You know, they see this as a pivotal moment, exactly what Ali was saying. And they're saying that really, in a way, these taboos are being crossed in a way that is, you know, perhaps like the civil rights movement was, or the suffragette movement, and that fear is somehow receding, and younger women are ready to confront the regime in the way that was not, people were not willing to do in the past. One activist who's now in the U.S., Masih Alinejad, who's really been a catalyst for these videos that are posted online of women taking off their hijab, she describes it as a suffragette movement. Here's what she had to say.
Walking unveiled is a punishable crime. But you know that Iranian women are practicing their civil disobedience every day in the streets. Why? Because they know that freedom is not free. Iranian women are like women of suffrages.
So she's comparing it to that kind of women's voting rights movement. And also, she's become such a thorn in the side of the regime that it's now a criminal offense to send videos to her.
Dan DeLuce, it's also great reporting. Thank you for bringing us that interview live here on the show. Really appreciate it. Coming up elsewhere on the show, the Top Gun-esque Air Force base destroyed by a hurricane, now getting a major makeover, but in the very same spot. Why that makes sense and what's being done to make sure it can weather storms down the road. That's our original tonight. Plus, something kind of weird is going down in Illinois. Okay, we'll talk about what's behind that or under that coming up after a break.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
So tonight's original now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. And tonight it is all about our Climate Week coverage across all platforms here at NBC News. And we're taking a look at an Air Force base that feels right out of Top Gun, except Top Gun is the Navy. I know that. Don't send me your hate mail. I know. But still, it's similar, right? It's got this whole vibe. At Tyndall Air Force Base. It's in Northwest Florida. I actually know it quite well. My grandparents used to live right down the street. Huge base. Hangars, fighter jets. It had housing for like 3,000 people. Destroyed back in 2018 by Hurricane Michael. That was a horrible Category 5 storm. Right, the base was wiped out, but it's being rebuilt in the exact same spot in the Florida Panhandle. And if you're scratching your head and going, why? Why put it right in the path of potentially another hurricane? The military says they need to do it for national security. They're spending billions of dollars designing the base to be storm resilient as climate change keeps bringing extreme weather. The Air Force giving NBC News an exclusive first look at what some see as the base of the future. Here's Aaron Gilchrist.
a vital U.S. Air Force base flattened by Hurricane Michael in 2018.
Tyndall has been kind of the heart of air dominance, is how we term it in the Air Force. We lost about 484 facilities and over 800 homes just on base alone.
Now, Tyndall's mission is to envision, rebuild, and prevail, creating a first-of-its-kind military base that directly considers resiliency against climate change.
You're paying particular attention in the rebuild to the impact of weather and climate in general, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're building up our infrastructure in many ways to be resilient to future type storms. But we're also setting new standards as we rebuild.
Higher standards that ensure buildings can withstand a Category 5 hurricane and are protected against more intense flooding.
We're trying to be innovative. We're trying a lot of new projects. Some of them will be successful and will carry over to how we build Air Force bases in the future.
Defense now coming from oyster reefs and sand dunes along the 129 miles of coastline, bolstered by the base and its resources.
So the CEOs that you see right here really are the kind of the glue that holds these dunes together. Having these dunes built up provides a natural barrier against that storm surge, against that flood, and that protects the base that sits on the other side. It's critical to the defense of the United States, and a modest investment here saves us big cost potentially in the future.
The base, opened in 1941, has had its share of typical environmental issues. It was officially labeled a Superfund site in 1997 after issues with DDT and other chemicals were identified. NBC News reached out to the EPA and it declined to comment. For the base rebuild, the Department of Defense asked Air Force engineers to create brand new technology to further protect the base, using virtual and augmented reality to allow engineers to prepare for future challenges.
We're able to run a Category 5 through the base and see what kind of damage is going to be done before we'll start walking through. When the next Category 5 or the next storm comes, we can now look and see exactly, okay, here's maybe a break. I need to reinforce the facility here.
The new Tyndall base is estimated to cost around $5 billion and will be completed near 2026.
Do you hope that what you're doing at Tyndall becomes a model for other military installations to be more sustainable, to be more resilient?
Yeah, I certainly hope that, what we do here and what we learn here can be scaled and can be shared.
So talk about that, Aaron, who's joining us now here live. What about other bases that are in some vulnerable places?
Yeah, the Department of Defense says that they really want to be able to use what they're doing with Tyndall as a blueprint, right? To be able to help other places around the country, places that are on coastlines, places that are in interior parts of the country, to figure out what they can do to strengthen those buildings, how they can use some of the digital twins you saw, the virtual reality technology, to look at what's being built and how they can fortify those spaces so that they can withstand flooding or wind or any other natural sort of climate change impacts that we're seeing that are getting worse as the years go by.
Aaron and Gilchrist, thank you for bringing us that story. It's good to see you in the evening time. Thank you. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, it is still technically summer, but one Illinois couple may have already won the internet's pick for favorite Halloween decor. Do you recognize this? No spoilers, but it's inspired by a scene from Stranger Things where Max levitates. The video has more than 13 million views on TikTok because nobody can figure out how this person is floating. If you know, tell us, drop us a line. From our Northeast Bureau, we could see home run history tonight in New York. Yankees outfielder Aaron Judge just needs one more home run to tie the current single-season AL record set back in 1961 by Roger Maris. Last night, you saw Judge hit number 60, tying Babe Ruth. Something else that's cool about this, pitchers are reportedly using specially marked balls when he's up at bat so that if somebody catches a history-making ball, it can be authenticated. That's something. And from our Southeast Bureau, some real villainous stuff here. Police say thieves stole more than $100,000 worth of rare comic books from a store in Virginia. The store's owner says he thinks the thieves knew exactly what they were coming for. One of the stolen comics was a super rare first issue of the X-Men from the 1960s. Ugh, imagine losing that one. Coming up, Harry Styles wraps up 15 nights of concerts in New York City tonight. We'll explain why he and some other big stars are staying put and doing residencies instead of going out on tour. That's coming up.
news is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you